Dr. Paul.
No, he's airdropping, doing jump training.
He's the most experienced 14-year-old I've ever met in my life.
All right, so CJ, just a couple quick questions. I sent you a couple of videos of like large ammo dumps that have gotten captured, actually not hit, but captured. And I'm curious, if you had to estimate the sizes of those, are they 1,000 shells, 5,000 shells, 10,000 shells? What would you kind of quantify those if you looked at them? That is.
Yeah, it does fit the model of the smaller ones than we were tracking earlier, right? So why does this matter? Well, Russia is scared of their big ammo dumps being blown up by HIMARS, as a couple people pointed out tonight. So instead, they're doing very small ammo depots. But my question is, where are all these ammo depots being found? I know John and I are just scratching our heads at all these BM-27s, so these medium-range rocket launchers that Ukraine seems to be capturing. They're not. Ukrainian army isn't necessarily on the move right now, so I have to think it's all these abandoned ammo dumps and abandoned pieces of gear that is now just being liberated or attended to. And so it creates a situation where I thought Ukraine captured a lot of artillery pieces and tanks and ammo, but I think there's a lot more that they're just finding in alleyways and finding in buildings. And this is going to be huge because as Russia brings up, conscripts with literally no military training, and there was a case today where they just had bayonets and they never fired their rifle. Ukraine is meanwhile taking all this ammo that Russia left behind and sorting it out and putting it to good use. So, even though right now Ukraine isn't coming across, gigantic ammo depots, every little bit helps, and it's just devastating for the Russians in the future.
Yeah, and so for me, CJ, in contrast to like when the Kupiansk offensive occurred, those were very not small. Like there was some moderately big ones, and we even saw a very large one destroyed by HIMARS. But in some of the recent ones, which we don't have like a good identification of like where they were located, but there was one particularly in Kherson Oblast, wherever that's a big space, that was at a school. And it was like quite substantial. So it was, in my view, on that side of the fight, it actually seemed larger than they were over in Kharkiv. That's anecdotal, sample size of 3. But just real quick, going back to I think it was John saying about the harms. If you the Wall Street Journal article on HIMARS, maybe 3, 5, 7 days ago, which was like really good article, and what caught me really by surprise. And CJ, I want to hear your thoughts on this. The fact that HIMARS, one unit destroyed, I think it was was it 7 or 10 anti-air sites, which therefore HIMARS is filling that role or whatever gap that HARMS is unable to potentially. But CJ and John, you two kind of discuss that.
Maybe John knows more. What I unfortunately missed when Caleb Larson was on the space the other day. We've been talking to him for months now. Both in the Donbass and then in Kupiansk and then now in Liman, and he has come across some incredible finds in terms of ammunition and the state of the Russian army that has been just scattered to pieces by Ukraine. So I'll let John take it from here.
Well, real quick, CJ, I got some good news for you, buddy. We have a Spotify account. If you just go to Google and search MriyaReport Spotify or search Spotify MriyaReport one word, you'll find our Spotify account with all our great interviews like Caleb Larson. So check it out, CJ. Sorry.
It's in the nest,
back to you, Ryan.
It should be in the nest. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spots back. Linked directly to it. I think there are well more than 34 now. The one with that missile expert guy who forgot that he wrote all the Wikipedia articles on missiles seems to be pretty popular.
May I just say the most popular time, if you haven't heard Thomas's podcast yet with the MriyaReport hosted by yours truly, it surpassed all others so far. So I'm waiting for someone else to top that, but he's been a guest that's been requested for I think 7 months straight now. So people were very excited, and hopefully they're just as excited on Sunday when he returns.
Shameless self-plug there, CJ. Shameless.
He's not wrong.
Between 2 HIMARS cards for this Sunday.
We'll have to make one for Thomas and I. That'll be good.
Anda, I know there's been this big Finnish following on the Maria Report after we had a couple of notable Finnish speakers on the space. Do you think we could generate a similar Romanian following if we had Nadia Comaneci come on?
Um, probably, but not really. Um,
different
because
audience.
exactly, she can bring you. That could actually, it's not a bad idea because she fled Romania from the communist times, and she's in US, but she has no military background. And up until now, the top discussions are the military ones. So yeah, I don't know. We can try. We can try with her or someone else. But
Well, she just happens to live in a suburb of Oklahoma City. The name of the town is Norman, and it's where I went to university. So
So just real quick, Ryan, John, could you opine on like the HIMARS hidden surface or the anti-air sites as opposed to the harms? If you have any opinion on that.
Right. So one comment on the previous point I just wanted to add, the location of Russian ammo dumps is we've noticed this interesting trend as CJ was pointing out, they've shifted to smaller ones and they're more dispersed now. But one interesting aspect is there's been some interesting images and videos that have come out of the Russians apparently putting these dumps in very, very inaccessible locations, like in like the bottom of creeks and in swampy, marshy areas. They're well concealed a number of times, but they're incredibly difficult to access, even for their own troops to resupply themselves. So I suspect that's probably a significant reason why a large number of them are being abandoned without being destroyed, is because of the fact they're in a number of them are in difficult to access locations. They can't easily get to them to destroy them when they're withdrawing or retreating in absolute panic. And to your point about the harms or MLRS targeting Russian air defense sites, I mean, it's just a matter of getting the coordinates more or less. GPS guided munition. If within with if you know the position of that site, and have GPS coordinates with it excuse me, with sufficient precision, and it's in range, there's not much stopping you from dropping a few gimblers on it. And especially now that Ukraine has very clearly the M30A1 gimblers with the alternative warhead that disperses around 180,000 preformed spheroid tungsten fragments. They, can take coordinates now with less precision and drop one of those overhead. And because it's an area effect weapon, you can very easily, take out the entire system, multiple transport erector launchers, radars, command posts, transloaders, etc., in a single go of it, with fewer munitions and potentially with
thank you, John. Ryan, do you have something to add?
no, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was off mute.
Okay. Dr. Paul, if you want to respond, something to add?
Yeah, thanks, On. Just one final question, John. I'm not sure if you saw this. I think I sent it to you actually, but Australia, Lockheed Martin looking at potentially manufacturing both HIMARS and or the Gimler's rockets in Australia. Kind of like a surprising outlier candidate for that, but very cool and very good news for Ukraine in the long run and the United States in the long run. But hear from you if you know, and CJ, if you can comment, like of a Gimler's rocket, what is the most complex or most expensive and most high security risk of it? Is it the guidance? Is it the propellant? Is it the fuse? Is it the fins? Is it the whatever? Right? Can you talk about that a little bit?
I would just say probably the terminal guidance, right? So how it, finds its target and ends up impacting it. That sort of involves all the different components that you just mentioned, from guidance to the propellants to the fins and everything. So, um, just why we need to have Australia and NATO, right? That would solve that problem pretty easily. But really at this point, it's the quantity that's needed, because I know, Dr. Paul, you know how badly these things are needed, not just for the war right now, but also for afterwards too, because Ukraine will be in a situation where they have at least almost 50 of these launchers, if not many more, by the time the war's over. And so that's so important, either for Ukraine to retrofit other missiles to fire, or to have an ample supply in case Russia ever wants to be this stupid again.
I'm going to jump in here, Anda, as the human commercials. So if everyone could please retweet the space, let everyone know about us. Let us know, let them know we exist. Let everyone know that, we're here talking about Ukraine 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We do our best to get you guys guests, people on the ground in Ukraine, or, experts like Thomas Steiner, as CJ was just mentioning. So please do let people know about us if they haven't heard about us and they're interested in learning about what's going on in Ukraine and the Russian invasion and genocide against the Ukrainian people. Second point, please do check out MriyaAid.org. MriyaAid.org is a charity that is dedicated to getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine. CJ, I wanted to ask you, because you're not, I haven't heard. I heard that speech from you earlier tonight. It got me thinking. Yeah, that's CJ. He's a good talker, and I feel like you could maybe speak about some of the non-lethal aid that's going to Ukraine through MriyaAid, and just what that might mean for soldiers on the ground. So, if you could, please, CJ, go ahead.
Drones, drones, drones. Today we saw one of the most incredible videos coming from Ukraine that I've ever seen. And it looked pretty unassuming at first, but I'm of course referring to the first drone-on-drone aerial combat footage captured on tape was captured today in Ukraine with a Russian drone, which was in the way, actually, of a Ukrainian drone. So the Ukrainian drone was there observing artillery. It was much larger, and the Russian drone came up to see what was going on, realized it was not a friendly drone, and tried to ram it, and they immediately got destroyed just by being a lot smaller. So Ukraine has the first drone aerial victory, as far as I know, that I would count. And so what does this mean? Well, drones are just so important to the war effort. They're important for everything from scanning your location, just to figure out if you're alone in your area, if there's any people around, if there's any enemy around. They're important for identifying vehicles far away. They're important for scanning routes, checking if there's mines. We all saw the video yesterday of a Russian armored vehicle going straight through a very obvious minefield. And so we don't want Ukrainians to go through that. And so having drones do route reconnaissance is just huge. And then also, of course, adjusting artillery fire, right? One of them, not just because it's my job, but it's one of the most important things going on in the war right now. Ukraine doesn't have enough artillery pieces. And so one way they gain marked advantage is by using drones to, adjust the fire, get more accurate fire, and destroy numerous Russian guns at once. So drones are just so important. And really the issue is, while people can buy commercial off-the-shelf drones for pretty cheap, they're susceptible to jamming. They're susceptible to also being hacked. They're susceptible to being tracked, and that's pretty dangerous, right? If you buy a drone off the shelf and you don't realize that you're a beacon to every Russian around you, that's not good news for you. So having military-grade drones like MriyaAid provides is just is good on all levels. And this is not just what we're telling you. You can listen to Ukrainians themselves. These are the drones that they want. I mean, Ferlane is there right now helping with the training. Ryan O'Leary as well. This is they're getting the specific drones, the Fury drones, and a couple others that they need that are really going to make the difference. And this is all what the Ukrainian government wants too. I mean, if they had an ability to make these kind of drones as quickly and as many as they need, they'd be doing it. But they're asking for help, and MriyaAid is helping with that. And these things are good not just for the current day, but they'll last for a long, long time. Some of them are rechargeable, some of them are gas powered. They've got a lot of different options, and so this is an enduring piece of kit that'll be important not just for during the war, but also after the war training and just the protection of Ukraine as a whole. So couldn't recommend it anymore.
Thank you very much, CJ. And my very last point, of course, we have a great panel tonight. I think the North Americans some of them might be going to bed soon, but hopefully you can get up here real quick, ask a question, press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and we'll do our best to answer your question. Back to you, Anda. Commercials over.
I love your commercials. I also love finances. I don't smoke and I hate smoke, but he has such a lovely pitch for the mostly for the place where you should smoke. Some special brand of um,
Atacams.
Atacams. Yes, I know. So I love that. Um, yes. Um, Let me check with Jeff if he is patient enough for you to have a further talk on between John and Dr. Paul and CJ. I feel this is a great talk here, but I don't know how much time Jeff does have. Jeff?
By all means, go ahead.
All right. So feel free, John, Dr. Paul, CJ. Uh, please take it away on military and missile topic. It's actually really great, and I'm so happy I have you here.
Thank you very much, Anna. Just to your point, Dr. Paul, about the most critical, or I should say the most critical, but the most valuable component in terms of what the U.S. wants to protect, technologically speaking. CJ is completely right. It's the guidance and the terminal guidance, especially that GPS and INS guidance package, is an enormously sophisticated piece of military hardware, and the United States government wants to protect that at great expense. I would point out that there's a reason that South Korea's own domestic equivalent of ATACMS in its, or at least I should say, of the more recent 300-kilometer plus range variants of ATACMS, their domestic analog of it has been delayed for several years because, despite the South Koreans being one of our closest allies, the US government has repeatedly refused to sell them the GPS and INS guidance packages that would be needed to provide appropriate precision at those ranges, despite the fact that we've already licensed the technology for the guidance packages for the original 165-kilometer range ATACMS. And this is part of the reason why I think this Polish deal is so important, is that, it's not just that they've licensed the production of the K239, they've licensed the production of the South Korean domestic guided munitions for them, which come in pods, so the tricky thing is the K239, it's compatible with the MLRS and Gimler pods, but I don't know if the South Korean 239 millimeter pods, which contain six guided rockets that have performance similar to extended range Gimlers, as I understand it. And there's also a South Korean ATACMS analog for this platform also in development. If I don't know if they're immediately dropping compatible with HIMARS and MLRS the way that the MLRS and Gimler's pods are with the South Korean system. But if they are, that would potentially open up a new, essentially source of Gimler's and ATACMS analogs, outside of, basically US control, more or less, in Poland, as well as obviously within South Korea itself. And that would provide, another avenue for, countries like Ukraine and other countries in NATO to, begin building up an inventory of these munitions, besides directly purchasing Gimlers or ATACMS from the United States.
John, thanks so much. That's been like a lingering question for me about the South Korean munitions and if they were compatible or not. Because what's interesting about this system, I can't remember, the K239 or whatever, is that it can actually fire sized. So, I'm still trying to square that circle or circle that square, whatever the saying goes, about like how that all works. But it's good to hear you kind of lay that out. Now, what's interesting, what you said about the guidance package and Gimlers in general is, now what I've like uncovered the last like 6 to 8 months very slowly is many different parts of a Gimlers is not actually manufactured by Lockheed Martin. And my question to you there is, does Lockheed Martin actually manufacture the guidance, or who is that manufacturer. And then just a secondary question. I don't know how they're manufactured. I watched a video of Lockheed Martin that everybody's probably seen from 60 Minutes of a Gimler's assembly line, and it does seem like it's multiple components being put together, like a Ford motor plant in 1914 or whatever. Much more advanced, obviously. So my question to you, John, is conceivably, is there a way to low risk produce a lot of these less sensitive components in Australia? Let's call it France, Germany, Italy, whoever our allies are, United Kingdom, and then final assembly would only occur at Lockheed Martin. Is that like a sensible way? Is that even a feasible way to manufacture a munition?
Oh boy. So I have two answers for you. From probably a logistics and manufacturing standpoint, that's probably workable, yes. But there's no way that's workable from a political standpoint in Congress. My God, that is so enormously toxic from a congressional appropriation standpoint. They want all of that manufactured in the United States, because it creates jobs in different states and in certain congressional districts. There's minimal chance that a significant portion of those components will come from overseas, just because Congress will do everything in its power to make sure that it's done domestically. So individual senators and representatives can create jobs in their constituencies.
While I agree with you totally in peacetime, I do think these are unprecedented times, and given the volume of rockets, I could totally understand your perspective. It's like, hey, Lockheed Martin, like, we're only ordering 10,000 Gimlers per year, and that's all we're going to need. So 100% of it needs to be in America. The reality is we need 50, 60,000 per year for the next decade to just get to the stockpiles of the old M26. I believe, interchangeably, those are called D Pickums, right? And that was the stockpile of the old school munitions for the M270 MRS, and that's the stockpile we had, and we're at 10% of that, like, of ever made. So in my view, in this type of war against two major adversaries, China and Russia right now, but the threat from China, which is the president's number one national security priority, I think there's going to be a way with our, it's still going to be the same companies, right? BAE, Lockheed Martin, KMW, like the major arms producers. The F-35 is produced across, I don't know, 30 countries, 25 countries, whatever that number is, to varying degrees. So I think there's a workable system there. So those are my thoughts. Not that I'm right. I think that's my optimistic hope, because that's what's needed. Lockheed Martin clearly does not have the ability to produce enough of these fast enough, and we need to bring in lots more of producers to get this production capacity up. I mean, United States has 500 HIMARS systems alone. I think the final amount after like upgrades I saw is going to be around 386. This is an old number, really old figure. So somewhere between 400 and 500. I mean, CJ and John, you guys do the math on that, like in a all-out war against two, near peer competitors, and the volume of rockets needed is just so overwhelming, and we aren't even like at 1% of that stockpile. So I don't. And then the last point I'll make on that, all the M777s the United States has given are going to be replaced by HIMARS. Sounds like a good idea, right? It's actually it's kind of a bad idea, CJ. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, because, again, if there's not enough ammo to supply 500 of them, what's it going to do when we're going to have 600, 700 HIMARS out there firing 2-3 pods before we're like we're completely out of our stockpiles?
Well, fear not. We have other missiles that Ukraine doesn't, right? So not only do we have ATACMS, but we also have the Prism on the way and more. I know you know this, but it's a sort of a similar issue that Ukraine has right now, right? And that's what's so important, is that they were given probably around 2,000 missiles, and they fired at least 1,000, if not quite a bit more. And so the question becomes, supporting Ukraine with this American stockpile, but we know, of course, Germany and the United Kingdom has some as well. So what we can look forward to is, yes, the U.S. running a little bit short, maybe on as much ammo as they would like, but it's clear that they'll do everything in their power, production-wise, to support Ukraine. And I just can't imagine being a Russian right now and just seeing, all of this money in America get diverted into Lockheed Martin, into production, into increasing capacity. I mean, even a 20 to 40% increase is just devastating for Russia because, not only are these missiles been so effective, but, the U.S. has several others that they may or may not have given that are just going to make Russia's life a living hell. So it's one of the reasons why I'm not worried at all about when people say escalation, because there is still a lot more that could be given to Ukraine, maybe should be given to Ukraine, that would just would end the war a lot quicker. So I'm not too concerned on that front as well.
Thanks, CJ.
If I could also comment on that, I think, if we want to pursue an approach of, producing parts overseas, and I think that's probably a fairly good idea, is probably the most practicable way to go about doing it would be to first set up, licensed production of, Gimlers, ER Gimlers, maybe some of the more recent variants of TACMs as well, in, other NATO members. I know that there was some low-level discussions involving Ukraine. Taras Shmut, the head of Come Back Alive, he was tweeting about wanting to set up Gimler's production in Ukraine. Setting up, foreign, licensed production lines as a first step would be, very good. And then from there, once those production lines are in existence, if a need begins to arise or a need is foreseen in the immediate future, once those production lines are set up, it's much easier for whoever the president is to go to Congress and say, hey, we need a lot of these right now. We can only scale up domestic production this much in this given time frame. But hey, there's all these, foreign, versions, manufactured under license. Why don't we just buy some of them, in this emergency situation? I think that's probably a more workable approach, try and get our toe in the door first, and then from there, try and sell to Congress once that, capacity to do it, in other countries exists.
Yeah, John, thanks. I agree with everything you said. And I guess to follow up with CJ on John's point briefly, CJ, how would you feel? We talked about how much more accurate the Gimlers are versus what is it, the stated minimum threshold of accuracy, whatever that is called in military terms. But how would you feel about a step down knockoff version that's maybe not as accurate, but as effective, as much range, as reliable, as accurate? Would that tarnish the effectiveness that much, given how accurate they are?
I mean, I don't think so. And this is what we saw today was this transition is occurring in Ukraine. It's an important one, and it has to do everything with air power, right? Ukraine may have lost 3 aircraft, fighter aircraft in a single day, which is quite a lot for them. One perhaps to enemy fire, one on the way to shooting down Iranian drones, and one other. In at least 2 of the cases, we hope the pilot survived, and the other one, it doesn't look so likely. Why do I bring this up? Well, this is the transition where the Ukrainian aircraft can take over the fight, the long-range fires fight that is so critical. It's one that Russia should have, by no exception in terms of the amount of firepower they had, won long ago. And the fact that they are about to be overpowered by the Ukrainian Air Force is a very telling sign that the end is near. And I bring that up to say, the United States doesn't necessarily care about, artillery as much as I think they should, because, well, we have the 3 most powerful air forces on earth, right? The U.S. Air Force, the Naval Air Regiment, and then the Marine Corps Air Force. And so all these things together, on their own kind of don't really help out artillery get a lot better over time. But this is what we're about to see in Ukraine, is this shift from needing HIMARS to basically stop Russian ammo, stop Russian formations, to now going deeper in the offensive, to more aerial interdiction as opposed to just close air support. So I would say, yeah, I mean, the more missiles, the merrier. The more problems you can create for your enemy, even if it's not to the same level of accuracy, is just fine if, and it's a big if, you have an air force to back it up. And that's what we're seeing in Ukraine as of today, is them fighting for obviously survival, but fighting to start to edge out on air superiority. And it's unbelievable that it's happening 8 months in, because just most people would have thought, outnumbered 10-1 in the sky, it would just never happen. But here we are.
Thanks, guys. Great discussion.
Thank you. indeed an awesome discussion. Joseph, you have something to add, or we go to Jeff?
Yeah, absolute last thing before Jeff. So sorry, Jeff. Okay, so John, one more question for you. I believe about 4 hours ago, there was a report that some strategic bombers are going to be deployed in the Murmansk region. So I'm just wondering, have you heard anything about this, or no?
Oh yeah, I'd seen something about it. I mean, I don't know if it's out of the ordinary or not. I don't have a good sense of what the baseline is, but if it is out of the ordinary, it's almost certainly just nuclear posturing. The United States will, either not respond, or we may, adjust our posture accordingly, mirroring as appropriate. It's nothing to worry about. I mean, we had gotten how many years of the Cold War? 50 years of the Cold War ish. Um, you know, this is nothing to be concerned about at this moment in time.
Understood, John. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, what was your point?
So two things. So along with that last one, I was luckily able to join earlier than normal today. And a lot of people made a pretty good point that the posturing of the Tu-160s and everything is more than likely just straight BS, because they wouldn't do that if they were actually considering nuclear war, because they would just hide them behind the Urals and do kind of what we do with B-52s. So I agree that that's just posturing. But besides that, my original point was I haven't seen anyone mention that SpaceX. SpaceX announced today that they don't believe that they can keep continuing services for Starlink and everything. And I thought that's kind of an interesting thing, considering I think the U.S. government has been providing them with more funding than any of us know.
John, anything you want to say about the Starlink thing real quick?
CJ has his hand up. I'll let him go first, then I'll follow up on that.
Sounds good. CJ, go ahead.
Yeah, so the bomber thing, just keep in mind, of course, that NATO is doing its annual nuclear rehearsals and drills. So it's pretty standard for when one side is doing a rehearsal or drill, the other side just moves things around again, as everyone pretty correctly pointed out. In my opinion, it makes no sense to put strategic bombers so close to the border, right? These things fly literally 10,000 kilometers, so there's no point in putting them 20 kilometers away from someone you don't like. And then also with Starlink too, there's been so much news last week on it. Again, I just want to highlight that as of right now, there's no outages, there's no problems with Ukraine. That doesn't mean it can't change in the future, but as of right now, trying to keep down the panic, because it is an important part of their military communications, but obviously Russia gets by without it. So if something were to happen, it would not be the end of Ukrainian military, as some people would say. I mean, that's just ridiculous, but it's still important. So I'll let John maybe give some better updates.
Just real quick, the Starlink thing, that just started getting reported on for the last few hours. Is that SpaceX actually announced that they cannot continue doing it without more funding, and they actually requested that the Pentagon fill some of that support.
John is desperate to get back up, I'm sure, because we use the word Starlink. That's actually John's summoning word. There's people have different summoning words around here. CJ's, of course, HIMARS M777. John, if you just say Starlink. Okay, John, go ahead.
Oh boy! So I read through that article, and I'd have to reread it again to see what the specific numbers are. It referenced some specific budgetary documentation that had been submitted by SpaceX to the Pentagon. I mean, in principle, there isn't really, again, in principle, there isn't particular issue with, having the DoD pay for it. Starlink is a commercial service. My concern would be price gouging. SpaceX is usually fairly good about not price gouging the government. They usually, at least in terms of their launch services, they're actually tend to be extremely competitive. They usually go to massive lengths to undercut their to undercut their competitors price wise when they're competing for government contracts. But in this case, that would be my main concern. Again, I'd have to go back and look at the specific numbers. It it becomes concerning, if they're charging, exorbitant rates for individual Starlink, subscriptions in Ukraine per terminal. I don't doubt that there's maybe, some legitimate concerns in there. I believe the documentation referenced, according to some documents that were sent by the Ukrainian general staff, written by General Zaluzhny to SpaceX, indicating that Ukraine was suffering about 500 destroyed Starlink terminals per month. That's not nothing. I will say the production of the terminals was already enormously backlogged prior to the invasion, and I believe they've sent nearly 20,000 now. So having to produce additional terminals, to account for those that are destroyed, as well as having to divert them away from other more typical commercial applications. I mean, I anticipate that's probably having an effect. I'm just not sure if it's as dire as SpaceX is making it out to be. And there was also an implication that, again, they were potentially overcharging on the subscriptions. I believe SpaceX was giving every single terminal in Ukraine the $4,500 a month maximum speed subscription, when the usual, commercial user subscription is a lot less of that. I want to say I saw an average cost of $60 per month referenced. So I suspect there might be some negotiating along those lines in terms of what subscription service is actually being offered to what terminals. There's an argument to be made, well, let's give the $4,500 a month service to the Ukrainian armed forces and to the Ukrainian government, and then let's give one of the more affordable services to purely civilian users, et cetera. There's some stuff that can be done. I suspect that will likely end up being the case. The DoD will probably end up biting the bullet and footing the bill for this, but I suspect the final price will be much less than it is being portrayed at the moment, once all those granular details are worked out, because I expect the DoD has no interest in being price gouged whatsoever. And if push comes to shove, I suspect the White House can probably, just simply issue a contract at a government determined price under the Defense Production Act, and SpaceX must comply by law. If push comes to shove, they could probably do something like that.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, John. Gani, you have your hand up. Please.
Yeah, morning everyone. Just reference the bombers. Those are airfields that have been previously used to base bears, backfires, white swans, etc. As CJ said, we've just wrapped up Cold Warrior 22, and remember that US striking group based around Gerald Ford is on its way across. She's going to be in theatre with HMS Queen Elizabeth, so I really wouldn't worry about it. This is just them reacting to there probably being a 2-carrier striking force in their backyard. They'll probably operate up in the Gap, up around the Norwegian Sea, maybe even the Barents Sea, and this is just the Russians reacting to it. Also, they've got a high seas firing programmed into the east, around Nova Zemlya, correction, to the east of there. So they might be doing some form of naval exercise as well.
Thank you, Gani. Next is Chris, Gunter, and then Christian.
Yeah, just John, I wonder, just curious, I'm just thinking out my head here. this Starlink. I'm wondering if they overcharging or the optics of overcharging is $4,500 per unit per month is based on the fact that the military can ping off of. I think that's what I heard about Starlink is that anybody can ping off of any individual Starlink terminal. So I wonder if that's kind of playing a role at that price. I'm not saying it justifies the price, but I'm wondering if that's the initial thought on why it's so much or why they're charging that much. I don't know.
So my understanding is that generally how it works is I'm not sure if you can ping between individual terminals. My understanding is that there's two ways that it can be done. You can either, the terminal will communicate with the satellite, and then from there, the satellite can then communicate with ground stations, which I think are distinct from the ordinary terminals. And then, from there, the signal travels further along. Or in the more recent Starlink satellites that have been launched, they have optical laser connections. So basically, the satellites can communicate with one another directly via laser. Essentially, they don't require ground stations. So from there, your terminal would communicate with the satellite. The satellite would then transmit the signal to another satellite via laser, and then from there would propagate through the rest of the constellation until it's eventually transmitted to whatever the destination is on the surface. So that's how it's usually done, to my understanding. I'm afraid I don't know one way or the other if they can ping them off other terminals.
Thank you. See, this is why I love having John and CJ and Dr. Paul and Colby here. They can answer all the questions. So jump right in, tweet and retweet, because you can find any answer. You can not find. What's the word in English? To have your answer, your questions answered on any military topic you would like. Gunther.
Okay, this is. I'm just sort of wondering. So a lot of, even before like NASAMS, for example, is online, like Ukraine is having some success. It seems like intercepting pretty much all the different types that are coming at it, and I would expect that would increase. But those weapon systems that are being intercepted now, are they not the same ones that would theoretically deliver some sort of tactical nuclear device? And so I guess the sort of wondering is like, John, I mean, what do you think?
Oh boy, so this is something I've actually been giving a lot of thought of, and I've been discussing this with some others offline. And it's a very interesting question because, so obviously, everybody is, I assume, familiar with with the nuclear triad. For those who aren't, the whole idea is that the nuclear triad has three legs, which are each composed of different types of delivery systems for nuclear warheads. One leg of the triad is air-based systems, so aircraft carrying just gravity bombs with nuclear warheads that you drop from the aircraft, or air-launched cruise missiles. Land-based component, which is usually silo-based ICBMs or road-mobile ICBMs, rail-mobile ICBMs, or road-mobile short-range ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads, ground-launched cruise missiles again with nuclear warheads, etc. And then again, nuclear armed cruise missiles launched from submarines, or nuclear armed cruise missiles launched from surface combatants, etc. There's two levels to that triad. You have your strategic nuclear triad and your tactical nuclear triad. The strategic, that's going to be, again, your submarine launched ballistic missiles, your ICBMs, regardless of whether they're road mobile or silo based, as well as your air deployable nuclear literal bombs that are dropped from aircraft, usually very high yield depending on the country. And then kind of at a lower level, you have your tactical nuclear triad, which is mostly composed of lower yield warheads, which are typically mounted on, for example, nuclear tipped cruise missiles launched from submarines or from surface combatants, or again, nuclear armed cruise missiles launched from aircraft like the Tu-160s, the Tu-95s, or the Tu-22Ms, and nuclear armed short range ballistic missiles like Iskander-M, and nuclear armed ground launched cruise missiles like Iskander-K, or Bastion 300P, which is, I think, what is launched the nuclear armed version of the Onyx. So kind of at a lower level, that's your tactical triad. What Gunther is referencing is the fact that a lot of these standoff munitions, well, I think essentially all of the standoff munitions that Russia is expending, these air-launched cruise missiles, ground-launched cruise missiles, sea-launched cruise missiles, and these short-range ballistic missiles, those all form the basis of Russia's tactical nuclear triad. Without these weapon systems, they don't have a tactical nuclear triad anymore. So the assumption that myself and a couple of others have made is that there is a certain, minimum irreducible reserve or amount of these munitions that Russia will hold in reserve, essentially in the event of war with NATO or with the United States, specifically to deliver nuclear warheads. That's kind of been the assumption, although it's entirely it's possible that they could choose to just dump everything, in conventional strikes against Ukraine. That's possible. I don't know. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Is I don't know whether or not they would, definitively keep that, minimum reserve. I mean, I would, but I'm not them. So factually, like in terms of what have we observed, we don't really know one way or another, because we don't know numerically how many of these were produced and how many of them remain. I believe there's indications that in the most recent set of strikes on Kyiv, KH-101s that were manufactured as recently as 2019 were launched, which, at least from a US standpoint or a NATO standpoint, is somewhat odd, because our practice is always to expend the older munitions first, because munitions tend to have shelf lives, want to get rid of the older stuff first. So the fact that they are expending munitions from 2019, given relatively low annual production rates, again, assuming that they are, practicing the same thing that we would have, expending older munitions first, would indicate that they, only have 100 or so KH-101s left. Again, if that underlying assumption is true, which is not very many. So I don't know. It's what I'm trying to tell you. I wish I had a more specific answer than that.
John, I mean, what happens if they get the interception rate up to around 80 or 90%? Like,
they're already there. When Russia launches usually 30 standoff weapons or less, usually 85 to 90% of them get intercepted, and when it's lower, like say 10 or less, usually 95 to 100% are intercepted.
okay, just I don't believe this will happen, but just as sort of as a thought experiment. So if you wanted to have a tactical nuclear strike and you have a 90% attrition rate, that means you'd have to fire, if you wanted one, then you'd have to fire 10 nuclear weapons at the same time, assuming that one of them gets through. But then maybe all 10 get through at the same time, and suddenly it's not a tactical nuclear strike anymore. Anyway, twist the brain.
Yeah, so that was something else I'd given thought to. So in a situation like that, they would probably, you're right, you would want to do a saturation attack. The one thing to consider, though, is you don't have to necessarily have all of them be nuclear armed. You can launch, 40 conventionally armed cruise missiles, and of those, 2 maybe would be carrying nuclear warheads. And you hope that, of the ones that are intercepted, the 2 nuclear armed ones aren't among them. What I suspect they would also probably do is, my suspicion is that if push comes, that if that was actually a path they were to choose to go down, they would carry out some sort of saturation strike. The cruise missiles would provide the saturation, and the actual nuclear warheads would be on Iskander-Ms, since those are the systems that Ukraine has struggled the most with intercepting. They have intercepted at least one. They can do it, but it's very difficult, in my understanding. So that would be my assumption, is that if they were to carry out some sort of tactical nuclear strike, it would be, as part of some larger saturation attack, again, mostly probably conventional air-launched or ground-launched or sea-launched cruise missiles, with the warheads being delivered via short-range ballistic missile, again, probably Iskander-M, probably sprinkled in with some conventional Iskander-Ms and maybe some conventional Toshkovs as well, for good measure.
And then one more. So, okay, my understanding is that nuclear weapons are actually fairly complicated, and they don't just explode, and they require sort of perfect everything to go right. And so that if you hit one in flight, it's just going to fly into pieces.
Yes, that is entirely correct. So, well, with some of the older designs of warheads, that wasn't necessarily the case, but with modern safety standards that I hope the Russians have, that's not the case. So generally speaking, they're modern nuclear weapons are designed in such a way that usually, essentially, you'll have without getting too much into the nuclear engineering here, they're usually designed so that way they have to be detonated in an extremely specific manner. Otherwise, the explosive lens in the primary stage of the nuclear device, that's the actual, plutonium or uranium sphere, that is compressed into, a critical mass, essentially, by increasing its density to, cause a, supercritical uncontrolled fission reaction. Generally speaking, they're designed that way. The explosive lens, which compresses that plutonium or uranium pit, as it's called, that lens has to be detonated in an extremely specific manner. And they're designed such that if they are detonated in, unintended conditions, they will compress the pit in such a way that criticality will not occur and that no nuclear reactions will occur. It'll essentially just squeeze the pit into a really weird shape, where, it may be close to criticality, but it's still not critical. And then from there, the device just disassembles itself from the detonation of the lens harmlessly. You'd probably have some radiological exposure just from, the dispersal of uranium and plutonium into the environment. They're also toxic heavy metals. But generally speaking, that should prevent any sort of nuclear yield from being achieved. Again, that's assuming not the Soviets, the Russians, I guess the Soviets as well, practice good 1-point safety practices, and other, good design practices. There was a time when some very old U.S. weapons where they were absolutely unsafe in that regard, and accidental detonation or unintended detonation of the explosive lens could cause, a dozen plus kiloton nuclear yield to be achieved. So I hope that's not the case with any of the Russian weapons, but my expectation is they're probably, safe in that regard. I hope.
Thank you. I I have a follow-up question, and then we go to Dr. Paul. What happens if the warheads in themselves are not stored or checked in the proper manner? Are they going to work, or at some point after some time? So if you build them, right, you produce them, you shelf them, and then And then what? What needs to happen next before getting them onto a missile and send them?
So if you're referring to, the storage and maintenance of the warheads, so the two main issues that they're going to be facing are, the first is decay of the tritium as part of the booster gas that's in the primary stage of the weapon. Essentially, with all modern nuclear weapons employ what's known as a fusion boosted design. So essentially, you'll have the primary. Okay, I need to back up here, and so in a thermonuclear weapon, there's two major components. There's the primary and the secondary. The primary is kind of what we would conventionally think of as a nuclear weapon. It's usually a hollow sphere of plutonium or uranium surrounded by a few layers of tampers, neutron reflectors, and some other stuff, all enclosed within an explosive lens system that, when detonated, will compress that hollow sphere into a solid sphere with sufficient density that criticality will be achieved, meaning, each neutron, or I should say, each fission event then goes on to cause more than one, additional fission event, and then you get an uncontrolled chain reaction and massive release of energy. Most modern nuclear weapons incorporate what is known as fusion boosting. So how that works is you inject a mixture of deuterium and tritium gas into the center of that hollow sphere. Deuterium is an isotope of hydrogen. So hydrogen is one proton, one electron. Deuterium is one proton plus one neutron. Tritium is one proton plus two neutrons. And so those get, injected into the center of that sphere. And what happens is, when that sphere is then compressed into a solid sphere and the fission reaction begins, that gas in the center is subjected to massive pressures from the compression of that sphere from the lens, and it's also exposed to massive temperature from the ongoing fission reaction. This then causes the deuterium and tritium to fuse, to undergo nuclear fusion into helium-4. And this releases a small amount of energy, not very much, but more importantly, that fusion reaction produces neutrons, and then those neutrons then go on to contribute to the fission reaction. So essentially, it allows you to fission a greater percentage of your fissile material in the primary of your weapon before it explosively disassembles itself. And so essentially means you can extract a greater energy release from a smaller mass of fissile material. That's extremely important because of the fact that tritium is radioactive. It has a half-life of about 10 years, so it decays slowly over time. So periodically, you have to top off the tritium. And most nuclear weapons are designed such that if you don't have any tritium in the primary of your weapon, it's probably not going to achieve nuclear yield, and it definitely is not going to ignite, if you will, the secondary, which contains the majority of the fusion fuel. And I won't get into the engineering on that, but that's the secondary in a thermonuclear weapon is one of the usually releases vastly more energy than the primary. And if you don't have the primary go off at full yield, i.e., or near full yield, usually the secondary will not go off, because the secondary is ignited by essentially radiation pressure produced by the primary. I'm getting way into the weeds here. The point I'm getting at is that if you don't periodically top off the tritium, your warhead will probably not work correctly, if at all. The second issue is corrosion of those plutonium pits. Plutonium or uranium, they're usually alloyed with a number of other different metals to improve their handling properties during the manufacturing process. They usually, as a result of that, tend to suffer corrosion after a number of decades. I believe Battle Moose, he had reference for Soviet warheads that they had to be taken offline every 10 to 15 years, I think, for maintenance due to corrosion and some other issues. If you start disrupting the geometry of that plutonium uranium sphere, your weapon will not work correctly. You'll get dramatically decreased nuclear yield or no nuclear yield at all. So essentially a dud, in other words. So if these weapons are not actively serviced, they will not work, is what I'm getting at.
Thank you, John. It was a really, really instructive session, and I thank you for it. I wasn't a major in physics, but I did understand um, what you said, and I think you explained it really well. Dr. Paul, you have your hand up, and then Kantar.
Yep, excellent, John. That was great. One comment on that, and then a question for you, based on a comment you made during that. So the one comment I have is, and I've said this before, but I'm just going to say it again here, because personally, I've always thought the risk of nukes has been higher than anybody cares to acknowledge, but that's just me. But one of my friends, his wife is like a highly regarded missile scientist designer for the United States government at one of the labs. And, just to say, I think the key point is she's not nearly as worried as I was ever. And the reason being is, especially with missiles, especially hitting the US or even Europe, parts of Europe, is that the missile technology highly unreliable. Most of them will fail. We've seen this with the S-300s. And John, I was only half listening. I was multitasking, so I apologize. But just to say, I think there's adequate precedent here with so the Russian and Soviet weapons are highly unreliable, and these long-term, long-range, nuclear ICBMs, things like that. I think that's probably the lowest risk. What concerns me most is, and I don't know if they have these still, nuclear-tipped artillery shells, free diving, nuclear bomb, flying over Ukraine or a NATO country. I think that's probably a greater threat. But so that's the comment, John. Now, you said something about the United States policy, I'm going to call it, the military, on how we expend ammunition by using the oldest ammo first. Now, is that a policy, set in stone? Like, for example, if I'm going to shoot a 223 round from an M16, and I'm CJ, I'm pretending to be a ranger, and I'm going to drop from an airplane and go shooting. Is the ammo that I'm going to use is from 2000 if there's ammo from 2000, or does it matter? You know what I mean? And is it across all calibers and things like that, rockets, missiles, etc.?
So my understanding is that that's a policy that's implemented at a high level. I'll try and find some documentation for it. I haven't seen it in official documentation. Granted, I haven't looked. I've just heard multiple people who I consider to be credible reference it. My understanding is that that would be done at a high level, and that older units of ammunition and munitions would be pushed to units, and that's how it would occur. The actual at a unit level, they wouldn't actually be figuring out which is the oldest to fire first. But I mean, to look at an example of this policy in action, take a look at all of the Javelin rounds that we sent to Ukraine. They're all the oldest rounds in our inventory. So for a lot of the expendable munitions that we have sent them, we sent basically all of our oldest stuff first that was at the end of its shelf life, because we were going to have to get rid of it anyway. So I suspect that in and of itself is a decent indicator of a desire by the Pentagon and by the White House to expend our oldest munitions first, because, again, they have a shelf life. If we don't expend them at some point, we will have to throw them away. So, may as well make efficient use of what we have in that regard.
Yeah, John. So real quick, so I agree. I mean, that's generally, like, I guess how I have interpreted things too. I think there's also like another like dynamic at work, right? Proximity, need, speed. Perhaps that comes into play too, of like location of stockpiles in Europe, for example, may be newer, and so that in that instance maybe that doesn't come into play due to urgency for Ukraine. Now, real quick about the javelins, what's interesting about that is, yeah, there's like a whole replacement, much better warhead, much more capable. And I was just reading an article about it. I think it was today or yesterday. So, I mean, it totally makes sense to give them the old ones there. Now, what's interesting, and I think this is like really caught my ear earlier, is, and I think you were talking about Gimlers, like, right? We've seen Gimlers pods made from 2019. How do you explain that? Can you discuss that just briefly for me?
Right. So, yeah, the M31A1s, I think A2s as well as we've obviously seen M30 A1s as well. So for the A1s, the M30 A1s, my suspicion is that those are probably potentially newer because they were converted from older M30 original M30 Gimlers with the DPICM dual purpose improved cluster munition warheads. That would be my suspicion. There is they're probably just recent conversions. Again, I suspect it might have something to do with what was immediately on hand. There's also, I would also say, keep in mind that there's a few other countries besides the United States that are in closer geographic proximity to Ukraine than the continental U.S. is. It's always possible some of those pods and missiles could have been pushed from the inventories of those countries just as a matter of expediency, and then the U.S. is directly backfilling them as quickly as we can. That's always a possibility in regards to some of these rounds. But yeah, in terms of the newer production stuff showing up, it's interesting. I'm not sure, how much of the older stuff was already expended before the invasion. How much we expended in Afghanistan and Iraq. And again, I suspect, geographic proximity and expediency of our ability to get into theater also comes into play. It's the same reason why the Russians were reactivating T-62 MVs at the same time that they were trying to refurbish T-80Bs and T-72Bs. It's because they happen to have them nearby in relatively decent condition. It's a matter of wartime expediency.
So, John, real quick, just real quick. Have we seen the demarcations or markings on any Mars 2 or M270 MRS Gimler's pods? I'm curious if every single one of them will look the same, meaning they all technically come from Lockheed Martin, so we can't delineate who's given who what. I think is that accurate assumption there?
So Germany has set up their production of their own rockets for HIMARS and MLRS. I'm not sure. Well, okay. So technically speaking, I don't think that the German-made rockets are compatible with any of the systems except the German Mars. At least not out of the box, I don't think. For the German manufactured ones, they probably have different markings. I'm not sure if Germany also produces just Gimlers themselves under license or if they're ordering all of those from the US. But my expectation would be is that all of the ones sourced, from the United States, directly manufactured in the United States, would probably be indistinguishable for the most part. But I suspect some like the German manufactured rounds would probably be distinguishable.
Thank you. Dr. Paul, do you have something more? I saw your hand up. If not,
Yeah, unfortunately, I do. So, John, very interesting. I have not been able to identify like confirmation of any German manufacturers producing Gimlers. Okay, so that's maybe the air. Is there another rocket type that goes within the Mars 2 I'm unaware of that's not a Gimler? And if so, do you know the company? And if so, can you send a link at some point at your convenience over the next 3 to 4 days? Thanks.
So yes, Germany does manufacture some of their own domestic rockets. They're not licensed production Gimlers. I don't know if they have licensed Gimlers or not, but they do manufacture domestic munitions for MLRS of their own design. I believe from what I read, they're only compatible with Mars 1 and Mars 2. They aren't compatible with, say, any of the British MLRS, DM270B, whatever, that were delivered, or US provided HIMARS, because, of course they wouldn't be compatible. That's just how these things tend to shake out. Of course, it's irritating. But yeah, my presumption would be that they have different markings. Unfortunately, I don't know who manufactures them. But I will say, do you know who probably does know exactly who manufactures them and exactly what their address is? Thomas Tyner, who will be here at 1:00 p.m. Sunday Eastern time.
Well, thank God it's not so early in the morning this time. So I'm really happy to hear that, Joe. I'll be sure to make it this time. But just a real quick note, not fact check, but interesting note. Germany, in totality over the last 20 years, has only procured 1,032 Gimler's rockets. The UK, 2,844. In total, in Europe, there's 5,520. What's interesting about that number is, John, is that declassified document that came out 2 to 4 weeks ago. I'm losing track of time. What was it? 5,517 were kind of allocated to Ukraine in some way, whether it's current past or current and future. But I think that it's interesting that those numbers match up for all the UK or European customers who've procured foreign military sales from the United States, Gimler's rockets. The numbers are almost like equipoise. So very interesting. But yeah, on Sunday, see you there, man.
Awesome. I just want to add something for our audience, because at some point some of them might think, so the discussion started from how do you use the ordnance and the ammunition if you start with the oldest one or with the newest one, and until John could come up with after the fact check. um, um, what I wanted to add is that in commercial, in retail, in all the deposits, in car manufacturing, and any other economic venture, this is the standard. So this is not something that throwing away something we don't want or don't need or something. It's called FIFO, first in, first out, and it's the most efficient way in not wasting what you have produced. So it's not being careless, it's being practical. Those ordnance and ammo are working just as 6 months old produced car is working just as well as it worked, just as well as one that is produced this month. But usually every company, every endeavor, right? Every economic endeavor, and not only, which is in production and selling and reselling and everything, doesn't want to have great amount of production, right? Sitting around, getting old, and from the shelf, because the older, seen as older, yes, are just, if they are well maintained, if they are well kept, if the storage conditions were met, they are just as good. So this is a common practice in every store, in every deposit, in every economic endeavor. And for example, because I can give you an example from the car manufacturers, because you don't want to have a large pile of of cars produced and you need to you have a production line, you will discount them, right? After 6 months in deposit in your country, you will discount them in order to get the customer buying them, and you replenish your stocks with the new production. So this is not this is a common practice, right? When you go to the store at Aldi's, I don't know, in here in Germany, or I don't know the names of the stores in US, you get there and you have on the shelf, for example, if you just check, go and see the egg shelf, right? In the front, you will have some egg with a expiring date. Shelf. They are the newer ones, right? Because they put the newer ones further on for you to buy first the
Yeah, it
the
happens on the space, right? We have a panelist up, and then people come and ask questions, and then we take forever just blabbing away, and then like they have to go, and then we feel bad, and people say, "I had a question for so and so," so we feel bad. It's just the nature of the space. Thanks everyone for being patient. We all appreciate you guys coming up asking questions to our panelists and so forth. Sorry, back to you, Anda.
No, Dr. Paul, please.
Yeah. So hey, hi Colby. So I've sent you a couple documents now. I just wanted to check back in if you ever did your homework and dug into those very enthralling Pentagon documents and whatever else I sent you. If you had any key takeaways or learnings about that, if not, no problem. But just since you're up here, thought I'd ask.
I'm ashamed to say that it had slipped my mind amongst everything else that's going on, but I will try to take a look tomorrow, because it always seems to be late at night when you end up sending me something, and then I endeavor to look at it tomorrow or the next day, and then I forget because I wake up and there's already a million messages and a feed to catch up on. So I will try and get that done tomorrow or over this weekend and get back to you on that.
No problem at all. I face the same issue with lots of stuff too, so it's all good.
And thank you. So, while we still have up Paul and Colby until they go to sleep, if you want to come up, this is the time. Colby needs to sign off early.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I'll 10, 15 more minutes maybe, and then I definitely should try to get to bed earlier tonight because I've been failing at that very badly lately.
We hope that you will get some rest at least during the weekend. And yeah, if you have a question for him, this is the time. If not tomorrow, or another day, because he is gracious enough to come and help us. And also tweet and retweet the space. And don't forget to donate to MriyaAid. You already know I am a fan, and therefore I always encourage you to donate if you have the time and the money and the willingness to help Ukraine. Every dollar adds up, and it really helps. It really goes for a just and good cause. Also, as John said, we will have awesome guests in the next days. We will have Thomas Steiner in the during weekend. So we will put in the nest, and you will always have on our on MriyaReport page the next guests, the next dates when we are going to invite them, or where they actually are invited. They are going to come, and feel free to retweet that also. Maybe, I don't know, you have a friend who wants to know more, or if you want to listen to the previous discussion with Thomas Steiner. He had a 3-hour long interview. It wasn't planned to be 3 hours long, but the discussion was that interesting and that entertaining that it lasted 3 times longer than it was originally planned for. So, and we will have a sequel. So if you want to know what was discussed in the first time, I will put in the nest the link to the Spotify account to the recording for that discussion, and you can check it out and listen to it maybe on your way to work, or when you're winding down during evening, but however you like. Will, you have your hand up.
Real quick on it. I got to cut in real quick. I'm so sorry, Will. Great to have you up here. So we just have 2 guests I want to announce. So at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, that's New York time, we're going to have Olga Kosharna. She's an independent expert on nuclear energy and a council member at the Ukrainian Energy Ministry. She's a member of the Collegium of the State Nuclear Regulatory Inspectors of Ukraine. So and also communications director at the Ukrainian Nuclear Forum Association. So I think I'm basically every credential in Ukraine involving nuclear stuff, I would say she appears to have. So I would say a highly respected authority. I know Doman, when he mentioned this interview, he spoke with a great deference to her. So I know Doman is nuclear physics, I think, was something he studied. So I have to imagine that she's a major authority on that. So if you have any questions about the whole nuclear energy issues, Zaporizhzhia power plant, it comes up quite a bit. that would be, I think, the time to tune in to check it out. And then, of course, after that at 8 a.m. Eastern time. Oh yeah, by the way, sorry, it's Olga's third time on. She's been on twice before. I just want to mention that. One last thing. We have a second guest tomorrow or today for most of you normal people, people like Anda who have woken up already in the East, as she said. So we'll have Tomasz, oh geez, Polish, Litoshki, Anda?
I'm sorry.
Do you know how to pronounce this Polish name? I mean, you're closer to Poland than I am. I don't know. Just guessing.
I'm terribly sorry, but Polish is not Latin. So
Yeah, no, I know.
no,
Anyway, well, I can, anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, Thomas Latowski, I think I'm going to go with that. He's EU and US trade and regulatory lawyer, managing partner of EU sanctions in Brussels, and an expert on EU trade and sanctions policy. So absolutely prestigious guest. I'm so sorry I'm bad with Polish surnames. I will definitely do my homework and learn how to pronounce it next time I make this announcement. Anyway, it'll be great to have him on. So just to reiterate, just one last time, Olga Kasharna, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, New York time. Thomas Latowski, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I should have done that the other way around. Okay, so anyway, Will, I'm so sorry I interrupted you before. Please go ahead, sir.
Good morning, good evening, everybody. I'm just interested in the lack of news on the Bayraktars and lack of tweets and posts on the Bayraktars. We don't seem to see them in theatre as much as we used to. Is that any comments on that?
It is a good question. So we saw, I would say, a brief revival in the Bayraktar when the Harms missile was introduced, from if memory serves me. And I think the takeaway I got from that was, I guess, twofold. The first was Bayraktar early war, just because of the nature of how Russia had its forces aligned, especially with the convoy of Fail and so forth. It was an extremely effective weapon. Later on, they had a little bit more difficulty because Russia was setting up more like, basically like radars and things like that. But once the Harms missile was introduced, we saw, Ukraine start to systematically pick apart Russian air defenses. And once we saw some cracks in Russian air defense emerge, we did see some new Bayraktar videos. And I have to imagine at this point, I could be incorrect, but that basically Bayraktars are doing their work. They're not as prominent as they were before, but they're serving an important middle role between big Ukrainian airframe MiGs doing stuff with Harms and smaller kamikaze drones like people like Ryan O'Leary, who we've had on the program, are doing. So that's my theory. Colby, is there anything you wanted to add about that? Do you remember this little Bayraktar revival we had a few weeks ago?
Yeah, I would say overall, we've heard less of them than we did at the beginning of the war. They featured a lot more prominently, in the first half, I guess you could say, compared to the latter half so far. If I had to hazard a guess, there might be a shortage of the munitions that they're using with them, but I could be completely wrong about that. This is another question where John could probably speak with a lot more information on the topic. But if anybody has seen any videos or any reports of Bayraktar being utilized lately, please do send it over. The Russians did claim that Bayraktar had been utilized to strike their airbase in Kaluga, I think it was, in Kaluga Oblast, but that was not confirmed. The purported wreckage that they posted was, in fact, from Nagorno-Karabakh, so they didn't have a lot of evidence to show for that. but they did claim it was Bayraktar that had overflown the airbase there and targeted it. But yeah, I haven't seen a lot on Bayraktar lately, so it's possible that the munitions that Turkey has supplied with them are a little bit short in supply, so we're not seeing as much activity from them. And because HIMARS are in such supply, Ukraine has a lot more options for conducting precision strikes at longer ranges, whereas before Ukraine pretty much only had Bayraktar or Tochka if they wanted to hit things at range. But they have more options now. So they're certainly less reliant on the platform than they were at the beginning of the war. That much is certain.
Yeah, thanks, Colby. And the very, very last thing I'll add to that is just that they are pretty good for reconnaissance, right? They have thermal imaging, like they have relatively good like reconnaissance capabilities, all considered for their size and so forth. So I have to imagine they're also probably, as Colby said, if there is a shortage of ammunition or not, that's not like totally relevant, but assuming there is, they would maybe be used more in reconnaissance roles. We're not going to get the nice boomy videos we got and so forth. So that might be another reason, right? They're being used more in reconnaissance roles rather than search and destroy, more aggressive roles where they might be lost, because they're good reconnaissance vehicles, and why not use HIMARS, as Colby said. So Will, I'll let you follow up. Go ahead, buddy.
Thank you. Then the whole Bakhmut situation, what do they need? What do we need that we're not getting in order to end that faster, or is it, as we've said, or as has been said on the space before, a strategy to keep them interested and keep them fighting? But because it just seems that it's a very, very hard battle going on there.
So you talked battle, and look who's here. Yehuda just joined us. He can enlighten us on Bakhmut and any other development on the battlefield that you might have a question on. Yehuda?
I'm not sure the question. I didn't hear it.
He was wondering what's needed for Bakhmut, for Bakhmut front to be won and done to be
Okay.
for that battle to be finished.
Bakhmut is part of a bigger plan. Will, I think you're making an assumption that Ukraine wants to push east, and I don't think that's true. I think Ukrainian forces in Bakhmut have orders to block and fix Russian forces. So the Bakhmut pocket, if you were to do a terrain analysis where the Russians are, isn't a good position for Russians to be in. But Russians, true to form, don't really care about thinking or strategy. They want to keep trying to push in. Ukrainians, I would suspect, are more than happy to oblige them. They're in a position where they know the terrain very well. New Russians get over there all the time. New Russians die there all the time. There's a large concentration of forces, probably around 15 to 20,000 Russians who keep they maintain that level, and it's kind of like Ukrainians are taking advantage of a Russian weakness here. The Russians, for some reason, think that the only way to the general direction of the West, or Kramatorsk and other towns, is to keep pushing in Bakhmut. Normally, in warfare, modern warfare, maneuver warfare, you're not in that position unless you're blocking someone. Do you know what I mean by blocking, Will?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
It's like don't tell your enemy when they're making a mistake. Keep quiet.
Yeah, it's a common refrain we hear, but more specifically, the Ukrainians probably pretty lucky to have such a stubborn, silly
minded enemy, because what they should be doing is probably stopping where they are and finding ways to go around Ukrainian forces into, via other mechanisms or other routes that aren't as disadvantageous for the Russians, but they don't do it. They stay there. They're decisively engaged. I'm not sure the front line, the forward edge of their battle space could actually withdraw anyway, because the Ukrainians are so engaged with them. So if they were to try to withdraw, Ukrainians would inch forward. Then the Russians would panic, and then they would put more forces in, and the Ukrainians would let them take a bit of the same land again. They're treating them. They're in a stronger position, but to the person, on the Russian side who looks at it, oh, we won 500 meters of land, yay! The Ukrainians are losing. You lost 120 people today, then, to gain that 100, 200 meters. So I think it's clear the Ukrainians are there because they want to be. The Russians are there because they don't want to be there. So we're looking at Ukrainian forces that are going to come down from the north anyway to flank those Russian forces. In the
Can't
meantime,
wait for that to happen.
the night's still young, Will. It'll happen. The question is when. And I'm glad most of us have advanced past the point where we say, Ukrainians aren't winning because they're still in this one place. That means nothing. You have to get that they're preparing. Just that, like we saw, major advances were made, and then Ukrainians stopped. Even in Kharkiv, Ukrainian forces went far further east than where they withdrew to, but they withdrew to a position they liked better. It's their choice, right? We don't want to just be here because we push the Russians out. We need to be in a position where we can really have a nice, strong, consolidated line. And then when we're good and ready, that's when we're going to go at it again. And that's why when we do our updates, even 2-3 weeks ago, we talk about certain towns that were, evacuated by the Russians. Ukrainians pulled up on them, and it's not a game of take as much as you can at every moment and stay there, because that's how you lose battles, right? The Russians do that. So they left Crimea at one point. About 3 weeks was actually evacuated. And Ukrainian forces did push up there, but they didn't have a straight line. Their lines were perforated, and then they withdrew back to an area where they were more comfortable. And the Russians, I guess they figured out the Ukrainians weren't there, so they came back. And in Russian media, they reported this as a great success. In a Borat voice, they said great success. That doesn't mean anything. It just means that the Ukrainians are in charge of the operational tempo. They're in charge of battle rhythm, and we see it. So what do we need? More of everything that we can give to Ukraine. That's what the Ukrainians would say. And for those who are watching and quarterbacking this, all we need is time and patience. The Russians don't have time on their side. Sooner or later, they won't have very much of anything to use, and it'll be winter, and Ukrainians will get more and more and more. And then when these air defense are in place for, to stop Russian terror attacks, because Russia combines a hybrid policy here, really crappy war fighting, and then terror on Ukrainian citizens. And it's a very silly plan. It might work in failed states like Syria. It might work in really, really small parts of Russia like Chechnya, but it just won't work against a country like Ukraine. Russia can't fight a peer-on-peer battle. They thought that Ukraine was nowhere near a peer, and they were right about that. Well, Ukraine is not their peer. Ukraine is far better than them, actually. So I hope that answers your question, Will. Will, are you there?
Yes.
Yes,
here.
sorry. I was
Will.
just saying the Americans have been absolutely amazing, as have the Canadians and the rest of NATO. So
Right.
just
Well,
that in
Will,
there.
if you come to our beach party in Crimea,
I will be there.
may I ask you to bring one thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like you to bring kosher boerewors for me.
I'll pack a bag.
They have them. They have
Yes.
them. I know many South Africans in Canada, and especially in the Orthodox Jewish community, and they're like heaven on a. Oh my goodness, you've made me hungry, Will, just by speaking.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Will. All right, let's go to iced tea, not the original iced tea, but iced tea 2.1. Go ahead.
Hiya, thank you. Good morning, anyway, to everyone. I haven't been on the news for a few days, so I just have a few questions. If you guys wouldn't mind answering, please. First of all, it's basically I've read about is it Belarus might be trying to join forces with Russia and obviously, unfortunately, try and come into Ukraine. Obviously, I've only just quickly flicked through the news because I've been really, really busy. So I was wondering, what would that mean if they did? Would that mean that us as NATO, would we have to help? Would we join in with that? Also, the other question is to do with the NATO having a meeting yesterday to do with the nuclear sort of side. Is that because they're doing tests next week, or is it because of they've seen a shift in Russia moving their equipment? Because I've read that Russia might be doing tests as well, and how would they know if Russia was to use a nuclear weapon that could threaten us in those tests, if that makes sense, please?
I'm not sure if that was for me. I was reading a crazy text. Sorry, can you sum that up again for me real quick?
Yeah, the last bit you mean? Yeah. What it is like? I've read. I can't remember where I read it because I've only just quickly read a few things. But basically, NATO had a meeting yesterday, didn't they? To discuss about the nuclear, that like to do with nuclear and stuff. And I was just wondering, is that because of the NATO? They've stated that they do, like, I think it's once a year or twice a year they do these tests. But then they have also read that Russia might be doing it around the same time. But how would that? How would we know if Russia was only doing it as a test, or if that makes sense?
So there are really strict control measures in place for these type of things that happened at the worst of times with Russia as the Soviet Union. I don't see there being any particular risk with this whatsoever. And yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it. This is what NATO does is pretty standard, and I see a very low risk of any confusion. Definitely not in it's certainly not in Russia's interest. So, and it's not in NATO's interest. So, not much to discuss there. This is a very controlled situation with NATO. That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely 100%, and also to do with the Belarus. Belarus. I'm not sure if I say I've only just woke up, so I'm not sure.
Belarus, Silly Land, many names will work.
Yeah, so are they actually getting involved, or are they assisting Russia in this? Because I've just quickly read through that as well, please.
Yeah, so yes, Russia did say they were going to do this, that, and the other. I mean, Belarus, same thing, have made pronouncements. Lukashenko is a political survivor. He'll say whatever is required to be said. He will obfuscate, probably BS, make up stuff, whatever he needs to do to get by. He's very beholden to Mr. Putin. So I think he's going kicking and screaming along the way. He's not a big fan of it. He knows his country will fall apart if he does something stupid, but he also can't piss off the boss man, Mr. Putin. So he recently announced a counter-terrorist regime. Don't even know what that means. I'm not sure he knows. I think he just makes it up. It's like a special military operation. And it's meant to deter or to confront terrorism conducted by their neighbors. They're referencing Ukraine. They're probably trying to give a veiled threat to Poland, which is a bit of a laugh because Polish Grandmothers Association could probably take over Belarus in 3 days if they were going slow. So it's just more posturing. Nothing to worry about. Belarus has nothing they can do to help Russia. In fact, Belarus would do more to help Russia by just being quiet. They probably cause more trouble by speaking. It doesn't help them. So nothing to see there is what I'm saying. But yes, they are talking, and it's something that Lukashenko is able to do with facility, just as much as he lies with facility. I hope that helps and answers your question, Nice T.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was great. Thank you. It's been nice speaking to you again, and I'll continue to listen to the chat and give it a share. Thank you for the answering the questions. It really is appreciated.
You're very welcome, sir.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Alrighty. So where are we at there? And Joseph, how's the fort? Is it good?
Yep. We were actually we had a very nice discussion with John and CJ and Dr. Paul earlier for about an hour on several topics. It was really great, and we were actually wondering what's going on the front lines. And since I saw you coming up, I was wondering if you can give us an update, if you have something for us.
No, I don't have an update prepared at the moment. I'm so sorry. I could try, but it would not be a good one. And I will organize one for tomorrow. How's that?
It's awesome. But can I ask some questions? I know you love this.
Yeah, go for it. I was gonna say, I don't know. Can you?
May I? May
Oh,
I,
there we
Dad?
go. Oh, my Dad. And is that you? And all these years. All right, go ahead.
So, I was wondering. The previous Will asked about the Bakhmut front, but from what I understand, in all the Kherson region, both parties at this point are stabilized, let's say. So Russians brought soldiers in that region, but also the Ukrainians are bringing from behind. So they are. How do you say this in a military in an adequate military way, which I'm not. When you advance really fast, and after that you bring all your backup
Yep.
with you.
Or you're consolidating. So go ahead.
So the question was, they are consolidating here. They are. We see nothing, or I have seen nothing in the south front, and from what I've gathered in the last months, when I see nothing and hear nothing about something, uh, there is uh, there is a lot of preparing done in the region. So, as a follow-up question to all these, because I go back to the Kerch Bridge, is the Kerch Bridge going to influence how the Southern Front will will evolve due to the fact they cannot. So they are a week almost
Okay, I got it.
without.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. So they're kind of connected and they're kind of not connected. So I don't want to confuse the audience. I think you start with Kherson, so let's stick with Kherson. So Ukrainians aren't necessarily having a vacation right now. They're not sleeping. They're doing things, but they're also not just doing things in the rear to support their next counteroffensive, but they're also engaged in shaping operations, enabling operations. At the moment, they are taking certain villages back, and they are moving down Kherson slowly, maybe one or two towns a day, or maybe a few more. And they're moving down the trace, call it a trace of the map. They're moving down, getting closer to the Invades River. They're not taking big swaths of territory because they don't need to. Along the way, they destroyed Russian equipment, destroyed Russian soldiers, but they still are moving cautiously. They want to make sure their gains are their gains, that they don't lose those gains, right? They want to make sure that as they go down that trace, that they're treading the most amount of Russian capability whilst maintaining the most amount of theirs. So why don't they just do a mad dash? Well, if in fact the Ukrainian commanders said to their subordinates, look, I know it's going to be a tough slog, but no later than, D plus 48, D plus 2 days, D plus 24 hours, you need to be here. Then those Ukrainians commanders would say, okay, boss, you say so. We're going to have to go in there and go to town. We're going to have to, sacrifice or trade time for security, trade security for time rather, and bash down. But the understanding is they'll lose a certain amount of troops. So many ways to bell a cat, and why you're not going to want to increase your risks of losing men and material unless there's a specific reason. You might not know the reason, but your boss sure does. Your boss knows that there's going to be a big, resupply of Russian equipment on such and such a date. That's what intelligence tells him, and he doesn't want the Russians to be in a certain place when that happens. He wants you to be there. Then you're going to go, what is it? I heard it in the full hog or hog ham, or what's that expression? Joseph probably knows. Whatever, full bore, we would say. And you want to go and get there, but you're going to sustain casualties that you wouldn't normally have sustained, because normally you would have gone a little more cautiously, and you would have taken off a bit here, moved up some more artillery there, called in a few fire missions in this area. There are certain things you would do that would be different. So in this case, if Ukrainian commander is not giving that order to subordinates, if this divisional commander presumably isn't saying to his commanders under him or her that you need to be at grid such and such, or the objective no later than a certain time, then you're going to use that time to affect, to completely conduct your mission to the best of your ability. So these are the reasons why. Because some people ask, well, why did they go so fast there? Why didn't they go fast here? You must be losing. It's a horrible time. No, they didn't need to. They're doing what they're told, following their orders. So why'd they move so fast in Kharkiv when they exploited? Because one of the commanders said, oh, we see a hole. We need to exploit this. Hey, stop what you're doing. Don't care about your problems. You're going to move forward up to Kupiansk. Kupiansk, that's so far. Move to Kupiansk. No, we're going to lose some people if we bypass this and this. Okay, that's cool. Get there. And
that higher commander knows the big picture. The local area commander might not realize that they found a huge hole in Russian lines. So in that case, it's a go. Everyone moves. There's no debate, right? Fragos are issued. A fragmentary order is issued to the original operations order, which says, timings just got moved to the left. Here's your new objective. Get there now. And then we'll all get there. We'll consolidate. Follow-on forces will come up behind us and they'll clean up the stuff you didn't get a chance to destroy. So in Kherson, if the situation changed, if Ukrainians, for whatever reason, through capabilities, sensory capabilities, found some huge weakness in the Russian lines, then you get these orders being pushed down to say, actually, you know how we're doing 4 towns a day? I want you to go 20 kilometers up and I want you to hold these crossroads near the Inhulets River to do this now. And that commander will know, shoot, I got to get there and there's a reason. It means there's a good shot for me to get there and I need to get there. And he might, instead of seeing, he might see a company detachment of Russians and he might be told bypass them because don't worry, we'll take care of them later, but keep going. So that's how the kind of the nitty gritty in the military world that things work. So the reason why sometimes I'm not a genius at all, surely not. When people ask, well, why are you saying this is what's probably happened? Well, I say that some of these deductions I make is based on looking at the map, knowing the ground, knowing roughly what the Ukrainians have and where they are, and knowing roughly what the Russians have and where they are. So if I see Ukrainians go make a move here, it means there are no Russians there right now, or they're weak. And when I look at the map and I go, oh, interesting. It's a nice high ridge line, easily defendable from the Ukrainian position if they had it. So these are it's like when we hear and we get in reports from people on the ground, it's like giving someone like me a puzzle that is 75% complete. And when you look at the puzzle, I see the missing pieces all over the board. I can place it together. It's not just me, anyone who has that training can do. And that's how we make these calls because there's only so many reasons. The Ukrainians act very, very much like a NATO military, properly professionally trained military. And I can't do the same for the Russians because when they do things, they make no sense. So the only reason why we're even able to give certain predictions is because we're looking at what the Ukrainians will do. There is nothing that I look at on the Russian side. I couldn't tell you what their orders are because they make no sense to me. I don't know why they're in Bakhmut still. Why are they still west of the Dnipro River in Kherson? No idea. Because it's not logical. I mean, if this was how to lose a board game quickly, then I could understand it. But the Russians, they don't make much sense. However, the Ukrainians do, and it's like watching art for people who are trained in maybe military tactics or strategy or brigade level and divisional level formations fighting it out. It's just weird to see the Russians not doing the same. So as I said, in Kherson, you got people doing their job. They're shaping, enabling, future operations. They're taking a few towns here. Commanders somewhere up top said, you know what? The next time we're ready to hit the Russians, I'd like to have these 4 towns near Colonel so-and-so's, in Colonel so-and-so's AO. And he pushes down and says, I need you to take those. And then they make a plan to take them. They take a few days. They conduct them. And they go, okay, we got town A, B, and C. All right, so there you go. Okay, cool. All right, let's look at this over here. And then when they're getting ready, you're going to see back. But just remember, Ukrainians, they will sacrifice, survivability and security for their troops if the benefit is worth it. And if you saw what you saw in Kharkiv and what you saw in northern Kherson, when we saw the Ukrainians move down, they saw a break in the Russian lines. They had a lot of fire and mass fires on those positions. They saw that there was an artillery regiment that was hanging out by itself by the Dnipro River. and they said, "Have at her, boys and girls, push down," right? And they went further than you might think. They went further than they should have because there were still pockets of Russians behind them. But that was planned. And as soon as they were told to go here, here, and here, then you saw follow-on forces, meaning another, like not in reserve, it's not called a reserve, but other units that were in the rear went pushed up and they took care of that platoon in the tree line, that company scattered over a ridge. And that's how they did Northern Kherson. And guess what? That's how they're going to do Southern Kherson. Anyways, I've talked too long. I'm just trying to give you an insight into the minds, perhaps, of an average military planner. Hope that answers your question, and then why don't we go to Bradley?
Hey, how you doing? Had a quick question. So with winter coming, we're going to have a lot of Russians. I don't want to call them trenches. We'll call them ditches, right? There's going to be a lot of Russians in ditches. And it seems like an excellent opportunity to use drones to drop little grenades on top of people. However, temperatures in Ukraine are going to drop, pretty dramatically. And as we've seen, the Ukrainians opt in many cases for consumer grade drones like DJIs, etc. You can't even charge a DJI Air 2S unless the temperature is at least 41 degrees. You can't charge it. And it only operates in theory down to 32 degrees. Now, there are some strategies out there, like heating your batteries up and stuff like that before, if you're going to fly in the cold and it's below zero, below freezing, then, you want to heat up your battery before you fly your drone. But even then, you could still, like in the cold, you could still have your range cut by like 50%. And if you're in a Ukrainian detachment, you're out on patrol and you want to put a drone up, you can't exactly, maybe you could figure out a way, but it's not like you've got a fire there to heat up your batteries to stick inside your drone, right? So I guess my question is, what do you see is going to happen to some of the drone-based tactics? Are the drones that they're using now a bit more designed to operate in cold weather? And how could this potentially change things on the battlefield if they can't operate drones?
It was a droning question. No, I'm just kidding. It wasn't a long question. It was about drones. I'm not a drone expert. I'm not an artillery person. So I'm not going to answer your question. Next question. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so first of all, those trenches, as you say, or ditches. We all know that snitches get to ditches, and that's what those conscripts are. No, well, you can call them a trench or a ditch. It's a trench making machine that made them, so we'll go with trench. I don't see thousands of drones dropping single grenades on those ditches. I suspect artillery will destroy them or those in them. So with reference to cold air, obviously there are different atmospheric conditions. Again, I'm not a drone expert or drone operator. I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world. I think it affects range in terms of the batteries, for sure. But perhaps the drones will be used more for, sensory capabilities as opposed to kind of a loitering munition. But overall, the use of drones, I think, won't stop being used for sensory. I think the artillery is still, there are many things that are coming into play that will give the Ukrainians an advantage in terms of ammunition as well. Older type guns with access to millions and millions and millions of rounds all over the world. Thomas Tyner, or Steiner, depends on how you pronounce it. He's an expert in the artillery world, and he's posted an interesting little blurb on a new type of gun, artillery piece, that the Ukrainians are going to have access to hundreds of millions of rounds. This was a strategic decision based on the availability of the munition. A little more, quite antiquated, 100-year-old technology, but it works really well for what they need. So I think we're going to see, before the winter kicks in, because as we know, it's coming, and unfortunately, there are no fire-breathing dragons to protect from the White Walkers. So what's going to happen is Ukrainians are going to try to push as far in as possible, all of Luhansk. They're going to keep Bakhmut where it is. That's what I assume. They're going to try to push. I would say all of Kherson is going to be in Ukrainian hands. The question is, does this collapse the front all the way to Melitopol or Mariupol? The answer to that is I don't know. But if they did, this would be a very advantageous position to be in the spring. Doesn't mean Ukrainians will stop fighting, because they won't, but the operational tempo will be much slower. And depending on just how cold it is, it'll be harder. But it'll be harder for both the Ukrainians and the Russians. And we've seen the Russians' capabilities to maintain themselves. Even in the summer, they lived like animals, almost like going to the zoo. Someone's at a tailgate party in the United States, or after a big concert where there's garbage everywhere. You can't live like that. You can play around in the summer like that. You can't live like that in the winter. You're going to freeze to death. You don't get drunk and forget to cover yourself up. You're dead in the morning because you got hypothermia and frostbite. So I suspect the Russians are in for a really unpleasant winter. Very unpleasant. Yeah. Again, you can play around in the summer and sleep outside half naked because you're just drunk and you haven't seen the Ukrainians since you got to Ukraine. But you do that in the winter, and it's you're going to be an icicle. Hope that helps answer your question, Brad.
Yeah, I was just going to mention I missed the Thomas Tyner meeting.
Check it out on Spotify.
I was just going to say, I was checking it out yesterday, and it is amazing. So any listeners who haven't had a chance to listen to that, you should really do it. It's worth, 3 hours? Worth every minute.
He's quite intelligent.
And real quick, I just want to jump in and add, Yehuda, the Tyner thread you mentioned is the third tweet into the nest right now. It's the CJ one, if anyone wants to check that out. And then one other thing is, actually, Thomas Tyner will actually be back Sunday, this coming Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So we're looking forward to that. So thanks. Back to you, Yehuda.
Thank you. Let's try to clean up the nest, too. There are a lot of things there that we don't need. My France joke, we don't need. You can get rid of Macron and that beautiful meme I posted. Just go Berlin, just clean it up, keep it under like around 5, just because it makes the space unstable. I'm afraid unstable. There's Thomas Tyner. Thomas Tyner Jingleheimer. That's what it sounds like. Tyler Rugaway. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Anyway. Thank you so very much, and we're going to roll on over to Janice Joplin. Go ahead, Janice.
Yes, hello. I have a question in context with this war strategy. A couple of days ago, I heard this name wargaming. So it was like that Ukrainians are planning their advances and then do wargaming with their like NATO colleagues and etc. etc. What does it mean? What is happening during this war gaming? Thank you.
You know what? It's just really common sense. It's like, what does it mean? Effectively, it means you're working with people to try to figure out how you would do a thing, right? Here's a simple explanation. I'm going to take a step back. You have a busy weekend, yes, and you want to go to 3 different stores. Your wife wants to go to 2 different places. Let's be honest. You want to go to no stores. Your wife wants to go to 5 stores, and you That's not nice either. So you want to go to 1 source, she wants to go to 4. You got to drop the kids off at soccer. You got to go to your mother-in-law on the other side of town. You go through a process in your brain. You go through a procedure where you're like, okay, well, where's everything? Here. What time do I have to be there? Okay, we're gonna go here first and then there because it's on the right side of town. Then we'll visit your mother. Then we'll head back and pick up Skippy from soccer, and we'll head to the other store. So this is how you war game things, right? Obviously, in a war, you would obviously leave your mother-in-law behind. But no, I'm joking. What you would do is you create conditions. Sometimes it's on a map, sometimes it's on a computer, sometimes it's just talking about it with aids and having little plastic dinky cars that look like tanks and artillery pieces. And you go, okay, if I'm here and I want to go there, what would I do to get there? Okay, well, what do the bad guys have? Okay, they've got this here. This is what we think. Are you sure, Bob? No, that's the last we heard yesterday. But okay, let's assume they're here for now. If they're here and we want to go there, what do we need to do with these guys to get them there? Well, what if they're not there? What if they moved up? Okay, let's do that too. And then this is like wargaming. Now they're tabletop exercise, tuxes, whatever. We have different names for them depending on which armies you are. Often it's on a computer. So often we wargame, we make up a plan, we write it out, and we go to a simulator. And there are people that are running both sides. Sometimes it's a computer, sometimes it's live with another person, and you war game it. You hash it out. So it's basically practice fighting without fighting. So it's like a toot, an exercise without troops, training exercise without troops. There are many ways to do it, depending on the person running the exercise or whether depends on the people how they learn. Sometimes I mean, technically I'm wargaming. What I'm doing with you is I'm wargaming what the Ukrainians are going to do, right? And when people ask these questions, I throw up my maps. I look up dispositions. I look up I have a basic understanding of Russian political history. So in my situation enemy, I'm thinking Russians are nuts. They really have this obsession with Bakhmut. No particular reason. They think it's a gateway to Ukraine or something. So I have that as a factor to consider in order to make a deduction in my mind. Russians obsessed with Bakhmut. That means I think they're going to put what I think they'll put more troops to Bakhmut. Okay, that's a consideration. So I'll have to. What's my deduction? I'll have to make sure I have enough troops on the Ukrainian side in Bakhmut to block and fix the Russians. So for every factor in a different category, that forces me to have considerations, which then lead to deductions. This is called the estimate process. I'm talking you through the estimate process, or part of it. And then I have deductions. So in my orders, one of my deductions will be, assign 4 RCR BG to fix to conduct a rip with forces, in Bakhmut and block Russian advance, block Russians in Bakhmut. So, and this all comes from the factors analysis, which leads to considerations that you have to consider, things to consider, right? Yeah, I hope that helps. If I'm babbling, let me know. Thanks, Yanis. And yeah, I don't know, it's Brad and Dan. Bradley and Danley.
Brad and then Dan.
Thanks. So, what would you say are your top 3 most favorite examples of either strategy or tactics from military history?
Top 3. I'll give you the top one. How's that? Let's see. Military history. Top 3 tactics or strategy. Well, tactics is a little different, right? So strategy. I'm not gonna lie. I think the Israelis in 1967 and June June 4th, yeah, June 6th. Sorry, at 6 a.m. So that would have been a very strategic, I mean, incredibly daring planning, where they.
Can you tell us? Can you tell us a little bit of just for those of us who don't know the story, maybe just 3 minutes?
Sure, you can give me timelines too. I like Bradley. You should work here. I'm just kidding. 5th of June. So the 5th of June, 1967. Prior to this, obviously, I'm not going to get into politics. Arabs and Israelis not getting along. The Arab Egyptian or the Arab Republic of Egypt, they declare war on Israel. How do they declare war? Well, they close the Straits of Tiran, which is a casus belli. They've technically declared war. They've threatened to destroy Israel, and they threw the United Nations peacekeeping force out of the Sinai. Israelis had a choice: absorb an Egyptian blow, which they probably wouldn't have survived, apparently, or preemptively strike. So their understanding was, by closing the Straits of Tiran or closing international shipping to a nation's port is under international law an act of war. So Americans were to put a bunch of warships off the coast of St. Petersburg and stop ships from going to St. Petersburg, that would technically be an act of war. Russia could do things to America if it did that. So what the Israelis did is they waited. The prime minister gave the green light, and then on the 5th of June there, early morning hours, Israelis had about, I think, 200 fighter aircraft fixed wing. They weren't American planes. They weren't good. They were older planes. Most of their stuff was kind of like the Ukrainians, older kit, but they trained really hard and really well on it. They had Mirages. They had just a collection of other planes that weren't top of the line. Egyptians and Syrians had the latest and greatest MiGs, not the training, not the morale. So the Israelis caught the Egyptian Air Force, which was the biggest, confused and on the ground. And I think within the first 3 hours of the war, Israel had actually destroyed the entire Egyptian Air Force. I think about a couple of hundred on the ground, and then the next 150 they destroyed in dogfights. So how were the Israelis able to beat the Egyptians in that encounter? Well, it's training, it's motivation and morale. Egyptian president at the time wasn't a very nice guy. He said a lot of bad things about Israelis and Jews, and that pissed off a lot of Israeli Jews. And when the Israelis brought the hammer down, they created a plan that would catch the Egyptian Air Force changing shifts. In the early mornings, most Air Force pilots were having breakfast. So the Israelis went in, destroyed most of the planes, destroyed the runways, very far deep. They went really, really far down into Egypt, almost all their air bases. And then the ones that did manage to take off, they destroyed in battle. I think the Israelis lost, a handful of planes, very, very small amount. And at that point, the Israelis were able to dictate the entire course of the war at that point. That's why it's called the 6-day war, because it was won in 6 days. The Arab countries have numbered Israel at least 10-1. So the Israelis were able to use their air force to protect their ground forces as they moved. And it's one of the greatest examples of military plan. There are a lot of videos on YouTube if you want to check it out. I've never heard of them before, but someone sent it to me. Kings and Generals, or all these, animated TV channels, YouTube channels that make TV show style things, and it's not bad. Some of them
are they anime?
Anime, yeah, they're anime. They have
Sweet.
these Japanese cartoons. No, animated. I said. All right, animated, like they have the graphics where you can see. Some of them are pretty accurate. Some are kind of a little generic, but you get the idea. And the same thing happened in '73. This time the Israelis didn't preempt
There's a myth out there that says that they didn't know it was going to happen. They actually knew about a day before, but they didn't mobilize, and that's another story. A lot of it had to do with the Americans threatening them about mobilization. But when they did absorb the first Egyptian blow, they also did something which reminds me very much of what the Ukrainians are doing in Kherson, and that's the capture of the third Egyptian army in Sinai. So the Israelis were able to get around and encircle 40,000 troops, and that 40,000 troops. So if you want to check it out, that's a Yom Kippur war. That's when Egypt attacked Israel in Yom Kippur. They crossed the Suez Canal. The Israelis counterattacked, and when they counterattacked, they went around. Even though the Egyptian Third Army wasn't where they should have been, what ended up happening, and this is the important thing relevant to this space, is if you look at the Sinai, I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. I'll say it, and if you don't understand, just go look it up. It's all over the internet.
I've been there. I've toured around.
Okay, so I mean everyone else, Brad. It's not the me and Brad show. Come on. For those just wanting to look, so by overrunning certain positions and what is it, and then pushing south around, the Israelis ended up, isolating 40,000 Egyptian troops. The retreat wasn't given at all or in time, kind of like 30,000 Russian troops in Kherson. The Russians, the actual Soviets, panicked. Anwar Sadat panicked. The Israelis were able to catch them with the pants down, and the Israelis could have done one of two things. They could have launched artillery and just massacred 40,000 troops, and just rolled the tanks over them. They were completely dismounted almost. It's really bad. The Soviets panicked, called the Americans, said, "You better tell the Israelis this, that." Anyway, it almost caused the collapse of the regime. So in other words, the Israelis didn't want a collapse of the regime. They wanted to make peace with Anwar Sadat. So they did a ceasefire. The troops were evacuated, and 40,000 troops didn't die. And then presto changeo, that set the conditions for a peace treaty with Israel. Not a very nice one, but better than war. But that just goes to show you the power and the importance of what it means to lose an army. When you have 40,000 troops that could die in one day, should you just have your enemy roll over you with tanks, and all they can do is nothing, that changes countries' regimes. Anwar Sadat would have been overthrown that day if that had happened. So why I'm mentioning that is I'm looking forward to when the Ukrainians can get to Kherson city, and if they can force the capitulation of 25,000 Russian troops, gosh, I wonder if that isn't what it would take to get Putin out of power. I'm not saying it's the end of the war, but it's a very good step. So I see a lot of similarities between how the Ukrainians and the Israelis fight, to be honest with you. And when it comes to, like, Izium was nothing compared to what Kherson would be. And if they could do that, and that's kind of why I wish they did move faster, but obviously they have the reasons as to why they're not. And it could be personal, could be it's not you, it's us type of reasons. But that would be one of the couple of the more historical concepts or stories I would lean towards, Brad. And I hope for the audience that wasn't
Very
too
cool.
boring if you've never seen it.
No, that was great.
Yeah. Alrighty.
So
Dang,
real
we-
quick, I gotta let Anda go. She's got to get to work. So Anda, if you could maybe say goodbye. It's been great co-hosting with you tonight.
Thank you. Indeed, I need to run. I thank you all for this. For me, it's morning. For this evening, for your evening. Thank you for everything. I learned a lot today. It was a really, really interesting morning for me. And thank you, Joseph, Yehuda, and Brad, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Back to
Thanks,
you, Huda.
Amanda. No problem. Maybe if you don't run to work and you drive, you can stay on longer. I assume it takes longer to run to work. Who knows? All right. Now you buggers have woken me up. I'm outside on the phone so I can speak a little louder. It's 9 degrees Celsius in the Toronto area. Partly cloudy. High of 13 degrees tomorrow. My phone says to bring an umbrella. All right. Bradley.
That was great. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Did you have, oh, sorry. Who was next? Dan was next. My apologies, Brad.
Am I ready to go here?
Yep.
You were talking about war games, and this entire war has been a demonstration that the Russians don't play them, or they don't play the right ones. Because if they did, I can cite 10,000 instances of them, driving straight down, columns straight down roads, into javelins and artillery. And anyone who's ever played a good modern simulator knows not to do that.
Yeah, that's tradecraft, though. That's not even wargaming. That's just, they just don't know what they're doing on the most basic level, right?
Well, what I'm trying to say is that wargaming would at least get them to that level, which they're not at.
Yeah, not even. Wargaming is once you've learned all the basics, you're going higher level, and they're not even there. I agree with you. They don't wargame. I think they just think that they're scary, right? Like, that they're the furry little things on Monsters Inc. that think they scare children. They're not scary. They're not good at what they do. There's a new video, and it actually hurts me to watch. It actually hurts my brain to watch, not because I feel sorry about. I mean, these Russian invaders. Guy's in a APC. I don't think he's in a tank. I think he's in a BMP. What is he? He drives over the anti-tank mine.
The NTLB that drives over the line of mines is laid out square in the middle of the road in plain daylight.
Was it a tank or was it an armored personnel carrier?
It was an MTLB, the old armored personnel carrier.
Oh, the MTLB, yeah. Yeah, like, did the driver not see the 50 mines in front of him? Like, literally, they were in a line, and there were several of them. There was probably, 15 or 10 in the first line and 10 in the other, so 20 mines. Dude just drove over them. Straight over it.
Didn't even try to miss. Didn't try to weave over.
He drove through them. He said, "Oh, what are those? Smarties? Let's pick them up on the way by." What? Doesn't make sense. I don't know how to. I mean, it's just like a Benny Hill comedy show, but with actually people dying. And so people, more of these videos come out. They're like, "Oh, you're just joker. You're just so pro Ukraine, Yehuda. You're just making things up now." I'm not making it up. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I've never.
And it just goes on and on and on. I mean, there's another video where like a whole Russian tank, like 2/3 of a tank platoon, has run over like where there's obviously a line of mines, and there's this gap between tank 3 and 4, and tank 5 tries to drive through the gap. Where guess what? There's a mine.
Yeah, this is what's called tradecraft or fieldcraft. These people don't know their job. I don't think these are actual professional soldiers. I think they've literally been given a crash course on how to drive a tank. There's no tactical acumen there. No, it's just not there. So now, 300,000. Whoa, wait till the real army. I've actually recently started following Russian trolls, like just ridiculous accounts, just because I'm almost like I'm shocked that they don't have any shame. And they just write the things they write. And one of these goofballs writes, "The Russians haven't really even gotten ready. They've only spent 20% of their professional army. Wait till those other 300,000 get there." Tell me more. Tell me more. What are those 300,000 going to do? All right, thanks, Dan. Good point.
back to Brad. And do come up if you have a military question. I have now been stirred from slumber, and we can move forward.
Hey, Huda, real quick, do you
So-
mind getting in the co-host slot? I have trouble seeing people, so it might help get some more people up here if you want. Up to you.
Okay, sure. I'll just wait. All right, go Brad, and I'll get co-hosted.
Okay, so a follow-up question from my last. Oops, can you hear me?
Yep.
There we go. All right, so a follow-up question from my last question, and likely a much more difficult question. What was the best battle that was never fought?
Ridiculous question. I'm gonna be honest with you, Brad. It's a horrible question.
Okay, let me phrase it.
I'm joking.
Okay.
I'm joking. It's just too open-ended. It's very open-ended. The battle never was fought. I mean, like in someone's mind, or was it something that just didn't happen because the parties didn't engage?
No. Here's what I mean. The battle that wasn't fought because basically somebody was able to find they realized the battle was disadvantageous, and they were somehow able to find a way out of it where it seemed like it would have been impossible to do so. Either impossible or just basically somebody who avoided a battle rather than fighting it. That was the best strategy.
And worse to that, Egypt, same war. 1973, the Yom Kippur War. That would have been. Egypt didn't have a play there. They weren't better than the Israelis. The war was really meant to set the conditions for peace talks. It was well known that the Arab world was furious that Israel won. The Arabs, just like the Soviets, the Russians today, created years of narrative that said the only reason why the Israelis won is because Britain and France and the United Kingdom actually fought the wars. The Israelis aren't good. It was laced with a lot of racism. Jews are bad fighters. Jews are weak. It couldn't have been them that beat us. It had to have been other people. And the Americans recognized this. There's a great book called, and actually it's a documentary called Peace, Arabs and Jews or something like that. It's a PBS thing. There's another documentary called 6 Days in June. You should watch it if you're interested in the Middle East. Henry Kissinger was quoted as saying by Marvin Kalb from NBC, the Pentagon, that he wanted to see the Israelis get their nose bloodied because he thought that's the only way the Egyptians would sue for peace. And he was right. He denied ever making the comment. But as you know, Henry Kissinger's probably history's most prolific liar. And the Egyptians knew they could punch through the Bar-Lev line. It was a very weak Israeli position on the western half or western part of the Sinai Peninsula facing the canal. It was manned by conscripts, not that many. They were not meant to ever really hold the line. It was called the Bar-Lev line after the officer who created such a great idea, like the Maginot line. We all know how well that worked. But it was meant as a buffer, slow it down, wait for the Israelis to mobilize. And since the Israelis had so much of the Sinai, there was a lot of space that they could, withdraw in depth. It wasn't an issue. But when they did, the Egyptians realized they had to gain as much territory as they could before the Israelis mobilized, because they knew the Israelis were, even though the Israelis were far smaller in number and size, they were much better. And after 67, that's when the Americans began or agreed to sell Israel American weaponry, which hadn't happened up to that point. Up to that point, Israel had used hodgepodge of Sherman and Centurion tanks that were refitted, and old planes like Mirages and other things, and A4 trainers. They ended up getting, more sophisticated U.S. weapons after 67. So with the Israelis' qualitative edge in training and motivation, plus newer American weapons, the Egyptians, I don't think the Egyptians ever expected to win this war in the military field, but at the end, they won it politically. So they gained what they wanted. So the Israelis did mobilize. They spanked the Egyptians, spanked the Syrians. And just when they were, doing their thing in the Sinai,
An Israeli general crossed the Suez Canal. He was ordered not to. So the limit of exploitation is the Suez Canal. He said, nuts to you, piggy, from Lord of the Flies, and he crossed the canal. The Soviets pooped their pants, called the Americans on the hotline, and told them, don't let the Israelis, force the Egyptians to surrender like that. You're going to cause a big problem, and we're going to go to nuclear war. Israelis scooted back across the canal. And what could have happened at that point? What could have happened is the Egyptians could have fought that battle, not just with the Third Army. They had other troops too. But he realized he'd already got what he wanted. In Egypt at the time, it was very much like Russia today. The government says whatever they want. They create a narrative. A great success, great victory. We are successful. We won the Sinai Peninsula. They didn't win the Sinai Peninsula. They got pushed right back out. But that was all that was needed for Sadat to sell it as a great Egyptian victory. It was kind of like, you won one and we won one. Now we're even. Now we can make peace. It wasn't true. It's not true militarily, but it had the effect that Sadat wanted. So instead of sacrificing 30, 40, 50, 100,000 men, he was able to get away relatively scot-free and still get what he wanted at the end. So, modern warfare or maneuver warfare seeks to destroy the enemy on the psychological and the physical plane, and to create confusion and damage and disrupt cohesion. So in some regards, Israel didn't win the war because the Egyptians were still able to look at it as a victory. It clearly empirically was not a victory. In fact, they lost more men than they did in the 6-Day War. But in that case, by Sadat saying, yep, we're good now, we can go for peace, he ended up winning, at least stability for his country. Because after that, the Egyptians shifted their focus away from the Soviet Union and became aligned with the United States of America. So people, especially racist people, like say, "We give billions of dollars Israel." Well, guess what? Egypt gets more. So Egypt became a friend of the United States. The Americans have supplied Egypt with weaponry ever since, and other Arab regimes like Jordan. And everyone benefits from the peace dividend, so to speak. And that would be a great example of the best success for a war for a battle never fought, because the Egyptians didn't have to fight for that, yet they gained. So strategically, politically, geopolitically, that's a good go. And the reason why the Israeli prime minister was forced to resign after that is because it became clear that their own intelligence told them the Egyptians were prepared to attack. But the Americans had also told the Israelis that you're gonna have to let them. It's almost like when you're forced to lose to your little brother in pool because your dad told you to not win all the time. And that's kind of, not to infantilize the Egyptians, but it was pretty much an understanding. Anyway, I hope that answers the question.
Well done. Well done. So I'll take 15 seconds on my favorite. It's Quintus Fabius Maximus Verrucosus, the delayer, who essentially beat Hannibal Barca by not fighting him after Hannibal had basically ransacked Rome for decades in the Second Punic War. And the reason that I like the delayer is because I tend to procrastinate.
Oh, there you go. Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I actually just asked Chuck Fair earlier today about tactical elephants, and everyone laughed. But Hannibal did use tactical elephants, didn't he?
Yeah. Everybody thinks about, and he took them over the Alps, right? Everybody thinks about Napoleon. Napoleon is like, his trip over the Alps as being this iconic thing, and it's like, well, the original GOAT was freaking Hannibal Barca, and he had freaking elephants. So, yeah.
There you go. You heard it here first and last. MriyaReport. Tactical elephants do exist.
So what we've got you here. Of course, I'm very interested in tactical elephants. Of course, I've read some Moogle accounts. I think they might be apocryphal, but they would put basically knives on the trunks, and they could stab people with them. That terrifies me. But anyway, while you're here, Yehuda, we've been getting a lot of partnerships with a lot of people lately, right? I think Malcolm Nance we've been working with, of course, Rip Rawlings and James Vasquez. And then we've just had several partnerships lately, and of course MriyaAid is always doing new things. So I just wanted you to maybe catch our listeners up what's going on with MriyaAid and maybe the partnerships with MriyaReport and MriyaAid more broadly. Go ahead.
I want to do that right now. I want to answer military questions. I'm just kidding, Joseph. Yeah, so we do have the MriyaReport. Obviously, we support MriyaAid. Why? Because we have the same first name. That's just a good reason to help out. No, they're a good group of people. I happen to be friends and colleagues with many of them. They're also all volunteer. Every dollar sent to MriyaAid actually spent on helping Ukrainians. For all of those that help out, they don't get to request staplers or crayons. We have to pay for them on our own. There are no pizza parties. Everything we do is volunteer. And so with that same model, we've made MriyaReport, which is everyone volunteers for free. If there's an expense like paying for a cinematographer to make the video, we pay for it ourselves. We don't ask you, we don't ask the audience, we don't take your money, we don't take money at all, in fact, but we don't want it. We want you to give it to people who are doing empirically important things in the sense that they're providing material support, non-lethal humanitarian aid to Ukraine. So with that, we support them, and we've met other people along the way, kindred souls, confrères, that's French. And we're in a brotherhood with people, and a sisterhood with Ripley's Heroes, Rick Rawlings, Colonel Retired, James Vasquez works with them, Malcolm Nance, a bunch of good folks that are doing the same stuff. So as you saw, we have a trailer for a documentary that was produced by the MriyaReport team in conjunction with MriyaAid and Rip Rawlings. And we're just going to keep doing this. We're going to, communication space, the information space is a very vital space. It's not just the fighting on the ground, which is obviously the most important, but it's winning hearts and minds. It's sharing with the world. We said it a long time ago. We will see an uptick in crazy, idiotic statements that will be made and trumpeted. And now you have, far loonies on the left and right in America and other parts of the world who are screaming, nuclear war, why are we giving Ukrainian Nazis billions of dollars? The Russians literally are the biggest threat to world peace at the moment, global security. No one else is threatening nuclear war. It's not NATO that's threatening nuclear war. It's not NATO that invaded the country. This has nothing to do with NATO expansion. Oh, you're pissed off the Russians. You told the bully he can't be a bully. You gave the victim of a bully brass knuckles to fight back. You're the bad guy? No. The bad guy is the bad guy. So in a world where words increasingly seem to mean nothing or little, we need to stand up on that wall and scream out on the top of our lungs that no, just because a country is strong or bigger or has more people or has a delusional superiority complex, that does not give them the right to invade other countries, to rape children, to bulldoze cities and pretend it's normal. The only argument I'll tolerate from anyone would be, well, why didn't you do it in Syria? Why didn't you do it here? Why didn't you do it there? And that is a legitimate argument. You're right. You're right. When you're wrong, you should say it. Should the United States have stepped in Syria, whether I like Mr. Barack Obama or not, is irrelevant. They should have. They should have. They should have done it in other places. They should have done it when in the Balkans sooner than they did. So the only argument that the naysayers and the detractors have is that it's valid. But if we were to listen to them and not do so what's the this is what we say in the military. What's the so what? What's the implication? So what? So they got it wrong in Syria. So let's do it in Ukraine. Let's let them do it in Ukraine. Well, because it's racism. Okay. Maybe it's not racism. Maybe it's lack of interest. Maybe because no one really cared about the Syrian farmer or the Syrian pharmacist in Aleppo, whose hospital and pharmacy got destroyed and him and his family is dead. You're right. We didn't care, or the world didn't care. Maybe the United States had 20 years of Afghanistan or 15 years of Afghanistan at the time is too much, and we're not doing this. So
if anything, let this be a wake-up call, a clarion call to the world, and say, hey, would-be invaders and genociders looking at you, China Bob, don't think you're going to take Taiwan, because we're not going to tolerate it. You know, maybe the Americans are going to turn on the Saudis, and the Saudis are being jerks. America said, hey, can you do us a favor? There's kind of like a serious genocide going on. If you could be so very kind as to pump more of that black stuff out of the ground, it doesn't cost you much. In fact, you don't do anything with it. You can't even refine it. Can you just pump more of it just for a few months, maybe a year? And his response is to cut the oil to make the price go up. And then they have his smiling clown prince over there, the foreign minister saying, "Oh, we're just all about business. Oh, it's all about just business. We're just this is best for the consumer." Apparently, paying twice the price of gas at the pumps for me is the best for me. Wow, thank you. How about treat me bad then? I'd rather pay lower. But anyway, I digress. The point is, maybe that'll affect changes all around the world. Maybe it's a wake-up call to dictators that you want to live and benefit off of the West through technology, advancement, science. Well, guess what? You know, we have a say in what you do then too. If you want to blackmail us with primary industry resources that you pull out of the ground, well, guess what? You don't have to have airplanes or TVs or smartphones. If you want to act like you live in the 18th century, then we can help you get there. You know, keep it up. That's my angle. Maybe it's a little harsh, but I'm a pretty aggressive Canadian, and if you don't stop, I might send you a strongly worded letter. So the argument that's made, is why wasn't it done? That's the only argument anyone could make. Why? Well, why didn't we do it before? Okay, fine. We'll talk about that later. In the meantime, get off your ass and help Ukraine. Because guess what? If you look at the world as Eurocentric, which we've been accused of doing before, hell, if I was anywhere else in the world, the last place I want to see start fighting with each other is Europe. So, you can make fun of Europe all you want, but they're the ones I'm concerned with the most. Because apparently, people talk about other parts of the world being barbaric. Every single time European countries go to war, the entire planet goes to war. So I'm pretty in tune with, let's pass on that. I'll take a pass on war in Europe, because wars in Europe literally tend to escalate into world wars where hundreds of millions of people since then have died. So if you'd be so very kind, if you don't care for Ukraine or you hate it, well, why don't you just shut up for a few months? Because we're tired of listening to you. You can say it to yourself. But coming online and saying, "Wow, can't help Ukraine, blah, blah, Ukrainian Nazis, blah, 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 NATO bad." Russia is literally the antithesis of anything you probably believe in. Not one of these clowns has ever lived in a communist country. They don't know what it's like to be thrown in jail. Like imagine walking to a protest in Seattle and having the Rosguardia pick you up and throw you, beat the crap out of you, rape you with a stick. I guarantee you, you're not going to enjoy your mocha latte chocolatino at Starbucks the next day, because you're going to be pretty sick. But yet, these are the ones who are saying the tankies they call them. I learned that expression here in the space. Thank you for teaching me these colloquialisms. It's not a joke. Russia's not a good place to be. The dictatorship there, it's not communist, but it's in the recent memory of communism. But you think the military-industrial complex, quote unquote, of the West is more of a problem than being almost murdered, raped, and tortured because you don't like your president. If you don't understand the moral distinction between the two, I think you should probably be doing a lot more learning and a lot less talking. That's my angle, and it applies equally to the left and right. There are people on the left, especially like that. There are a lot of people on the right who take a libertarianish view. Just let them do what they want to do. And to those people, I say, America has a pretty crappy track record of being isolationists and non-interventionists. In fact, the two last times they did it to a big degree was World War I and World War II. And you had to come in eventually. You might as well be early for the party, because when you're late for the party, you lose more people and the whole world suffers. So give your heads a shake. There's only one solution to stop a genocidal invading army: help the victim. And that's what we're doing, not kinetically, not with arms, but we're doing it through speech. That's what I'm doing right now. and it's the little part that I can do to help, and I hope it inspires other people in the space, and I hope it inspires other people to talk to other people about it. We're not the only show in town, and I'm not the only person playing this tune. A lot of much smarter, much more qualified, better speaking individuals out there who will say very similar things to me. And there's a reason why we're all doing it, because it makes sense and it's what's morally and ethically right. So I went down a rabbit hole. In the meantime, we're going to go to Space Marine.
Hey, what's up, Yehuda? I agree. I'm really proud of my country to come off of that 20-year Afghanistan debacle, $2 trillion, and then to notice what Ukraine is and act. And I really think that we're not acting enough. I think we should be way more genuous. Anyways, I wanted to ask you about that like Brad should check out the Israeli bomb run on Saddam Hussein's enrichment plant, because that was pretty cool little maneuver they did there. Like those pilots weren't even expecting to come back from that. It was like a suicide run, and they accomplished the mission and came back and landed.
I'd say that there was little expectation that they'd all come back alive, but yeah, they did. They did.
They had just gotten, was it F-16s from America?
Yeah, so it's called Operation Opera, I think, and it was on the OSIRAC nuclear research center. But yeah, no, they had F-16As, I think, and they had 2 quartets, so 8 planes, 4 and 4, and they executed what Tom Cruise does in that is it Mission Impossible with the plane thing where he does the ridiculous stuff? What movie is that? Just came out.
What?
Top Gun.
The new one? Yeah, Top Gun.
Top Gun. Yeah, sorry. Whatever. I don't really care. Who said what? Was it Axel?
That was me.
Okay. Top Gun. With the crazy thing where they go up into the crater and then down. That's actually what the Israelis did, but there was no.
I just watched it like last weekend.
Yeah, so they flew something like 10 feet above the ground, all across the Middle East.
And they were spotted. They were spotted by somebody that was in his yacht. Like they had to fly over some water, and who was it?
King Hussein of Jordan. King Abdullah, correction, his father. The late King Abdullah of Jordan was out on a boat, like that song. He was on a boat, and the Israelis actually went over that part of the Red Sea, or the Gulf of Aqaba, really. It's called the Gulf of Aqaba. And they were flying low, like 10 feet above the water. They saw a boat, had to move up a bit. I'm like, oh no, who's that? That was Jordan's King Abdullah. He got on the horn. He says he knew what it was. Who really knows if he knew what it was? But he in later interviews, subsequent interviews, he said that I called Saddam and told him something's happening. Well, I don't know if he did or not, because the air defense didn't go off until the Israelis were bombing it anyway. And so what air defense doing was originally asked in 1981. The Israelis, they flew low, super low, 10 feet above the ground, 10 feet at Mach 8 billion, or whatever they were flying at. I'm not an Air Force person, I don't care. And so they went really low, avoid the radar, across Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iraq. Then right before they got to the reactor, they flew really, really, really high, and then they flew really, really low, and they bombed it. They did it on a Sunday. They did it because the French engineers were off on Sunday, and surprisingly, I think only a couple of power reactor people were there, were killed, and the rest were having a vacation on the Sunday there. They weren't there. And I think the first 2 hit, the third missed, the fourth hit, and off they went, and they flew home, and everyone won. So why did Israel do it? Saddam Hussein, you might know him, super bad guy, chemical weapons on people he hated. threatened to murder all the Jews, kicked out all his Jews, and actually murdered a lot of Iraq's Jews who hadn't left. Not a very nice guy. And he threatened to use nuclear weapons against Israel. And Israel said, we can't let you build this nuclear reactor, so we're just going to have to take it away from you because you're like a petulant child. And they created this ridiculous plan where they'd fly very, very far. They didn't have much armament because it was a lot of their like a flying gas can. And they did it. So the Israelis have a lot of stories like that. They did it to the Syrians at a nuclear reactor by inserting special forces and then lasing it and then bombing it, lasing it like targeting, acquiring the target. Actually, the first they sent, the Israelis did it in Syria as well. So they sent a special forces team to test the water and test the soil to see if in fact it was a nuclear reactor and how close it was to completion. The North Koreans were building it with the Syrians. I don't remember the name of that operation. Maybe someone can tell me. After they determined it was it, they told the Americans, I think they told George Bush, it was George Bush 2, and they told him, and then the next thing you knew, the Israelis then bombed it, destroyed it, and then a bunch of North Koreans went back and led boxes to North Korea, courtesy of the Israeli Air Force. Don't try to destroy Israel or Ukraine. It's not going to work out good for you. Just kind of historical.
They were also responsible for infecting the Iranian centrifuges with the Olympic Games or something like that. Like somehow they got over an air gap on their system and got it into their Siemens controllers and made the centrifuges like oscillate and blow up. Israelis are badasses.
It's Israeli hour. I'll tell you what they did there. So the Iranians decided, they said they want to murder all the Jews and wipe Israel off the planet. And if you haven't noticed the theme here, when you say that to the state of Israel, they get pretty pissed off. But they don't show it. They just plan a way to destroy you. So they created a thing called, well, never mind. Someone created something called Stuxnet. There's a brilliant documentary online, actually, that I may or may not have downloaded through a peer-to-peer program, because I know I have a friend named Smorgasborg in Norway, and that's who I got it from. And I downloaded this thing. It's called Zero Day Exploit or something. It's the story of the Stuxnet development. Apparently the Americans and the Israelis made it. It's a pretty cool program that does bad things to computers. And so the Israelis said, we don't want a war with Iran, but we really don't want them to keep saying they're going to murder us. And they are supporting Hezbollah and terrorist groups that want to kill us and do kill us. Hezbollah is a terrorist group in Lebanon that became a political party, but they're also a great party. Just to really stick it to the Israelis and show just how not racist they were. They're only anti-Zionist. They're not anti-Jewish. They blew up an evil headquarters of Jewish orphans in Argentina and handicapped children, and they killed 100 people at the Jewish Community Center in Buenos Aires with a truck bomb. Obviously not racist, not anti-Jewish, just totally anti-Israeli. So Hezbollah are a terrorist group, psychopaths. They dress up their political party in Lebanon as really, better than what they've got situation. So it's kind of a low bar, bigotry of low expectations. So not a good group. Iran supports them. They fund them through the sale of illicit drugs, opium, heroin. A lot of it goes through Afghanistan into Iran and all throughout the world. So the Israelis don't want to deal with Iran openly. Perhaps they don't want to create a bigger war. So what they do, they said they're building nuclear bombs. They're trying to enrich uranium. So instead of kinetically being engaged with them and destroying the reactors, because Iran's a bit further than Iraq, and there are a lot of facilities spread out all over the place. The Iranians learned the lesson from the Iraqis. So they buried a lot of these nuclear research facilities, or basically bomb facilities, into the sides of mountains. The Israelis have certain types of munitions to attack them, but it would be a much harder mission. So instead, they decided to attack them cyber, allegedly. Stuxnet was created allegedly by them, And what did this virus do? So without getting into details what a zero-day exploit is, I'll just tell you that they're able to infect the computer systems at Natanz, a big Iranian nuclear facility. Centrifuges are things that spin. They spin around like a bunch of spinning tops, and they help refine uranium, creating a type of product that can be used in a warhead. They enrich it, so it's like a big sieve or something, but for electrons. And what the Israelis did was, once the virus was in, some say it was a repair person who used the USB key. Some say it was magic. Some say it was tactical elephants and a dolphin under a bridge. Who knows the answer? But they got it in. So once the Israelis got it in, they were in control of the entire plant. So what they did was they took, or almost the entire plant, they took a full month's worth of security footage of the plant, of the room that had the centrifuges in it. That's pretty funny. So
and the day-to-day operations, like all the outputs, like all the RPMs, all like everything, recorded all of that.
Do you want to tell the story, Space? No, I'm just
No.
I'm just kidding.
Leave it out.
I'm just kidding. I'm being funny. So what they did was how do I say this? In a nutshell, they videotaped everything that happened at the plant in the course of a month, and then they put it on a loop. Okay, by changing the timestamps on the cameras. So what they did was, the people sitting in control rooms who don't go down into these other rooms that have centrifuges, you don't want to be there if you don't have to be. They were watching the last month's, motions of the reactors with the outputs, as Space Marine said, with the RPMs, revolutions per minute, these things spin. And then they started messing up the actual speeds of the centrifuges, speeding them up. But no one in the plant knew they were doing that because they couldn't see them. They were looking at them on the camera, but the camera was all legit because it was actually the month before's outputs. It was a month before. So it sounds like a movie, like a Mission Impossible movie. So
Yeah.
the only reason they knew that there was a problem is because they caught fire. They could smell burning, like that kid from The Simpsons. I smell burning. So it destroyed the reactor. It destroyed the facility, the centrifuge facility, because they didn't know that it was on fire. People were like, no, I think there's a fire. Like, no, we're looking at it. It's perfectly fine. What are you talking about? Mahmoud's on fire, literally. He's burning. Get him out of here. So that's what happened. And ever since then, Iranian nuclear facilities only have dial-up now because they're afraid of the Israelis. No, that's not true. But they have obviously increased their cybersecurity. Anyways, that's your Israeli dose of Israeli stuff. But let's move past cool things the Israeli military can do and get it back to Ukraine. Thanks, Space Marine, for that, and I hope my historical vignettes of cool things other countries have done. We'll go to Canada for the next installment. We'll talk about a White House which wasn't so white one time. It was hot fire red. All right, Brad.
Yeah. So, fun fact and a longer story for another time. I've driven past Natanz. So yeah. Question for
Did
you.
You put the Stuxnet in it, Brad?
I cannot.
He stuck it in
confirm-
it.
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Soros checking the mail. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah. Isfahan's beautiful, by the way. Anyway, so Yehuda, thinking of the incompetence and just the dysfunction of the Russian military, and bearing in mind that we love war game scenarios, imagine a scenario where at the beginning of the war, the Russians and the Ukrainians were equally matched in terms of arms, but it was the Russians defending Ukraine and the Ukrainians attacking. How would that have gone down?
Sorry, I was answering a DM. If it was the Russians defending what? Sorry, I didn't get lost.
So imagine
I
at the
heard the
beginning of
first.
the war, the Russians and the Ukrainians are equally armed, but it's the Russians in Ukraine defending Ukraine, and it's the Ukrainians who are over in Russia coming to attack Ukraine. I know that sounds confusing. You understand what I'm saying, though. The roles are reversed.
You like these very abstract things here. Eh? You're a philosopher.
I'm an abstract person. It's unfortunate.
All right, no worries. Hey, Dominic, jeez, Murphy. I've only known him for 8 months. Domenico.
Well, it's
I don't
fine.
like this name.
You're
I don't like
Italian. That's
Domen.
kind of
Change
close
it.
to the Pope.
Domenico.
Yesterday. Let's go back to Israel. Yesterday, there's an
Okay, but
article.
first, let me just answer Brad's question real quick. Brad, it wouldn't make, like, obviously the Ukrainians aren't going to. The morale changes when you're invading a country, so there's that, right? If they're equally armed, at the end of the day, there's nothing that can compensate for no tactics or strategy. That's the only thing I would say about that. And we'll circle back. All right. Okay, Brad. Doman.
I just want to say there's an article in the Jerusalem Post yesterday that Israel's been giving intelligence to Ukraine. I know, who would ever have thought that?
Where did we hear that before, Doman?
No idea. But I'm really happy that now you have a written newspaper of record type thing that you can point people to, saying that you were in fact not making it up.
Everyone thought I was making it up the whole time. They're like, Meh! And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I just know way too many Israelis in Ukraine right now, and it's not like a hotspot for vacation. So, yeah, no, it's coming out. It's coming out. I was actually contacted by an Israeli journalist, I think about 2 months ago, and she's like, "Can you please tell me where you're getting this information from?" And I said, "Sure. Will you come on our show and talk?" And I don't think she got back to me, or she wanted me to just tell her on DMs. I'm like, yeah, no problem. Do you want their resumes too? Their home addresses and their phone numbers. Noga Tarnoplansky. Yeah, you have to come on our show. Her name is Noga, and I forget Tarnoplansky. Tarnoplansky. I don't know, but she was very curious. Now I can tell her. I learned it from the Jerusalem Post. Thank you, Domin. So what Doman's talking about is there was a reference made. The Israelis are being very coy and not doing much publicly, but yet I heard from a friend who heard from a friend who heard from another friend that there were thousands of Israeli signal intelligence and signal communications people who just happen to speak Russian fluently, who are and Ukrainian, who were just doing things. There may or may not come out in the future about stories of Russian brigades being ordered to move to places that weren't really where they were supposed to be, and no one knows how the messaging got there. I guess we won't know for a while, Doman. But yeah, so shut up to all you people saying Israel's not doing much. They experienced a genocide. They're hypocrites. They're just not going to tell you because they don't care what Big Bob 3434 on Twitter thinks of them. They just don't care. They don't care. They're happy that if the Ukrainians get what they get, then they're happy. All right, we're going to take a couple more questions. I'm going to try to go back to bed because it is 3:12 in the morning on the most important continent on the planet, on the east coast of it. Let's go to who's next. I think it was John or it was Joseph. He's saying it's me.
Let's go to John.
Yeah, morning, guys. Forgive me, I missed all before Tactical Elephants. So if you've covered this, I apologise. How are they looking up around Svatove, up past Kupiansk? Not heard anything for a few days. Are they having an operational pause? Are they still fighting? What's the situation?
No, there's no tactical elephants in Svatove, so I don't know who told you that. That's number one. That's a joke, John, because it sounded like you're talking about tactical elephants in Svatove. But okay, so no, it's shaping operations, enabling operations. We call it. It's a type of operation. It's get to where you need to be for your next big push. Consolidate here. It's not just everyone talking about consolidation, logistics, which is the fighting echelon has to be situated where the commanders want them to be, right? So you'll see, sometimes small efforts, sometimes Herculean efforts made to position
formation that's part of the F echelon, the fighting echelon in a certain area. Maybe you want to be here, you want to be there. Svatove looks like it's being encircled from the north and pushed in a little bit from the south. The Russians are building defensive positions along the P-66 where they get their kicks. And it's not going to do very much. Ukrainians have overwhelming, I think they have about 4 kind of NATO-sized divisions up there. The Russians are screwed in terms of manpower and material. Ukrainians are probably going to cut the 66 north of Svatove, isolate it, push up into Troitsky, take that, and then push down with at least a division into Svatove, and then probably another division to the right of Svatove or to the south of Svatove, and then they'll have a division in reserve. The question is Starobilsk the final objective in that push, or is that going to be delayed until a later time? But again, it's piecemeal right now. They're taking bits of terrain here and there. They're taking the most advantageous terrain here and there. We'll see things in the next few weeks, I suspect, before snow. Hope that helps, John.
Yeah, it does. Cheers.
Cheers. Joe, and then Space, and then Bed.
Well, I'm actually just going to talk to Doan about the upcoming guest. Do you want to hear about it, or you just want to get through your question?
Let's go to Space.
And then I'm going to pop off. Thanks, Chance. Go ahead, Space.
I peruse Russian Telegram, and I noticed that on Don't Stop they had gotten a shipment of Chinese thermal monoculars, and it made me wonder: is there a way to defeat that technology by like sewing mylar into your uniform or some kind of crap?
I don't know about that. Maybe you can pitch it to Mythbusters and they can do it, but the best way to defeat it is hit them first. Maneuver warfare, fast moving, exploiting enemy weaknesses, smashing their cohesion. Basically stick it to them before they stick it to you. They might see you coming at night as you kill them. I don't see it as a big deal. They don't have the rest of the things that go with that kind of Gucci kit is what they don't have. So you can give a kid a Ferrari and he'll drive it into a tree. But it was a Ferrari, so what, right? And that 300,000, they've said, oh, we're going to train them now. We're just kidding. We get a mulligan. We're not going to throw them into battle in 2 days. As you just heard, something like 300 newly conscripted Russian civilians in green clothing killed their commander, and they just walked over to the Ukrainian lines. They contacted them and said, we're doing this, right? I mean, it'd be great if they all had 300 thermals. They just give it to the Ukrainians.
So all their gear is basically future Ukrainian gear.
It's a donation to the Ukrainian army. All right, thanks you. Can't talk. Thank you, everyone, and I hope my update if we want to have, I've been asked this question for a while. Can we have like a comparative military hour where we talk about different nations and different? It's kind of like what Brad was doing, and I said no because I didn't think people cared. If you do want to talk about other military historical events and have a breakdown on it, I am not a Jason Giroux. He focuses on certain types of warfare, and in certain areas, I do have a specialty in the Middle East, Middle Eastern wars, and some other types of wars. If people are so inclined and interested, we could do that at a later date, or maybe set time aside to do it. So I will now entertain that if, in fact, this was interesting to anybody, and if not, we will continue as we have been this whole time. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, Tim, and our team from Europe. It's kind of a quasi handover. Joseph will still stick around because he's on the wrong side of North America, so that means he's 3 hours behind, and that's okay too. We do need those people. Thanks, Joseph. I'm going to pop down. Have a good one. Cheers.
Good night, Yehuda. I think Joseph and I are going to quickly run through the exciting interviews we have lined up, mostly for the Europeans today, because it will be old dark 30, especially the West Coast still. So Joseph's going to miss them, but he can catch up on them on our Spotify feed afterwards. There we go. That plug done. Joseph, who's the first one coming up?
Well, first off, zero dark stupid, as Battlemoose likes to say. First off, I did plug this earlier tonight. I've only plugged it once. I should have at least gotten 2 or 3 in because we got our cards early, Doman. I should have taken that blessing and used it. Point is, I totally failed on the name, but since then I've attended the Doman Academy of Polish Language Pronunciation, and I think I got this. So, in about basically in 5 hours, right? I mean, in the turn of the last hour, in 5 hours, we're gonna have Tomasz oh no, Doman.
Okay, I think it's Tomasz Wostowski.
Yeah, Tomasz Wostowski. Is that close enough?
I think that'll have to do. Polish is hard.
All right. Okay, I'm sorry, everybody. I tried my absolute best. Doman gave me an audio file and everything. I practiced. Okay, so in about a little under 5 hours, he's
Yes.
going to be here. He is the EU and US trade and regulatory lawyer. He's a managing partner of EU sanctions in Brussels and an expert on EU trade and sanctions policy. Doman, anything you'd like to add about Tomasz?
Yeah. So this is why we're having him on, right? Because sanctions matter. Making sure that sanctions are harder for Russia to bypass matters a lot. This is something he understands because he's a lawyer, and I don't. So I want to learn from him. So I'll be asking him lots of questions that will sound very stupid to him, but hopefully not so stupid to the audience.
Yeah, I think you always do a great job of getting the audience team for. You have a good way of asking questions, Doman, because you usually you know more answers than you let on, and you're asking very specific questions sometimes. I've caught on to your game after listening to you for 10 million hours.
I was told once, Joseph, that the sign of a good interviewer is one that asks questions to which he knows the answers.
Yeah, I think that's a good rule of thumb in my experience as well. Okay, so Doman, our next guest is someone who's been on the program twice, I believe. Olga Kosharna. She's going to be here in a little over 6 hours. And so that's 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, New York time. So she's an independent expert on nuclear energy. She's a council member at the Ukrainian Energy Ministry. She's a member of the Collegium of the State Nuclear Regulatory Inspectorate of Ukraine, and she's the communications director at the Ukrainian Nuclear Forum Association, the UNFA. So if there's anything nuclear in Ukraine, this lady is involved, I would say, Doman, and I think you have immense respect for her. Go ahead.
Pretty much. She's amazing, right? She's a nuclear physics PhD. She's been kind of in charge of making sure that all the 6 nuclear power plants in Ukraine run well and correctly and to the rules. She knows everything about everything that's happening in the Enerhodar and Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, around Yuzhno-Ukrainsk, everywhere else. She is the expert on this, and her sheer, the sheer comprehensiveness of her approach and delivery is absolutely astounding. So I'm very excited that we have her back. There's been some news. No, we've been kind of holding off on it because we didn't want to comment on it because we knew that we were going to have her on in a couple of days. So for the last 2 days, I've been telling people, look, don't even talk to me about nuclear stuff. Just wait till Friday. Join us on Friday. She'll tell you everything. There's no point in me even trying to do anything here because she's so much better and so much better informed and just understands all of this so much better. So I'm very excited that we're going to have her. She might be joined by some more nuclear experts, I hear, but I don't know if I'm allowed to say who yet. So it might be more than just Olga Kosharna, but I mean, she alone is a titan of nuclear safety. So even if it's just her, it's still that's 99% of what you could expect in the best case anyway.
I'll just say we have a lot of guests on here, and I'll say this: I've never seen John and CJ more excited than when Thomas Steiner came on. And by the way, he's going to be here on Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. For everyone, that's New York time, 1 p.m. Sunday. Look forward to Thomas Steiner again. I rarely see Doman as excited for a guest. So I don't know. I think that says a lot. Doman interviews a lot of guests on here, a lot of very prestigious people coming to the space. I'm not saying he's not excited when they come in, but I don't know. I think Doman's very excited to talk to a nuclear expert once again, and someone who's so knowledgeable and so broad in terms of their understanding of the situation in Ukraine. Yeah, that sounds great, Doman. Looking forward to all your interviews.
I have to say, on back-to-back days now, we have two, fantastic experts in their respective fields, and I'm very excited to have had one and to will have another truly outstanding, excellent PhD on back-to-back days.
Yeah, it's a real honor that people are willing to come on the space and share their expertise with us and, donate their time. Because at the end of the day, I mean, people like this typically, I worked in university research programs and things, like we had conferences, right? You pay people to come speak to them, and it's like $3,000, $5,000 for I forget even the term now, but we used to have to give it to people, it's not cheap. Good. What's that?
Honorarium.
Yeah, honorarium. Thank you so much, Doman. Yeah, an honorarium. Yeah, that's very typical for someone of that, like a PhD, to come speak on nuclear physics. That's very common. So for her to donate her time to us like that,
and it's not just on nuclear physics, right? Because she's up to date. She's not just up to date. She's up to the minute on everything. Because she has like a working and personal relationship with all the people running all of these nuclear power plants. People who are now, say, in Enerhodar, under occupation, but she knows them because she's worked with them for years, more than just years. Don't want to say too much, but for a very long time, right? It is a particular level of expertise. It's one thing when you have someone in general talking about, who's maybe seen the reactor, explains how it works. No, that's fine, right? Any PhD nuclear engineer can probably say, right, okay, which type of reactor is it? VVER, okay, this is what it does, this is how it works, fine. But to have someone as well who on top of that understands, because she knows the people who are having to operate these under duress, who's been there not once, not twice, but dozens of times, that makes a real difference as well. And that's why she's so great.
All right, Doman, you sold me. I'm staying up, Doman.
You should go to sleep, wake up in 6 hours. Much better.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I'm going to sleep for real. But no, it's great to see you Europeans. Look, I think all your interviews are going to go awesome today. Really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to listening to them on the Spotify. I'll be totally honest with you. So listeners, thanks so much, everyone. Looking forward to the interviews upcoming, and Slava Ukraini.
Head Slav. Stephen, good morning.
Sorry.
Okay, I think I can hear you now. Yeah, go ahead.
I was wondering if anybody knew if parts of the Caspian Sea flotilla had been moved to the Black Sea.
No, I think in principle you can do it over the Riverine network on the Volga-Don Canal, basically. But I don't know if you can move all of them. And why would you? If they're launch calibers, they have the reach to hit Ukraine from the Caspian anyway, and they've been doing that.
Yeah, because I spent a random amount of 6 hours trying to figure out how ships can enter the Black Sea without having to cross the
Bosphorus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called the Don.
It's like, if they really wanted to, they could move like those little corvettes. The Russians could move little corvettes from the Baltic Sea down to the Black Sea. And if, like, they could also move a Kilo class sub, I guess straight size wise, if they like put it on a barge to make up for it being a bit too much draft. And then, like, because those are the only ways to enter the Black Sea that I can't remember the exact name of that canal, but and then also the
Volga
Danube.
Don, or do you mean the Bosphorus? Because that's not a canal; that's a strait.
Yeah, I know.
So, why does this matter, Stephen? Let me ask you that.
Well, because Ukraine doesn't at all have a navy, and Turkey, I would never let or it's unlikely that they'd let warships be sailed through the Bosporus to be given to Ukraine, especially in a time of war when enforcing the convention that allows them to prevent ships going through it is important to them in terms of sovereignty, like more than just a who are they friendly with. It's a big part of their national power and has been for 600 years. And so even if they're extremely friendly with them, like they wouldn't let anybody send a warship through the strait unless they were, especially if they were involved in a conflict. And Ukraine, of more immediate use to them would be to have an air force, but having a navy is important in terms of prevent, like especially with the grain deal likely to potentially fall apart, to be able to offer some protection to ships leaving Ukraine.
Okay, so if you want to give ships to Ukraine, you wouldn't use the Don; you'd use the Danube, if anything, right? So that's relatively reasonable. Ukraine can't really use the ships particularly well, though, and since the Russian Black Sea Fleet is relatively neutered, what has the Russian Black Sea Fleet done since their goodwill gesture to evacuate Snake Island?
Well, admitted the surface ships aren't the problem, it's the submarines, because as far as I can tell, Ukraine doesn't have anything that could hit the submarines.
Okay, that's
unless
true.
they're
But please answer
sitting
my question, because this is important. This is because the Socratic method doesn't work if you don't answer my question. What has the Russian Black Sea Fleet done since their goodwill gesture to evacuate Snake Island?
All they've done is lob calibers.
Correct. That's exactly 10 points to Gryffindor or whatever you are. That's exactly what it is. They've done nothing except for being a terrorist organization, lobbing cruise missiles at civilians. So, from a military perspective, they're not really a threat, right? Because what are they going to do? Ukraine doesn't have a navy they could sink. So, what? That's why I think you might have spent maybe a little bit too much time on this, simply because, again, what are they going to do? Unless they go around sinking civilian vessels, cargo ships. But wouldn't be the first time, of course. But it's just not. But if they go out and do that, then Ukraine would have to have an actual navy, a substantial navy to protect them. Nothing that would be enough to just get down the Danube, for example, right? The Danube's complicated itself. It's not. The water level is going up now. That's true, but the Danube flows through Austria and then through Hungary later on in Serbia, and that complicates things. Yes, there's a convention on the Danube, but without Peter Doran here, I wouldn't want to delve into the convention and treaties to govern the transit in the Danube, because honestly, I'm not sufficiently familiar with it. I've read it, but that doesn't constitute sufficient expertise to touch on a document this complicated and with so many implications. But basically, so that's kind of the dichotomy, right? If you want the Ukrainian Navy to fight the Russian Navy, why the Russian Navy isn't worth fighting? Ever since they turned the Moskva into a submarine, why did they do that for? And then left Snake Island, they've been effectively neutered. All they've been doing is lobbing cruise missiles at civilians. But then, if you want to, get the Ukrainian Navy to protect civilian cargo ships in the Black Sea, you would need a very, very extensive navy indeed, and there's no way they could build up the capacity for that themselves. So it's kind of like, well, either way, it doesn't really. Do you see where I'm going, Stephen?
Yeah, I do, and I guess y'all might know more about this. Does any this probably isn't the case at all, but does any military aid actually go on ships? Because I know like the Russians have shipped a couple things through the Bosporus, like from Syria, but is like NATO slash, well, just NATO slash EU aid? Is it all just going into Poland and Hungary and then going into like over road or rail?
Are you saying has anything been delivered to Ukraine by sea?
In terms of like military
No.
equipment or oil and that sort of stuff?
No. To the best of oil, yes. But no military equipment per se has been delivered to Ukraine by maritime means. However, there have been, I think, oil tankers or refined products tankers that went to the Danubian ports of Ukraine, so like Reni and Ismail. I'm pretty sure of that, but I don't think there have been any. I think there must have been a delivery of like ship fuel basically to Odessa at some point, I think, or maybe Chernomorsk with Denny, but no military stuff. No. So if you remember how the thing is structured, and by the thing I mean the Istanbul not the Istanbul Convention. That's what
Montreux Convention.
No. The Istanbul Initiative is what I'm looking for. The grain deal that was signed in late July for 120 days. The Istanbul Initiative, right? So if you remember how that's structured, it basically says all ships going to Ukraine have to be inspected at the Turkish Straits to make sure that there's no weapons on them, which I mean is really okay, fine, right? Because why would they need to do that? They have the Polish and the Romanian borders; they get everything through there anyway. But it's very frustrating for two factors. One, nothing similar applies to Russia, and Russia, as you previously noted, has been moving military material from Syria to Russia on ships through the Bosphorus. And two, also Ukraine ships departing Ukrainian ports going through the Bosphorus on the way out have to be inspected, which is particularly ridiculous, but it's also holding up grain exports to a very large degree. Yesterday we had Elena Neroba on, who's a Ukrainian agricultural commodities analyst, right? And she's been saying, the waiting time is weeks, up to weeks. Ships spend just sitting outside of the Bosphorus waiting for an inspection to leave the Black Sea, which makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, what are they going to do? Smuggle what from Ukraine, right? So that's really frustrating. A very frustrating part of the grain deal. Now, of course, there's been talk of ending the grain deal by the Russians, or rather, not extending it. There's various stuff like that. There you go.
Dermot.
Yes.
I have a Socratic question for you about navies. Now, would you say?
Sure. Go.
Would you say that launching cruise missiles from a submarine is an expensive and difficult way to launch cruise missiles, or a cheap and easy way to launch cruise missiles?
I would say it's expensive, but only medium hard.
Okay, so what conclusions can we draw from that?
I mean, all methods of launching cruise missiles are expensive. Cruise missiles themselves are expensive. I'm not sure what you're driving at, actually, because I mean, Russia has these caliber cruise missiles, right? Some number of them left, and they're expensive. Period. But I mean, the different launching methods. Is a submarine really that much more expensive than a surface vessel or a strategic bomber? I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Not that much.
Well, launching from a bomber's the cheapest you get, because you don't have to include like a booster to get it up to speed to turn on the jet engine, and that's the largest bit you can drop off compared to a ground launch version. While a sub launch version, if you don't include the modifications needed, like a new firing console or something like that, basically all you have to do is put it in a capsule that will, once released from the sub, rise high enough so it'll eventually break through the surface and go a couple feet in the air, enough for the cruise missile to launch.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just, what I'm getting at is, yes, there's a variable cost depending on how you launch it, but how significant is that variable cost as a proportion of the total cost? Not very, I would argue, right? So yes, one method might be more expensive than another, but if you pay, I don't know, $1 million per missile one way and $1.1 million another way, they already have them, right? It's not that much of a difference. They're going to use them regardless. They're going to shoot them from everything they have regardless because they have poor logistics and.
What I'm getting at here, Dermot, is that so you have a Caliber class submarine.
Kilo.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. A Kilo class submarine. It can carry half a dozen Caliber cruise missiles. It's not very many. It takes 50 to 100 men to crew a submarine. You have to send it from its base port to within range of whatever you're trying to hit. You have to get it to fire its missiles. You have to avoid any defenses that Ukraine has. For submarines, that's basically zero, so it's not really a consideration. Then it has to go back to port. The blokes have to have R&R. They have to rearm the ship, reprovision the ship, and then send it out again. So what I'm getting at here is, if you're lobbing missiles at civilian targets in a very silly and Russian way, using a submarine to do it is a pretty ridiculous misallocation of resources that could be better used elsewhere. And therefore, if Russia want to do it this way, it's probably better not to interrupt them. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
But Tim, really, at the end of the day, right? If you're launching it from a Kilo or a Krivac, I don't know if there's a sufficiently big difference. Also, basically what you're saying is, if you were Russia, you would park the submarine in Novorossiysk and give everyone a Mosin Nagant and send them off to the trenches, right? That's basically what you're getting at.
Yeah, basically they're keeping this submarine fleet doing something very, very inefficient. And there's not just a manpower cost. There's a materiel cost. There's an administrative burden. There's a whole ecosystem around these submarines that is probably several thousand men strong. They use a lot of resources. The guys need time off. There's a whole load of dicking about around sending this submarine, a few hundred kilometers to launch 4 missiles at blocks of flats and then come back again. Like, I don't know, maybe it's minor in the grand scheme of things, but it's a waste nonetheless, right? So that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Oh, and
it's a bit of a
I'll be
waste,
real
but
quick, Steven. Sorry, I'll just note. I get it. The thing is, either the Russians have submarines deployed, or they don't. I think you're misallocating the decision point, because their decision point is to have submarines deployed, and then while they're deployed, they're being used as launch points, launch pads for Caliber cruise missiles as well. But I think that they're basically making a decision of, we have submarines, therefore we are having submarines deployed. Period. Because their decision is to whether to have submarines parked in Novorossiysk or deployed. And they've decided to have them deployed, and only then the decision comes to use them as launch platforms together with the Krivacs and whatnot. Do you see?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'm looking through the wrong end of the telescope. Yeah. Fair enough.
Steven?
I mean, I'd say the submarines are practically the only still useful part of the Black Sea fleet, because the surface ships, they're kept, like, I don't know how long the range of the Neptune is, but 100 to 200 kilometers off the coast of any bit of coast Ukraine controls, while a submarine, they're not really affected by that, especially with Ukraine not having any anti-submarine warfare. So they're the only ones that could get in, snout around close enough to the coast to either do, well, actually, I doubt the Russians do this, but get like electronic intelligence, or they could launch calibers from much closer than the surface ship could. But so if they were gonna pull crew to give them a Mosin Nagant and send them to the front, I doubt they'd do it from the submarines, especially considering although saying this now is kind of a bit of a contradiction, but part of the service the Russians take the most pride in, like, well, their submarines in terms of the Navy, that's always been the aspect they've tried to keep the best or compete the most with NATO, as they've kind of given up pretty much everywhere else to just being a shortly off the coast Navy, while their submarines are supposed to be good, although given everything we've seen in Ukraine, who knows?
And what can I tell you? I can see why you're saying that they would be, you know, not taking people off the submarines. They've taken them off of other things. They've taken sailors as well as soldiers from all manner of other duties. You know, their decision is, we want to keep the submarines running, as you noted. Therefore, they're keeping them on there. That's really all there is. No, best Ukraine can do is beef up air defenses so that the caliber cruise missiles are less meaningful, and then wait for Russia to expend them all. That's kind of all that can happen, right? There's no way that Ukraine will acquire somehow, you know, excellent submarine warfare anti-submarine warfare capabilities. That's just not happening. So until then, you know, get the calibers out of the sky. Maybe if you can, the best thing would be, of course, to hit the submarines while reloading, because it's the only time they could hit them with sufficiently long range missiles. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially notable that they've stopped docking them anywhere in Crimea and have pulled them all back to the coast of the Caucasus, because they're just, I mean, because the sub's going to be a couple hours sitting there, and that's plenty of time for some satellite to go, oh, hey, look, there's a sub right there, and hi, ATACMS battery number 1, can you please put 1 missile here? And then, well, the sub will survive a lot, but not that.
Yeah, just because of that, I just don't think it's worth spending too much time on, right? There's only so much that Ukraine could ever conceivably do, and at the same time, the submarines aren't doing that much, so it's not worth expending too much thought or effort or investment in.
Well, I guess kind of back to, well, kind of the original point that kind of got lost in all this talk, but could the Russians blockading the Ukrainian coast, would that have, I guess, any material effect on Ukraine? Well,
Like
I mean,
war-wise, no.
But, yeah. Well, I mean, economic-wise, it would be bad, but
yes,
war-wise.
Correct. Economic effects only, really. The war ones, not really. Tim, I have a question for you. Could you ever have expected that Josep Borrell would express such clarity, let's say, in his thoughts after Macron kind of messed things up a little bit?
That did come as a bit of a surprise. Now, I believe I'm correct in saying Josep Borrell is the Commissioner for Foreign Affairs, right? He's Catherine Ashton.
Yes, he's the High Representative of the European Union for Foreign and Security Affairs. Now, jumbled those words up possibly in a slightly different order, but I think that's sort of 90% of the words in his title.
So that means presumably he works to mandate from the council, right? He doesn't have his own train set that he can play with. He gets given his tone and his orders from the European Council, or is that not the case?
No, that's pretty much true. So he's a member of the Commission, and he can't do things past the council and the rest of the commission now.
So that means that the council unanimously, because foreign policy
Yeah,
stuff requires
not necessarily unanimously.
Okay, but I mean, he's got that aggressive tone from somewhere, right? It can't be his own initiative. So it suggests to me that the council has done something that has, led him to be a little more stentorian. Is that not how it works?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be unanimous, right? Because what's Malta going to say? Or what's Hungary going to say? But the relevant ones did, yes.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I don't know. I mean, I could speculate on the internal politics of this. I mean, perhaps Macron knows that his face is literally spattered in egg, and he can't really row back from that. And so there's been a thing where they've said, right, well, France can, the EU can say something really aggressive now, and maybe everybody will forget about my little boob. I don't know. Maybe that's something. But I see Spring has her hand up, so maybe Spring.
So I'll just briefly note, right? What Macron said isn't necessarily the wrong thing to do. It's just the wrong thing to say, because that's how nuclear stuff works. And we had Dr. Biljana Lilly on, and before we delved into all of the information warfare stuff that Russia's been doing. We asked her for a quick comment on it, and she said pretty much the same thing as well. Like, you just don't say that. That's against every, bit of nuclear doctrine. You don't go and say what you're not gonna do. Period. It's just not what you do. Definitely not as the French president. No, bad.
It's what you say. It's what you say, not what you do, right? So, as I understand it, France's nuclear posture is highly defensive, but highly aggressive. So
yes.
the first foreign soldier who sets foot on French soil, his country is getting totally destroyed, right? And they're not gonna use their nuclear arsenal as a nuclear umbrella. They're not going to use it as an offensive or an intimidatory capability. When it comes to stuff outside their borders, it is purely come here. It's purely dick around on French soil and find out. Right, that's kind of how they understand nukes to work. Correct.
I mean, yeah, it's probably 85% correct. Which, to my physicist brain, it's pretty much exactly how precise you have to be.
And that's what he was stating. He was restating known French nuclear posture, basically. In a silly
kind
way.
of, yeah, kind of. So that's the thing, right? But you don't have to go and say that. Not in this context. Not in this. It's bad messaging. And so people said, "Oh, but he said it for his audience." I'm still waiting. Luckily, since a few people that I read have been searching for the same sort of stuff, so maybe they'll find something, and I don't need to. So that's good. But then why did he go and have it tweeted out in English the next morning again? So that's certainly not for his domestic audience anymore. Anyway, Spring.
Hi, good morning, everyone, from the second and the largest, biggest bridges in Europe that
First
are
and
operating.
second.
Yeah, first and second. Yes, sorry, I'm with COVID, so I am a bit slow in my head, so I can make mistakes. And about Burrell, it's quite tough when they want. I have listened to him many times in Spain when it was the Catalonia issue, and he was very tough. He's actually from Catalonia, so and I can see he's quite outspoken when needed. About Macron, he's doing everything that what strategy say. Don't do it. Is threaten and don't say what is the threaten. No, but he went to details what France should or not should do. So it's just a hopeless case, Macron, and I don't know if he wants to use the nukes when French soil is invaded. Maybe he wants to nuke his own country. I'm getting confused with Macron. Maybe it's from COVID.
Maybe he has COVID. No, but I think this has to be explained by someone with a distinct Austrian accent, because otherwise it doesn't work nearly as well, right, Tim?
Exactly.
Yep. Salami tactics. Stephen.
Yeah, I also, because as far as I could tell, most countries, like when it comes to talking about using nukes, they will say like situations where 100% they would use them, and then otherwise, unless it's like a completely ridiculous situation, they just will be like neither confirm nor deny. Like, is that kind of why what France did seems out of character, at least just in terms of nuclear?
Yeah, you just don't say anything. You leave them guessing, right? So if you compare what, for example, General Petraeus, this is a retired, I think, 4-star general. He's been a week ago or so. He went on television and said, if Russia does anything stupid in Ukraine, we're gonna launch massive airstrikes, turn the Russian Black Sea Fleet into submarines, and destroy the Russian army in Ukraine in 6 hours, and then we'll see what we'll do next, right? Kind of something along those lines. I forget exactly what he said, but that was kind of how he said it, right? He said, if Russia does anything, we're gonna do this, and this immediately. No questions asked, right? He didn't say they're gonna nuke Russia, of course not, because you don't say that. But what he said was very, propulsive. He said, "Oh, we're going to do this, and this." Whereas what Macron said is just said, "No, we're not going to do something, and nothing else." And I think that's the difference in communication. One is, active, propulsive, decisive, and you don't have to say everything. Right? Whereas Macron's approach was a doctrinal, right, or anti-doctrinal. Well, at least a doctrinal. Let's say anti-doctrinal. And B, it was off, right? It was a little bit off of where it should be, and it was poor messaging. It wasn't decisive. It wasn't straightforward. It wasn't. No, it was everything that it shouldn't have been. So there you go. That's the difference. Now you do say what you're gonna do, but don't say that this is everything that you're gonna do. Whereas don't limit yourself. Don't set yourself red lines. I thought people would have learned that by now. Yeah. Then John, and then back to Portugal.
Yeah, thanks, Domin. I'd like to add to that Macron debacle because he said that they're not going to do anything. Because it's not that long ago he said, "Don't humiliate Putin," and to sink the Black Sea Fleet, I guess it's pretty humiliating, or do anything conventionally is pretty humiliating. So basically, he has said, "We're not going to do anything." So those two has to be put together, I think, in the context.
Exactly right. There are approaches you do not take. Period. And with some of the previous statements, it just doesn't make sense. Why would you say this? You can just say nothing. This is the thing. I don't know why feet in mouth is considered such a delicacy in Picardy. There's just no need. There's no need to say anything. You can just say nothing. Leave them guessing. That's enough. Spring.
Okay. We have to tell Macron to read The Art of War or The Prince to learn a bit about strategy, because in strategy, if you give all the cards to your enemy, you are completely lost. And it's what he's actually doing, because he's doing exactly what he's saying in what cases, in giving a lot of details that are not needed for foreign countries to know it. And you are right, he actually had been always in the gray zone. Although France is sending some weapons to Ukraine, but Macron is a hopeless case of speaking too much.
See, this is the thing. France actually did a lot better communication-wise than Germany did. because they didn't constantly keep saying, oh, we can't send this, we can't send that, we won't send this, we will send this, but it's going to take weeks or months. Whereas the French approach was generally, we've sent something. And then they went away and they didn't expound on it massively. And they said, oh, we've sent some Caesars. Right? And because of that, even though, in absolute terms, France actually sent less stuff than Germany did, I think, pretty sure. The French didn't catch nearly as much flack. There's that, but also there wasn't nearly as much. They just don't have the capacity to send as much stuff. Their warehouses are less full of stuff, is the other part of it. But really, it's the difference in communication, right? The thing is, Macron here kind of took the Scholz approach to communication of what you won't do or can't do, and that's really disappointing. Additionally, Chris.
Good morning, gents. How are you all? Well, I hope.
Yeah, we're all right. We're all right.
I'm just putting the finishing touches to the destruction of the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. So I'm just thinking, well, I wonder how long it takes a Kilo-class submarine to go into Novorossiysk and load up with 4 calibers. And unless they've been practicing in the racing pits, it's probably going to take them a while.
I mean, they've had lots of practice the last few months, right? But I don't know if Novorossiysk has the capacity to load calibers. I think only Sevastopol does, possibly, on submarines specifically. I might be wrong, but I seem to remember somewhere in the back of my mind that one of the reasons why they need Sevastopol is because they have certain facilities there that they don't have at Novorossiysk. I might be wrong on the specific one, though. Any thoughts, Chris?
Well, I have read that they apparently, although they're now based at Novorossiysk, they do still go into Sevastopol. Apparently, I mean that was one thing that I read. So you could be right there. I can't quite understand actually why they don't use it. It must be unusable. Why they don't use the secret underground submarine base in Sevastopol. But anyway, I don't know the detail of that. But what I'm thinking is this, so in relation to a couple of the conversations that have gone on there, that they moved from Sevastopol because they were afraid of getting hit there. Well, when we have Crimea, they're definitely going to get hit in Novorossiysk. So that's the end of them. And the surface ships, obviously we have special Ukrainian missiles that can take any surface ships out that are hiding at the eastern end of the Black Sea. So I'm biding my time is what I'm doing here, I think, Damon.
If I could comment on loading a submarine, the way kilos are loaded is basically you load torpedoes and missiles in. The way they come out, you float the kilo so the top 2 torpedo tubes are out of the water, and then you basically have a crane level the torpedo in line with the tube, and then you slide it in backwards, or the normal way. But and that usually, in terms of equipment it usually just takes a crane that's able to pick up the torpedoes, and then a special alignment rig that you put in the water in front of the kilo, and that's small enough where you could put it on, easily move that on a truck or something. So in terms of facilities that were important at Sevastopol, it was probably the ones they used for larger ships and specific things maybe degaussing facilities or dry docks large enough to put well, maybe not dry docks, but facilities large enough to repair a Slava class cruiser, which actually, funnily enough, were actually built by Ukraine. And then I'll end there.
So it's going to take a while then, right?
Yes, in terms of, I can't speak to specific numbers, but I can't imagine them getting more than maybe 2 or 3 torpedoes loaded an hour. And I think they usually hold about 2 dozen, although they won't have used all of them. But they'll be sitting pierside for at least 4 hours.
Well, I that's sort of what I was thinking. So that's I agree with you. But actually, I mean, you say they could hold more than 4. I think they could only hold 4, and they could only fire 2 at a time as well.
It's something that, yeah. Well, I mean, whatever it is. Yeah. As I was telling Stephen earlier, I just don't think it matters that much for the Russian conduct of the war. What they're being used for is bombing civilians, which is abhorrent and horrifying and tantamount to terrorism, I would argue. But no, the way to defend against this is to get better air defenses in and protect Ukrainian civilians that way. But until Russians run out of calibers or just opt to stop using them, they will keep launching them. So there's relatively little that can be done about it. Ukraine isn't going to have anti-submarine warfare capabilities simply because that's not high enough on the priority list. So unless they hit them while they're reloading in Sevastopol by missile, there's not going to be much that can be done to dispense with this particular threat beyond better air defenses.
Yeah, and like you were saying earlier, as like a threat to military forces, the Russian Navy's pretty much out of it unless Ukraine tries to cobble together an amphibious invasion of Crimea, which, unless things radically change, I can't see them trying to do that over just going over the land bridge.
Oh, that's a whole other question of logistics. But somebody was saying yesterday that very soon Russians will be reliant on the land bridge to supply toilet paper to Sevastopol, let alone anything else, which I thought was very amusing. And the statements of, oh yeah, it'll buff out. We'll just take a few hours to fix the railway. Yeah, right. That was funny as well. All right, let's go on to Edward, who's up rather early, and then back to Sweden. Edward.
Hi, yes, I am up a bit early. But on French nuclear doctrine, what worries me, of course, is that there are 5 overseas departments which are integral to France: French Guiana, Guadeloupe, Martinique, Mayotte, and Réunion. So, we could see a provocation in some of these integral parts of France. But luckily, the Republic of Venice, which was taken over by Napoleon in the late 18th century and then invaded by Admiral Ushakov of Russia, is no longer a French department. Otherwise, this historical incident could have been ratcheting up the tensions.
Edward, are you giving us a casus belli a la Malvinas / properly named Falklands?
No, I'm just curious as to whether Monsieur Macron will feel as protective of these integral parts of France that are a little bit further away from the Elysee. I think we should know.
Well, he is a man for turning.
Yeah, and somebody brought up the Falklands, it just reminds me, very shortly after the Argentinians invaded, on a couple British news sources, some ex-military officials came on the TV, just like they do now, in terms of, how do you think Britain will react to this? There was quite a few of them, to the point where something had obviously been put out, mentioned that, the UK could launch a couple Polaris missiles at Argentina, which, comparing that kind of response to, what France might do, I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, luckily, the Falklands isn't an integral part of the United Kingdom.
It's different, yeah. I would just note that due to certain French rules, it was only a small violation of the appellation d'origine contrôlée rules when they were blending wine from Algeria into Burgundy and selling it as Burgundy, rather than a major one, for it was French wine. Moving swiftly on from that, let's go to Denjon.
We end up in Agincourt. Somebody yet again is stuck in the mud.
With wet crossbow strings, whatever they're called. Denjon, since we speak of archers.
Sorry. Tim, how many days is it until we celebrate Agincourt? Is it another 11 days? Tim is rustling up his uniform.
St. Crispin's Day. I'm actually not sure when that is.
It should be in 11 days from now.
Remember, that's the old calendar.
Heavy forces getting stuck in the mud and not being able to move and getting pounded by ranged forces that are lighter than the enemy for what's happening to Russia.
There you go. At the same time, there's always 25th. So, is it the 25th or the 26th? Really?
25th.
And there you go. Well,
I mean,
stuck in the mud, by the way, Edward, was always also used in the, say, abstract sense. That if you're really stuck in the mud and somebody is swifter, lighter, smarter, and has a longer range in the arguments, you're stuck in the mud. So, but there you go.
Well, you talk about Agincourt all you want, but Caron-Sebesh is much more interesting.
At least the French oligarchs had the balls to lead from the front. I mean, it didn't go well for them, but they did make an effort.
Well, it was different back then because a lot of times in war, it wasn't, they'll just capture me and ransom me back to my family. I'm too valuable to be killed.
Is that so very different now? If they captured somebody Russian with a lot of money, could the price of his early release on war crimes charges be that he turn over his fortune to the Ukrainian government? That might be interesting.
Well, the problem is Russian oligarch, a lot of their money is just a stake in a company, and I don't know how you'll get Rusal or Lukoil into Ukraine.
Oh, Lukoil has a lot of foreign assets, but you would have to touch
spoke of Ploiești yesterday.
Exactly, you have to touch Lukoil legally in Azerbaijan. By the way.
Since we were talking about archers, can we now please go to Sweden? Thank you. Then John.
Yeah, Stockholm, Sweden here. So I just want to share a little thing. Not much, but today I'm in Stockholm. I'm not from Stockholm, but I had an errand here today, and I'm not going to talk about archers. So
are you going to talk about speed cameras?
Not even that. No, but anyway. So I had an errand in an office, and it happened to be adjacent to the Ukrainian embassy, and outside. There was a small family sitting there. They looked really gloomy, lost, tired. And then all I had to do was say Slava Ukraini. And they shine up like, they woke up from sleep and so happy. And they start talking, and not with me, but together. So, yeah, just a small episode what happened this morning.
Well, see, now that is nice to hear. Do you have a new government yet? Then, John, do you have a new government yet? He's checking now. See, the funny thing is, I just read.
Ago, that was the question for the Belgians.
I just read a DM from one of our regular listeners from 15 minutes ago. In a couple of minutes, there'll be a press conference of the new Swedish government. So now I get to see if Ben John's keeping up with. what's going on. Let's go to Sojo in the meantime, so to give John some time to look it up. Sojo, good morning.
Good morning, Dom, and good morning, all. I would just like to say Happy Ukrainian Defenders Day. Today is Ukrainian Defenders Day, celebrating the men and women that have been and are on the front lines and behind the scenes defending Ukraine. And yeah, I just want to shout out to anyone who perhaps may be listening, who is either a veteran or on downtime. Yeah, glory to the heroes.
Absolutely, Sojo. Slava Ukraini.
Heroem slava.
Heroem slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smet Vorham. That's all I had, I'm afraid. But yeah, good morning and happy Ukrainian Defenders Day.
Is there any particular significance to this day and why it is Ukrainian Defenders Day? Is it a patron saint's day? Is it the anniversary of a battle or something? Does anyone know?
Well, I wish I knew, Tim, but no, I don't.
Den John seems to. Den John.
No, then John knows about the Swedish government.
Exactly. So I'll let someone else answer that, and then maybe I can come back on the Swedish government.
I don't think anybody knows. Tim is using all of us as, his Google servants.
Google.
We're not.
Tim,
we won't.
Google.
We refuse to. So he'll have to
Tim.
look it up himself and find out.
Let me suggest, Tim, just there's a feature on your laptop or stationery. It's called Google. And then you can tell us after that.
Oh, my aching sides. I'm laughing so hard. Okay, I'll Google it.
Government.
So, then John, Swedish government. Are the archers on their way?
I hope. Well, put it like this: I don't think it will be the first thing they will do, but maybe the next after that, hopefully. But the situation now is that apparently they have agreed on the formation of the government. At least that's what I read like 10 minutes ago. Something. So it seems like the new prime minister will, prime minister to be will meet with the Speaker of the House at 11 o'clock and leave. Basically propose the government, I think, and then after that, So if everything goes as planned, they could be instated on Monday. So I guess we have to wait a few more days.
So then, John, let's just highlight the parties now forming this government have clearly stated in recent days and weeks that if and when in power, they would not only release existing aid planned, budgeted, and committed to, but not yet delivered, some of it delayed, but would also add to this, both in terms of air defense as well as in terms of artillery and maybe even IFVs. Is that correct?
I honestly don't have the details because I think there's a lot of rumors and rumors. So I don't know what's true or not, but for sure they have said that we have to do more, and I know they have said at least two of the parties have said that we should send archers, but I'm pretty sure they're looking into all possibilities, and they are definitely pro this.
Let's remind the audience, Sweden is that's a country which has been largely independent, somewhat neutral, but has always had what? Specifically, what kind of industry?
Defense.
So remind us any kind of things which Sweden specifically has produced in the past, which they're reasonably good at?
Yeah, well, we have airplanes, quite good. I don't know if
and things with tubes and kind of things. And
archers, artillery, self-propelled artillery, and also I think
long tradition. I take it, right? Yeah, I mean things with guns and stuff.
Yeah, of course, and also Bofors. They have a stake in the Excalibur munition. As
Yeah,
well. I don't-
yeah, and you do produce your own ammunition, I take it,
yeah,
right?
yeah. And also
That could be quite helpful, could it not? I mean, if you had the kit, the experience, the maintenance, and you had the ammunition, you could really go to war, could you not?
Yeah, I think so.
Wonderful. If only we had Sweden supporting, I mean, if only Sweden had a government, a non-communist government, supporting Ukraine.
Honestly, I think the previous government, which was made up from the Social Democrats, the Green, and the Green actually, and then supported by the left. They were not the government anyway. So if the Social Democrats had own majority, they would probably do more. I think so, but they were hampered by the coalition. But this new coalition will not be.
Just what I said.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd welcome a government of national unity between center left and center right in Sweden, because they could probably get even more stuff done. But they would probably never ever coalesce with each other, would they?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, you're right. The thing is that everyone is concerned about this Sverigedemokraterna. But it looks like they're not going to get a seat in the government, because now the smallest party, the Liberals, they will get seats, and that was conditioned on they will support the coalition if SD didn't get any seats in the government, something like that. So it looks like they will only be supportive, not in the actual government.
So that means if there's a critical decision in future, somewhat pro-Ukrainian Social Democrats could overcompensate any kind of votes these Democrats were to be delivering, but probably not delivering, just in order to extort the other government, could they?
Exactly.
So this,
and then you have
maybe there's hope.
as well.
Maybe there's hope.
There's hope, definitely.
Doman, I think the people on the other side of that dang bridge may have just invented a solid republic.
No, and this is exactly what I think is the most sensible way to get through all of this Russian. Now, something that we were talking about yesterday quite a lot, right? Russian attempts to sow division, to split up Western polities and split up Western societies. If only somebody had a nice catchphrase about it, like a nice phrase that would describe this sort of a situation where you could have, parties from the center right and from center left and from the center work together and be sensible and do the right thing, especially when it comes to foreign and security policy, which really shouldn't differ too much from, sensible party to sensible party.
Jesus, that is a long intro.
Yeah, no, I think we need a shorter. What could we say that would be, shorter? Maybe fit in a bumper sticker.
Probably, the center is gold.
That's close. That's getting somewhere. Yeah. Then, John, do you have an idea?
No, but I was just thinking about other things that we have. I don't know. Should we start pushing for Gottman class subs?
Oh yes, I quite like that.
I heard they're quite good. I'm not a sailor. I'm not even military, but I heard they're good. So maybe we should stop pushing. Well,
every Viking is a sailor.
Yeah, well, but that's a very good point. And John, I'm not quite sure that everyone in the audience is aware what kind of capacity Swedish sailors have had in the past. Could you lease under your constitution your sailors to a foreign power if you were to
probably? And
and
actually we don't need to use the Bosporus. We know the way down there without it. We've been there before.
There's just a shortcut, isn't it?
I found out what today means to Ukrainians.
Damn it, Tim.
Let's go to Sojo. I think Sojo found out as well.
I'll leave it to Sojo. Sojo, you've earned it. Tell us.
Oh, thank you. Well, today, 14th of October, is, what's it called? Intercession of the Theotokos, or the protection of our most holy lady, Theotokos, and ever Virgin, Mary. It's Eastern Orthodox religious celebration. Yeah, which has been
I
going
need to
on for
ask a serious
centuries.
question here.
But it is also right. Okay, just hang on. But the Russians, being atheists, they attempted to change it to, I don't know, Fatherland Day or something. So after Ukrainian independence, they changed it. The Ukrainians changed it from the Fatherland Day or whatever the hell the Russians wanted to call it to Cossack Day. Yeah, and since from 2015, it has been Ukrainian Defenders Day also. So there you go. There's a bit of history on a bit of background information on Ukrainian Defenders Day.
So
I think I've got most of it.
I have a very serious question here, and
Right.
it's a Julian question, so to speak. So is it really the 14th of October, or just the day that corresponds to the 14th of October on the Gregorian calendar?
Of course, the latter.
Well, what I mean, hello, I'm not, look, my brain is melting, Dom, and what are you doing to me? It's like, it's the 14th of October.
So what I'm trying to say is, you referenced a day in the Orthodox Church calendar, right? However, Orthodox churches followed the Julian calendar rather than the Gregorian calendar. So, for example, if you ever want to, celebrate New Year's to break up dry January, you can celebrate. I think it's about 14th of January is, the Julian calendar New Year or something like that, 13th, 14th. That's because they never switched. They never introduced the correction into the religious calendar. Top tip: if you want to go on a trip somewhere, while it's Easter in most of Europe, go to somewhere Orthodox, like Greece or Bulgaria or some such. Because if you want to go to Italy, everything will be closed. But if you go to somewhere that follows the Orthodox calendar, then everything will be open because their Easter is at a different time.
That doesn't work in Bulgaria because Bulgaria, despite being Orthodox, uses the Gregorian calendar.
Ethiopia, my bet. Ethiopia.
Their Christmas is the same as ours.
Is it?
In Bulgaria, yep.
100%.
Huh. I'm sorry about that.
So don't take travel advice from Doman. Only take wine advice.
Fine. Go to Greece or, I'd say Serbia then, but Serbia's a no-no right now. So.
And Ethiopia, Doman. Ethiopia.
Yeah, that's really far. They do have wine in Ethiopia. I've had some Ethiopian wine.
Amazing food as well. Have you ever had Ethiopian food? It's the best activity meal ever. It comes on they give you like this giant pancake the size of a dustbin lid, and you use it to pick up bits of stew out of little pots. It's amazing.
It's fucking amazing. I know because my dad is from Eritrea, so I'm grown up on that food. I'm sorry if I just
No,
start
I was
talking.
waiting for you. Go ahead.
No, but yeah, it's called injera, and it's like this sour pancake type, and it's has a shitload of stew. I'm sorry if I cursed, but it has a lot of stews. Some of it is totally vegan friendly, but it also has meat stews, and it's honestly amazing. Like, you have to try it. It's so good. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. And like the spices are very like different. It's not I don't think it's something you tried before, like this, but it's just so good. Like, you have to eat it. Like, you have to try it.
If you're ever in London, there is a wonderful Eritrean restaurant in Stockwell called Adulis, and they make their own wine there as well. They make their own mead and stuff. It's awesome. Sorry, I'm on a tram. That's really noisy.
Can I say something, Doman?
No, first I need to correct Tim's correction of me and tell him that in 2023, which is the upcoming Easter, the Catholic Church will celebrate Easter Sunday on the 9th of April, whereas in Bulgaria, they will celebrate Easter Sunday on the 16th of April, so my travel advice well holds.
Unless it's Christmas travel advice.
I specifically said Easter. Christmas you spend with family.
So I've learned my lesson.
I think everyone's learnt a lesson, Tim. You know, I think I'm going to refrain from mentioning any dates in future unless we sort of disappear down a Julian rabbit hole.
Or a Doman rabbit hole.
Yeah, you know those Belgian rabbits that some German farmer at some point sent to North Korea to for them to breed to avert famine, and then they just ate them all and asked for more. Okay, anyway, those were big rabbits. Let's stop talking about rabbits. Let's go to Katig, and then we're gonna go to Chris, to Edward, to then John, to Alain, and to Bionade. So Katig, go ahead.
I think then John might have had something to say about the food, but if he wants to just comment on that before.
Then John, if you want to close out the Ethiopian food, if you want to talk about the Swedish government, you'll have to wait.
Yeah, food. So just to inform, I actually lived in Addis for almost 2 years, so I'm well acquainted with the food. Very nice.
It is.
Excellent. Okay, Katig, please.
Okay, just regarding the Gotland subs, I think during an exercise with the American Navy, the Gotland sub managed to like destroy an entire like aircraft carrier and all of their like ships. So the American government actually rented one of the subs and the crew for like a year to study it, because they were like so surprised and that they managed to destroy it and not be able to pick it up. So our submarines are amazing. So if we could get some like but we only have like 3 of them. I think 2 of them, no, we have like 3 submarines and 2 of them is Scotland, so we need to start making more of them. I know we have ordered more, but it's going to take a while because we're slow. Regarding the government, one thing I'm worried about is the Sweden Democrats getting a vice presidency in the, I don't know what's called, försvarsutskottet. I don't know what that's called. It's like the defense.
Yeah, defense
select committee.
No,
yeah,
committee.
yeah.
Yeah, the committee. Yeah, defense
Yeah,
committee.
So I'm quite worried about that, because we know that I mean, officially now after the war they're very anti-Russian, because if they weren't, they wouldn't get any seats, because Swedes hate Russia. And so, but we know from the past that Russia have influenced and have some connections with the Sweden Democrats. So I am somewhat worried, especially when it comes to like defense, intelligence, and stuff like that. So that worries me. And just to defend the left party a little bit, because I used to vote for them. I did not vote for them this election because of the NATO question, but I think people kind of forget that Sweden have a history with Russia, and even though there are fractions within the left party that are extreme, that's definitely not the majority of the left party. And I know that they are supportive of Ukraine, and they have been supportive and for more defense spending, and are officially they're very anti-Russian, like the most of Sweden, because we're used to them threatening us. Like it's common that they go into our airspace, and I mean, we had like a submarine hunt just a couple of years ago. That was like huge news. So even on the very left, it's mostly pro defense in some, like when it comes to like defending the country. it's mostly anti-NATO on that, even though not all of us, but and that has to do with America, not that we trust Russia. Yeah.
And I'll just briefly note that's a very common attitude for many, parties on the left of the political spectrum, of the decidedly left, and I think that's usually very historical reasons, but it's bad historical reasons in the sense that we don't trust America is something that leads to bad outcomes in the end. It's kind of like when, well, it's not the best comparison, but it's kind of like the German and the French politicians sometimes saying, but now that we won't be dependent on Russian gas, but we will be dependent on American gas, as though America's going to shut it off or something. So it's little things like that where it's putting a false equivalency, and it's really painful.
Yeah, like the majority of the NATO debate wasn't like the people who were against it, even liberals and stuff, were like, yeah, but then we have to be in a defense coalition with America and Turkey, and we don't think that they are super, like, they're not very democratic countries because of, I'm not saying that America is as authoritarian as Turkey, there's no comparison, but they have their issues, and because of the Iraqi war, there's a lot of hesitance to being in a coalition with America because of the consequences of their, and because of how they got into the Iraqi war. So
I think we should pay that, Kartik, because I will recommend to you, if you don't believe me, watch the video of Christopher Hitchens describing the misdeeds of Saddam Hussein. And if you haven't
yeah,
seen
I know
it,
he was a shithead.
No,
I know.
no. He was a genocidal maniac.
Yes, I agree 100%. Yeah, and I know that a lot of Iraqis were very happy to not have any. And it's a complicated question. I know. I'm just stating how people view it and viewed it in Sweden during the debate, not my personal opinion, because it's a little bit more complicated than that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Chris, and then to Edward after that. Chris.
Hi again. This isn't my point, but just noting that a number of things appear to be being cut off. Like being cut off is the supply of chips from China. That's an interesting one. Also being cut off, apparently, Elon Musk can't afford to pay for Starlink communications anymore, according to the Financial Times. So he's looking to cut off Starlink communications. I'm very interested in these Swedish submarines. I'll have to look into that, and I'd like to know if there really is a shortcut to the Black Sea. But my main point is you had I can't remember who you were talking to yesterday, Doman, but a lady that seemed to escape Russia with her life or something, seemed to play a very dangerous game. But it was making me think about the levels of infiltration by the Russians in each country. So infiltration and control. And I was like thinking, okay, how do I work this out? Well, I'll give myself like a scale of 0 to 10 in terms of Russian control of each country or something. Now I wouldn't be able to fill in the blanks, but you guys would. But it just like sort of occurred to me that one of Putin's miscalculations was he thought he had 10 out of 10 in Ukraine or something. And also he thought he had 10 out of 10 in many countries in Europe, i.e. Germany. So I don't know whether that's a interesting conversation, but it's just something I'm thinking about.
I will rescale your scale and say Russia knows that it never needs a 10 out of 10. Russia is angling for something like a 3 out of 10 in most countries, and thought it might have like a 7 in Ukraine established pretty quickly because they'd managed to decapitate the government and replace them because their forward operatives said, no, we need more money to get more people on our side. And we're definitely not going to spend it on a nice car and a yacht, and we're definitely not going to put it in our own Swiss bank account. No, definitely not. We're spending it well, sensibly, to get lots of people on our side, so that immediately we'll be up to like a 7 or something. They always knew that there would be some degree of considerable degree of resistance. They just thought they'd manage to get the government on side pretty quickly by getting rid of them and then putting new ones in their place. So there's never a need for a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 is what Russia has in Belarus, kind of. Not even maybe Belarus. Maybe Belarus is like a 9. Syria, maybe that's a 10. They really don't need that high a level because you never need everyone. You never need whole support of whatever other government. You just need enough, right? You just need like in most Western countries, that's what they did with sowing division, right? Because they wanted to get countries from like a 1 out of 10 or a 2 out of 10 to a 3 or a 4, because then the Russian side, let's say, would be a legitimate political position, and it would be a lot more difficult to go against them. But also, I think they're massively overestimated in a lot of countries, right? So this is what we were talking about yesterday about Montenegro, for example. And I like Montenegro because it's a really good kind of case to study. It only has 600,000 people. It's a little country. It's relatively easy to understand and break down, right? There's fewer variables because everything is so concentrated in such a small area and such a small population. So it's much easier to assess, and it's a much easier case to address. But they thought, we're going to stage a coup. It will be great. Just get our guys in power. And they failed because they overestimated their own ability and overestimated their own power. But they got close. Right, as Biljana detailed yesterday. In some other places, they weren't aiming for it, even 5 or 6. No, they're just aiming for like a 3. And that would have been good enough, right? Lots of small perturbations make a big effect. That's something that is often not understood so well. But yeah, Chris, I think your idea of a map is kind of interesting. Yeah, it'd be a fun exercise.
Well, thank you for that, Damon. I appreciate it.
I think you had a really good, fundamental idea there. It's really interesting. Maybe, yeah. I'm gonna give it some more thought. Thank you, Chris. Edward.
Yeah, so just as a sidebar on injera, Ethiopian food, it should generally be made with teff, which is a wonderful grain for celiacs and has all sorts of medicinal properties. Hard to obtain in London, though, where they tend to make injera with wheat. But I was also going to remark upon the significance St. Crispin's Day. Another famous battle was fought, part of the siege of Sevastopol. It was the day of the charge of the Light Brigade. All the world wondered, plunged in the battery smoke, right through the line they broke. Cossack and Russian reeled from the saber stroke, shattered and sundered.
And?
Well, I feel this is auspicious. That another siege of Sebastopol may be taking place quite soon.
I think so too.
Let's see what happens. Okay, Alain was supposed to be next, but he vanished. Bionade.
Yeah. I just posted in the nest. The Panzerhaubitze 2000, you maybe remember, their barrels got worn out. They got really under stress. Too much firing per day and everything. So it looked like they got shipped to Lithuania. They have a base there where they have trained personnel and everything, and logistic chain and everything is needed. What's needed to repair these, and now they are getting shipped back to Ukraine to work again on the battlefield. I posted this because I wanted to highlight what Axel and everyone else here is praying again and again and again. Logistics and logistic change and knowledge from maintaining matters, and this is why it's so important. Yeah, we push more and more until Ukraine gets the Leopards.
Thank you, Bionade. So is the petition live yet?
Oh no, it will take some time until the forum checks it all out, and then I think maybe 1 or 2 weeks, and I don't know how fast it is. It's Germany, so, and it's the Bundestag, and yeah.
All right, thank you, Bionade. Keep us abreast. Let's go to Sojo, and then I have a question from the audience that I think Tim and Axel will be quite interested in talking about. Sojo.
Thank you, Domin. In an attempt to satiate your unquenchable thirst for precision, I would like to state that the 14th of October is actually correct in the Julian calendar. It's the 1st of October in the Gregorian. There you go.
Vice versa. 1st of October in the Julian. Sorry, 1st of October. Yeah, 1st of October in the Julian, 14th in Gregorian. Gregorian is the Catholic one, the Western one.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
It's fine.
Thank you for
it's okay
for that.
So all is well. Thank you. Thank you for.
Well,
for
that was just for the one person in the back who may find this interesting, Domin.
Thank you. Okay. I want to pitch this because I think it's interesting, and I think Axel and Tim will be interested in this. So, yesterday, the European kind of common air defense Sky Shield was announced. Partnership with many countries, including Germany, UK, lots of small countries all across Europe. Why does that not include Poland? Is it because the Poles are unwilling to do something with Germany? And also, why are there 2 separate bases for the EU training mission for Ukrainian forces? So not the UK bit, but the rest of it. So my thinking is that the Poles want to go all out on US Patriots, and also they want to do it quickly because Poland is going crazy on defense spending. They're going to hit 4% or something. With all the orders of everything, they're just going on a shopping spree. They're like, I don't know. I'm sure there's an American film where there's a woman that goes shopping for shoes and just buys hundreds of shoes as therapy. That seems to be what Poland is doing, because they're just buying everything, literally everything they can get their hands on. So is that why? Or is there another reason why Poland's not in that? And why are there 2 bases? Is it just a capacity thing, or is there something else?
The 2 bases make absolute sense. The more instructors, the more firing ranges, the more capacity to train, the better. That's absolutely correct. They should be training also, by the way, in Denmark, from my point of view. There's a very
I think they are.
No, but more.
Oh yeah,
they should
sure.
set up a third base and occupy the training grounds in Denmark in full. I mean, part of them are already there, but there should be more. That's all. It's a fantastic firing range.
Domin, is this that there are 2 training camps in Poland, or 2 training camps, two efforts, the UK one and the Polish one?
No. I think on top of the UK-based efforts, I think there are 2 big bases in the EU where training is being done, and it's kind of like a EU collective training effort.
Germany
but it's in
and
2.
Poland.
There we go.
Yeah.
1 in Germany, 1 in Poland.
Yeah, because Germany still has a number of the large formerly Allied device.
British of the Rhine.
Yeah, well, it's a joint file. Actually, the British Army of the Rhine, yes, but it's a joint training ground and what we would call Truppenübungsplatz, say a troop training ground if you were to translate it literally. And Germany fortunately has them available. They didn't close them down, so the Schröderianum, Merkelianum, Scholzish governments have not managed to cut everything to bits and shreds yet.
Hey. My take on that would be that Poland is probably the NATO leader, ex-US, in mechanized infantry warfare. They're extremely good at this until nighttime. This was something I had a beer with the commanding officer of the Grenadier Guards a few years ago, and they had been training they'd been focusing very aggressively on mechanized infantry warfare at night. And that was what they decided to specialize in with their battle group. And so they went to the NATO leaders in mechanized warfare, which is Poland, and they said, hey, let's do some training together. And they quickly discovered that Poland was extremely slick, extremely competent, as long as it was still daylight. So my theory is they have a nighttime camp and a daytime camp. I'm being a little silly, but Axel's answer is better than mine.
So, and air defenses. Anybody want to touch on why Poland isn't being a part of the air defense thing? Is it because they want Patriots, or there's another suggestion? Could they be wanting to integrate air defenses with Ukraine and the Baltics going forward?
Or they just want to annoy the Germans?
Or that's plausible.
Yeah, so I work with I have some Polish colleagues living here in Germany and working with me. And I have to say from the experience, they're really pro-Ukraine and everything, and they really like the shopping spree and the support of Ukraine and everything. And yeah, they're not really. Some people say, "Oh yeah, the Poles, they just wait. They finally can invade Russia." But I think, yeah, it's a joke. Sure, if it happens, they are ready. But as I understood it, some people are also saying, yeah, it's important at this time, but Poland should also, focus on internal politics and some things like this. And yeah, I think we have to keep this also in mind. And let's see how this goes. Further. I don't think the Poles want to annoy the Germans. I mean, sure, they they sometimes like to annoy us and everything, but I think in this topic, it's too important to fuzzle around and something like this.
Excellent. I think we've covered that pretty well. Oh, the Baltics are in on the shield thing. Okay, fair enough. Very good. Right, let's go to Stephen.
Hello. I guess my question was about the kind of bit of a snafu going on with Starlink, specifically with regards to SpaceX saying we can no longer foot the cost. Please, U.S. military, will you bail us out? Like, is it likely that the U.S. military will go, okay, yes, we'll pay for that, but like take a note that SpaceX was naughty in reference to potential future contracts?
Bionade, you want to take it? Go for it.
So I'm personally not a big fan of Elon Musk and everything, but I think in this case, as also with the investigation rumors and everything, I just think we have to wait and look, because I'm really into this topic, and I know there are some other lawsuits against Elon and some really important things happening. So but it's already months in the works, and I think we just have to wait, and speculation doesn't bring us any further, because I think it's too many things in the background. I mean, I could provide a YouTube channel which has literally 12 to 15 hours just about these topics and everything, and
Well, I guess my question was specifically about whether the U.S. government will pay for the Starlinks for Ukraine, not like question on anything to do with Musk's character or motivation or anything like that. Just will the U.S. government finance Starlink for Ukraine more than they already have?
I can answer that, Doman, if I may.
Sure.
The thing is with the Starlink that the Starlinks who are in Ukraine right now are mostly paid by volunteers and by funds. So it's not that big deal. But I have a post from someone we all know. I will send it to Doman so you can see it. Sorry, I'm a bit out of breath.
Yeah, let's add one more thing. A variety of articles have appeared in that regard. The whole thing is a matter of shifting associated cost of operations and donation of individual pieces of kit over to the DoD. That's a simple decision under the Lend-Lease, nothing else. Supposedly, SpaceX has already approached the DoD a few weeks ago with letters that they may not be able to keep up funding until the year end, the operations of Starlink for Ukraine by themselves. That's what it is. It's a commercial financial question. Now, Elon Musk personally obviously could technically, out of his wealth, sponsor that if he were to be so inclined, but he also has to keep up with the legal cost and the expense of his ventures as to Twitter. So I'm not going to comment upon his views, and I'm not going to comment on his personality or anything. This here is not a threat to Ukraine. This is something the US government can most easily do and is very likely to execute in any event. So all this wonderful bickering, all this fear-mongering, all the social media excitement is just that. Next.
It's not gonna do him any favors for future defense contracts, is it?
It doesn't really matter. I'm quite sure that SpaceX is doing still the right things in regard to what it does with the US government, and that matters a great deal more than this. For the future of space and the use of space and satellites by the US government, SpaceX is a vital element of the, shall we say, the field of parties who need to stay in good state. And that's what it is. The rest is just bickering.
John?
Yeah, and on that topic, we move to the next. I just saw a picture here from Belgorod on a slightly severed rail track, and there's something smoldering beneath it. It looks like a missile, but I'm not the expert, so I don't know. Have you seen this?
Did you say playground?
No, yeah, actually, yes. Yes, a playground where you run your.
That is, yes, I'm familiar with it because I was alerted to it by a friend. That is the booster section of a Panzer anti-air defense missile. So basically, the Russians were shooting an anti-air missile at something, and the booster section from that fell off and landed in the playground, if my memory serves me correctly.
Okay, so either way, it's destroyed. So I guess that's good.
It's a big old nothing to see here. Yeah, I know, right? But no, but I have to say, you know, for a country as young as Belgorodska Narodna Republika, it's awfully awfully tumultuous. Lots of stuff happening.
Yeah, or maybe it always happened, but it's only now that we notice.
It stands out more now, yeah, when it's a new country. Anyway, Soja.
Thank you, Diamond. Well, I thought that there was a bit of a quiet, bit of a lull, as I saw no hands. But my question is pertaining to the update from the Defence Ministry UK. I was wondering if Timothy was going to give us a rundown of that, so that we could possibly talk about Bakhmut.
Could Timothy do that? That'd be good.
I don't mean to mess with your schedule or anything. I don't know what time you usually do this.
It's in about an hour from now. Usually, that's it. I think it's a good idea. But I think we have a Chris, and I think we're going to get an Aaron, and then but then it'll be noon anyway, and we'll turn to it. So, but I think that's a great idea, Sergio. Thank you. Undoubtedly, we're actually a bit behind. We skipped yesterday's. I think it's a mess. We've been very bad at this. Chris.
Yeah, I was just going to say to Axel if he could not interfere, because I'm short in Tesla stock. So I just want to get all of the, gossip out there about Elon Musk, and I'm upset with the way that he speaks about Ukraine. As to the military updates,
Chris, my opinion, it will not be taken into account by Elon. I can definitely tell you that. I'm a friend who is in very close touch with him, and I can attest to the fact that no matter what I say, Elon has his own view anyway.
That may be the case, Axel, but we can try, can't we? We can do our best.
Absolutely. By the way, as to trying, Chris, how are we faring in terms of impressions and media reach and the like with what we're doing to free the leopards?
Well, as of yesterday, the reach was still 22 million. That's sort of like peak reach at the minute. But what is going up and up and up is, if you like, the engagement. So the likes and the shares and the comments and the new posts of Free the Leopards and everything else, right? So I don't know whether we will surpass the 22 million reach, but we'll see. And I'll just let you know, Axel, that the company that I'm using for the analytics got in touch with me, and they went, "Whoa, we've just looked at the hashtags that you're tracking. They are, they're going through the roof." Oh, by the way, I'm also tracking Free the Leopards, and I'm also tracking Send Abrams as well. So those are the only two things I'm tracking on this analytics monitor and that. But I had an email back from the CEO of Brand Mentioned yesterday, and he said, "Whoa, what are you guys doing?"
Very sweet. Excellent. Well, maybe he can extend the trial then.
Oh, that's Axel. That's exactly my plan. You know, I've got a meeting with him on Monday, so which you're welcome to join if you want. But you know, I'll definitely be trying that one.
That's an excellent idea. Maybe he could do something for us to track what the MriyaReport does and say, help us on this one, because I think it's very vital that we get the information out, and the whole community relies on, getting more buzz. But thank you, much appreciated, Chris.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome, Axel. I'll keep you posted. And by the way, just to say, I would like a military update because I failed to wake up at 3:30 in the morning this morning. So
Yehuda will be with us soon.
Yeah, you have to persuade him to do it. Actually, you know how he's very shy when it comes to doing comprehensive military updates. No, but this is the thing, right? He thinks that this is boring to people because it's literally his specialty, right? Because that's literally what he does, is military planning. So because of that, because it's such a niche thing, he thinks it's boring to people, but it's not. This is what people demand to hear. And by demand, I mean, ask nicely and very repeatedly in my DMs. Has Yehuda done a military update? Has Yehuda done a military update? When's Yehuda doing the next military update? Please let me know when Yehuda's doing the next military update. So if he could pretty please do more of them, I would be really happy, because then I wouldn't have to read the same DM 75 times a day. And I could just say, yeah, we did it, in the last 24 hours, and it's on Spotify feed. It'd be so much easier. I'd really appreciate that.
Maybe we should do the same thing as with those experts on Serbia and Kosovo who receive dedicated, designated messages. Maybe people should send those to Yehuda when he would do another military update.
I like your thinking, actually. I like your thinking.
Maybe the vote has already come in, and people like to message you because, it's you.
On the point of the vote coming in, I would like to highlight that the interview, the short interview with James Vasquez, has reached over 230,000 people. And I just want to say how wonderful it is to see that, and how wonderful it is that we could do our little bit with the expertise of our own Adrian, who did a lot of the editing, and Verlaine, who did the interview, and Axel, who actually got it organized, which is important for things to happen. Somebody actually has to tell everyone to go and do it, please. It's really wonderful that so many people get to hear from James and hear James's story in this respect. And I think it's really fantastic what excellent reach it got. And maybe some of this can be then directed towards our animal rights activism. Someone please laugh at the animal rights activism. Okay. Thank you, Mr. M. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you, Dendron. Okay, Aaron, go ahead.
Hey, I have a question. So we've all been laughing for a long time about how much lipstick the Russians are trying to put on their pigs, the T-62s. But according to Oryx, was it Slovakia or Slovenia, is sending some heavily upgraded T-55s.
Slovenia.
Yeah. So how in the world would they, with any upgrades or any amount of lipstick, is there any, what use are they?
It's not lipstick as much as extensive plastic surgery, but it's they're still T-55s at the end of the day. So, I mean, they're better than nothing. As I think General Pekatov already said, not the most recent time, but the time before that he was with us, it was right in the wake of that announcement. I don't really care about the T-55s. They're not T-55s. They're M55S, to be clear. They have been made into the best thing they possibly could be, because the upgrades were largely done by Israelis who have a lot of experience with capturing T-55s and then making them useful from back in the day. But nevertheless, they are still T-55s, and this is the point we keep getting back to. The frustrating thing is that Slovenia also has a bunch of M84s. What's an M84, you ask? Well, it's a T-72, kind of. It's not really a T-72. It's a Yugoslav manufactured by license T-72 made from different parts. So parts actually aren't exchangeable. However, it is the most upgraded version of a version of a version of a T-72. Yes, those versions were intentional in existence. And the plan was to send those in April. And then it fell through. And that is the frustrating thing. Because those would actually be really useful because they would be literally the best tank Ukraine has. Both in terms of survivability and in terms of weapon, and that's the real shame. I think that should be the real focus of the story, not the M55s themselves, but what should have gone instead. Aaron?
Okay, yeah, that makes better sense. It's just like I just can't understand how a Western military would still use T-55s. It's like something that you would read about, like on Wikipedia, that an African country still has in stock.
Paging all Romanians? Come on.
Yeah, so
Romanians.
okay, so not.
Romania has over 100 T-55s, actual T-55s in service. I know. So there's more around than you think.
Yeah, like I also understand that like Israel has like lots of really old. Is it the old American tanks? What are they called? I forget. But
M60, I think.
Yes, but in reality, as far as I understand, that they would pretty much never use them at this point. But of course, those T-55s have been sent to be used.
Yeah, that is quite right. Right, we have a Romanian, a Christian. Christian, why does Romania still have T-55s?
Oh, that's really easy because.
Okay, better question. Why does Romania still have T-55s, but it used to have T-72s, and we got rid of the T-72s and kept the T-55s?
Oh, so I'll just start with the first part. Is because Ceausescu wanted his own tank, but basically, well, now it's called TR-85, which is close to a war chariot. But basically, it's really awful. I don't know why it got rid of the T-72s, to be honest, but as I've said countless times on the space, we are still debating whether Romania needs or doesn't need new tanks. So,
well, Romania looked at the future of warfare and said, instead of tanks, what if we just had lots of HIMARS instead?
Yeah.
And interestingly, Romania did so before Russia invaded Ukraine in the full scale, before HIMARS were shown, to be as useful as they are in Ukraine. I think they might not be completely wrong in doing that.
Thank you.
If we just destroy all the other tanks before they get to anywhere close to where we are, hey, that's all right.
So I would like to thank you on this comment, because I was actually working in the Romanian Defense and Security Commission in the parliament, and I supported getting HIMARS. So thank you on this. But to be honest, it's the army that makes the requests. The Ministry of Economy just funds it, and basically they know what they need. We civilians don't really know much, to be honest. We do know some things about the armies and capabilities, but it's up to them. So if the army says we don't need the T-72s, or we do need the TR-85, which is a T-55 basically, it's up to them. I don't really know myself. I'm not a military expert. So
Well, thank you, Christian. But you know, the question, the reason why I wanted Romanian up was because the question was, what Western army would still use T-55? And aha, I know one. So thank you for jumping up. I am very interested in how this develops further. But now Poland's getting all the HIMARS, basically. Poland's going crazy. I don't know where they'll find the money for this. It's just they're just buying all the weapons. Anyway, then John.
Oh, I didn't realize I had a hand up. I put up an emoji before. But I can say something. That when you can actually summarize all the adjectives about tanks in a better way, Doman. You just say they have more oomph, and that includes everything, instead of listing all the survivability and firepower and optics and so on. Oomph is the word.
Yeah, I like that. It's a good way to describe it. Christian.
Yeah, so there is an explanation why this and not that. It mostly has to do with the geography of each country. So Poland is more flat, so that's why it needs actually more tanks. From my thinking, at least, it needs more artillery. It's more vast. It has a longer border with potentially small Russia, which is Belarus, and basically we just need to keep ourselves safe.
Just say it has a
from the
longer
sea.
border with the Union state.
Yeah,
And then you can get around all of that between Kaliningrad and Belarus, right?
Exactly. So Romania's geographical position in this is a bit weird, but basically our only two ways into the country from the east is through the Black Sea, and we all know what how hard that would be for anyone, like for literally anyone, and either by the north. So you got to go through Moldova and on to us, which is again hard. You might go up to the bend of the Carpathians, but you won't get the rest of the country. So it basically there's some strategic and geography involved from all of
Basically,
this.
what you're trying to say is HIMARS can shoot over mountains, but tanks can't.
Yeah.
There we go. Easy. Very good. Thank you, Christian. Stephen.
Oh yeah. I guess from what I understand, at this point for Ukraine, when they're short on armored vehicles, I mean, this isn't completely true, but the case of any tank is better than no tank.
That's kind of what General Pekatovic said. It's still better than a Toyota, right? So I think that's fair enough. But at the same time, it's not great. Again, my frustration doesn't stem from them being delivered. My frustration stems from them being delivered in lieu of the M84s. So I'll leave it at that. It's a done deal. It's not going to change. Whatever. Would you like to know something interesting though? Two NGOs, one from France and one from Ukraine, have jointly filed a legal complaint against the French Total Energy, which is the biggest French oil company, accusing them of exploiting a gas field in Russia that is used to manufacture kerosene that is used by Russian planes in their bombings of Ukraine. Specifically, they own, or at least until recently, they owned a 49% share in Terneftegas, which and the other 51% was owned by Novatek, which is a Russian company, but Total owns some 20% of that. So altogether, it owns, in an additive sense, more than half of Terneftegas. And gas condensate from that field it owns and operates was used for jet fuel for the Russian Air Force bases in southern and western Russia, including for Sukhoi Su-34 fighter bombers that have done some specific strikes that could be identified for that jet fuel to have come from this French-owned company, which is very interesting. I wonder how this is going to go down in the French legal system, but at the very least, I can say this is very interesting.
If anyone has some questions or likes to speak, please push the microphone button in the lower left corner, and some of the co-hosts will bring you up. If you don't like to speak, send them a DM, and they will try to ask the question to the panel, and the panel will try to answer. And please
It
repeat
worked, Mr. M. It worked. And we have an Alan.
Hello. Good day.
Hello, Alan. Go ahead.
I thought maybe you wanted an update on the Russian drone situation in Norway.
Absolutely. So give everyone a bit of a background first, because I think not everyone will have seen that bit of news.
Well, so in the last weeks, the weeks before the explosion in Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, and also a lot after the sabotage, there have been sightings of drone activities, mainly small drones around oil and gas platforms and installations in the North Sea and also in mainland Norway. These drones reportedly have been flying around the refineries, etc., taking probably pictures, videos, and but they really wanted to get sighted because they were flying in the night with the lights on, like with a big how do you say, like a light beam.
Beam of light.
Beam, yeah. They wanted to be seen, and then 2 days ago, a Russian citizen was arrested at Storskog, up in the north, where we have the border crossing to Russia, with 2 drones in his backpack, and has now been imprisoned for 2 weeks. And the newest information is that he had 4 terabytes of film and pictures, and he had 3 passports. 2 Russian.
Yeah, no, he
and
had
an
in case he loses one, he has a second, but then what if he loses the second?
2 Russian and an Israeli, and this is a kind of a problem. This will cause a lot of issues internationally.
So was he trying to cross the border from Norway into Russia with those
it's
drones?
the best spy ever, you know. He had the the drones in his backpack. He didn't just ditch the drones and keep the memory cards. He had the drones in his backpack and wanted to cross the border in Storskog. Yeah. With his 3 passports.
And let's remind everyone, this kind of stands out because your EU sanctions say you're not allowed to export certain things from Europe into Russia. Now, of course, Norway is not a part of the EU, but it's signed up to the same package of sanctions. So
but
it's also illegal to move certain types of technology from Norway to Russia, and drones are among them. So yeah.
But the police used a quite a funny way to keep him imprisoned until the trial, because he violated the sanction we signed up for, not just about exporting, but also as piloting an aircraft in European airspace. because Russian citizens are not allowed to pilot aircrafts inside the sanctioned airspace.
Oh, that is amazing. Well done. Well done for the imaginativeness and the memory of whomever remembered that one.
Yeah, basically, they are right.
Yeah, let's jump a bit further down in the Nordics. Let's go to Sojo and then to Denjon. Sojo.
I think Denjon, he had his hand up first. Also, he's probably wants to comment.
Very well, Denjon.
But I have a silly question to Alan. I don't suppose they found any Sims 3 on the guy, but we need to check.
I think GTA 2.
Okay. Over.
He was on holiday, it says.
Yeah, I read about it, Alan. So
Stealing cars while on holiday? That's not very good. Sojo?
Yeah, Alan, what do you mean that it may cause sort of an international hullabaloo? I would assume that at least one of those passports are fake, if not all three. I highly doubt he has got an Israeli passport.
Well, that is highly likely that he has an Israeli passport, actually. Who knows? I do not think that these drone pilots are GRU or FSB or something like this. They are probably using the same strategy as they do when they want to hack someone. They pay
Exactly.
private citizens to do covert actions, because this is obviously some kind of strategy to scare us. It's not real surveillance, you know. They just want to, create some havoc in the media, make people scared that the gas pipes will blow up. I have some friends friends of friends who work on the platform. They told me that these drones, they really just want to be seen. It's not of any purpose at all. So I assume that's not GRU doing that. I assume that's the private citizens, and that's a problem, because then it would be a real passport.
I'm just amazed by the range of them. Right? These offshore platforms are, as the name would suggest, offshore. Usually rather far offshore. So what are these drones that have the endurance and the communication capability to fly that far away, or did he fly them off of a boat? And by boat, I mean a surface craft, not a submarine.
Yeah, they probably fly them from fishing vessels.
But then why did he need to cross from Norway to Russia? Why didn't he just, take the fishing boat?
Because a lot of these Russians, that's the problem. We have the Russian fishing vessels operating out of Norway. They're not going back to Murmansk. They don't have the harbor
capacity to unload.
Yeah. So they unload the fishing vessels in Norway. Norway treats the fish and sell it. That the Russians earn more money like this than if they ship it to Russia, because they don't have first of all, the brand that Norway has when it comes to the fish. Yeah. So they change staff in Norway. That's the key.
For the benefit of our American listeners, when Alan says that the Norwegians treat the fish, he doesn't mean that they give them free healthcare. It means that they process them in a fish canning facility or similar. Just to be perfectly clear, there is socialized healthcare, but it doesn't go that far.
Sometimes it's real treatment. They put this chemicals on them, and or send them to Sweden where they make them rot.
Well, no, so that's the thing. The Swedish ones, I've been told on good authority that they have to be made specifically from Baltic herring. So you can't use Norwegian fish for surströmming, because Norway is not on the Baltic, is it now? Right? So you don't have the right species of fish for surströmming off in the North Sea and in the Atlantic, because what you need is a Baltic herring. Now, how is the Baltic herring different? It lives in brackish water, so much less salty water than the North Sea or the Atlantic are.
Okay, I didn't know that, but we put chemicals on them, and then some people eat that. I don't know why.
Well, there you go. There you go. So the drones, big problem, an annoyance, but I love the ingenuity of charging him with piloting an aircraft in sanctioned airspace. Now that is good. All right. Well, thank you for the update, Alan. Well timed, well delivered, very interesting, and we all got to learn something, a little something new. Some about fish, some about drones, some about passports. Stephen.
Oh, gosh, I've forgotten my question. I very much got distracted by Baltic herring. I'll get back to y'all if I remember it.
I apologize.
Oh, I guess actually, I don't know if this is the right current panel to answer this, but this kind of goes way back in terms of when the Russians, I guess, first invaded. Their, I guess, what their doctrine calls for them to avoid getting sucked into cities, yet they got sucked into every single city they come across. Is that like a result of could one of y'all perhaps explain why they did that?
I mean, they didn't get so much sucked into cities. They sort of leveled the cities, and then Ukraine was like, well, there's no point in defending this anymore. There's no one left. There's nothing left. I think that's a little bit of a difference. I guess Severodonetsk might have been the only one where there was a really, together with Mariupol, where Ukraine didn't have a way out, right? But that was the only one. There was really a very long urban battle for a month.
Okay, I suppose that answers it. And I guess the other thing that I thought was interesting is that this war, I guess in terms of tank usage, hasn't included the one well, in my eyes, the big advance in terms of that can affect tank survivability, which is the active protection system. Even though the Russians were supposed to have one, even they couldn't afford to put it on anything. Is that likely to have been useful to both sides, considering the proliferation of anti-tank missiles, or is it would have just been
Tim?
another thing that might not have worked?
Tim? Paging Tim. I don't know. Tim? This is a very Tim question, right? A small infantry detachment separated from any heavy weapons whatsoever, but can possibly overwhelm heavy armor. I fear Tim has abandoned me. It's not very nice.
I've got a message from Anda. She says Moscow is to build a natural gas hub in Turkey. Is that
interesting?
possible?
Interesting. So they're building on the Turk Stream, I guess, to be able to do that. That's it's an interesting situation.
So they still think somebody's going to buy it?
Well, the Turks buy
the
it.
issue was that there weren't pipelines?
So there has been a pipeline. So, okay, fine. Nobody else wants to talk about anything else. I'll talk about gas pipelines. Where's finance where you need to annoy him? Russia, for a very long time, wanted to avoid shipping gas through Ukraine. All the gas pipelines used to go from Russia through Ukraine to places further west because, when they were initially built, it was the same country. So of course they didn't think about that. I guess some went through Belarus and then Poland. I don't know if that went through Ukraine at any point. I don't think it did actually. There were some that didn't. But they either went through Poland or through Ukraine from Russia to the west. The first step to break that was Nord Stream, the original one, right, where pipelines went from Russia under the Baltic to Germany, bypassing Poland and Ukraine. What Russia wanted to do after that was the South Stream, and the plan was to build a pipe under the Black Sea from Russia to Bulgaria, and then from Bulgaria onto, I think, Serbia, Croatia, Slovenia, Austria, if I remember the path correctly. There were some variations later on. See, this is what happens. I start talking about pipelines, and then I entice Peter to come and explain this properly. But after Russia occupied Crimea and started the war in eastern Ukraine, Bulgaria no longer really wanted to build the South Stream. Borisov kind of turned against it, and that was the first attempt to break Bulgaria away from Russia in a more broad geopolitical sense. Peter, I am trying to get you up, and it's not working.
I can step down.
No, that's fine. It's not an issue of people. It's an issue of
Twitter pops.
Kind of. I think he needs to leave and come back for me to be able to connect him. He'll be back in a minute. So that's kind of what they wanted to do, and then they couldn't. So instead, what they did was build it under the Black Sea to Turkey and call it Turk Stream instead of South Stream. And that's how it looks like now. But it's a much smaller pipeline than the Nord Streams or the Yamal or the, what's it called? Because Druzhba is the oil pipeline. What's the gas pipeline called that goes through Ukraine? I keep forgetting. Okay, let's try to add Peter again. I think it will work this time. Usually it does. Okay, excellent. Peter, go ahead.
I had to restart just as you got on a roll. From what I heard, you were correct, Doman. Morning, everybody from the East Coast here. I think Vladimir Putin's statement was very interesting. I think this was more than just a throwaway line. After the Russians blew this, we'll call it partially destroyed, Nord Stream 1 and 2, the big question is, what is Putin going to do? Doman, you were absolutely right. The whole purpose of building Nord Streams 1 and 2 was to outflank the Ukrainians. The Russians were reliant on overland gas transportation to Europe through Ukraine. And so Nord Stream 2 and 1 were designed to outflank them. Now that Putin has, we'll call it, destroyed Nord Stream 1 and 2, what is he going to do? There was one option, and that was double down and go all in on the Chinese and just sell all of their gas, more or less, to China. By playing this Turkey card, by teasing out the possibility that Turkey could now be the gas hub that Russia has always wanted. He is revitalizing, as you rightly said, Doman, a long-standing plan to push gas across the Black Sea to Turkey, and then utilize existing infrastructure that has already been created to funnel natural gas into Europe, mainly across the Balkans and into Italy. This is very interesting for two reasons. One, there is already some infrastructure there. Perhaps Putin is planning on building out more. He's going to need more if he's going to achieve that vision of Turkey as the gas hub. And secondly, Turkey is a very pliant country when it comes to politics. Similar to Germany, the Turks have had somewhat of an open door to Moscow for many decades. So, we see the politics lining up. We see a bit of the infrastructure lining up. The one difference is that most of this gas would go into Italy, if Turkey's going to be that gas hub, versus the gas going into Germany. Now, Putin is dealing with the third largest, not the largest, economy inside the European Union. And for now, as we've talked about in this space, there aren't many outlets for gas to get from Italy to other countries around it. So it's an interesting play. I think we now have the answer. Putin's going to be looking towards Turkey and not solely doubling down on China. We shall see what happens. I think Putin is a little bit out over his skis on this. I don't think he realizes how much the world has changed. But now we see what is, it's kind of like in a poker game. Now you see what the opponent is playing. Now we know.
So, Peter, I have two different questions for you, two different approaches. Would you prefer door number one, that has Bulgaria and South Stream, or door number two, which has the new developments in Turkey regarding false reporting and the like?
Ooh, okay. We can do South Stream first, but and then we can do false reporting.
Okay, so let's do door number one first. So the initial plan wasn't to go to Turkey. The initial plan a decade ago was to go to Bulgaria. And we touched upon this a little bit yesterday, but we didn't really delve into the South Stream stuff. We just delved into
wrong.
What Russia did. On what? They first wanted to go to Bulgaria before they wanted to go to Turkey.
No. The first plan was get Azeri gas from Azerbaijan via Georgia, send on the bottom of Black Sea, go to Romania, from Romania to Hungary, from Hungary, Austria, Germany. That plan failed because Germany opposed. After Germany opposed, we have invasion of Georgia. After that, we have the plans for South Stream and Nord Stream, which Germany approved. South Stream was a plan to go Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia, Hungary, Austria. Romania acted like US and was, even with the pressure from some part of political spectrum, was opposed in Romania, very. Bulgaria get in the boat also. So then we got Nord Stream. Nord Stream is a relative new project, but the original project was Nabucco, a plan for Europe, for European Union. And he
to get us, yes, but that's different. So
no,
the Azeri
no,
gas,
that's different.
No, it is
that,
different because the
that,
Azeri
no.
gas wasn't the Russian plan. South Stream was the Russian plan.
Yes, no, but was competitive to Russian plan.
One at a time,
And-
guys. I hate to be the moderator here. One at a time. Doman, and then maybe Daniel, because Daniel's. I like what he's saying, but one at a time. Let's keep it normal here.
I think. Thank you, Peter. This is great. I love this role reversal. So, what I'm trying to say is the Russian plan. I was just saying the first Russian plan was South Stream, and then it switched to Turk Stream as a plan B, right? But what Daniel is bringing up, and he's right in bringing this up, there was there was competition against Russian gas to get Azeri gas across Georgia and the Black Sea into Romania. That's all true, but those were European plans. They weren't the Russian plans. The Russian plan was about outcompeting that, but that fell through.
Who opposed Nabucco?
Well,
Because it was an European project, not the Russian. Not the Russian, the client. Germany.
Okay, all right. May I weigh in? Because I think
please.
we've actually done some good work here. So, yep, Daniel. For those in the audience who don't have PTSD over the operatic drama that was Nabucco, that was South Stream, the way you can probably imagine it, that's breakfast in the background now. The way you can probably imagine it is there were two pipelines and one very important lesson. Pipeline number one, we call it Nabucco. And Nabucco was, as correctly stated, supposed to bring gas from Azerbaijan and the Caspian region across Georgia and the Caucasian mountain range there into Europe. Now, the alternative was Russia's South Stream, correct? And South Stream was essentially kind of the southern pincer movement, the counterpart to Nord Stream 1 and eventually 2. And that would be Russian gas moving gas into Europe. The important lesson from this is politics and political pipelines. Think about it this way. Nabucco failed for one very specific reason. You have to have an economic rationale in order to move this gas. And Nabucco had a political rationale, create an alternative to Russian gas, but Nabucco did not have an economic rationale at the end of the day. And it was the rocks of raw economics upon which the Nabucco pipeline project crashed. And it was the rocks of political resistance to Russia in Romania, correctly, but also Bulgaria at the time. Bulgaria eventually said no, which was amazing. With the support of the European Union and the United States, they said no to the Russians. And so both Nabucco and South Stream failed. And Russia's alternative, as has been said, was Turk Stream. Not as big as South Stream, not as big as Nord Stream 1 or 2, but this gas now flows to Turkey, and eventually that gas goes to Italy through a series of interconnectors and we'll call them cross-border flows.
We can add two things at this. First, Nabucco, Georgia is invaded. South Stream and Germany is happy. Turk Stream and Erdogan become good friend with Putin.
I think you're right, Daniel. And notice again how Russia leveraged energy relationships in order to affect political influence over its downstream customers. And I think you could point to the energy relationships, among others, but certainly energy is an important one, that Russia used in order to affect political power over Ankara. We saw it in Berlin, and we've seen it also in Turkey. If I could, go on, Daniel, and then I'll respond.
I think it's interesting. This at Black Sea, past 20 years, was always two discussions. First, don't let Russian unchecked because they want to dominate Black Sea, and we need to contain them because they want to dominate the zone. And the only real interested about this area was George W. Bush Jr. And thankfully, we are in NATO because of him. Second, but this is about gas. We didn't need gas. There was something very important. We didn't need Russian gas, but Russians press a lot here. They spend a lot of money, like Huawei. He did it 1 year ago. They pressed a lot to enter in South Stream because it was a key component. We have a big pipeline system, and connected to ours, they can get to Hungary and Austria has the biggest deposits for Germany. And it was very important to avoid Ukraine. I remember very well the huge mass media campaign against Ukraine stealing gas from Russian pipelines and didn't pay them. Remember, Yushchenko and what's come after.
In the cold winter in 2006, right?
Of course,
in Ukraine.
Idea to accuse a country, they steal your gas when you need. Ukraine took the gas instead of payment for transit, and Ukraine was blamed. Similar, how Moldova was blamed because the energy for them come from Transnistria, controlled by Russia. They were the provider. They set the price, and Transnistria don't pay anything, but Chisinau pay all. And this is a very bad sin for Germany. Very, very bad sin. Because Germany tolerate this. Germany didn't say, we can get the gas from Ukraine. I remember German chancellor contacted the president of Ukraine to tell him to not steal the gas. That I remember very, very well, because Yushchenko lost that presidential fight with Yanukovych for gas, not for Russian language.
Daniel, if there's two big takeaways here, because I want to focus it on Ukraine, but also provide a takeaway for the audience. What does this mean? We started with this idea that Putin has now played his Turkey card. I guess that was his hold card. Not the best card, but it's the card he's playing. I think there's two lessons. The first one, Putin's initial strategy has failed. His effort to create these two energy pincers going around Ukraine to Europe have now completely failed. And so he's going to try the next best thing, Turkey. Okay. But Daniel, I also I think Romania deserves a lot of credit here. It's because Romania saw what was happening that Romania doubled down on NATO, doubled down on becoming a fully vibrant, European-orientated country. It was a hard slog. Romania's not out of it yet, but fighting corruption, adopting European norms, kicking out politicians who were corrupt and trying a new set and kicking them out. This was a hard fight for Romania, but I think Romania deserves a lot more credit than maybe even Romanians give themselves. And the last one is Romania's energy contribution to Europe as well. And that is why this war matters, because the way everybody has to imagine in their mind the Black Sea. Now imagine lots of straight lines dividing up the Black Sea. This is the economic exclusion zone of all of the countries that are around the Black Sea. Inside various parts of that exclusion zone, there is offshore natural gas resources. Romania has a significant amount of them potentially that could be developed. If Russia continues to control Crimea, Russia can continue to make the claim that it has a valid claim, quote unquote, to Romania's offshore natural gas. So the fate of the fight for Crimea, the fate of the fight for Snake Island, for example, has a direct impact on Romania's energy future and the future of non-Russian energy supplies in Europe. I think we're fascinated, at least I am, by the fight in Ukraine, not just because of the courage of the Ukrainians or the really high stakes geopolitical consequences of this war, but also for the impact it has not just on Ukraine but on our allies. So I like that idea. Putin's pincer movement has now fully failed. The importance of allies is even more important today than it was perhaps in the past, and that's saying something. And the outcome of the war in Ukraine will directly impact, potentially, Romania's energy future.
Is another layer.
Did I miss something
Peter.
there, Daniel? Did I miss something?
Yes, you missed 3 offshore platforms of Ukraine, which were captured in 2014 with Crimea. One of that is still burning after months. And that free offshore platform of Ukraine was for exploration because they have a big deposit also, and they are captured by Russians, and were the staging point for Snake Island. And if Ukraine will control that offshore platform, all their exclusion zone, they will get even same gas like we have, because we have onshore and offshore. But Ukraine has onshore just in Donbass and offshore in the South Odessa Oblast and around Crimea. So for Ukraine, it's very, very important to control these gas fields. And they can make money and become independent of energy. Also, they have atomic energy. So they can be a big supplier of gas and electricity for Europe. So for Ukraine, it's crucial to control the South.
Absolutely correct. And I recall once the fighting started, a lot of foreign companies who were helping, for example, Romania to develop its offshore capabilities, they put a pause on those efforts because that environment became very dangerous for civilians to operate in. So,
no, it's our fault. That is our fault. It is not. We buy from Chevron the rights to exploit, and now is used by national company. It's our fault, our political system, who keep the offshore law, I think, 7 or 8 years in the parliament. Nobody, because we had at one moment a very nationalistic government who were very anti-Western, anti-European, and they keep that law one parliamentary session, so 4 years, not open. Now the things are regulated. I know they start extracting this summer and they get from there 500 million metric cubes of gas, and they can get 1 billion per year. That will apply all our imports, which are 20% in the winter. So we were totally independent on gas. But
Fair enough,
again,
Daniel. Fair enough. Once again, I know these fights. I remember these policy debates within Romania about this issue, and I am well aware of the frustration that many Romanians have about how their energy future is perhaps being squandered, if not rather than invested appropriately with we'll call it more efficient alternatives. That said, let's Doman, I want to keep the conversation on Ukraine. I could talk with Danielle about Romanian politics all day long, but over to you, my friend.
But this is important. I really enjoyed this. This is really great, and it's good that a lot of our listeners get to hear about this, because where else is this going to get covered? I've got a question for you, Peter, and I think I have an answer to this question, but I think you'll have a better answer to this question. It's from a listener asking, if Russia planned to take over Ukraine, why did they care that gas and oil was flowing through Ukraine in the first place? It seems contradictory.
Man, that whoever asked it, congratulations, promote immediately. You have asked the organizing question of this war. It still boggles my mind that Russia continues to utilize existing gas infrastructure, at least through, last time I checked, it was at least through June. So it was transporting energy through Ukraine while it was at war with Ukraine. It continues to boggle my mind. There is no good answer to it.
I have one.
Fire away, Daniel. And then I'd like to hear Doman's answer.
A European plan to degasify, to go to hydrogen, mean you transform your methane in hydrogen. Is the green plan of European Union.
Hydrogen is a conduit.
I know, it's just, for me, hydrogen is stupid.
Chimera. There's not even a plan.
But
Doman,
was a political plan.
Okay, Doman, what was your answer to the question? Because I'm curious.
Okay.
I'm not afraid to admit I don't know, because it's so weird that Russia, stop and think about it, would be fighting a war with Ukraine while still the gas was flowing.
And I mean, to note, it still is, right? Ukraine transit is still active, as is the oil pipeline going from Russia to Hungary. Oil still flows. So it's not just until June, it still is. Also, quickly on hydrogen, politicians keep forgetting that hydrogen molecules are real small and can leak out of pipelines really effectively. And that, I mean, the amount of work that went into efficient hydrogen storage, lossless hydrogen storage, it's actually something the Saudis have been investing in. Because at some point in the mid-2000s, they realized that at some point oil is going to run out, and they'll need to have alternatives. And they realized that they do have a lot of sun. And one place where it would actually be kind of efficient to transform solar energy into hydrogen would be Saudi Arabia, because they have a big old desert with very few clouds ever. And it's very direct sunlight. So anyway, my answer to the question, if Russia planned to take over Ukraine, why did they care that gas and oil is flowing through Ukraine? Well, I think it goes the other way around, right? They realized that Ukraine was no longer going to do everything that Russia wanted. And at that point, they started wanting to take over Ukraine fully. Russia doesn't mind if a country on its borders is formally independent and in practice a Russian proxy, right? Russia doesn't mind Belarus having a separate, yeah, sure, right. If Georgia stayed strongly in Russian orbit, Russia would be fine with that. Georgia was going away from the Russian orbit, deciding to be, actually independent, right? And having a separate foreign and defense policy. And that's when Russia didn't like it. So what I want to note here is Russia's fine with Belarus having a separate vote in the UN. Russia really wants that. If you remember how the UN was initially constituted, there were 3 votes for the Soviet Union. Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine all had votes separately in the General Assembly back in the 1950s already, right? Why? Because Russia wanted more proxies to vote for Russia, effectively. So for as long as Ukraine was very much in doing whatever Russia wanted to do anyway, and up until the Orange Revolution, Russia was fine with it. It then realized, we need to bring these people back in. At that point, they started caring about it, and they started using energy as a weapon against Ukraine. That's not the first time that Russia used energy as a weapon to one of its former colonies. right? What did they do in the Baltics in the early 1990s? They used energy as a weapon. They cut, I think, Estonia off of gas and Lithuania off of oil. I forget how exactly it went, but something along those lines, right? So it's an old strategy. So it's the other way around. So rather than the way that the question was framed. That's my answer, Peter.
Yeah, I think that's right. Putin thought. I think Putin kind of figured that he had already won, that he could invade Ukraine. He didn't have to worry about wrecking the energy infrastructure anymore because he had his Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 pipelines ready to go. Eventually, the facts on the ground changed once the escalation of the war happened. He lost access to Nord Stream 1, and we know the rest of the story proceeding up through just a couple weeks ago. So, yeah, I think that's a good assessment. I think in order to understand Russia's relations with its neighbors, in particular with Ukraine, you have to look at the energy dimension as one of the primary variables. Russia loved this relationship because it was so corrupting for Ukrainian society prior to 2014, prior to the Maidan. So, you have to remember all of these nefarious energy relationships. Stealing energy as it flowed across Ukraine was big business for some oligarchs. They became very rich by buying and selling energy that mysteriously vanished once it went into Ukraine and didn't come out the other end when European customers wanted to buy it. So, and the Russians were fine with this. There was a big fight back in the day just to put meters on the cross-border interconnector between Russia and Ukraine, just to find out how much natural gas was flowing from the Russian side into the Ukrainian side. We could calculate how much gas the Ukrainians were using for their economy legitimately, and how much gas was flowing into the European Union and other Western states like Moldova. Nobody wanted to do it. They didn't want to actually put meters on this connector because it would reveal how much gas was being essentially stolen. That's interesting.
But also what kept being forgotten is the maintenance issues and just the leaks, right? Natural methane leaks out of pipeline, just does, because it's small. And it's much bigger than hydrogen, but it does leak out of pipelines. So depending on just how well you maintain things, there are going to be leaks. Period. Peter, let's go.
Yeah, but I think there was leaking is part of it, but stealing is another big part of it. And I can point to a few the corrupt Ukrainian oligarchs. I think many Ukrainians know exactly who I'm talking about, who did more than just
more than just poor maintenance, very localized poor maintenance in very specific points right next to their factories.
Yeah, we'll leave it there. But a lot of people got very rich by trading on the side in Russian gas, and it was stealing essentially. They were stealing from the Ukrainian people. They were stealing from the rightful revenues, for example, that the Ukrainian economy was deserving, and they were putting it into their pocket, and they became very rich. And that I would give Ukrainians credit, and this is where I push back really, really hard against those voices in the West that say, "Oh, Ukraine is a corrupt state. Look at this example. Look at that example." I often point out, yeah, all of those are pre-Maidan examples. One of the reasons why the Ukrainians rose up and said, "Hey, we want to take our country back," was because Russia was essentially using Ukraine as you said, Doman, as a colony. And a lot of these corrupting energy relationships, as I mentioned before, when it comes to Turkey, and I would point to Germany, these corrupting energy relationships were corrupting Ukrainian society as a whole. It was terribly corrosive on Ukrainian society. And Ukrainians in the Maidan said no. And ever since then, they have been fighting for their country's literal future because they don't want a future based on that despotic, kleptocratic worldview that Putin has that destroys societies from within. They want to be much like the Romanians, a country that claws its way up into European norms and laws. And sometimes that process can take decades. It's hard, it's bumpy, but look at Romania. Look at other countries as an example inside the European Union of how a country that truly commits to dealing with corruption and saying, no, we are going to be a Western European society. I point to Romania as a great example of that. I point to Ukraine as another example. but it's saying no to that old style of corruption that Russia likes because it uses that corruption to control societies. By saying no to that, Ukrainians have had to fight for it. And that makes me inspired, and it allows me to push back against voices in the West who say, oh, Ukraine is a corrupt state, we shouldn't be helping them. That's wrong.
Thank you, Peter. I think that's a really good distillation of that. Let's go to a Romanian. Let's go to Ioana, and then we have just had an airborne officer parachute in, and maybe we can talk to him a little bit. Ioana.
Thank you, Doman. So I raised my hand about the question why Russians continue to use the pipeline in Ukraine. I have other subjects, but I have to take a call, so I'll ask later. The answer is very simple to me. You have to stick to the facts. Where does that pipeline go? It goes into Hungary, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. So if they shut down that pipeline, where Hungary would get the gas from? Because Hungary is constantly opposing the sanctions, so no European country will deliver to Hungary. So if the Russians shut down the pipeline, Hungary is out of gas. So that's my answer to it. Thank you. It's the Druzhba pipeline, by the way.
That's the oil, not the gas.
Hey, Doman, can you, because we're at the top of the hour, can you maybe tease our special guest at 8 p.m. Eastern? Because I am so psyched for this special guest.
Did you say 8 p.m. or 8 a.m.?
Sorry, I'm eating breakfast. 8 a.m.
Okay, makes more sense. Sorry. So at 8 a.m. Eastern, that's in 2 hours from now, we'll be joined by Tomasz Wostowski. Tomasz Wostowski, I think. The Polish is really hard for me. I raise my hand up and say this is very hard to say. But we won't be talking to him about Polish orthography. Instead, we'll be talking to him about Western sanctions against Russia, because he's a lawyer that specializes in international trade law and understands the method, the mechanism, and the utility of these sanctions very well indeed. So I think there'll be time much better spent on the sanctions rather than on Polish orthography. But nevertheless,
Gentlemen,
he'll be joining us in 2 hours. Yes,
can
please.
I raise my hand? I would love to raise my hand right now so I can ask a couple questions when he's on the space. So imagine me raising my hand and sitting here quietly, waiting to ask a few questions. I'm so excited.
I'm very excited as well. I am as well. And then an hour and a half after, Tomasz, we'll be joined by Olga Kosharna, the Ukrainian nuclear energy safety specialist, doctor of nuclear engineering, nuclear physics, possibly both. And we'll be getting a little bit of an update of what's going on with Ukrainian nuclear power plants. So 2 excellent guests in the American morning, European early afternoon.
And Marv Nelson is about to join Olga Kosharna.
I teased that earlier, but I didn't know if it was official yet, so I didn't want to say it so that people's hopes wouldn't go down, up too much in case it wasn't.
You may be late by 15 minutes because it's 7:45 a.m. his time, but where he is. But so yes.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad that he will indeed be joining us as well. Thank you, Axel. Right, shall we go to CJ and ask him about things that go boom? CJ, when you're operating an air defense battery, where do you want the missile to end up?
Well, I guess, you could argue you want it on the ground because you want it to take out an adversary's plane and then go on the ground from there. But you probably don't want it on the ground until it's hit something in the sky, I would say.
And why is this an interesting question?
Well, a couple of people pointed out that a video I shared yesterday might be an Iskander, which, is a ground-to-ground missile. But at the same time, I say
that looked awfully short range.
It certainly did. An ice grounder maybe would be a better way to describe it, because it hit right in front of the launcher about 200 meters away and was not successful. And we know time and time again, well, we don't actually know what air defense is doing, but we ask ourselves this because there's a clear problem with Russian missiles. And Reznikov, the Minister of Defense of Ukraine, put out a very interesting infographic earlier talking about just how low the assessments are of Russia's remaining missile supply. And this is something that's been echoed by Western intelligence communities. So, if they're having problems now with their presumably more advanced systems, it's not going to bode too well when they open up the much older stocks. That's for sure.
CJ, I couldn't quite understand that graphic. Does it mean that Russia has actually used 100-something Iskandars, or that it has 100-something Iskandars left and it actually used many hundreds?
I think it's how many there are left. Some people pointed out a speech from Zelensky in July where he talked about Russia having used 3,000 missiles already. And I think there's a little bit of a nomenclature issue going on. It's not anyone's fault, but it really depends how you classify these things, right? A cruise missile is a missile that has its own trajectory separate from a normal ballistic one, and obviously flies pretty low generally. However, to be honest, a ballistic missile doesn't actually follow a ballistic trajectory. So there's a couple weird ways you could spin the definition. Long story short, I think everyone's, except for Russia, of course, they don't agree that Russia's running low on missiles of all types. And that's really the important thing here.
Peter, are you going to tie this into sanctions? I think you are.
No.
Great.
No. CJ, you're Vladimir Putin. You're watching these rockets go up and then go down very quickly. You have made nuclear threats against the West, threats that you would intend to perhaps put on the tip of an Iskander, which is a nuclear-capable missile. Do you feel very comfortable about launching a nuclear missile that might just come down 200 yards away from where it goes up?
Yeah, I mean, I would be lying if I told you exactly how a nuclear artillery or nuclear missile worked exactly. But obviously,
but you're Vladimir Putin. You're in Putin's shoes, that kind of thinking.
Well, I mean, it depends if I'm even getting this news. I mean, I'd have to imagine he understands how badly the Russian military is going, but then I don't want to assume too much. But what I will say is another angle on this maybe needs to be looked at more is not only do the Russian missiles not work very well at hitting military targets, at least, is also that their targeting process, so how they select where to shoot. There was a video that came out a few hours ago that was actually quite incredible, and we've heard reports of this program in the Wall Street Journal, but it's the Ukrainian decoy program, where they have, they do have almost 20 real HIMARS, for example, but they have a fleet of wooden HIMARS that they move around that are very difficult to, well, maybe not that difficult if you know what you're doing, but the Russians can't tell them apart, and they may have destroyed a couple wooden HIMARS and a couple wooden systems, but never the real thing yet. And basically what this video was from a few hours ago, I'll have to dig it up for the great audience here, but it was a Buk air defense system, right? Relatively capable, relatively modern, one that both, Russia and Ukraine operate. And, Russians posted it gleefully saying, look, we destroyed this relatively modern air defense system with loitering munition. And then you kind of zoom in the video ever so slightly and you realize it's just a pile of wood. And so that's another factor with any sort of, nuclear talk or any of that bull crap is, all the deterrent talk and all the response talk aside, it's really clear that Russia doesn't know anymore where Ukraine's key systems are. And this is huge because if Russia can't, if they decide to use the last remaining missiles they have, even just in a conventional way in 3 or 4 months when they stockpile another hundreds, because that's how long it's going to take them before they have that many missiles to launch again at civilian targets, they really don't have any good sense of where the Ukrainian military is, which is great news. Or they're just really bad at finding them if they're wasting expensive loitering munitions on piles of lumber.
And kudos on ground scanner. I saw what you did there. That was brilliant.
I think about 50 other fellows came in with that one, but that was definitely pretty fun.
Somewhere in there has to be a Skanderbeg joke, but I can't figure it out.
Yeah, and I just want to, note
go
as
on,
well.
Sam,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I was just going to say, this week has seen a remarkable change in the battlefield in one of the areas that Russia normally targets Ukraine with these missiles, and that's, of course, Belgorod. And unlike previous weeks where on occasion Ukraine would maybe shoot back counter battery or perhaps try and target some missile systems, they've gone all out in a really incredible way going after military infrastructure. They've targeted rail lines, crippling the Russians' ability to move troops and supplies in that area. They've targeted S-300s using HARMs in the area, and they've attacked quite a few ammo depots and even some electrical substations at these military areas. So I don't want to say the gloves are off or it's an escalation, but basically what I take it to mean is that Ukraine has enough missiles and enough capability now that they don't just have to, they can focus on more than just obviously the defense of the front, but they can go on the offensive quite a bit more and really cripple Russia from either moving troops to some BS front in Belarus or even just help supply the troops that Russia already has in Ukraine. So really a great thing to see happen.
CJ, those tweets from that are coming from an account that claims to be Russian General Surovikin, is it actually him? Because he issued a couple of sort of threatening tweets. One wishing the Ukrainian presidential couple a good holiday and that it will be celebrated with fireworks, and another one aimed at Zaluzhny, saying you have 24 hours, you know what I want, something on those lines. Is it actually him or is someone shitposting?
I think within about 24 hours, we'll know for certain. We know it's awkward, and we know that it's a lot of threats. So those two things together typically mean it's a good chance it could be Russians. And the interesting thing about it is if you look at the follower list, it's almost entirely fellas, and he's turned off replies to fellas. So it seems like there is a concerted effort to control the narrative there. However, the only people that are consuming it are, basically pro-Ukrainian people that are just going to immediately, dispel the nonsense. So I would say it's a possibility, but I think the account was created, but it started to gain traction yesterday afternoon in the States. So I imagine, by this time tomorrow, it should be figured out one way or another. But yeah, hilarious because the threatening tweet towards Zaluzhny, which was referencing winter uniforms, Ukrainians in winter uniforms, theoretically, is funny because the Russians have embezzled, stolen, defrauded the Russian army of 1.5 million, winter coats, which they're already desperately in need of. And then also too, some of those pictures actually were of Americans. So
they were, weren't they? I thought as much when I said that they didn't look all in Russian uniforms.
So I wasn't sure if that was an accidental threat towards myself or if that was just a careless mistake. I mean, with Russia, it's really hard to tell these days.
Russians historically, whenever they need to, show a nice ship, a nice military naval ship, they usually put an American aircraft carrier in the picture because it just, looks so much better. You can actually see it. It's not engulfed in smoke.
Well, and as you may know, Doman, there's a running joke because the public affairs officers of the U.S. Air Force tend to do the same thing, but with MiGs. They'll say Happy Air Force Day and other things, and it'll be Russian aircraft. And I think they're doing it as a joke now, just to see if anyone catches it, but it is pretty annoying at this point. So I guess we're not immune to that as well.
CJ, since you bring up MiGs, what's been going on with the Ukrainian Air Force? Lots of aircraft down the last few days.
Yeah, I mean, not just trying to stay optimistic. I think it's a sign that there's something changing, right? Yesterday, there was 3 Ukrainian aircraft downed in a single day, which is, much more than average. One of them had been in pursuit of intercepting Shahad 136 loitering munitions, the Iranian ones that are, I would say mediocre. And another one maybe suffered a mechanical failure, and maybe another one was shot down. Not all the pilots survived. Some did. Aircraft are beyond repairing, of course. But what it tells me is that, the Ukrainian Air Force has more capabilities than they did before. And they're also, at least trying to, win back some parts of the air fight in a really key way. We saw in the last week, the Ukrainian Air Force has taken out, with maybe some HIMARS help along the way, 20 S-300s in Zaporizhia. And these 20 S-300s were ones that replaced a previous 20 that had been destroyed over the course of a month. These were destroyed over the course of the week. Whether this means a Zaporizhia counteroffensive is coming, perhaps, or perhaps it's justice for those ground variant S-300s that destroyed a lot of civilian buildings in Zaporizhia the day before the massive missile strike across the country and killed 30 to 40 civilians. The justice has been served, it would seem like, but it's clear that Ukraine is fighting much more actively to take back the skies on their own. And it would sort of indicate to me that perhaps their air force is more potent than we know, which is a good thing, and that they actually have more aircraft and more pilots ready to fight if they're willing to take such risks. So definitely interesting. And it comes on the heels, of course, of a string of massive Russian air losses, including, 4 to 5 K-52s possibly in a 20-minute period, which is just incredible.
So is that the direction you're looking next? Looking in next?
Yeah, it's an important direction because HIMARS can only do so much, right? Even if they do have some ATACMS, they definitely don't have a lot, if they have any. And the GIMLRs can only range, the 84 kilometers. So in order to really go on the offensive in a major way, they need to, basically use their air assets to conduct AI, as we say, or air interdiction, which is this sort of area beyond the tactical battle space that really messes up the logistics to a whole nother level. As Dr. Paul pointed out last night, Russians are making many smaller ammo depots and dispersing their supplies, pretty greatly, which, yes, it makes it harder for HIMARS to hit and destroy and produce good effects, but it also has the negative effect for the Russians that it's difficult for them to put a lot of ammo in one place at a time. So that's already a bad state for Russia to be in. But if Ukraine can, go past that 84 kilometer mark to 100, 150, 200 kilometers behind Russian lines, where these giant ammo depots still exist because Russians think they're safe, then that'll be a key indicator of another pretty devastating blow for the Russian tactical picture.
So you're saying air defense is out first, then planes flying further behind Russian lines, and then taking out what HIMARS can't reach as easily.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, that's going to be the one, pretty tough part about the Crimea fight, which, eventually is coming, is that not only does Russia have, despite not being the best at shooting down GIMLRs, they do have a lot of air defense that is very good against fixed wing fighter aircraft. And they also have the Russian Navy, right? So two very potent forces that have to be defeated. And to a large extent, these can only be defeated with the Air Force, in a joint firepower role. So there is, you can make a lot of grounds. You can make a lot of ground on the ground with your army, but there is a limit when you come up against a pretty potent naval and air defense force where your Air Force has to get an edge as well. So it means tough days ahead for the Ukrainian Air Force. But, if they keep getting harms and they keep getting supplied with parts and, other aircraft, and God forbid F-15s, F-16s one day, it's definitely winnable, but that's out of my scope, I would say.
I'll just correct you and say whatever the opposite of God forbid, that should have been the phrase to use there instead.
I guess, in the U.S. military, we might use it sarcastically. So in that regards, it's supportive of Ukraine, but I understand what you mean.
CJ, how, you mentioned how many cruise missiles and Iskandars and the like Russia has left. How are they doing on artillery pieces? Any idea? Because Ukraine keeps, destroying double-digit artillery pieces a day, and at some point they have to run out, right? Or do they just have so many?
Well, as you know, Lend-Lease is in effect, and I heard rumors that this artillery piece is being used, and then I finally saw it with my own eyes, confirmed on the front, and it is, I believe, an M1 or M110. It is a World War II Soviet artillery piece that someone in the LNR or DNR is using, a 152 caliber, and that's pretty incredible because some of these were using actually American parts and maintenance kit from the original Lend-Lease in World War II, and they are made their way to the front to fight against Ukraine. And while it's only pretty, anecdotal because it's definitely a sign of the times that they are running dangerously short if they're using World War II artillery. Because what you have to remember is with, the Russian Revolution and the interwar period between World War I and World War II, there is not much there to draw on. So once you get to World War II, that's pretty much the end of the road in terms of what is possible. And I mean, by God, these things are, you know, field guns. So they were designed to be shot indirectly or directly, and they are not very accurate. I mean, they could be up to 1,000 meters off. Yes, you could theoretically correct them with a drone, but you literally can't get them within 200 or 300 meters before it's just luck, which is just not very good for Ukrainians that have body armor, Ukrainians that have armored vehicles, Ukrainians in trenches. It means it's pretty much worthless unless you get insanely lucky, which is not something you want to rely on when you're on the defensive like this.
One last question for you, CJ. We've observed videos of Russian trench digging machinery around Svatove and putting some defensive lines up. Could you tell us what they are and what they're worth, really?
Yeah, I've seen a picture of one of these sort of archaic trench digging vehicles. I haven't seen it in action. I've seen the trenches themselves. They are, relatively extensive over the course of 2 weeks, mostly, west of Satova, on the edge of inside of Luhansk along the P66. The Russians have built this pretty large fortification system that includes a straight line trench, which as you may or may not know, it was by 1914, it was the end of 1914, there was no longer any straight line trenches, right? There were zigzags for a lot of reasons, really to prevent casualties from artillery and also to prevent if part of the trench got captured, the whole thing falling. So the fact that they just dug a straight trench means they didn't even learn the lessons of World War One, which is pretty effing incredible. And then they also have
CJ. Why is that incredible, given the fact that they continue to have straight line trenches at the Eastern Front when they were losing Tannenberg?
So, yeah, what's interesting is they obviously don't do straight line trenches really anywhere else, because in the 8-year, sort of colder war of in the Donbass, they dug these sort of zigzag trenches, and also, in Kherson and other places, they understood this was an important thing to do. You really couldn't do it any other way. But for whatever reason, it was decided by the Russian army that it would be better to hastily put down one long trench as opposed to actually taking the time required. So they either don't think they have enough time to build proper fortifications, or they just want to have something done vis-a-vis, Hadrian's Wall. They want to just keep their soldiers busy waiting for Ukraine to attack or give something for the conscripts to do. But they're not even using conscripts exclusively in that case in Luhansk. They're using children. They're using 13 and 14-year-olds in schools there to dig trenches for them, which, again, I want to remind everyone that that's very obviously a war crime to make civilians build military fortifications.
The reason why I highlighted this is that whenever they're under stress, they make even more mistakes than before. As you quite rightly said, during those years since the initial invasion, 2014, they had, created more appropriate infantry positions in the Donbass. But now that they only have equipment, as I understand, the large trench, which we saw on video respectively, that satellite photography, that was predominantly carried out by machinery. So somebody was really, really bloody stupid, right?
Yeah, or, it's also indicative of just a severe manpower shortage, which I think also would play into this as well. And, with the last thing I want to say about this topic, because I think it's just so important, is it shows the massive hindrances and problems that come with such a centralized army and military and government, because the idea is you always want to be a learning organization, as we say. You want to, if you make mistakes on the battlefield, it's a key task to, review those mistakes, figure out how you're going to, do better in the future, and then assign, people to do that. You don't, punish the people that made mistakes and then keep making worse mistakes. And this is the key difference between the Ukrainian and Russian military, is that the Ukrainian military is a learning organization. And at the end of the day, that's going to be probably one of the biggest factors to success, is that they actually have not only looked through military history, of course, as we all do here, but that they've, taken the lessons from the war and are applying them. And it's for the Russians, it's hard to do because they have lost so many more people. Not to say Ukraine hasn't lost a lot, but Russians have lost way more of their leadership, military leadership, officers, NCOs that could pass on this knowledge. But that doesn't explain why they wouldn't take lessons learned from not only World War II, but World War I. At that point, anything prior to that, there's not really any tactical lessons to be learned or anything of use. So if they can't get this one thing right, then the rest is pretty much hopeless.
That makes all of us very hopeful.
Yeah, because if they still have, their military is now, I think in Luhansk, 40% conscripts. And so that ratio is only going to get higher as time goes on, which just is, better luck for the Ukrainians. Not luck per se, but it's going to get easier in that regard, at least.
CJ, when they were building that, there was something mentioned called drag. Oh, he left. This always happens. I blame the HIMARS. You know what happens, right? He gets to the fort. He parks, and he always parks between two HIMARS, and they block out all of the reception. It's not any good, is it? Peter, if you have time, would you like to open door number 2?
Yes, by the way, did CJ drop? I just wanted to thank him.
CJ dropped.
Well, if he's, I love his morning updates. It's one of the benefits of getting up this early in the morning on the East Coast. You get to hear CJ, who's also up before the sun, to share his insights. So I really appreciate his briefs each morning. Yeah, let's also remind the audience about what we were talking about. Door number 2 might seem a little out of step if you're just tuning in.
A little bit. I will read it out. So last night, Turkey passed a new law on disinformation, threatening jail time for those who disseminate false information about the internal and external security, public order, and, this is really the kicker, the general well-being of the country. So basically, they're suggesting jail sentences for pessimism in public.
Well, that's not going to do anything to help their Freedom in the World rating by Freedom House this year.
I'm sure that is exactly what they're worried about, Peter. I'm like number one of the Russian worry is their Freedom in the World rating.
Yeah, that's a pretty big power move on the part of the Turkish government. It's going to continue to suppress domestic opinions. When you do this, the pressure inside of society keeps building and building, and it tends to explode if it doesn't have an outlet, a safety valve to release some of that pressure. The ability just to go online and rant, the ability just to, vent your spleen about what you're thinking, is a natural pressure release for societies. When they don't have that, that pressure builds up, and it tends to explode in some cases after a certain point. Clearly, the Turks are clamping down on their domestic political environment. It's very troubling, and it's not what we would want to see from a member of NATO. Lest anyone forget, members of NATO must be democracies, and if you are tightening the restrictions on freedom of expression in your country, you're moving away from that definition of being a democracy.
When was that brought in? I'm just curious. Sorry, fine, just a little one. Peter, when was that brought in, the democratic question? Because Portugal was a founding member of NATO, right, under Salazar, and they were hardly a beacon of democracy back then.
Yep, you could look at Greece as well. You could look at a couple examples, but at the bottom,
juntas, yeah.
Yeah, so the 90s, once we actually took stock of where we were and looked around, and that's why, to this day, the open door policy that I've written about is very clear. It was reaffirmed in Madrid, and essentially NATO is open to all democracies in Europe. That would cover Turkey if Turkey continued to be on the path of democracy. For many decades now, people have been warning about Turkey's movement away from that, and I think this is just another step in the wrong direction for Turkey. Finance had a question, though.
Two things. One, Peter, it used to be that Turkey actually had the most jailed journalists. It was either total or per capita. I don't remember which.
Them in China, yeah.
Well, China didn't have enough journalists to reach the number, so Turkey was the number one in the world. Is that still true?
I would have to check. One of my second jobs as a baby analyst was at Freedom House. That's why it came to mind. And I was the assistant editor on Freedom of the Press, which was the annual evaluation of every single country in the world and their press freedom, including in that was freedom of expression, etc. I didn't have Turkey, so my background in Turkish free expression, freedom of the press is less than it is in some European countries, but I'm sure we could check that out and verify that fact, Finance.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely horrible. The other point on Turkey I'd make is if they're declared to be a authoritarian dictatorship, which they are, is there still any way of removing somebody from NATO for not being a democracy? Is there any process by which that could occur?
I don't see it happening in practice. So if we're realists, I don't see it happening in practice. So, we could spend hours, philosophizing about it, but
No. I literally meant, is there any actual process written into NATO where if you become an authoritarian dictatorship, you get booted? I'm aware. I agree with you in the realism. It doesn't happen. I don't want a 20-hour session. Is there a written process for it, or is it just, hey, you have to be a democracy, but there's no enforcement, anything?
to my knowledge, it hasn't come up in any experience I've had. So I don't have knowledge on that. I do not.
Yeah. So, AK not happening. That's all I was going with that, unfortunately. All right. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Peter. I've got a couple of hands up. Let's go to Charles first, and then to Antti. Charles.
Hi. Yeah, just about the straight trenches. Actually, what they're digging there is they're trying to dig an anti-tank ditch. So it's not necessarily designed to hold soldiers. It's just designed to be a vehicle obstacle. That's why it's so close to the line of Dragon's Teeth, and then assuming they've got some kind of wire there also as an anti-vehicle obstacle. So the actual soldier trenches would be behind that. There are a couple of overhead photos where they are digging zigzag trenches within firing range of those obstacles. I'm not saying that they're going to be super effective, but they're designed to stop vehicles or deter vehicles from crossing those fields.
Yeah, but the size of the trench, the width, the size, the depth of the trench is measured is wrong.
You are 100% correct. Yes, it should be deeper. It should be wider. I don't know what the capabilities of the crossing of a T-72 are. So I'm not saying it's going to be more effective, but that's the purpose of it. They wouldn't be that stupid to put it right next to the Dragon's Teeth like that. It must be an anti-vehicle obstacle.
Thank you, Charles. Antti.
Yes. Good day, everyone. How are things, Dolman?
I think things are reasonably well. We're expecting a very, very exciting afternoon of interviews. In an hour and a half, we'll be joined by Tomasz. Oh my God! Sorry, I need to actually look at his name. Wostowski. There we go. Sorry, I can't remember how to pronounce it without looking at it written down. This is me and my problems with learning Polish orthography and remembering Polish orthography. It's very difficult. Anyway, so we'll have him in an hour and a half. He's a lawyer, expert in sanctions. He'll be telling us all about Western sanctions on Russia, their efficacy, how they're constructed, how they should be constructed, what maybe could come next, what other tools there are. It will be absolutely fantastic. And then in 3 hours from now, we will be joined by Olga Kosharna, the Ukrainian nuclear physics PhD, nuclear safety specialist, who will be telling us, a little bit of an update on what's going on with various nuclear power plants in Ukraine, what the status is, what the situation is, what the perspectives are. So I am very excited, and not just because I get to complain about Polish orthography.
Excellent. So I don't want to interrupt the conversation you have going currently, because I wanted to talk a little bit about Leopard 1s. So
we here at the MriyaReport are dedicated to animal welfare, especially to that of big cats generally.
Okay,
in singles or couples.
Right. So I mean, if you'd like, I could go over some basic information about the Leos and the different variants and so forth. It might take a couple of minutes.
Peter, what do you think? I'm going to rely on you as though you're my co-host now, because Tim has been ignoring me for hours. What do you think? Should we talk about Leopard 1s a little bit?
That was a slightly passive-aggressive move to
No,
discard
no,
Tim,
no.
who's
It's been
working hard
fun.
on the
It's been fun. Axel, as you probably heard, Doman has been doing just the hero's job here. So I've been having a great time tag teaming with him. Yeah, I mean, I let's free the leopards. Let's learn more about the big cats that we want to let loose on the plains of Ukraine.
Excellent. Antti, Leopard 1s. What are they, and why are they in cages?
This might be a bit more convoluted than that, but to return to the beginning, the first production model of ever entered service in 1965 with the Bundeswehr, and some basic technical info first. Don't fall asleep just yet. So the weight is unupgraded, is roughly 40 tons. The diameter is the length is 6 meters and 94 cents, followed by the width and height of 3.25 meters and 2.39 meters. It has an 830 horsepower engine, 10-cylinder diesel. It has a top speed of 65 kilometers an hour and a top range of 560 kilometers. The frontal armor is about 70 millimeters, and all around otherwise it's a minimum of 20 millimeters. And the main gun is a 105 millimeter L7A3 gun from the UK, and this can penetrate the front turret of a T-62 from 1.5 kilometers away, and likewise to the T-72 from 800 meters away. And there's also 2 machine guns and smoke dispensers to cover the tank in case it wants to obfuscate the surroundings, retreat, and so forth. And the
in case it wants the leading role in a naval play named Admiral Kuznetsov.
Yes, exactly. And the tank can hold 60 shells of main gun ammo. One interesting thing to note is we've often mentioned that NATO equipment usually shines in the ease of maintenance, and the Leopard 1 was specifically designed to be easily maintained. So the engine replacement, if you have a crane, the fastest time to replace the entire engine is 25 minutes, and it takes 15 minutes to remove the main gun barrel. And just as a comparison with the Warsaw Pact main battle tanks, it usually takes several days to switch out the engine because you have to wait it to cool before you can start to remove it. Now there have been several production variants. I could go over them, but before I do, I want to just to make sure that you don't glaze over. So would you like me to go over the various variants?
Let's maybe summarize what we've learned thus far in sort of Blue Peter terms. Sorry, Peter, not referencing you. I'm referencing the British kids TV show that kind of simplifies explanations of things to be suitable for people like myself.
Keep going, Doman. Keep going.
It's so Antti. So it's a relatively small tank or a mid-sized tank, would you say?
Yes.
With a with a medium plus gun, right?
Yes.
Not
Yes.
like the biggest gun, but it's not anything to not write home about either. And anything else big here? Armor?
well-
What grade does the armor get or survivability get? Like a 7?
So it's compared to, for example, the Leo 2 and other more sort of current generation tanks. The survivability rating is noticeably lower, but it's still quite good. It was still used in the. I mean, there's plenty of detail to go in there, but it was still being used in the 1990s and the early 2000s, even in Afghanistan. And there are actually cases of an IAD exploding and then triggering 3 further mines, where a Leopard 1 actually the chassis, the hull broke from below, and the crew was all of the crew was lightly wounded, but they were mostly still unharmed, and the tank was able to be repaired in the local unit's repair shop after that, and to be made fully functional again. So I think that's like a tiny detail that it's still very survivable.
Okay,
And
so how good is it at turret tossing competitions?
Well, I'm afraid that it would do rather poorly. The thing is, though, that in NATO operations in combat conditions, there hasn't been really a shall we say properly executed toss of a turret, and there have been because it's also been and it's still used by the Turkish military. There have been casualties there, but sources are not really clear on what took place with Leopard 1s. There's more information on Leo 2s. So yeah, I mean, I think the total casualty rate for for dead crewmen on Leopard 1, I need to check that further, but I think it was 0 or 1 or 2.
So for context for anyone listening, right, the reason why I'm asking this is the various Soviet designs of tanks have this autoloader system that puts munitions all around the turret, and then something hits the tank and they cook off, and then the turret ends up somewhere in the somewhere between Sputnik and one of the SpaceX satellites, right?
Yes, and one thing I should note, good that you brought that up, Domin, is that
and that's
the Leopard
bad
1
for
has
the
a 4-man crew. It has a
that's
4-man crew.
It's bad for the crew when there's a big explosion inside the tank. Is what we're really driving at.
Yeah, really bad.
And Antti, I think George wants to get a word in edgewise, seeing that he used to be armor.
Please do.
Okay, so with the Leopard 1s, there's 2 things that are problematic with the versions that were out up until recently. I mean, they're no longer in production. One is the gun has been changed. It's now the L7A5. The other thing is, well, let me finish on the gun part first. They will toss a T-72 turret. It all depends on the ammunition you're using. Right now, there's 2 companies. One is Belgium, I think it's called Mekar, and I forget the other one. They're both European companies, and they make 105 armor-piercing, fin-stabilized discarding Sabo rounds. Right, that their kinetics actually match the early 120 millimeter depleted uranium rounds that the United States was using in Desert Storm. Okay, that's a significant upgrade on the 105 ammunition that the Leopard 1s were using back in like the 70s and 80s and even 90s. I mean, that's just crazy that they can get the same effect at the same ranges from the same gun using this more modern ammunition. The other thing is with the armor, there are applique kits. The Canadians had Leopard 1s that they upgraded. They actually changed their optics and their thermal imaging to almost to the same standard as the Leopard 2s. And what they did was, I think it was Rheinmetall that made but anyway, the applique armor was called Mexus. Now the Canadians, from what I heard recently from someone, was that they had scrapped their Leopard 1s, but they still had the applique armor somewhere in storage. And this Mexus applique armor does significantly improve their survivability, against an enemy tank. Remember, these things were built. They were designed at the same time the French were designing. It was supposed to be a joint venture between the Germans and the French, but because of disagreements about certain systems and how they would be manufactured, they split. They went on their separate ways. The Germans made the Leopard 1. The French made the AMX-30. The AMX-30 was a decent tank, but it was even more lightly armored than the Leopard 1. You sacrifice something for something else. So the Leopard 1 at the time was sacrificing some protection for speed, right? But like I said, if you use the applique kits, they're a decent tank, and with the newer munitions for the 105 for that L7 gun, yeah, you can toss a T-72 turret from 2 kilometers away. And even with the older ammunition, any BMP, any one of those scrap metal that that the Russians have fielded in Ukraine would just be absolutely vaporized.
Thanks a lot for that, George. I didn't have time yet to get into the various different variants and upgrade kits. There have been tons and tons of them. But one thing I didn't notice in the literature I read was I know that there was plans to upgrade the gun to the same smoothbore gun as the original Leopard 2, but there wasn't any mention of the 105 gun being upgraded. Do you remember when that was done, or who it was done by? Was it done by the at the original factory, or was it a country upgrade?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Greece still fields. Greece and Turkey are the ones that still have plenty of them in our inventory.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
And the Greeks have I think it's a Leopard 1 AG4, and I think the other one's the A5. I think the A5 might have the upgraded gun. But like I said, even with the older guns, it's the munition that's done leaps and bounds. It's incredible that they can get the penetration they can get, and the fact that it could. Just remember, depleted uranium rounds in Desert Storm were just going through those T-72s like they were made out of, butter. It was unbelievable. Trust me. We were getting hits like 3 kilometers away. It was just ridiculous. So the fact that they got they're now producing 105 105 anti-tank rounds that can match the performance of that 120 millimeter round. Now remember, the 120 millimeter rounds that we have today are even 40 to 50% more improved than the ones from the 1990s. But still, to get that from a 105 is just incredible. And just remember that these things have like thermal optics and things like that, which the Russians, we know, don't have. So, if Ukraine had a bunch of these, especially in like night attacks, they'll have the upper hand because the Russians can't see them, right? So you can't hit what you can't see. So that would increase their survivability too, using them in night operations.
Yeah, and one thing that blows my mind about the night vision is that it was already introduced in at least as far back as 1975.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, some of those early systems were what you called they had like a searchlight on there, and of course that would give away your position. But now they have like the thermals, right?
Yeah.
And remember, the biggest the biggest problem now for anybody operating a T-72 tank in the winter is you constantly have to turn the engine on and off. And that's what helped our Apaches in Desert Storm at night was, the Iraqis would have to turn the tanks on constantly, right? Because of the battery issue. So they lit up like a Christmas tree at night. So whoever on the battlefield this winter has more thermal imaging on their side, they're going to do a lot better.
Yeah, and it was even used by when the Danish deployed these in UN operations in the former Yugoslavia area. They even used the thermal vision to when they came up against hostile tanks. They used these to see which tanks had fired, because the barrels would still glow with thermal vision and take them out.
I think we lost George. You got a call. But yeah. So basically, Antti, let's underscore this. Do you think that they should be retired, or do you think that they should be allowed to go roam the southern Ukrainian steppe?
Oh, Doman, I think you know perfectly well where I stand with that question.
Yes, Antti, but we have 600 people. Most of you don't know you nearly as well as I do, because I know,
Yeah.
at
So
least like
I would,
30% of your icicle farming secrets, and the rest.
Yes. So I would definitely, most definitely be on the animal rights aspect of this question, and I would love to see these beasts roam free and hunt as they were meant to.
So can we have a new episode of the movie Born Free?
That's nice, George. And this might go on and on, because there's just with the variants and former operators and current operators, there's a lot of information to just one tank and all of its variants. But I'm actually doing a thread on this, and it's in good shape already. It'll take time to get rights for all the photos I'm thinking of using in there. So hopefully in a couple of days' time, I'll be able to have something in Twitter about this as well.
Antti, the real question is, how many of these animals are there to be set free on the southern Ukrainian steppe? You need. This is important for a general ecological balance.
Yes, you are correct. Like George said, of European operators, there are currently, this information it was accurate still at the end of 2020, so there might have been some changes to this. So with that caveat, Denmark should still have a couple of tanks in storage that they keep in running order, but just a couple. Turkey has, or at least had, almost 400. And Greece had about 375. And then we have a couple of operators outside Europe. Brazil had 87 1A1s, 220 1A5s. Chile should have about 170, and Ecuador has about 30. So that's the current operators I'm aware of, and this does not include any stock with the manufacturer.
And it probably doesn't include any stock that is just kind of sitting in a military's warehouse waiting to be sold, right? This is operational as an active duty service, whatever.
Yeah, I mean
Fabio.
the thing, I think you highlighted a key aspect. The one thing we don't know about these figures is because usually when countries order tanks, they tend to order a number to for operational use, and then they tend to order maybe 24 or something like that to be used as kind of reserve units in case the tank they bought isn't in production anymore, so that they have some tanks that they can salvage for parts or convert into special vehicles, etc., etc. So this is just like these numbers. You should take them with that bit of grain of salt too.
Of course, and a good number of these won't be in very good condition. So, but
yeah,
the point being, countries like Germany, Italy, there's a very large number, very, very close to Ukraine, that is just yearning to finally be let out. And
yeah, and just keep in mind that this is just Leopard 1s. These are the older variants that are still very capable, and especially considering the enemy they would go up against, and the current inventory that the Ukrainian military has. But this doesn't touch Leopard 2s. I'm studying that as well. It'll take me a bit more time to get into the nit and grit on that. But so I think Thomas Steiner put it quite nicely on Sunday that there are things that European powers and others could do for Ukraine. It's just it's a question of money, but even the question of money comes down to political will, and that is still lacking, sadly.
And political will is also needed for, and you can complete the sentence yourselves, everyone. Let's not get Antti too angry today. Lima.
Yes, the word. Yes. Yeah. Okay, but I think that was a good sort of overall look.
I think it was great. Hang about, because I think there'll be some questions coming your way and George's way on these to kind of delve more into possibly other interesting aspects, if that's all right by you. Lima Into.
Yes, thank you, Doman. So as we have a couple of experts on tanks here, that is great.
See, told you.
In the recent days, we have the discussion over and over about Leopard tanks in Ukraine, in various models, and also newer models provided by Spain, for example. And there are a lot of people saying it can't be done, it shouldn't be done, but we saw that there's not a problem in bringing these vehicles there. We bring a ton of vehicles to Ukraine. It always works out great, so that's not an issue. Also, training people in operating tanks. I think Ukraine is operating dozens variants of vehicles and aircraft and other gear, and they are very quick learners. So I think that's also not an argument to not supply Ukraine with a certain model of a tank. Also, supply chain, ammunition. I think as long as someone is willing to supply it, they can build up logistics to supply and repair and maintain these tanks. But there's one interesting thing I read about. When it comes to operating a tank in the battlefield, you need to drive it from A to B. And as a tank is a heavy piece of equipment, with the modern tanks becoming heavier and heavier, I think the most recent modern tanks range somewhere around 60 tons for a normal battle tank. And I would be interested in, are there any implications why it would be a bad idea to bring heavier tanks to Ukraine under the background of the payload of civilian infrastructure and bridges? And I was unable to find any information about like what is the average carrying weight of a Ukrainian bridge, and if, for example, a modern Leopard tank can drive over this without destroying it, and are there maybe combat engineer tactics to support the maneuvering of heavy tanks over bridges that in their original form are unable to bear the load?
Auntie, George, who wants to take this? Or is the answer you just put a foldable bridge next to it if it's that little bridge?
Well, really quick, when you're moving tanks from one distance to another, and it's a long distance, let's say if you're moving them from Lviv to the front, you would use what's called a heavy equipment tractor, right? It's called a HET in U.S. Army parlance. And yes, if the bridge is, you're just gonna bridge that gap. If the bridge can't bear the weight. But remember, those Panzer 2000s, they're not no lightweights either. They're pretty heavy.
So, do they have bridge laying equipment that can support this? And also, another argument which I find relatively weak is that some people say you cannot supply Ukraine with heavier tanks because they won't be able to tow them away in case of damage, because you need heavy towing equipment to tow a 60-ton truck out of the mud or something. But I think it's also not a good argument, because they have a bunch of tractors and the Ukrainian agriculture division is doing great in pulling everything out of the mud, including Russian T90s.
Yeah, so the Germans have given them the Ukrainians Bergen Panzer, which are like they're based on a Leopard 1, but they can tow a Leopard 2. They're tow vehicles. They're tanks that are like a tow truck, right? Just to break it as simple as possible. And then they also have Brücken Panzer, which are like scissor bridges that the Germans use. They're based on a Leopard 1, but they use the bridge gaps so their Leopard 2s can go over. And everybody else that has Leopard 2s uses those same type of bridges. Yeah, so there is nothing there. I mean, if the thing gets stuck, they can tow it out. They have the abilities.
And it's a bad argument to start with, right?
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah, and I would just note that what George hit upon with the Panzerhaubitze 2000 is really important, considering that if someone is using the weight as a kind of excuse, is that it already weighs over 55 tons. So the Leopard 2 only weighs like five tons more, maybe a bit more with all kinds of upgrades, but still. And Leopard 1 only weighs 40 tons unupgraded, and a couple of tons more with upgrades. So the weight isn't an issue.
No, but it's an excuse, and that's what matters.
Yeah. So this is exactly my point, and that is why I'm very happy that you guys are able to comment on this and figure out that it seems to be not a problem by the opinion of multiple experts, because it actually is used by a bunch of people that have half knowledge and claim to have done research that the weight is a problem. But I think also it is not, and great that this.
Whoops! I'm sorry, I muted you accidentally.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to say that I'm glad that there are a bunch of experts here that agree that the weight is not a problem, because I also feel like this is just another excuse for half-knowingly people to say it can't be done. But in my opinion, just send the Leopards.
Yeah, it's always the easiest thing to say, right? No, it can't be done because it can't. So go away because it can't. I'll just minimally note, and then I'll go on to Nina, that the weight of the tank is one thing, but the weight of the decision on the shoulders of the one making the decision is much heavier still. Nina.
Hi, Domen. I'm feeling like really stressed because I came in and there are all these tank discussions, and I'm completely out of it because I'm doing 10 things here at the same time, and so yeah, the stress is because I don't know what you are talking about, and I know the tanks, but I don't know what is happening. My question
We
was
are turning, Nina, we are turning the MriyaReport into an animal welfare advocacy group.
Okay.
Because we want the release of all the big cats currently trapped in various European countries.
Yes, that's what I have
into
been
their
trying
natural
to do.
habitat. Yeah.
Yeah, I have been trying to push that also for at least a week, at least for a few months, I think, maybe 6 months. Is it possible that I can ask something that is not the
Certainly.
I read about Kherson that Russians are quote unquote evacuating the people from Kherson to Russia, and as far as I have understood, there are still Ukrainians. So it means that they are taking them to Russia now again. Is this the case?
Yes and no. So first of all, it has to be made clear that the local Howlighter corrected himself, saying no, we're not evacuating anyone. We're just giving people an opportunity to change their surroundings. Because
where's the difference?
Well, the difference is that one sounds a lot worse than the other, right? Because it's a very completely different phrase he used. Now, in practical terms, it's the same thing, but it's a completely different phrase because, of course, why would they be evacuating anybody out of what they claim is Russia, right? So that's kind of the joke.
Well,
in practice,
it was a joke. Yeah, okay.
It's an Orwellian sort of thing, right? It's a very dystopian sort of thing.
That I understand.
Yes, that's the extent of that. So where they're moving them isn't entirely clear if they're even moving anyone. Probably to Crimea in the first instance. But yeah, it's complicated. It's not very meaningful. They're probably not going to do a whole lot because they can't really, because they don't have the logistics to back it up. But if they were to do anything, yes, they would likely send them to Russia. However, the ones that would want to go and would actually opt for this are likely ones that are, more interested in staying in Russia in the long run. It seems as though this is primarily aimed at families of Russian soldiers, primarily Russian officers, that moved into Ukraine after February 24th, because they thought that they would be given, land and other people's houses and apartments. So that's primarily who's going, and then families of some of the collaborators with the Russian occupiers. That seems to be the principal target demographic for this. So no one really cares that much.
Thank you, Domen. Just to follow up, actually, what interests me at least as much is that they are moving them for what? Because the Ukrainians seems to have come closer, and they are trying to avoid the battle.
No. Look, it's very no. That I will not stand for any such misrepresentation. The Russians are organizedly and systematically, tactically retreating, while Ukrainians are running behind them in panic.
Domen, you are saving my day. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Yeah, I hope that helped. I think it helped a little bit. Excellent. Any good? I'm glad. A little silly comedy never hurt anyone, unless they were organizedly retreating. That is. All right. Thank you, Nina. Any other questions, or maybe later? Guess that's a maybe later. Okay. Let's go to Daniel, to Aaron, and then to Antti. Daniel.
Okay. One thing, Leopards will not be free because I discovered Germans don't understand the cross of Bundeswehr can be replaced with the cross of ZCU with just paint. So I like to be the more optimistic guy, but when you use this excuse, I think the hopes must be very, very tempered. Second, a question for the guys who understand. I'm stupid. I don't know anything about tanks, just I watch them fascinated from the childhood. I saw in Kharkiv, they were used. In Kherson, they were used. Okay, Soviet tanks. That don't matter this. But in Kharkiv, for example, was made it a thunder run, where the tactics of Middle East just pick up, running fast, get behind, steering panic, work very, very, very well. And I wonder why this obsession with track vehicles? Because I think it's more useful to think of many fighting vehicles which have 105 millimeters guns on wheels. And let's not talk with Germans. Let's have hopes, maybe with French. But America have strikers in this configuration. I don't know how they are used on battlefield. But I imagine if you make some light cavalry force who just push deep, so you open with tanks and you penetrate and you go behind, so panic, destroy the morale, and after that, make cleanup operations. And there is Lend-Lease. Maybe we talk things which are already talked by the guys interested, but why not strikers? Strikers, for me, people say, for example, practical tracks are for off-road and wheels are not so good on off-road. But I saw them moving different exercises and didn't look like they were stuck in mud. Because if they are stuck in mud, you don't see BTRs, for example. So maybe tanks is a red herring, and there are different things more important in good numbers, modern, which I think is more useful than a 65 made Leopard 1. I don't know, maybe George understands better than me because I have no knowledge in this field.
Antti, I guess it's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, there was. I think this discussion was had. I think it's been had a couple of times already, but I think one aspect was that even though, even if there is like multiple pairs of wheels, like not just four-wheel drive, but maybe six-wheel drive, it's still the cross-country capability of a wheeled vehicle is still not as good as a tracked one. And also, even if both Italy and France do operate tank destroyers with a wheeled chassis and a 105 millimeter gun, it's still not the protection, the mobility, and the firepower that main battle tanks offer is still far beyond what wheeled vehicles can provide. And I think when I was reading up about Leos is that even though some of these operations that they participated in were peacekeeping operations in Kosovo and in other parts of the former Yugoslavia, it was that even their mere presence could inspire fear in the opposing side, and that was also the case in Afghanistan when these main battle tanks were deployed. The Taliban often forego any offensive operations altogether in sectors where main battle tanks were present, because they were simply too they were unable and also afraid to even get close to them. But the one other thing is that the protection aspect, I think, can't be overstated, because even with the German IFVs like Marder should be provided for Ukraine, but even they don't have the similar protection capabilities and offer the kind of safety to the crews that main battle tanks can offer. So there is even the wheeled vehicles, don't get me wrong, they would be very useful for the Ukrainians, especially since they're still using civilian vehicles. Very, very much so.
Andy, allow me to interrupt you. I'm not meaning put a soft-skinned vehicle face to face. Sorry for that. Not meaning to put face to face to a T-72. That is madness. But look at Kharkiv. It's not Kherson, but in Kharkiv, the first clash was a hammer versus anvil. After that, you have fast incursions. That's why they move tens of kilometers per day. Idea is these vehicles don't come just with that gun. Usually they have different configuration with missiles, anti-tank missiles. We can get a squad behind, which are deployed like an infantry fighting vehicle. Idea is this war is not Kursk. Is very different. And I look how they deploy their troops, how they move on the field. They didn't act like World War II or, I don't know, rush to Baghdad. So they have main battle tanks, which scare the shit any Russian in a trench. But usually they push, envelop, they act on the flanks. And I imagine a fast vehicle, powerful, also carrying a squad of infantry, is probably more useful than our thing which become iconic with the leopards.
I agree, but I would just add to that they are both useful. Especially they are more useful when they're operated together as a combined operation, because it's the stupid thing about this whole conversation is that we shouldn't be having this. It should be obvious to any political decision maker in Europe.
Totally agree.
That Europe should have months and months and months ago. Europe should have provided both of these, so that Ukrainian military would have both the added firepower, the mobility, and the protection that it could do breakthrough attacks with more efficiency, with less loss of life, and then do breakthroughs, then cause chaos in the Russians' rear with maximum efficiency, maximum speed, and maximum destruction, and also the minimum casualties, that all of these vehicles together, and with air support and with all the artillery support they would ever need to do them. I mean, we debate about this, but I think we're both agreed that, like you said, that they need both. They need everything.
Totally agree. Totally agree. One small idea. Why T-72s and T-80s are not upgraded? I saw that, for example, the Czech and Polish, when they are hitting Kherson, they don't toss the turret. So it's an upgrade there. So don't make ammunition cook off. But I mean optics, thermal imaging. These things are removable, and why don't adapt something very different, which is very valuable, but put on these tanks? From the start, you don't have a T-72 captured from Russia. You have something different. I remember in every conflict, in every war, things evolve very, very fast. People invest time under pressure and discover new things. How to up armor, how to make it to be more survivable, for example. Maybe a new system for era blocks or new applique armor. And optics and thermals. Take optics and thermals made by Germans, for example, and put on T-72. I think it's more obvious than even transporting the fleet from that desert in the United States. Or ammunition. Everybody knows how the 125, 122 looks. So look at it. You can make this kind of sample more efficient. You can use different upgraded ammunition assistance. I don't know, things like that.
Daniel, I would be shocked if that isn't happening already. And we just don't hear about it.
I've got a tank question from a listener. I'm not sure we've covered this yet, but I see we've got some of our Nordic friends up on the panel. The Swedish Stridsvagn, the newer one of which is a Leopard 2 variant, but domestically produced. Is that going to be covered by any German export bans or export restrictions, or is that up to Sweden? Do we know, John, Antti?
I think it is covered.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so too, because the original technology is from Germany, and there are probably very even excessive aspects in the agreement about importing technology and vehicles for use elsewhere. So I would think so. I would be pleasantly shocked if that wasn't the case, but I think that would be too optimistic to hope for.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a Swedish listener in my DM saying, yeah, it's 100%. It's 100%. The Stridsvagn 122 is 100% covered by the German restrictions. Just a question from a listener that I couldn't really answer. Aaron, welcome to the panel. You've got your hand up.
Hey, this conversation goes back a little bit now because someone was saying, like when Domin was here, we were talking about that someone had said that the heavy tanks, like the Leopards, Ukraine would have a problem extracting them if they broke down. And of course, they were talking about how that's a non-argument. But just one thought I had, wouldn't it almost go without saying that if countries were to donate Leopards, they would also donate at least some recovery vehicles for them? Wouldn't that likely happen?
Well, I mean, a recovery vehicle is a recovery vehicle, right? So a recovery vehicle is not necessarily specific to a particular type of tank. It's basically a tank chassis with a crane and a hook on the back that can drag a tank away to be fixed, right? So if you operate tanks, you also need recovery vehicles that are capable of pulling the tank you have. But to my understanding at least, they don't necessarily need to be the same variant, right? It doesn't need to be the same chassis. But Anti's got his hand up, so maybe he has a more detailed take on that. Anti.
Yeah, I mean, George responded basically to this already earlier, but yes, so even, I mean, all of the operators of these tanks need recovery vehicles also, because it makes operating the tank in field conditions so much easier. But even if, because right now we don't know in what form the equipment will be shipped to Ukraine. Will it be from a single operator? Will it be a conglomerate of different nations banding together and sending equipment, or some other kind of format? But the recovery vehicles, at least the ones built on either Leo 1 or Leo 2 chassis, will be interoperable together, so that they can tow Leo 1s, Leo 2s. It doesn't really matter, and other tracked vehicles as well. But I should just point out that even if those were somehow unavailable, the one thing that I think needs to be pointed out, that even though these can be, the main battle tanks can be used in really small units to support infantry, there's a limit to that, so that if the unit size is just big enough, that means that when a vehicle breaks down, when it gets stuck, or when it's damaged in combat, that there will always be other sister vehicles because normal tanks can tow other tanks as well. It doesn't have to be a recovery vehicle. It makes it easier, sure, but other tanks can tow their brother and sister tanks as well.
Thank you, Antti. But I mean, I am correct in saying that a recovery vehicle does not need to be the same chassis variant as the tank it's recovering.
No,
right?
no, it doesn't.
Right.
No.
Yeah. So say a Challenger 2 armored recovery vehicle could recover a Leopard, it could recover an Abrams, whatever, as long as it's capable of kind of lifting up and pulling 70 tons or whatever it is. Right. It's not like it has a specialized way of coupling with the particular tank that means that it can only do that tank. I believe that. I think that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, the basic recovery operations, sure, but if there's some specialized operation that needs to be done on the tank on a specific, like Leo 1 or Leo 2 in the field, then it's, if the recovery vehicle was originally spec'd out to support Leo 1s and Leo 2s, then there is no need to procure special equipment for that vehicle. But if it's meant for a Challenger or Leclerc or Ariete, or sorry, not Ariete, but whatever, if it's meant to support other specific MBTs, then the layout needs and the sort of specialized equipment it carries needs to be switched out so that it can support the MBTs as best as it can in the field, if that makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah. So the spare parts, the tools, things like that will probably be specific to the tank you're recovering, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is NATO equipment is meant to be interchangeable, but I do think that even though I don't have a specific, knowledge on Challenger 2s, for example, as much as I'd like, I would assume that interoperability only goes so far, right?
Sure, yeah. And of course, you have to think about the expertise of the blokes as well. So the REMI guys, or whatever Ukrainian REMI is, they have to have a degree of familiarity if they're going to be recovering a tank, right? Thank you very much for that, Antti. I think it was T. Lee who was next. T. Lee. T. Lee? T. Lee.
T. Lee. Thank you so much. And thank you for the space. I the only military stuff I do read is probably when I'm waiting in the airport. And this expertise helps because I do know what to write my congressman, which is basically in the US, truly how things do get done. They care about people that vote for them. But I guess I have a question, and I did jump on late, but it's about the Abrams X variant. And I guess, you know, I've seen the evolution of talk since the beginning of this show. And I remember at the beginning, there were people, at least in the news, that were saying, you know, tanks were obsolete. I think that's definitely not the case, as I understand. But is it possible that, you know, another option are these, like, for example, Abrams X variants that could be customizable potentially for Ukraine and rapidly produced? I mean, rather than trying to go with a lot of tanks, including the Abrams M1A2, for example, that apparently is only good on sand. Is it possible to have a customizable tank rapidly available for?
Possible, but one does need to ask whether it's necessary, right? There is a very large inventory of tanks of various variants, you know, particularly Leopards and particularly Abrams tanks that were designed, produced, and outfitted to fight a land war in Europe against Russia, right? And there are a lot of these. There are thousands of these. I mean, there are obviously, as you mentioned, there are specialized variants. They can go horribly wrong. For example, poor old Saddam Hussein's T-55s in the Gulf War I, still had the heaters in them for the Eastern Front. So the poor chaps operating those obviously had a very, very bad war. Yeah, so it's possible, but there are these variants that are designed to fight the land war in Europe against the Soviet Union / Russia. They are pretty much ubiquitous. So there's no real need to produce a specialized tank for Ukraine, I don't think. But I would welcome the opinions of anybody who knows more about armor than I do. Antti, you seem to be an armor nerd.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with what you said. It's more the other way around. If tanks meant for use in Europe for the what you might call a temperate zone are used in Afghanistan, there are definite issues because the heating and ventilation systems and the filters for the engine and stuff like that, they aren't meant for the extreme heat and dust of that environment. But even though I'm not really that knowledgeable on the Abrams, so I would defer to quite a few others who frequent this space, like Raver, and then Daryl is another I know. But I would say that if an Abrams is kitted out for the desert, then sure, then of course there's things that need to be done, like with regard to the heating system. That's bound to be spec'd out a little differently than you need in a Eastern European winter. But I should think that even that isn't a problem if there is industrial capacity to do conversion work. And these companies, the companies who still, even though the production lines for main battle tank, as we heard from Thomas on Sunday, that they are really, they have been really downgraded. But even with existing stock, whenever there are sales made to various countries, there are upgrade kits that are provided to them, that they make these small changes that the purchaser requires. So that, for instance, for the Leopard 1 and Leopard 2s, there are almost every country has a slightly different variant with different sorts of upgrades in them that when they apply them to their own use. So the short answer, yes, there's probably bound to be some small things that are critical or rather very much useful, that changes that need to be made to that pertain to the basic functioning of the tank. But these shouldn't be an issue to any company that produces these, either in Europe or in the States.
Oh, well, thank you so much for that. I think that clarifies my second question, is that I think of all the conversations I've heard, that was kind of lost on me, that, these, maybe it's not good in sand for now, but it can be re-outfitted for a different terrain, and the variants are heavily considered. Because I think from the average person, sometimes it looks like there's just 5,000 of identical tanks that have been there since 1985, but that's really not the case. And that truly helps me understand, the bigger picture of what's going on. So thank you so much. And I'm going to drop down, but I do need instructions on how.
That's easy. I can help with that one. If you see a bunch of, like, a grid of avatars, right, in front of you. If you click on your own picture, one of the options should be switch to listening. And if that doesn't work, somewhere in the top right corner, probably you have 3 dots. If you click those, there it gives you an option to. There we go. See, it worked. Thank you, Tilly. Who was next, Tim? Was it Mitek?
It was Mitek. Mitek, a very good morning to you. Afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Yes. Good morning, Tim, and good morning, Doman. So first of all, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. Because I'm having issues with my earphones, which I have to ditch. I'm getting a new phone soon, which is the Samsung 8 or something like that, without an earphone in it. So I'm dreading that. So tanks. I've been a fan of tanks since I was a little kid, for reasons. It's like dinosaurs. Tanks are just amazing. They're huge. Realistically speaking, though, notwithstanding what we see in Hollywood films and general bad knowledge, I'm aware that there's going to be a technical crew, mechanics with spare parts and things like that will trail with or slightly behind the tank units, there to make sure that the tanks themselves keep going forward in any particular operation. However, if I'm to assume that artillery barrels are just as likely to fail, are likely to fail because of constant use and heat and so on, and need replacing, the barrel on the tank would need the same thing as well. How often, under normal operations, and by that I mean Ukrainian operations, not Russian operations, would a tank or a tank unit be taken off the front line and brought back to the rear for a full refit before it stalls or the barrel goes or something? Curious about that. Thank you.
Generally speaking, tank guns are more delicate than artillery guns. It does depend on the gun, but it's a few hundred rounds before the tank barrel needs replacement or maintenance that cannot be performed by the crew. So yeah, it does vary. So for example, the older tanks tend to have harder barrels, tend to have more hard-wearing barrels. The newer ones are a little more delicate. I would appreciate more color from somebody who knows more about this, but my information is a Western tank, Abrams, Challenger, Leopard 2, will be kind of about 200 rounds, something like that. Doman, do you know any better?
Not even remotely. Antti?
We have to wait until Raver wakes up, or we can ask Antti. Antti.
Yeah, sadly, I don't have that level of detail on how fast the main battle tank barrels need. I mean, I know from experience that these systems need constant maintenance when they're in the field. The crews can maintain the systems as even the barrel, they can keep it functioning if it's only a matter of dirt. But with sufficient stress and wear and tear, it's true that it needs to go to the because there's bound to be besides what the crew does on its own, the next level is that there's going to be a field repair shop with the mechanics of the unit that should be able to do barrel exchange operations as well. especially with the NATO kit, because it's relatively easy to switch out and replace. And any sort of problems with the hull, that's if there's sufficient explosive force, or if there's if the road wheels are sufficiently damaged, then it needs to go to a more secure location, more further away from the front, sort of a main supply hub, kind of a not a factory, but certainly a centralized repair shop, and they can operate with it there with assistance of heavier cranes and all sorts of more specialized equipment. But I can't give you a number of shots that need to be fired before the barrel gets in that shape. Sadly, my own military experience, I was dealing with vehicles that had mostly lighter armaments. So and even if I did have information from there, it would be of Soviet equipment that's not really comparable to Western kits. So sadly, I can't help you there.
So I just did some research on the internet, and some German articles say the standard number of rounds for the 120 millimeter Rheinmetall cannon is about 500 for standard ammunition. And if you use specialized ammunition that has higher gas pressures, it could drop down to about 300 rounds, and then you need to do maintenance on the weapon. So
that was close to 200. Good.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thanks for that.
I'll note that after too many rounds, it blocks it off, and there's an alert that says, you are to take this tank in for maintenance now. You are no longer allowed to shoot. And there's an automatic system that prevents you from loading more shells.
You see, my car has a thing that starts beeping when I don't take it to be serviced at a Mazda garage. So I guess it's a similar thing, right?
Yeah, no, it was a joke. I don't know of any such system actually existing.
It
was
actually does. So there is a sensor on a tank barrel that measures barrel droop.
Oh, is there? Excellent.
Yes. So part of the problem you have with especially smoothbore guns, if you have a rifled gun, the rifling is going to wear out first. If you have a smoothbore gun, then your problem is going to be barrel droop, because as the barrel is fired a lot, it gets hot, and the steel starts to weaken and it starts to bend. So there is a laser sensor that will tell the crew when their barrel is no longer effective, because it has basically bent and has drooped down. So yes, it does do that.
Well, good, I guess, but also, wow, barrel droop is that big of a problem. That's interesting.
It happens to all of us with age, I'm sure.
Peskov?
You can hear me? Hey.
Yes, we can.
Maybe I can add a true story, but which sounds like satire, just to this point. The German military took vehicles in Afghanistan out of service because they couldn't do the smoke, which couldn't test the smoke which comes out from the back of a car for German emission standards in Afghanistan. And this is a true story, actually.
So wait, so Germany protests extraterritoriality in other contexts, but applies extraterritoriality when it comes to emissions regulations?
Yes, their own vehicles they put out of service because of this. And there is like tons of examples from the German military where it gets super idiotic. But actually what I wanted to ask about the tank thing, because once we were discussing about this, I think you said, Domin, that they are already training Ukrainian soldiers on those tanks.
I didn't say they are. I said, what if they are? Or who says they're not? Something along those lines.
Yes. How long would training on those vehicles take?
Well, General Pekka Tovri, some weeks ago, said about 6 weeks, 6, 7, 8 weeks, depending on how experienced tankers they already are. That they're training on
because as far as I heard, there are also some like let's say rumors going around about some other airplanes they are trained on, and I wondered back when they announced that they're going to deliver the artillery, for difficult word in English. Why announce it before you have trained the soldiers already? Why not announce it when you just be like, we're gonna deploy tanks, and by the way, they already know how to use them?
So therein lies the difference, I think, between different countries' messaging on how they generally approached weapons deliveries to Ukraine. So some countries, for example, Germany, said, "Oh, we're going to send such and such in many months," and then other countries like France said, "Yeah, we send them some Caesars. They're shooting at the Russians." It's not as though France sent a lot more stuff to Ukraine than Germany had. It's not true, right? But it's the difference in messaging is meaningful, because the oh no, but we can't send this, we can't send that, but it'll be too long. No, it's a bad approach to communication. I think Finland is one of the better ones. It just says, yeah, we send some stuff. Period. It doesn't specify what. And then we see pictures from Ukraine. It's like, oh, that's a Finnish amphibious armored personnel carrier. Nice. Oh, that's a sniper rifle from Finland. Excellent. No, they never say anything. It just says, they just issue a press release. Press release number 9. We have sent some stuff to Ukraine. It's pretty good. I like the approach.
Yeah, it's way better, I guess. Okay.
Yeah. Then John.
That's from me.
Yeah, I really hope Scholz or Biden or someone who actually can send tanks didn't hear that comment about the emissions, because soon we're going to hear that excuse as well. But I like it.
It's most dreadful when your tank breaks emissions regulations for passenger vehicles. Nima?
I also have a little fun story to tell. When the German Bundeswehr has been in Afghanistan, I was driving around in armored vehicles. If you had a crack in your windshield, for example, because you were driving somewhere and hit something, or some angry villagers were throwing some rocks onto you, and you had just a crack from that in the windshield, the vehicle was taken out of service, because you're not able to, or not allowed to operate a vehicle with a cracked windshield. But if you have a vehicle that had battle damage, for example, if the enemy fired a round into your windshield, you were still able to you were still allowed to operate that vehicle, even though the damage from the bullet was worse than some rock hit on the windshield. So what a bunch of dudes did was, every time they had a crack in the windshield, they were just like writing off a negligent discharge on the windshield, and were able to move out with a vehicle. So that just as an anecdote to the German Bundeswehr. But I wanted to add to the whole tank thing, and just to put the lifetime of the barrel of or the weapon into perspective of what the ammunition capacity of a Leopard tank is, of the Leopard 2. So it has 27 rounds stored in a special magazine, is written down here, as well as 15 rounds in an additional storage. So you have, let's just call it 45 rounds in the tank. So that means if you're running normal ammunition, you could make 10 operations with this tank, where you fire all the rounds of the tank, and then you would go into maintenance because you have wear on the barrel. And that's a lot of rounds and a lot of operations for a battle tank. So the barrel in the weapon is very good, so it lasts a long time. And yeah, just send it to Ukraine. They know how to do it.
Exactly. I think this is the thing to be underscored, really. Just send it to Ukraine. Tim, are you still here? Because you appear on my screen. Does anybody else see Tim on the screen?
I do, yes.
Oh, you are? Okay, because it looked like you were unmuted, but nothing was coming from you. So the little red icon isn't there. Now it is. Okay, good. Sorry, I was just confused. I thought you might have glitched out. Tim, your country of birth. Who's the Chancellor of the Exchequer? Tim? No, he's looking it up.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute for a second. It is Mr. Kwasi Kwarteng.
Wrong.
Oh, has he been sacked?
Yes, he has.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I can see why.
Yes,
but,
I think if you look at various graphs and see a sudden fall off the cliff, that's probably why.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why, but I also see what 10-year Bund doing, and that's not doing anything very particularly pleasant either. Yeah, it's a kind of, UK is coughing, but Europe is sneezing, or is it the other way around? Yeah, the other way around. Europe's coughing, UK sneezing. US is doing. Oh God, US has corona.
So the rumor is that Jeremy Hunt will be the new chancellor.
Interesting. Safe pair of hands, I suppose.
Is he?
Yeah. COVID health secretary did all right, didn't he? Wasn't he health secretary during Corona? That was.
I thought he. I don't know. But anyway, it's just funny. So they're replacing a PhD economist who didn't do very well as chancellor for a month and a half with a guy who definitely isn't an economist. That's for sure. I just think it's amusing. In other news, Tim, did you see? We need to get through this quickly because Tomasz is joining us very soon. Tim, did you see what the projected timeline on the Kerch Bridge repairs is?
My information is months.
July. It will be done by the 1st of July, they say.
Crikey. In time for what exactly?
In time for Ukraine to reclaim Kuban?
Now, this presumably supposes normal operating circumstances rather than getting HIMARSed again. Oh, but
yeah, I think so.
All you have to do is think the word HIMARS and up pops CJ.
Well, I just had a question about this because I'm not familiar with Russian infrastructure like hopefully some people in the space are. Any chance that it's such a late predicted fixed time so that they can, quote, beat their prediction significantly? Or is that something that they would do?
I don't think so. I don't think they say, yeah, it's going to take years and then magically next week it's done. I don't think they operate that way. I suspect that the construction industry is actually one of the more similar ones in Russia to everywhere else. In that it's always late. So, CJ, what were the initial predictions from Russia and how long it's going to take them to fix it? What did they say? Almost a year initially?
No, I mean, I know what Craig said, who obviously is our trains expert. But, the thing about it is we know kind of how Russia repairs trains. They've had to repair quite a few since the beginning of this war, whether due to partisan activity or due to missile strikes. Like, this is something we'd observed many, many times. And the prediction was about 3 days, which would line up with if it was a very important railroad, which I don't think there's any railroad as important as this one, unless I don't understand the logistical situation correctly. 3 days would probably be a good guess. But here we are 6 days later. And I think the July 23 prediction was for the road bridge. It might also be for the rail bridge. But my only thought now is, as far as I know, they've put one sort of test train on the other side of the tracks to go across, but they have not put a fully loaded train going either way across that section of the rail bridge. Is that correct? Because that's my understanding.
That's my understanding as well, because I'm not entirely sure they've actually removed all the bits of the previous train. Yeah.
Well, and as we saw, I believe a day ago or 2 days ago, again, allegedly, it's unclear because, unfortunately, we can't get any probably unbiased observers into this bridge anytime soon. But the cracks on the foundation were just absolutely incredible. Granted, that was under the road bridge portion, but I can't imagine that the rail bridge portion, which was under a lot more weight at the time and also suffered a secondary explosion on the railroad track, is faring much better, but maybe some engineers can correct me.
Sadly, we're all out of engineers, but we are getting Peter up, and maybe he has a good guess at something. Peter, did you want to comment on the Kerch Bridge?
No, I'm waiting for our special guest, Domin.
Okay, in which case, thank you, Peter. In which case, I think Florian might want to comment on the Kerch Bridge.
Yeah, I have a degree in mechanical engineering apart from mathematics. And I looked a bit up the metallurgy. If you heat steel above 500 degrees, and I guess it was probably even 1,000 because oil or diesel burns around 1,500 Celsius. So if the steel gets way above 500 and then gets cooled down, and you saw the helicopters cooling the steel, then it actually basically crystallizes and becomes extremely brittle. And since the train was burning on multiple wagons, so I guess it heated also the other side of the bridge. I don't know if it was above 500, but there's a high likelihood that the steel, and the whole bridge on the railway section is built on steel. I saw pictures on the construction, has been structurally damaged, and it's very hard actually to measure that. So they would need to do strain tests. So measure the displacement and the elasticity of the steel while putting on some weight. This is very difficult to do. I think they haven't done it. They didn't dare to do it. And so just the steel side of the railway bridge is, I think, in really, really bad shape, given that this type of oil or lubricants or diesel, what was loaded, burns at around 1,500 Celsius. It's easily heating up the steel above 500, then it got cooled down, so it crystallizes. There's a very good site. It's called, I think it's the Metallurgists for Dummies. You can look it up. It's very easy to read, also as a non-trained guy.
Yeah, it's not a good idea to heat and cool things unpredictably, because bad things happen. CJ?
Yeah, no, thank you, Florian. The question then becomes, let's just say that this Russian report is true, which it very well might be based on, that great analysis of just, how the conditions that the steel was presented with very quickly and then very suddenly not. There are ways around it. And so we know for a fact that Russia has a Kerch ferry that can go across, I believe, the 16-kilometer span. So it's a pretty sizable gap there, the waterway. And so the question will become, how adequately can they replace the road and rail traffic, mainly the rail traffic, with ferry traffic? And as we saw with the Antonovsky Bridge and the Novikhovka Dam Bridge, I mean, these are things that are not easily replaced. And those trips were about a kilometer each way. And so this is much, much more sizable. I know we all probably saw that report from about 2 or 3 days ago of a 3 to 4 day wait to go across on the ferry, which might only be getting worse. And then we also saw the satellite imagery of just trucks backed up for miles and miles. And that really is the most important thing, is that Russia can't get its military supplies as they need, especially the heavy military equipment. That is huge because, with Russia losing 20 S-300s and other key military systems every week, they would normally replace these through Crimea or through, obviously, Melitopol, which is also in HIMARS range, so not a great place to try and drive through or rail through. And now that's really being slowed down. So if anyone has any more information about the Kerch ferry traffic, I'd be very interested in trying to understand the situation better so we can analyze it further. Thank you.
Well, nature's engineers are beavers. So, Bloc Québécois?
Good one, thank you. Yeah, CJ, a friend of the space, DM'd me with some of the photographs, maybe the ones you were looking at with the cracks in the foundation. And there are definitely cracks. And one of the things that stood out that baffled this person was the fact that there was a lack of rebar in the bridge, and which is amazing because, as you probably know, concrete has great compressive strength, but very bad torsional strength, right? So he's chalking this up to some corruption, maybe someone, didn't put as much rebar in. but that would explain a lot. So his assessment is that the bridge is in very bad shape, including the concrete portion. And as to the rail portion, it is true that it would have been affected. There's a significant portion of the bridge that is made out of steel. And if that was burning at a high temperature, as the previous speaker has said, that would be an issue as well. So put it this way, if it was a bridge in a city, the city would not be putting any traffic on it whatsoever until a thorough inspection had been done. So I'm hopeful that the Russians will be denied the use of that bridge for this foreseeable future. We shall see, but I don't underestimate their cavalier attitude towards safety, so they'll probably still try to get stuff across it.
Thank you very much, Bloke. At which point, I have to say, we'll have to put a pin in the bridge discussion, because we are going to now be discussing a very different kind of things that Russians might or might not be able to get across, well, borders rather than waters, technically also waters. And I'd like to recognize and warmly welcome Tomasz Wostowski. I hope I'm pronouncing that broadly correctly, Tomasz, who is an expert on sanctions that are being applied by the EU on Russia. Tomasz? There's a button in the left corner.
Okay, I
there
see
we
it
go.
now.
Here we go.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Okay. Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation. Hello, everyone. Just a few words about myself. I'm a sort of regulatory and trade lawyer based in Brussels. I follow sanctions very closely. I advise on sanctions, so this is a topic that's close to my heart. So I'm very pleased to be speaking to you. But now that I've made this introduction, I do have to say as well, none of this is legal advice. Just so we're clear. And because the sanctions on Russia just grew so exponentially, and they are so huge right now, I'm hoping that what we're doing today is just sort of a brief introduction into just to show you the scope and how wide they are, and how they've been expanded over time, and the latest 8th package. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. I can't promise you I'm going to be able to delve into every single little detail of every type of sanction, but I hope I can at least give you provide you a wide view of how broad they are. So that said, let's just before we discuss the latest package, let's just take a step back and talk a little bit about how they were expanded. So the first sanctions related to Ukraine, they came during the fall down of Yanukovych regime. As we know very well, Yanukovych and a bunch of his cronies packed their bags and their suitcases full of public money and ran away. So the first package of sanctions that the EU imposed, it didn't really deal with Russia or with Crimea, but it really dealt with Yanukovych and his team. And basically, those were sanctions sort of for misappropriation of Ukrainian funds. That package eventually, I don't want to say disintegrated and fell apart, but a lot of issues around the legality of those sanctions were raised, mainly because there were legal difficult issues about can we prove that they were misappropriated, and if a new prosecutor says that they stole money, is the new prosecutor really reliable, and so on. So basically, European courts were and also European institutions were a bit, after the first sort of wave of enthusiasm in imposing those sanctions, there was a bit of a pullback, and eventually those sanctions today, they don't play any major role. So that's first. So then the main package of sanctions, of course, began with the Crimea, and it sort of started off slow because, as you remember very well, all of us were quite shocked and surprised and couldn't really believe that this is happening. And also the scale of the European response was, well, there were questions about what the EU should do. So the first sanctions were, being imposed already in March 2014, and they were quite slow. It really dealt with they called it separatists at the time. Now we know it was really an intelligence operation. But at the time, the EU looked at it as a sort of a separatist type of an arrangement. So the people that were subject to sanctions at the beginning were just really the local guys, there in the Crimea who could be identified and were active in subverting
Ukrainian Authority. Trends are spreading into Lugansk and Donetsk, Donbass. So we see more and more people getting sanctioned, active in that region. And then the big watershed moment, of course, is the shooting down of MH17 in July. Of 2014 over Ukraine. Some other questions about whether that response was sufficient. Looking back, now we know that it wasn't. But mentally for the EU, that was just a major breakthrough moment. First of all, we had, looking back, of course, they were still small, but we had a package of sanctions, economic sanctions against Russia, which at this to do with equipment and technologies for oil and gas, but at the time in 2000 they seemed massive. Also, the other big step was that the down on the ground in the Crimea, in Luhansk and Donetsk, all that Novorossiya BS. It was
Tomasz,
really
sorry,
low.
your audio's cutting in. Tomasz?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Your audio seems to be cutting in and out quite a bit.
Okay.
Is there?
Maybe let me take my headset off. Maybe
Yeah, sometimes
that's going to be
Bluetooth
better.
headphones. Maybe if it's a Bluetooth one, that can help a lot. Otherwise, if you can take one of either Wi-Fi or mobile data, that tends to help as well, because otherwise the phone keeps switching between the two in certain areas.
Is it
okay? But yep, good, Tomasz.
Is it good now?
I think this is much better. I'll alert you if you start cutting in and out again, but I think this will be much more stable. Thank you. And again, there's the unmute button in the bottom left. Oh, nope, he left us. Okay, we'll get him back momentarily. Ben, if you could help facilitate that, I think that'd be great, and I will do as much as I can. CJ, do you have a question for Tomasz when he comes back?
Yeah, definitely. I have what I think is a pretty good one, because I remember in the early days of the space when we talked about sanctions pretty much every hour, and I've got some follow-up questions just very simply for myself, so I can better understand what's been happening.
Yep, and Domin, if I could just follow up on what Cezio just said, I was very interested with how Tomasz framed the early phases of the sanctions, how they were responsive to individual events, and after some time passed, maybe they fell away a little bit. The EU responded again. So he's so far he's been laying out how we got to the point we are now, starting from the beginning, which is very useful.
And Tomasz, welcome back. Please pick up from wherever we left off before the technical issues.
Is it better now, you think?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay. Hopefully this resolved it. I apologize for this issue. Anyway, so yes, as I've mentioned, in July, basically the gloves came off, and we started going after the government officials. And then from from July 2014 until really today, the breakout of the war, the sanctions list expanded a little bit. The economic sanctions really stayed where they are, more or less, but the list of sanctioned parties started growing. But again, mainly due to local events in the Crimea and in Luhansk and Donetsk. Basically, we would be sanctioning different, Russian appointed officials in that area and people involved in setting up elections. Once a while, some sanctions violation came about, and the EU would go after the perpetrators. That's the famous sort of Siemens turbine that ended up somehow in Russia, even though it wasn't supposed to, and so on. And then we get to, of course, to February of this year, when it's becoming in the end, or right before the breakout of the war, so somewhere around the 20th of February, it's very clear what's going to happen. So the EU starts preparing just a whole wave of different sanctions. And now I'm not going to go through the whole story of what happened when, because it basically happened instantaneously, one after another. So there's no point breaking it apart. But maybe now I can basically summarize where we are today. This is before the latest sanctions. So basically we have a whole host of, well, number one, the sanctions and asset freezes and entry bans. That's basically the list of people and the list of entities whose assets are frozen in Europe. So basically, that means if they have property, that property is blocked. That also means you cannot provide any economic resources or funds to these people and these entities, which in practice means you cannot trade with them in any fashion. It means that any accounts they have in banks, brokerage firms, funds, and so on, all of that is blocked. It pretty much means that no transfers can be made to them or by them. Nothing can go through the European bank system, because anytime any property or interest shows up in the EU legal system, that should immediately be blocked. Now, the enforcement of that is, let's say, not stellar, because unfortunately the EU doesn't work like the US, where number one, sanctions are just really, really always followed, and number two, the banking system is very sort of uniform in its application, because, as you know, we have 27 different member states. The sanctions enforcement is at the national level. So if there is some real estate owned by one of these oligarchs, there's a high chance it didn't get frozen, basically, because people forgot that it's there. Nobody's really in charge of making sure that once sanctions come in, and that property is being tracked down and so on. But now we have a list of over 1,200 people who are sanctioned. So that's a massive number if you think about it. I mean, over 1,000 people. I mean, that just has never happened in the history of European sanctions. I'm not sure how long the US sanctions, the SDN list is probably longer, but that is a massive number of people. Most of those people by categories are probably Duma and Federation Council members, because the EU basically sanctioned all of them. Well, those that voted in favor of, you remember that the treaty between Russia and Luhansk and Donetsk was being voted in February. So every time it went through the Duma, it went through the Federation Council, and the European Union sanctioned all the Duma and Federation Council members who voted in favor. But apart from that, we really have anybody who's anybody in the Russian government. They're on the list. I mean, Putin's on the list, Medvedev's on the list, Shoigu's on the list, Rogozin on the list, Kozak, all the ministers, the prime minister is on the list, Lavrov is on the list, and so on. So all the people that basically run Russia are on the list. The list of oligarchs also got expanded. The EU was quite reluctant to go after the oligarchs. At the beginning, they really just went for the people that were really, really close to Putin. And then after the breakout of the war, the EU introduced this new sort of reasons for sanctioning, right? So let me take a step back. When people are added to the list, there has to be a reason for it, right? We cannot just pick people and put them on the list. So basically, in the European sanctions law, there is basically a section that says, what is prohibited, and once you violate that prohibition, then you can be sanctioned person for your involvement in whatever is prohibited. And at the beginning, the things that were prohibited really had to do with really had to do only with violation of Ukrainian sovereignty and taking actions to violate Ukrainian sovereignty, to support those actions, and so on and so on. So it really had to do with people on the ground violating Ukrainian sovereignty. And then as that turned out not to be very well efficient, right? Because we did not really achieve much. Then that grounding for sanctions, it started getting expanded into new areas, and basically people that were benefiting from the Russian regime could be sanctioned, or people that supported the Russian regime get sanctioned, people that drew economic benefits from the Russian regime could get sanctioned, and lastly, and this is how the oligarchs ended up on the list, if you are a leading business person in a sector that provided substantial revenues to the Russian regime, you could also get sanctioned. And once this was added, that basically opened up the possibility of basically going after any oligarch, any businessman in Russia, because all you had to do was say, well, he's got a big firm, and this firm operates in steel, and the steel sector is very important for Russia. It provides a lot of revenue. Bang, you're on the list. Here you're Guriev, the CEO of Fosagro. Fosagro, it's in fertilizers. Fertilizers are a big sector in Russia. Bang, you're on the list. And so on. So now we have, I haven't counted them, but basically there's probably, 40 or 50 top oligarchs, business people, CEOs, of major Russian companies, people like Deripaska, Abramovich, all the fertilizer barons, so Melnichenko, Mazepin, Guriev are on the list, Mordashov, the steel guys are on the list, German Grefs from Sberbank is on the list, and so on. So these are, the sort of the real oligarchs, meaning, the people in charge of major, privately owned, I want to say, although the nature of that ownership is probably a different topic for a different podcast. But these are the owners or CEOs of privately held companies, and then there's a bunch of other oligarchs. That's the new oligarchs, so to speak, the guys that are basically very close to Putin and building their fortunes on their relationship with him directly. But you can see basically, without getting into too much detail, you can see how they started close to Putin, and now they're going after people that, at least officially, they claim, listen, we have nothing to do with Putin. I've seen the guy twice in my life, right? So because you can see that the EU is really looking for new ways to put the pressure either on the regime or on the economy, because you can look at it as well that even though we're claiming that we're going after these guys because they're close to Putin, but what we're really trying to do is just to really make their life as much as difficult, regardless of how close they are to Putin, just to stir things up and make sure that the economy is failing and that these guys have a motive maybe to start thinking about some type of changes in Russia. So we have the oligarchs, we have the government, we have also the EU started going after the people responsible for propaganda, because this basically rose on top of the European agenda. At the beginning, it was being ignored, but people like Kisiev and Simonian and Soloviev and all these people, Skabayeva and so on. Now we have a list of about 20, 30 journalists, media persons, people on TV, actors, even singers who are basically active in either supporting the war or supporting aggression towards Ukraine, or have been on the record as being supportive of what is happening in Ukraine. And we have some weird categories on that list as well. I mean, we have, for example, people recruiting fighters, in the Middle East, from Syria, from Palestine. We have a separate section of military people. At the beginning, those were just a few guys involved in action, again, in the Crimea and in the east of Ukraine. But especially after the breakout of the war, admirals from the Black Sea Fleet, guys from the Air Force, especially those involved, the people from the 35th unit that were involved in the massacre in Bucha or Bucha. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. They got listed. Bucha. Yeah. So basically, and now also the people from the Black Sea Fleet that were involved in that incident even before the breakout of the war. You remember how they stopped Ukrainian ships from entering the Azov Sea. So anyway, so that's maybe about the list, because I don't want to spend all my time on the list itself, but that's more or less it. Anyway, the bottom line for a lot of these people, it doesn't really matter. Well, if you're some low-level guy in the Luhansk, you probably don't care that you can't enter the EU. But for the top of the society, the people from the government, the oligarchs, and so on, that's a big issue. One thing one should mention is also the EU started going after the families of the oligarchs, and not only oligarchs. So they started going after the kids. They started going after the wives. They started going after Cheremezov's mother-in-law got listed. So you can see that they're really trying to establish those family links, and quite often it really follows the money. So they wouldn't. Well, the EU is not going to sanction your mother-in-law, but in a situation where they see that you're passing off your funds and your ownership to her, to avoid sanctions, that's when she gets listed. So now I think around 20 sons, 20 family members of various people got blacklisted. Chemezov is really I think the record holder here, because his wife, his son, his daughter, and his mother-in-law are sanctioned. We know that Peskov's wife and 2 kids are sanctioned. Well, the same thing with Putin, really, right? Because Putin, his 2 daughters are sanctioned, and the famous gymnast is also blacklisted, but she's listed not as a partner of Putin, but she's listed, or a lover, whatever. She's listed as a leading businesswoman. So that's also entertaining. Anyway, but that's about the asset freezes. Maybe let me move on to the main economic sanctions. So let's start with trade. Basically, I'm going to run through this just to give you a taste of it, because it's quite wide. Let's start with exports. So we have a ban on the export of any dual-use items to anyone in Russia. This shows how sanctions got expanded, because at the very beginning, after the shooting down of MH17, the sanctions were really on some dual-use items that were listed, some of them, and only to certain Russian defense companies. But then again, as sanctions proved, didn't really stop the expansion, and then the war, the list of those items started getting expanded until it covered all the dual-use items, and then the list of recipients got expanded until the embargo now is basically on anyone in Russia or for use in Russia. For those of you that don't know, dual-use items are those items that can be applied both in civil and in defense and military applications. Then we have, and well, of course, we also have an arms embargo completely. So both on ready items and on parts and so on. So there's a ban on exportation of dual-use items. There's a ban on exportation of arms. It just got expanded to firearms as well. We have a ban on export of anything that might contribute to the development of Russian military and technological enhancement, or the development of their defense and security sector. And that's a list of very long list of items, about 55 pages of different equipment, different chemicals, different stuff that might, well, as the name suggests, help the Russians develop their military sector. We have a ban on exportation of oil and gas equipment. Those are 30 tariff lines, and those are things related to, again, well, as the name suggests, oil and gas exploration and production. We have a ban on anything suited for use in oil and refining liquefaction of natural gas. So basically, those are, we're trying to undermine the main source of revenue being, oil and gas, and different parts of installations, anything that helps them monetize the raw materials that they have. Again, there's a list of items that are forbidden to be shipped to Russia. Then we have some sanctions on aviation and space industry, and it's the same concept. So we've identified an industry that we want to undermine, aviation and space, and there's a list of products that contribute and are used in this sector. The same thing for maritime navigation. Again, there's a list of items, not very long, but related to complicated navigation on the sea. And then there's a very long list of items which, again, I'm quoting, could contribute to the enhancement of Russian industrial capacities. And as you see, industrial capacity, that's extremely long. We had before the defense sector, we had space, we had aviation, those are specific sectors. Here, we're not even specifying what sector it is. We're just saying industrial capacities. And that thing is extremely long. It's about 55 pages, 650 items by tariff code. So actually speaking, there are probably thousands and thousands of items under this prong that are prohibited. Ban on luxury items. That's a fun one. The idea there was again to hurt the Russian, the Moscow elite, in St. Petersburg as well, the people who are rich, who have money, who enjoy going to Europe. We can't really go after them because we don't know who they are. They're not really doing anything except living their nice, rich lives. So the idea is, well, let's make it more difficult for them so they feel that something's wrong, right? And there's a list of luxury products that we have been exporting to Russia that are now prohibited. That's on the export ban. And as you see, because one of the issues that always comes up is that Russia is still making a lot of money and based on their oil and gas revenues. But this whole section that I've just described is supposed to lead to an inability to spend that money, right? So yes, they're making money, but then the money is only useful if you can actually buy something with it. And the idea is, well, you can't buy anything that you really want because the luxury items are gone. If you want to invest in your company, if you're an oligarch, you want to put up a new plant, you can't because you can't buy the equipment, you can't buy the raw materials, you can't buy the technology, and so on. So basically, yes, you have money, but you're sitting on money, but you cannot do anything useful with it. Now the import ban, and again, the idea here is to limit what we're buying from the Russians. So the largest, and I think the most, well, until recently, the most effective one was the iron and steel product embargo. There's like 14 pages of stuff that Russia has always been a big exporter to the European Union. So probably the European steel industry is quite happy with this because they managed to remove all the Russian steel from the market. We have a ban on coal. And as you probably know, because this was a big one, it was quite widely discussed. It's the ban on crude and petroleum products. It was, finally adopted the last sanctions package. It was quite difficult. It was born with a lot of pain. There are a lot of exemptions. The pipelines, oil is exempted, but then there are exemptions from exemptions. So if Hungarians buy the oil, they cannot resell it. They can also not resell the petroleum products they're making with that pipeline oil. Then there are exemptions from exemptions, so they can sell some of the pipeline oil can be sold to Bulgaria, to Croatia, and so on. So this is a very complicated system, but it's there. It's there. It's going to enter the crude ban. It's going to enter in force in December, and the petroleum product ban is going to enter in force in February. We also have an import ban on gold, and there's an import ban on, and again, this is a broad category because at some point the EU decided, well, we cannot, every time we have a sanctions round, we cannot, go through this painful process of identifying the sector we want to hit. So they've realized what we want to hit are the sectors that are providing revenue to the Russians. And that's exactly what they banned. So they banned imports of goods which generate significant revenues. And then again, that's put into an annex. In this case, it's Annex 21. And they're just adding things to the annex. So it started with some chemicals. You might remember that one of the big topics was potash, and some of the, and fertilizers and so on. So basically, we have an annex, and the EU is going to expand this annex, and it just did actually in the last package of sanctions. And this is something that I expect to be growing because it's basically the easiest to do. You identify, what are the things Russians are still exporting to Europe, and you're banning it. So those are the trade sanctions. I don't want to. Yeah, I need to speed up probably. On the services, that's quite interesting. We of course have this a ban on broadcasting content by Russian propaganda. You know this, of course. So that's Russia, Sputnik, RT, and so on. We have a ban on a lot of professional services, so accounting, auditing, bookkeeping, business management, consulting, PR services. This was a big issue, as I've mentioned at the outset of this discussion. I'm based in Brussels, so that's basically the temple of lobbying in Europe. And a lot of Russian companies were involved in lobbying. They had PR firms there, and they had their own Europeans working for them as lobbyists. From what I know, some of them I knew, and they resigned. So those relationships don't work anymore, because again, you cannot provide PR services to a Russian company today in Europe. And this just got expanded, and I'm going to talk about it in a bit, to legal services and some others. Finance, because of course this was the big one. So we started off with a ban on investment services, which basically meant you couldn't loan money to a subset of Russian companies, most of them from different sectors, basically mostly military, transport of crude and petroleum products, so Rosneft, Transneft, Gazpromneft, a growing list of banks. So they started with Sberbank, VTB, Gazprom Bank, VEB, and so on. Then they went to Alpha, Bank Russia, and so on. So that list is expanding. At some point, yes, they've introduced a ban on any transaction with government-owned companies, and those are in Annex 19, and there's like 12 companies, and again, that's mostly defense companies and oil and gas, so Rosneft, Gazprom, Transneft. There's a ban on accepting deposits from Russians over 100,000 euros. There's a ban on providing crypto asset services. Of course, the famous one, I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place within the financial ones, but there's just so many of them, it's difficult to sort of put them all together. Of course, the famous one was SWIFT. Eventually that got adopted, so we have a list of, at this point, almost all Russian banks for which SWIFT services cannot be provided. And this basically also ensures that the trade with Russia is almost non-existent at this point, except energy resources. Yes.
Tomasz, on the point of banks.
Yep.
There has been a lot said about, there are ways to bypass sanctions for Russia. There are capacities that Russia has to get around whatever sanctions have been imposed. How much of an issue is that? What are the legal loopholes that really need closing?
Well, look, the money can run through third countries, right? And that's always something you can do, and that's always something that's going to be difficult to do. I want to say two things here. The first one is the following. All sanctions can be circumvented. I mean, it's almost impossible to build a system that's completely foolproof and watertight. That's going to be impossible to go around. But that said, it starts becoming increasingly difficult for them to circumvent, right? So the idea of the sanctions here is, yeah, if you're an oligarch and can you still sell to Europe if you really want to? Yes, you can, but it's becoming extremely complicated. You're going to get caught sooner or later, so you're going to have to figure some other way to do it. And do you want to spend your life, inventing circumvention methods? I mean, because I think this is the main issue. The main issue is we're trying to make life so difficult for them that at some point, yes, if they want to circumvent it, they can, but it's so expensive, so difficult, and so ineffective in a sense that, they get caught, and in a while they have to figure another way of doing it, that the sanctions are achieving their main purpose, which is to basically to really hurt the economy. But that said, the EU is going to have to go extraterritorially, and as you know, because we've discussed it on Twitter, this is what the EU is doing, right? So I've mentioned when I was discussing the sanctions list that there is a list of reasons why you can get sanctioned, and in the 8th package of sanctions, the EU added another prong, which is entities. Well, I'm just quoting from memory now, that natural persons and entities and legal persons who facilitate the infringement of the ban on circumvention. So basically, if you're a foreign company, if you're a foreign bank, and you're helping European companies circumvent Russian sanctions. So you're bringing in Russian money, even though from people you know they are on the sanctions list and they're not supposed to. If you're erasing the data where that transfer is coming from, you can be sanctioned yourself, right? So for the financial sector, that's extremely difficult because, as you know, those of you that follow sanctions, I don't know if we have anybody from the US on the call, but for a bank, to be suspected of circumventing, that puts you out of business pretty much. Because when you're a bank, you're not really dependent on, on your client. You're really depending on all the other banks wanting to work with you. So once once nobody wants to work with you because you're suspected even of sanctions violations, you're basically out, right? So
we do have someone from the US actually.
Oh, great.
We have Peter Dorn, who's been researching Russia and Central and Eastern Europe for decades now. Peter, do you want to jump in and add this?
Thank you so much, Domin. Tomasz, I loved your brief. I think it was excellent. And I have been waiting to ask a couple sort of broad questions and perhaps lean on a bit of your knowledge. But this was one of the big ones I wanted to raise with you. To confirm, right now, you've been talking mainly about primary sanctions. Here in the United States, we're having a very active debate about secondary sanctions. So basically, to confirm, right now, though, there are no secondary sanctions on, say, a Turkish commercial bank or an Indian commercial bank or a Chinese commercial bank that does business with a company that is violating EU restrictions on trade with Russia. So if that Turkish bank does business with a company that is sending equipment to Russia, that bank still has access to the European financial markets, to money markets, to bond markets, et cetera. There are no effective secondary sanctions on the banks that do business with sanctions evaders at this point. Yes or no? I'm trying to get a good clarification on this question.
Yes, there are no sanctions on those banks.
Okay.
But let me expand on this. So number one, this is of course the big loophole, and this is what I think the EU is trying to go after now, right? So to be honest with you, I'm just going to be completely open. I think the chances.
Please do, Tomasz. This is a good space for sharing ideas, and the reason I'm asking is right now I'm attempting with some colleagues to craft some meaningful next steps on the U.S. policy side to work with our allies to bring along Europe and get the United States to impose, let me add it this way, to put more steel in the spine of our primary and secondary sanctions.
Look, secondary sanctions, I mean, I'm a big supporter of them. I think Europeans have been too timid about it. As you know, if you follow this, you know this probably better than I do, how the EU has been, complaining about the use of extraterritorial and secondary sanctions. The EU has been complaining about it for decades, I want to say. But now it seems they're coming slowly around to realize that, there is a lot of market power that they can use. That's number one. Number two, yes, this latest expansion, I think, of the grants for listing, it's supposed to achieve this goal. It's supposed to scare away companies like in Turkey. I think Turkey is an excellent example because I think they're the primary target here for a number of reasons, mainly being, because circumvention, I mean, financial flows is one thing, but there's also, circumventing the export-import bans. And Turkey is ideally located to do that because it's on the way, it's close by, because as we know, transportation cost is quite big. So, nobody's going to be sending Russian stuff to, India to be shipped to Europe. I mean, it's just, too expensive. But Turkey is ideally placed. So I think your example of Turkish banks and Turkish companies is a good one. So I think the EU is trying to scare them. Now, among ourselves here, I think I need to add that I think the likelihood of listing somebody is not very high. And that's the reason for that is that, you need to get to 27 member states agree to actually list somebody. And I think it's easier with, the bad guys, with people that are killing people in Ukraine and so on. That's easier to do on an emotional level. Some bank in Turkey, Erdogan's going to approach the government of, I don't know, Orban or Cyprus or Malta and start trading. And it's going to be difficult to get unanimity, unfortunately. But I think this is the idea. But to be honest, I have to say, I understand that, the Biden administration has been trying to, I'm looking for the right word, to talk some sense into Europeans and to do it on a friendly way and bring us along on this journey. But if I think, especially in banking, if the US wants a bank, to stop participating in it, they can just sanction it. Because as you know, probably better than I do, if the US sanctions a bank, like nobody's going to touch that bank in Europe as well. I mean, I think I want to say that in sanctions enforcement, I think US sanctions have been more effective than European ones, especially in banking, because the European banking sector just follows whatever the US is doing. So if somebody gets sanctioned in the US, it goes down the grapevine, so all the banks know that this person is sanctioned in the US, and nobody wants to touch that person, even if in the EU it's allowed. And I've had discussions, I've been advising companies, on getting, this was a way back with Iran, for example. It was allowed under EU law, it was not allowed under the US law. The banks don't care. The banks want nothing to do with it. If you're sanctioned in the US, European banks want nothing to do with you. So the US,
and eventually Europe came around on the Iran trade ban prior to 2012. Eventually Europe came around and joined us. Tomasz, I know there's a lot of questions. I'm dying just to ask you this one because it is the most important. It has to do with the G7's oil price cap scheme that they're knocking around on Russia. Here's my question. Will the oil price cap apply to EU firms that continue to buy, trade, or ensure maritime energy imports from Russia into the US if those shipments abide by the cap? So here in the United States, the Treasury Department has said, even if you abide by the cap, you still can't bring any Russian oil into the US. So we're going to create this scheme, but none of that oil can arrive on our shores after December 5th, once the agreement comes in. The example would be, and I'm not talking about Hungary, Slovakia, or the Czech Republic, which have exemptions to the EU's oil embargo, but the example would be a firm based in the EU that buys Russian oil, trades in Russian oil, it ensures Russian maritime shipments of Russian oil. Are they basically going to be able to sell or facilitate transactions to China or India, but that oil still can't come into the EU? Or if companies abide by the cap, they can now start flooding the EU with cheap Russian oil. I've been trying to get a clear answer on this one, and I do hope you have some insight.
Well, look, we can liaise separately on this, and I encourage you to do so. But my quick answer is no, they cannot bring it into the EU because the price cap, the way I read it, and again, I have to go back to it and read it carefully. But the price cap is about. I'm trying to figure
it out too. It's unclear to me. That's why I can't figure it out. So yeah.
Okay. I'm pretty certain it does not apply to importation into the EU. So it's a transfer. It's basically supposed to get European firms away from trading Russian oil globally. It does not affect the embargo on Russian oil in the EU. So basically, that the embargo was not on. Well, let me take a step back. So the ban on Russian crude was pipeline was exempted. It was about seaborne, and the transfer ban that's now sort of implemented with a price cap. It's about the transport. It's not about importation. So the price cap, the introduction of the price cap, the way I read it, and again, I have to go back to it, so that's a massive caveat, but I'm pretty certain it does not apply to imports into Europe. So basically, the answer, my quick question to your question would be, you cannot bring Russian oil by sea, even if it's within the price cap, into the EU. But I have to go back and look at it very carefully.
No, that makes sense. I mean, that's the position that Treasury has taken, and they've been explicit about this, saying, hey, even under this new scheme, none of this applies to importing oil into the United States, even if you follow these rules. I was just trying to get clarification on the EU side. Let's do this. I've followed you on Twitter. We'll follow up with some DMs and we'll do some backup follow-up. Domin, I've got one more, but I'll step aside and let others ask, because this is Tomasz, thank you so much for sharing your insight with this wonderful space in this community.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. In which case, I will jump in with a couple of fairly straightforward ones that I just wish a little bit of clarification on. You're talking about the commercial aircraft sector. At the end of July, I think the EU and then the UK followed up with a clarification of the sanctions to that sector. What did that clarification actually do when it comes to the availability of spare parts? There was something to do with as long as it satisfies ICAO rules on safe transport, something like that. What does that actually do about the increased availability of spare parts, especially for Airbus airframes for commercial airlines in Russia, especially in the context of so many having been effectively taken from the leasing companies, mostly Irish ones? And why did that clarification of sanctions actually come about in the first place?
Well, listen. To be frank, I'm going to have to dig into this more to give you a very good response. But let me take a step back. Those. I think the main thing is those clarifications that the Commission is issuing. It's important to remember they're not binding, and this is one of the big issues within the EU. This is one of the big problems, which is sanctions are enforced at the member state level. So it's the member state authorities that license anything. It's the member state authorities that go after infringements. It's the state courts, the member state courts that enforce it, and the prosecution within the EU, within each member state. The Commission, because they're the ones drafting the proposals for sanctions, because even the Commission doesn't impose the sanctions. Remember, the sanctions are imposed by member states, by the Council. But the Commission is really fighting for a central role. Sorry, tongue twister. For a central role in sanctions enforcement and in sanctions in general. So they've been issuing these guidelines. These guidelines, this is one of them, but even the previous ones, you might remember the fight about Kaliningrad and the transshipment through, from Russia through Belarus into, through Lithuania, sorry, into Kaliningrad. So those interpretations that the Commission is giving, and sometimes they're changing their interpretations, they sort of reflect the political when they're not binding. So that's my first major point. Now the second point, of course, is that because the Russians are using a lot of European aircraft, and there is a ban on exportation of aircraft and aircraft parts, that would normally prevent the exportation of aircraft parts from European manufacturers into Russia. But then from those, there are exemptions. There are exemptions from every prohibition. There's an exemption, for humanitarian reasons, to protect life and so on. So I suspect this is what it was about, but quite frankly, I haven't followed this closely, so I'm going to have to get back to you on this one.
That's absolutely acceptable. Thank you very much. I'd love to circle back on this at some point.
Sure.
One other little one is when it comes to Belarus, especially provision of services to Belarus. There's a little bit of a scandal during the summer where a Czech company, Praha AŽD, something like that, was providing maintenance services on a rail line in Belarus around the town of Homel, a rail line that was actually being still, and probably still is, quite extensively used by Russian armed forces for moving around of Iskander short to medium range ballistic missiles to airfields in Belarus from which they would be launched against Ukraine. Why could a Czech company this summer be maintaining Belarusian railways, ones employed by Russian military logistics?
Short answer, they can't. I don't know. You got me there. But this goes to the enforcement issue, right? The EU member state authorities have no. I don't know. I don't want to complain too much. So let me rephrase this. Look, there is no central enforcement of EU sanctions. That's number one. Member state authorities, most of EU member states don't have. They don't have the administrative capacity or even will to be following what their companies are doing, even internally within their jurisdiction, but even more abroad. So if there's a Czech company doing something abroad, my first, and again, I don't want to complain about the Czech Republic because I'm not that familiar with the system, but I can bet you that there is no body in the Czech Republic whose function it is to monitor what the Czech companies are doing abroad, and if they're not violating sanctions, especially in quite a complicated arrangement as this one, because this will be providing some assistance to the Russian military, but it's in the territory of Belarus, right? So I should have mentioned, by the way, that under the sanctions that I've been discussing it as Russian sanctions, but there's a package of sanctions on Russia. Then there's a package of sanctions on Belarus, and then there's a package of sanctions related to violation of Ukrainian sovereignty. And within that package of sanctions, we've got mostly Russians, but there are also Belarusians, there are Syrians, and there are others, people who are involved in Ukraine. The case you're mentioning is a bit complicated because it happened on the territory of Belarus, but it relates to provision of assistance, I would call it using sanctions terms, to the Russian military. So legally that's complicated, and that's why it doesn't surprise me that the Czech enforcement body would have no idea what to do with it.
Thank you so much, Tomasz. Let's go to Ben, then to Emirko, Craig, and then Latin. Ben, shoot.
Thank you, Domin. Thank you very, very much, Tomasz, for coming to speak with us. That was extremely dense, I have to say, but very interesting. I do have I would say a framing question, which regards the aim of the sanctions. Can you rephrase what is the aim that is being followed? Is it, you mentioned it's not clear, so what is it? And does it imply some limits? So for instance, we hear often the Russian propaganda complaining about sanctions against agriculture. Is agriculture naturally, due to the aim of the sanction, out of the type of sanctions that are being imposed? Thank you.
Okay, well, this is a big one, and my answer is going to disappoint you. So, the sanctions have no stated aim, basically. I mean, because there is no section of sanctions that says, we're imposing these sanctions for this and this reason, and our purpose is to achieve this and this objective. I mean, if you follow the political, developments and the statements either from the Commission or from member states, then they will provide you some political reason why they're doing it, and maybe what they're trying to achieve. But in fact, from a legal perspective, perspective, the sanctions legally do not serve a particular purpose, right? It's not stated in the sanctions, we're doing this to achieve the same. No, we're just imposing sanctions. Why are we doing it? We'll take a guess. But that's why we're going to do it, and why is it that we're doing it is not really stated in a legal sense. Of course, I've mentioned to you the asset freezes and the entry bans. So there, if you look at the reasons for listing, it's clear why they're doing it, because, for example, right, anybody violating the territorial sovereignty of Ukraine. Well, obviously, the purpose there is not to violate the territorial sovereignty of and integrity of Ukraine. But it's not, in a legal sense, it's not stated. There's one more thing which I have to say here, which is, in Europe, imposition of sanctions is quite complicated because you have multiple actors. And each of these actors might have a different goal or a different aim. Right? I mean, the Commission's proposing something, then 27 member states have to agree to it. But why are they doing it? Each one of them might have a different reason. Maybe Hungary is doing it because they know it's not going to achieve anything. And somebody else is doing it, hoping Russia's going to fall apart. And somebody else realizes Russia's not going to fall apart, but at least maybe we can stop what's happening in Ukraine. So the aim of sanctions is not really specified anywhere, but I think there is some common understanding that the more we make life difficult for the Russians, the less likely they are to succeed. And I have to say, I'm a big proponent of a theory that sanctions on Russia have proved to work. And my example is not what's happening now, although I'm certain they will, but is what happened after July 2014. I mean, if you go back in time and you read the newspapers and you try to put yourself in the mindset, things are deteriorating, right? You have Crimea, annexation. You have growing fighting in the east of Ukraine. You have talk of Novorossiya. You have things happening in the Odessa. There are talks about what's going to happen. I mean, are they going to secede? Is Russia going to join? Just grab the whole southern part and connect with Transnistria and so on. So there were a lot of concerns about what's going to happen, and there was an escalation of events. And then what happened? You had the shooting down of MH17. You had sanctions from the US and from EU, which Russians did not expect. What happened then? Nothing happened. Everything sort of froze. Everything froze, and then you had the Minsk agreement. Within 2 or 3 months, I don't remember, of shooting down of MH17, you had the first Minsk agreement. So to me, when I look at that, there's a clear escalation. There's the shooting down of the plane. There are sanctions, quite tough at the time, and there's an immediate cooling down. And nobody was talking about Novorossiya anymore. We have the Minsk agreement, and everything cooled down for a few years. When I say cool down, of course, I mean, I don't mean to, disparage the deaths, because there are people dying basically constantly in the East, and I realize that. But my point is there was no more escalation, right? So to me, that showed that the sanctions worked in slowing down Russian appetite. Maybe that's the right word. Now, one more point. You mentioned agriculture. That is, from my perspective, it's pure propaganda on the Russian side. I mean, there's nothing in EU sanctions that targets agriculture. There's nothing. The EU is actually making very broad rounds around anything related to agriculture. I've mentioned the fertilizer oligarchs got sanctioned, but the EU made in one of those clarifications that the Commission makes, they made clear, and the US did it as well. Made it very clear that the sanctions do not apply to fertilizer trade. So, from my perspective, I don't see anything in sanctions that would prevent trade in agricultural products. Of course, the sanctions on the banking sector, Russian banking sector, probably make it more difficult. Let's be honest about that. But then there are some exemptions that are supposed to facilitate that. So to me, I don't see any contradiction between the sanctions and agricultural trade, and my impression is that the EU and the US as well are trying to make sure there is no link.
Thank you very much, Tomasz. Let's go to Emirka and then to Craig after that. Emirka.
Yes, thank you. Tomasz, I have a question regarding FBK. FBK is anti-corruption fund associated with Navalny, and it created a list of 6,000 names. And I heard that it's used as a source document by US government through your Mark-Paul Commission. What's the perspective of this document in EU? Will it be used and sanctions applied on these people? I think it's important list because it touches on mid-level of Russian government and properties abroad. Very important for these people. Much more important. Yes.
Okay, you're talking about the list that Navalny's people prepared of the sanctions targets.
Yes.
Yeah, look, this is very influential, of course. I can't say that the EU is going to follow it, line by line, because of the way the sanctions process in the EU is quite complicated. I think we need to tune out the chickens or the ducks or whatever. Okay.
We have an open mic, Doman. That's
yes. Well, listen. Look, Navalny is quite influential, I have to say, and of course, he makes the case for sanctioning these people much more potent, because there have been talks about sanctioning all these guys a while back, but there was some resistance in the EU for multiple reasons. But of course, when Navalny says, "Listen, these are the guys to go after," I mean, Navalny does have some authority, and he does have some, he generates goodwill on part of the EU in a sense that they realize that this is a guy that is in many ways admirable, and that he wants to change Russia in the direction that most of Europe would probably want to see it go. So whatever he has to say about fighting the regime, I mean, he probably knows more about fighting the regime than anybody in Europe. So of course, whatever he has to say is quite influential. But at the same time, it has to go through the motions of imposing sanctions, and I feel, or fear maybe, that a lot of the people that are on the list that haven't been on the list yet are not on the list for a reason. So basically, some of the targets are quite obvious to go after, and they haven't been gone after probably for some reason that we don't know about, but that's going to make it difficult to finalize.
Thank you, Tomasz.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and for anybody who wants to, we're not going to go into pro and contra Navalny right now, because we realize he has his problems. This is not the point of this hour. Craig.
Domin, do I sound good? I've had some problems.
Yeah, this is all right. Go ahead.
Awesome. Tomas, thank you so much for coming. My question was on the sanctions enforcement. And I know you mentioned that it's up to the individual member states. As you can imagine, the Kerch Strait Bridge and what's been going on there was heavily discussed in the space, and there was a discussion about how 2 Dutch companies were under investigation in 2017, 2018 for violation on import-export of materials to Russia. I did some digging into it. It looks like the maximum fines the companies themselves can reach if they were prosecuted for this was like 800,000 euros per company, and then if the individuals who breached it were the maximum penalties were 6 years in prison, and then with a maximum fine of 80,000 euros for the individuals. So I was wondering, what are your thoughts on? I know this was the pre full scale invasion sanctions, but What are your thoughts on the enforcement mechanisms within EU states? Are the penalties strong enough? And because we've seen, cut out companies being and individuals in Amsterdam or in like Hong Kong, for example, who are using shell corporations to continue to give microelectronics, for example, to Russia. What is your thoughts on the ability for these states to enforce the bans, and then also the punishments for violators? Are they severe enough?
Thank you. Listen, number one, I have to say I'm going to have to drop off after this one because I just realized I have another urgent call. So that's number one. I'm happy to come back if I need to. Two, on your question, look, the enforcement is not where it's supposed to be. That's very clear. I think the Dutch are actually quite serious and dedicated to making sure sanctions are complied with. I mean, the Dutch are very solid in everything they do. So this is something that they're going to go after. And I think we can, if everybody was doing what the Dutch are doing, I think we as Europeans would be in a much better situation than we are. The European Commission has identified this problem. So basically, they've realized that sanctions enforcement in some places does not occur at all, and in others it's too weak. So what the Commission is trying to do is it's working on harmonizing sanctions enforcement at the EU level. It's going to try to propose European level sanctions, or at least some coordination of the level of penalties that are supposed to be imposed for sanctions violations. And I know that they're actively thinking about maybe creating an EU level authority to go after sanctions enforcement. There is a European Prosecution's Office that they're looking into whether their merit can be expanded to, their authority can be expanded to sanctions enforcement. And guys, I'm really sorry, but I need to drop off.
Thank you so much for coming, Tomasz. Be in touch. We have maybe some specific things as well for you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Come back. If anybody has questions I didn't get to, either tweet me, or maybe we can do this one more time and take a second round. And I'll be happy to do it.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Right. Thank you very much, Tomasz. This is fantastic. I really love when we can densely pack lots of information in a short period of time. Absolutely love it. And thank you, Ben, for helping sort this out and organize this. I think this was really useful and really fantastic and really educational. Something you can't buy at a French supermarket. Craig?
Yeah, just really quick. I know Peter was up here, and I know Finance is here. I was wondering if they had any idea on the U.S. side of this, because obviously Thomas was an expert on the EU side. I was wondering if Finance would like Peter to know about the American side when it comes to prosecuting and punishments for sanctions violations, because I know that's an obvious. So you can sanction people, but if the violators get away kind of, I don't want to say scot-free, but with minimal penalties, we've seen many examples of corporations or individuals who have some sort of penalty and will just violate the rules, pay the minimal penalty and get away with it. So hopefully it's a very robust system of punishment.
I think we have
penalties.
Peter up. Peter, do you want to give it first go?
Yeah, Craig, can you repeat? I'm sorry. When you come up, you lose voice for a second or two.
Yeah, no problem, Peter. Yeah, I was saying that obviously Tomas was an expert on the EU side of sanctions. I was wondering if you or Finance knew about the American side when it comes to penalties or punishments for individuals or corporations that violate American sanctions. Because, as someone, when you look at like internal U.S. laws against like certain actions by corporations, there are plenty of companies, individuals who will knowingly violate those rules, get effectively a slap on the wrist punishment, and then continue doing what they were doing.
I think okay, so I don't work for the Treasury. I've been spending too much of my life actually digging into some of the most boring documents you can imagine. Greg, I think you can imagine, because you're the kind of researcher who likes to dig into those boring documents. And so I think we understand. What I would do is I would draw a line of distinction between the time before and the time after. So the time before February 24th and the time after. Treasury, actually, I got to give them a round of applause. I'm very impressed with the work they're doing. I think you're asking a very specific question, though, on penalties for violating sanctions. What I can tell you is sanctions evasion is probably the biggest issue everyone is dealing with right now. And from every statement I've seen from Treasury side, and they have some pretty serious guns they can bring to bear. Treasury seems hell-bent on enforcing the sanctions policy as it stands now. And going after the invasion. If you give me 1 second here, I can actually source a couple cool. I got it right here. Give me 1 second. The Repo Task Force. So check this out. So back in this was in March, and also in September, Treasury rolled out the, get ready for this, Russian elites, proxies, and oligarchs task force, Repo, to basically identify how, through the interagency process, how they can go after sanctions evasion and really tighten the screws on that. So for your research, as you dig into this, I would look into the Repo Task Force, as well as the Klepto Capture Task Force. So these are two separate efforts, both working the interagency lines within the United States, the Repo Task Force and the Klepto Capture Task Force. These are important because the attempt here is to identify remaining property that Russian oligarchs and sanctioned individuals or their proxies, affiliates, and parasitic entities might still hold in the United States, and to seize those assets. The nice thing about real estate is you can't move it. So if it's there, the Treasury can seize it. And there is one idea that's percolating around. I'm advancing this now. We should use, say, a $2 million condo in New York City that looks out over Central Park that's basically owned by someone on the sanctions list. That property should be seized, it should be sold, and the money should go to help rebuild Ukraine. This policy is not in place yet. We have to put some of the spade work in. Take a look at the Repo Task Force and the Klepto Capture Task Force just announced by the DOJ.
Awesome video. I'll take a look at that. And just as a side note, as someone who lives in New York, those condos are not $2 million. They're going to be like 5 or 10. So it's even more money.
Throw another shrimp on the Barbie. But you see my point. I mean, everyone's been asking me, why are all these condos empty? And the answer is because they're warehousing money. Basically, people took cash, ill-gotten gains. They bought a $5 million condo in New York City. They never visited because that's not the purpose. The purpose is to warehouse money, essentially.
Yeah, no, you can as a New Yorker, you can look around the city and very easily see new construction, and a lot of it has been already pre-purchased by foreign agents.
Great question, though, Craig. And Doman, one point that Tomasz, I would flag for the audience, I thought it was interesting. This is a major focus of my research right now. The difference between the European Union and the United States is this issue of economic warfare. So there are a couple definitions of economic warfare, but the traditional one, the best one, the one I like, is when you use economic tools to deny your opponent the ability to wage war. That, by definition, is economic warfare. And what's very interesting is starting in 14 and going up through today, traditionally, U.S. sanctions policy was aimed at imposing costs on Russia retroactively for bad things that Russia had done against Ukraine, for example. Tomasz did a good job of laying all of that out. Up until February 24th, the Biden administration started to change, and they were trying to use sanctions as a way, as a means of deterrence by punishment. Vladimir Putin, if you do this, if you expand your invasion of Ukraine, we will do that. We will impose sanctions on you. Vladimir Putin was not deterred. He invaded. And the Biden administration, to their credit, actually did what they said they were going to do. Over the summer, starting in June and through September 30th, and that date is important in the history of post-Cold War politics. Over the summer through September 30th, the Biden administration began to change its policy, change the objective of our sanctions. And it went from imposing costs and punishing Russia to embracing fully the means of economic warfare, to say explicitly, we are doing this to deny Russia the ability to wage war. So on September 30th, Janet Yellen gave a major statement in which she said, we're imposing this new round of sanctions for the explicit purpose of denying Russia the ability to continue and wage its war against Ukraine. That was a major crossing point in US policy. And what Tomasz was pointing out is that we don't have the same kind of policy clarity on the European side. So the Europeans are still imposing sanctions for no apparent strategic purpose, whereas the United States is now imposing sanctions to deny Russia the ability to sustain its war. I would like to see the Europeans join us and unify our policy policies together. That will send a powerful message to Putin, and it will help us resolve this war in Kyiv's favor.
And this is where every time somebody says, oh no, but sanctions don't do anything because they're not perfect. This is where we always have to say two things. One, they do stuff, which is good, because and perfection isn't the aim. It's lots of death by a million cuts or some such. And secondly, yes, they do, because they limit, say, for example, Russian ability to make more of various stuff that they would need to better pursue the genocidal war in Ukraine. And both of those matter. Would it be better if they were better, more complete sanctions? Absolutely. But just because they are the way they are doesn't mean that they are indeed useless, as some would have them portray.
Fully agree, Doman. Fully agree.
Finance.
Yeah, I was going to answer the question as to the Treasury showing itself to be wildly capable, well beyond what I expected at the start of the war. For the first few months, until both their ability to sort of successfully play whack-a-mole showed up, and the number of articles on who was doing it showed up. And that the Treasury Department has shown themselves to be pretty capable on this. The problem being that as for punishment, the punishment as far as banks go, if you break money laundering, it takes a while to work through the system. But that's been the biggest fines of all time. Was, I believe, I'm trying to remember which bank it was that got hit. I think it was HSBC for basically allowing Mexican drug cartels in the U.S. to do money laundering, and they got hit for billions, far more than they ever made doing it. So definitely financial firms are on notice from that. I'm not sure how the less financial firms, for instance, say an industrial firm that sells to a cutout that sends it to Russia, will take this. Certainly, where I get concerned is that we're not seeing a lot of people go to jail over it. That's not my concern. My concern is it becomes quite hard when it's physical products and you sell it to a legal company in a legal country who then says, okay, now I own it, and now I'm going to resell it to the Russians. That's the harder one to stop, and it requires speed. It requires some agility, and it requires companies being on board, some of which, especially, say, some European ones, are very much not on board with actually not making the money by selling stuff to Russia. So that's where my concerns lie. But the Treasury's been pretty good so far, surprisingly good to me.
Also, finance intent, right? So one of the big problems with money laundering and enforcing anti-money laundering laws is that you have to prove that the bank is knowledgeable in its activities. So the bank knows, oh yes, we are helping this oligarch launder money, or we're helping the FSB launder money. Proving intent can be a hurdle when enforcing some of our laws.
I don't know that intent is necessary, right? You sometimes have to show where stuff goes. Like there's strict does strict liability apply here, Peter? Are you a lawyer?
Well, that was the key with HSBC. Like HSBC knew exactly what they were doing. That's why they set up the offices in Mexico City. They knew exactly who they were, who their business partners were.
I would say that the savvier people tend to be really good at not knowing things, and when they do know things, they don't ever put it in writing. But you still absolutely need to sanction them, and the key one is the imports to Russia. That's the biggest one.
We can go on, Doman. I could do this all day. Let's take some hands, man.
Let's go to Greystones.
Thank you. My question is more sanctions adjacent. So we have, Natalia Veselnitskaya, for instance, who obstructed justice. We have sanctioned entities in the Russian Federation involved in the 2016 hacking of our election. What are your thoughts on ever bringing them to justice? And you know, the DOJ, we know, has the capability to track these people and to make sure that sanctions evaders are extradited. And I look at Huawei's CFO as an example of that. What do you think will happen to these malign actors that are hiding in Russia after Ukraine wins the war?
Well, they'll keep hiding in Russia unless there's a change of regime. That's a really difficult question to answer because I don't know, Peter. I had my crystal ball roll under the couch. I think that yours has as well.
Yeah,
I think we were talking about this yesterday, right?
We're not predicting the future. It's a fun thought experiment, but it's not very useful analytically.
So, I mean, hypothetically, there's a chance, like with various war criminals, that they might be brought out eventually. But let's not count on that too much because that's not a very sensible thing to pursue. What's important, of course, is for various Western countries to be insulating themselves preventatively against undue Russian influence, be it directly state actors or be it state proxies, like with like a lot of the hacking that they do, right? But yeah, it's difficult to say what's going to happen with the ones who have previously done bad things because, right? If Russia turns into North Korea proper, well, they'll just be stuck there forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, and that's its own punishment in and of itself, and they can't leave. And showing that we can go after them and will go after them and will apprehend them if they ever leave, I think is very important. So, thank you.
Thank you, Grace Stones. If you caught our talk with Dr. Biljana Lilly yesterday, we went into some of these things, right? Prescriptions for what the West should actually do. That was pretty good, if I may say so myself. Mikko.
Thanks, Dominic. Just want to comment to Peter that Peter mentioned that EU sanctions don't have any kind of strategic initiative or goal, and USA sanctions or North American sanctions do have. I would disagree. I would say EU sanctions have a strategic mission, and that mission is to, deny money transfers to Russia or buy anything from Russia. So it's basically just bankrupt them. But I think so. One of more like strategic point, what is missing here, and only USA is capable to doing that, is Turkey or Turkey, how you pronounce it now, right?
Mikko, Turkey is the bird that you eat. Turkey is the country. I think that's how it's the way around, right?
Yeah, I definitely thought one of them, but not the other one. So yeah, I would say that now Turkey, whatever I said, Turkey, okay, and they are now playing with the US that if a Finnish and a Swedish NATO membership is not approved, they will only approve the membership, with you giving the F-16 parts, whatever. I would right now say to Turkey is that you guys need to stop exporting stuff to Russia, because I think so the finance said really well it, and that how much Turkey's export to Russia has increased like a lot in late months, and they are definitely going behind our sanctions, and they are sending stuff there which doesn't belong there. And Turkish inflation numbers are sky high right now. Well, down under 20%, but I think so it's still pretty high. I would say right now that strategic initiative would be that pressure Turkey very heavily, stop the exports to Russia, even though that would mean Finland and Sweden might get delay joining NATO. To be honest, Finland and Sweden are totally fine as we are now. We are very happy to be the prospect members approved by 28 nations. Hungary probably will approve us soon. But if Turkey says, okay, then we want to approve Finland and Sweden, that's fine. You know, we can wait for 2 years. We have enough defenses. We have, you know, if there would be any kind of conflict with Russia and Finland, Finland would crush Russia in conventional things. But if you want to be strategic, we need to actually look at what Turkey is doing regarding exports and financial wise, you know, for Russia right now. They are just, you know, the biggest bypass, you know, biggest kind of, you know, free rider here. And, you know, they're giving stuff for Russia. And that's kind of the strategic aim I'm aiming here. So just my comment.
Peter.
I really liked Mikko's comments there, Domin. Just a quick point of clarification, just so we're clear. I never said there was no rationale for European sanctions. There obviously was. Russia invaded Ukraine and illegally annexed Crimea in 14, 15, etc. Sorry. So I never said there was no rationale. The difference, the point I was trying to make is there is now a divide. The United States has crossed the line, rightfully so, into the realm of economic warfare. So the purpose of US sanctions, both primary and to some extent secondary, the purpose of US sanctions is now economic warfare. Our goal here is to deny Russia the ability to wage war. That's economic warfare. That's now our policy here in the US. Europe is still behind us now. Europe is still in the realm of, well, Russia did a bad thing, we're going to punish Russia. So the sanctions policy in the EU is still calibrated for punishment, whereas the sanctions policy in the US is calibrated for denial, denying Russia the ability to wage war in the first place. That is a crossing
plus proper guarantees from the UK and the US. That's and many other countries. That's all that really matters, right? At the end of the day. Finance.
Yeah, it was. I completely lost my train of thought. It was along the lines of European sanctions. Oh, thank you. Sorry, in 2014, yes, sanctions did come down in Russia, but then we saw a lot of different ways of European firms getting around that by selling to cutouts. You even saw the French government giving approval to get around sanctions. So, like Molino, the main Russian training facility, which was built kind of close to NATO standards, started being built right Rheinmetall. They stopped building it in 2014. However, they then sold all their parts to a Russian middleman firm, basically, and they then installed it. And so it wasn't quite as good as the Rheinmetall had finished the whole thing themselves, but it still wound up with a NATO standard training facility where Russia trains all their troops, and is the only one like that in Russia. And it's all because that Rheinmetall was able to keep selling parts and things to Russia after sanctions. You saw similar things in France from French manufacturers in defense. You saw, machine parts from Siemens and Heiderhans just kept flowing into the Russian military industrial complex. So definitely in 2014, there's a lot of talk about sanctions, but the actual application thereof was at best lacking, and more accurately put, non-existence, not correct, but very, very porous. Swiss cheese doesn't come close to explain how bad it was.
There we go. Thank you, Finance. Just a heads up for everyone, about 3 minutes, we'll be turning over our attention over to nuclear energy, because we should have Olga Kocharin on in a couple of minutes' time. Let's go to Latin American aviation first. And Antti, let's hope we can fit them both into 3 minutes, and then hopefully we'll have Olga with us. Latin.
Thanks, Domin. I'll try to make this fast, Antti. Question probably directed at Finance and Peter. They may know. On the aviation industry front, the Russians are going to be very keen to replace aircraft they've lost. Sukhoi is the main manufacturer of combat aircraft. And I'm wondering if there's anything in place as far as sanctions that would prevent the two countries that are best positioned to help them with that, if there's a lack of some Western electronics that they need for some of the weapon systems or radars. India, but especially China, who has taken those airframes over the years and installed their own systems into them. Any idea if there are sanctions in place that would prevent that from happening?
Finance, secondary sanctions like that? That sounds difficult.
I have not looked into Sukhoi itself, so I can't speak in general. The U.S. we almost had Russian air industry completely shut down, and then all of a sudden foreigners agreed to allow Russia to buy spare parts for planes, and that was some sausage making that I have beyond no understanding why we would allow that to happen, because it's quite clear that if they don't get foreign spare parts, they're done. Well, they're done with aviation, at least. I can't speak for the rest of things.
Antti?
Yeah, I have a brief thread to tie up of my discussion with George, if I may.
Yeah, and then if we get Olga on, I'll just interrupt you.
Yeah. So George mentioned briefly that the main gun of the Leopard, the 105 millimeter L7, that was apparently upgraded by the Greeks to A5. I checked that out, and they did indeed work towards that goal, but then decided to buy Leopard 2s instead. And just a fun little tidbit: the troops that used Leopards in especially the Canadians in Afghanistan, they actually referred to Leopard 2 as the 60-ton sniper, because it was so precise in its role, and there was no collateral damage, no civilian casualties apparently whatsoever in the missions where Leopard 2s were involved. So for those who are wondering, that's also one plus point for Western MBTs, that they are so exact that they actually don't even they only destroy the intended target. So yeah, that was what I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Thank you, Antti. Olga will need a couple of minutes to join us still. So let's continue maybe on this line of thought.
Oh shit, I should have spoken for longer.
Apparently, I was just told so.
Oh
You
Lord.
need to buy. Yeah, we need to buy you some books. Or you need to buy books. I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
So, Antti, question. So, for anyone who missed it earlier, ammunition for these relatively old tanks, plentiful, right?
Yeah, I mean, they are still in service with multiple countries. So yeah, it's not even if the first variant was given to the Bundeswehr in 1965, it's still in use by the Greeks, by the Turks, by Brazil, by Chile, by Ecuador, and a couple in Denmark as well. So, and interestingly, the manufacturer still. Oh geez, I actually need to jog my memory because it's been already a couple of minutes since I checked on that. But so the manufacturer still has the Leopard 1 on their web page as taking note that it's been a commercial success and success also in operations. So it's still in a way considered current even by the original German manufacturer, which is quite interesting for something that was already made in 1965.
And Antti, I'm being told that there is a Leopard 1 with a 120mm gun, but it's only around as a prototype somewhere in Germany.
Yes.
And
Yes,
it needs a
that's
whole new turret. And that's why they
yeah.
don't have more of those.
Yeah, that's why I didn't. There was a Leopard 1A6 that was planned, and it did indeed reach prototype stage. But since it wasn't operational, I didn't mention it. But so the manufacturer Kraus Maffei Wegmann, they have a website, and Leopard 1 is on it. So if you want to see a German manufacturer tooting its own horn with Leopard 1s, then please Google that and check out their webpage.
Thank you, Antti. Verlaine, welcome.
Yeah, hi guys. You have forgotten that I need to double check the mic and the connectability. Sorry, how?
It sounds good.
Okay.
And there's no echo either, no feedback when I'm speaking now with your mic open, which is fantastic.
I just had to fix the phone issue.
It's really good now.
It was fixed, but I wasn't the one to fix it because I'm usually not myself, not priority for myself. So, good evening, good morning, good afternoon for those who are listening. We're gonna be having Olga with us in a moment. I'm gonna be translating her from Russian because she usually speaks Russian to English and backwards. If you're gonna have any questions, please do shoot them when you have time, or if you're a speaker in the panel, if you would like to ask her something specific, please be mindful to send the question to Domen because I won't be able. I physically won't be able to check my DMs. So I just want to raise this thing for the first time, for the last time, maybe not the last time, but for the first time. I do appreciate all the questions when you are sending them, when I'm interpreting, but I physically am listening, processing, and then interpreting. So I can try to open my DMs, but I will lose the quality of the translation in the process. So I do apologize if I miss some of the DMs.
and I will actually build on this, Verlaine, and thank you for raising this. This is really a good point to make for your translating and interpreting process, but also generally anyone who has questions for Olga, just send them to me, please, because questions tend to be very similar and very repetitive. And a lot of them will likely be answered already by Olga because she's incredibly systematic and detailed. So just send them all to me so I can collate them into the most efficient set of questions possible, so we can maximize the time that we get from Olga, who's very busy, and also because the back and forth double translation needed to ask the question and answer the question is best if questions are as dense as possible, I guess. Verlaine, I hope you'd agree with that plan. I'll take that as a yes. Okay, Olga, if you're here with us, yes, you are. Just please join us, if you can, because I see Olga among the listeners, and I did send her an invite, but somehow it didn't get through yet. Verlaine?
Yeah, question. Has Craig been speaking all of this time?
No, Craig is not the speaker. Craig is a phantom speaker for you because he was a speaker when you came
So
up.
it was just silence, yeah?
Yeah,
Like
Craig is
this.
no longer with
Okay.
us. I mean, he's
Okay.
alive, but he's just not on the panel. Verlaine,
I'm sorry, because for a second I was thinking that I'm not able to hear some of the listeners or the speakers. But anyways, that's the same. Sometimes that's the same, but not really. Yeah. So that was me just double checking. I apologize.
Welcome to the new glitch. It's a new glitch. It's been with us for the last week and a half, 2 weeks. Yeah. Verlaine, I see Olga among the listeners. Could you possibly maybe ask her to click the request button? Because that is beyond my Russian skills. I don't know what request button
I
is.
have to explain that Victoria told me. So Olga has deleted. Yes, I know it's a capital offense, but she has deleted the application. Probably it was overloading her phone with data, so she deleted it and she needs to reinstall it. So I believe that now she's in the process of like making sure that the mic is working and all of those functions. So bear with us. Once again, we're gonna have Olga with us in a moment, and she will brief us on the, I guess, Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant situation and overall. I think IAEA concerns, because she was the last time. Remind me. Okay, so it was, I think, beginning of September before the actual visit. So it was end of
Correct.
August, beginning of September before the visit, and she was giving. She actually her forecast, so was right. Her I guess calculations were also precise. They, as she mentioned, they had to produce the report no later than, I'm going to use military terms, so no later than 7th or 6th of September, if my memory is working properly. And they did, and they were on site by the time. So she just once again like had another tick in the box for that. So just please wait a moment, and if you have any questions that aren't related to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, but are still related to Ukraine and the Russian invasion and something like anything which concerns the current situation in Ukraine, I'm here I'm always actually here. You just need to you just need to knock on the door. I'm gonna come up. That's how I usually roll.
No, and I'm really excited because we always learn so much, so very quickly, and so very thoroughly. It's always fantastic to hear from Olga, especially because we have such an excellent interpreter here with us, who does the interpretation so quickly and well and efficiently and thoroughly and correctly. And I'm can give two people praise all at once.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
It's called efficient.
I'm way too humble to hear all of that. What was your joke? Yours and Axel's jokes. It doesn't seem like how do you even word it? And it feels like I'm doing it for a living or something. It almost feels like I'm doing it for a living. Yeah, I do remember that a couple of times. Anyway, yeah. While we're waiting for Olga to join, I don't know if you have seen that. I guess observations by Serhii Kislitsa, and if you don't know the name of this person at this point, I don't know on what planet you were staying while the war was going on. So the ambassador, the permanent representative at the UN Security Council, Serhii Kislitsa, compared the translations of the very same document in 5 languages. I think it was the original, like English, then French, Spanish, Ukrainian, and Russian. So the word to defend, so defense, they translated it to adhere. So now there's a joke that they have Russian has a ministry of adherence, not the ministry of defense, because because it was like, as far as I remember, it was yada 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 to defend the principles of the charter, or the ruling principles. I don't remember the exact. So basically something about the UN charter. And everyone used the word defense to defend, but Russians, for no apparent reason, translated into adhere. I don't know, like those guys are trying to be as cunning as possible and as obnoxious as possible, even in those small things, which actually make the bigger picture very different. Yeah, that's the fun fact of the day. And you probably know all of those jokes of the interpreters. When you place comma in different sentences, they might save your life sometimes. So be very mindful where you place your commas.
If only they had some better interpreters at the UN. Wink, wink. Finance, do we know any better interpreters that the UN could use?
That would imply that I would have to send a better interpreter to deal with the UN, and I like the better interpreters.
Finance, I'm working hard here to turn Verlaine the same color as her avatar picture.
I think that Verlaine is doing something that matters and is important to the world, which would be not the UN.
What shall we touch upon in the meantime then? Shall we talk a little bit about finance, accounting? You like accounting, right?
I actually hate accounting, but yes, I can talk about it if need be.
No, so specifically referring to the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense doing some accounting on Russian standoff weapon stocks.
All right, this is the kind of accounting I'm happy to talk about. Let me hear about this kind of accounting.
So Oleksiy Reznikov, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, published an infographic about how many of which kind of standoff weapons Russians have left compared to how many they had before the start of this whole-scale and thoroughly illegal invasion of Ukraine. And something like they basically expended 85-90% of their Iskanders and about 50% of their cruise missiles. And this is at a time when Ukraine is finally getting serious upgrades to its air defenses as well. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Have you not seen the infographic?
I have not. So this isn't what air defense doing?
No, this is what I guess the thing that air defense needs to engage with doing. Well, we've seen some Russian air defenses. We've seen some Russian air defenses take off and then hit the ground about 300 meters away as well. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, they seem to be really good at hitting Russian buildings. They seem to be big fans of that in Russia.
Yeah. Because otherwise, we don't get to ask what air defense doing. As I said, we're going to have Olga with us momentarily. She just has to restart her phone to make sure that all the tech stuff works well. Apologies for that. Technical difficulties, you know how it is, because we here encounter them all the time. But this is just building suspense, right? Nina.
Hey, Domen. Busy day. Is this some kind of disinformation, or is this like how it really is about this Starlink? I thought that Elon Musk is not paying. It's not Elon Musk who is paying for the Starlink. That it is actually the US. But now I see in the Finnish news that they would be like. Yeah. So, what is the situation? Is it an easy answer or not?
I have no idea. Finance, do you know? Because I don't.
I've heard both. I don't know what the receipts are. I cannot answer this question with enough fidelity to tell the space and have a confident view.
Domen, may I follow up?
Sure.
It says in the news that from the United States Defense Ministry in Pentagon, that without more funding, it can't provide Starlink to work in Ukraine longer. So I am just like skeptic about this because I know that US is providing so much help to Ukraine, and I'm sure that they know that this is crucial for them.
I think this goes. Sorry, Nina. I'm trying to get Olga up. I have no idea. I have not been following the Starlink stuff. It's not sufficiently important. Frankly, it's not. It's very important, but the way it's being done is fundamentally more a distraction than anything else. That's my my real point here. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to do two things at once, and I'm a man, so I'm failing. So let's see if this works. Fingers crossed. Okay. We have Olga. Thank you. Sorry, John. We'll turn to you later. Olga, very warmly welcome. Berlin.
Я, Ольга, здравствуйте, очень рада вас слышать. Наконец-то вы подключились. У нас у всех сегодня технические какие-то проблемы.
Да, я прошу очень извинить за задержку, потому что, ну, вот так получилось. Я не очень разбираюсь.
Ничего страшного, вообще не переживайте. Главное, что вы с нами.
Да, давайте, я же...
Время будет... Скажите, как у вас по времени? Я знаю, что у вас
Нет, у
обычно
меня сейчас
длинный.
время хватает достаточно.
Хорошо. Okay.
Да.
So guys,
Скажите, что,
Olga,
как я
да.
должна, или буду сразу на вопрос отвечать, или могу вступление сделать?
Сейчас, секундочку, скажу.
Могу
So
вступление.
guys, Olga, yes, Olga would like to express her apologies for not being here on time because of the technical issues. As I mentioned, she's not an expert in this app thing, so she does apologize. And I asked her how much time does she have. She has enough time to keep on rolling. So we will probably start with a small intro and then questions. Давайте сначала выступление, а потом по вопросам. Спасибо большое.
Да, добрый вечер. Извините за задержку. Я хочу сейчас несколько слов сказать о ситуации вот на сегодняшний день на Запорожской АЭС.
So good evening for everyone. I do apologize for the delay. So I would like to tell you a couple of words as to the situation at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant as of now.
В настоящее время все 6 ядерных энергоблоков стоят, они не производят электроэнергию, в состоянии называется холодная остановка. Это будет shutdown, по-моему. Shutdown.
Да. So as of now, all the 6 nuclear cores are all just in still position. They are so-called cold shutdown. They are not producing energy, but they are still in place and everything is there.
Последнюю неделю, значит, даже если станция стоит, она должна получать снаружи из объединенной энергосистемы Украины электроэнергию для того, чтобы работали насосы, системы безопасности, охлаждали реакторы, бассейны выдержки, системы мониторинга работали, системы физической защиты.
So for the last week, even if the nuclear power station is basically in this still mode, you do need to realize that it needs to receive constantly energy through the power grid that we have within Ukraine. So it needs to receive energy for the pipes, for the cooling system, for the pools, for the security systems, for the shutdown. So basically, to maintain all the capabilities and functioning, secure functioning of the nuclear power plant, it does need to receive energy.
Да, и вследствие обстрелов русскими оккупационными войсками за эту неделю дважды нарушалось, так сказать, снабжение от объединенной энергосистемы Украины, и Запорожская станция переходила на получение электроэнергии из резервных дизель-генераторных электростанций, которые есть на площадке.
So, due to the ongoing shelling, which is coming from the Russian occupying forces, twice within this week, the power supply for the nuclear power plant was breached. So for twice, the nuclear power plant, Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, wasn't able to receive the energy from the Ukrainian grid. And they were forced to use the additional power stations. Basically, it was via the usage of the diesel generators that are installed on site of the nuclear power plant.
На площадке находятся 4 эксперта МАГАТЭ, которые неделю назад заменили 2 пробывших на площадке 5 недель. Те, которые приехали вместе с миссией Гросси, были 5 недель, и сейчас вот в пятницу 4 новых эксперта МАГАТЭ находятся на Запорожской станции.
So a bit of a news, guys. So right now, you have to understand, on site, close to the diesel generators, we have 4 experts from the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, who have swapped a week ago like 2 of them had swapped the expert who've been on site for nearly 5 weeks since the visit of Grossi. I think it was beginning of September, yeah, as I mentioned. So on Friday, some of them have swapped their predecessors, and we have 4 new experts who are now on site making sure that everything functions properly.
Случилась еще следующая ситуация. 3 октября в Москве была зарегистрирована акционерное общество, эксплуатирующее организации Запорожской атомной станции с уставным капиталом 2 миллиарда рублей. И директором там генеральным этой организации с московской регистрации определен Романенко Олег Евгеньевич, который бывший главный инженер Балаковской атомной станции в системе Росатома.
Балаковская, да? Как она правильно называется? Станция в Росатоме. Балаковская, да?
Эту организацию учредителем является Росэнергоатом, которая в Москве новая зарегистрирована 3 октября.
Okay, so here's a thing. You have to understand what happened simultaneously to the events of the experts of IAED coming to the power plant physically. Approximately on 3rd of October, in Moscow, there has been established a new LLC, basically, which is gonna be like basically utilize the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Their initial capital is 2 billion rubles. The CEO of this new established LLC is Romanenko Oleg Yevgenyich, which is a former major engineer of the Balakov nuclear power station, which is also under the umbrella of the Rosatom.
5 октября Путин только подписал вот этот закон об аннексии наших территорий. И в этот же день, 5 октября, он издал указ, посвященный полностью Запорожской АЭС, в котором написано, что все имущество Запорожской станции переходит в федеральную собственность Российской Федерации.
Oh, okay, guys, so brace yourself. On 5th of October, as you know, Putin had signed the decree as to the annexation. As you know, it's complete sham referendum, but still, I had signed decree from his part as to the annexation of the territory of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhzhia Oblast regions. And then consequently on 5th of October as well, a little bit later on, he had signed a decree as to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, basically accepting it to the account of the federal property of the Russian Federation. And according to that decree or law, whatever you or bill, whatever you deem it credible, because it's not, absolutely not, it's sham, it's a scam. Every property that is on site of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and the power plant itself is being recognized by the Russian Federation as property of Russian Federation.
В этом указе написано, что до 1 января 2028 года действуют украинские лицензии, выданные до 1 октября 2022 года. Ну, то есть действуют украинские лицензии на эксплуатацию станции, на всю деятельность, связанную с эксплуатацией станции, плюс персональные лицензии украинские для персонала, тоже для этой же даты. И только, значит, вот 1 января 2028 года обозначено, что до этого периода нужно, чтобы Запорожская станция получила лицензии по российскому законодательству.
Liha, okay, so in that decree, in that bill, it stated that up till the 1st January of 2028, all the licenses that's being given to Ukrainians, basically the Ukrainian licenses as to the functioning of the nuclear power plant, will deem credible and sustainable. Every Ukrainian license that was signed up till the 1st October of 2022. So basically, that's the licenses for the functioning of the nuclear power plant, the activities on site, and also the personal licenses provided for the personnel who's been working on the nuclear power plant up till the 1st of January 2028, basically stating that they should do everything possible to kind of switch on the licenses that had been already installed accepted for this nuclear power plant, and keep on using the Russian federal licenses. So they basically need to accept it to that degree, and so on and so forth, and the legislation as well.
Сразу после подписания указа был выкраден ФСБ директор станции Мурашов, и спустя 3 дня его выпустили и депортировали на территорию Украины, этого директора Мурашова. И когда он оказался на контролируемой территории Украины, то Котин, который президент Энергоатома, издал приказ и назначил себя директором Запорожской станции, сидя в Киеве. Таким образом, у станции сейчас 2 директора. Один украинский директор, а второй, назначенный Россией, нелегитимный с нашей точки зрения.
Now it's going to be very complicated, so please follow the flow of events very carefully. Right after this decree has been signed off, the CEO, basically the director of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, who is Ukrainian, who's been there, Murashov, he's been abducted and kidnapped by the FSB. And he was brought to the territory of the Russian Federation. He was basically taken as a hostage. He was released after 3 days of captivity. Basically, he was deported to the territory of Ukraine. He's now in Ukraine. He's now on the territories that are under Ukrainian authority, so they are controlled by Ukrainians, and he is safe and sound. But right after he was so-called deported, Kotin, which is the head of the Energoatom, had assigned himself as the director or CEO of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant from the Russian side, basically. So from the perspective of the community, the now Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has 2 directors or 2 CEOs, no matter how you call it. One is Ukrainian, who's been there from the beginning of time and during the Russian illegal annexation and occupation. And now they have the non-legitimate Russian director, CEO, who assigned himself after Putin has signed the decree. Obviously, Ukrainian authorities and Ukrainian scientists don't accept this kind of flow of events.
И сейчас сотрудников Запорожской станции с украинскими лицензиями, украинцев, заставляют подписывать контракт с московской этой организацией фактически под страхом пыток. Потому что 3 дня назад был схвачен заместитель генерального директора ЗАЭС по персоналу по фамилии Мартынюк, у которого требовали электронный реестр персонала. И он его каким-то образом испортил и не дал, чтобы им и они его сейчас держат в тюрьме. И что там с ним происходит, неизвестно. Но то, что ФСБ применяет пытки, током бьет людей, стреляет из травматического оружия, это есть свидетельские показания персонала, который сидел в этих тюрьмах. Я с ними встречалась в Киеве.
Now Russians that are trying to take control under the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant are forcing Ukrainian personnel who are on site to sign the new contract. Basically, they are threatening them with torture if they don't sign it. And the deputy director of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, as to the personnel, I mean the staff, Martynyuk, since he had all the digital data on the staff that's part of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, they were trying to force him to give them the data to ease the process of sort of transferring the stuff from Ukrainian side to the Russian side, once again, threatening them with torture. Somehow Martynyuk, deputy director, has managed to ruin, I don't know in which way, Olga doesn't specify, she doesn't know probably as well, how he managed to spoil that digital data with the registry of the names and list of personnel. He hasn't provided them the data they wanted to, so now he it's being confirmed that he is indeed in prison. He's being taken captive, and no one knows exactly what's happening with him, but from the eyewitnesses of who had been under the FSB tortures, it's constant interrogations, tortures, using electrocution, using traumatic firearms, and Olga had met some of the people in Kyiv who had undergone this madness, and everyone is concerned about his well-being.
Котин, как директор ЗАЭС, значит, призывает персонал не подписывать никаких бумаг. Но директор тот, который российский, там же есть военные, и он, ну, как с оружием принуждает персонал подписывать эти контракты. И поэтому персонал находится в такой двусмысленной ситуации, под угрозой вообще смерти. Что ему делать? Вот с моей точки зрения, он должен подписывать контракт для того, чтобы выполнить миссию и сохранить ЗАЭС для Украины после освобождения от захватчиков и в безопасном состоянии.
Once again, the actual legitimate director, the CEO of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, Kotin, is basically stating that the personnel shouldn't sign any documents with the occupiers. But you have to understand that the Russian director, the self-appointed director from the Russian side forces the personnel to sign the documents, but there are troops on the ground within the like in the vicinity of the nuclear power plant, and they do carry firearms with them, and they're forcing to sign the agreements and the documents. Basically, the stuff is being ripped apart because they are in this situation of a dead end, sort of. They have this life-threatening situation, and they are wondering what to do. And Olga is expressing her opinion. So, quoting Olga from her personal perspective, it's better right now for the personnel to preserve their lives, to sign the agreement with Russia, to keep on continuing to secure the safety of the nuclear power plant, to keep on carrying the mission of making sure that once Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is liberated and is under Ukrainian control again, everything is stable and everything is functioning, and they are like basically doing everything possible to preserve both their lives and the life of the power plant itself.
Да. Сейчас на станции осталось 3800 человек, а работало до войны 11 тысяч человек персонала. То есть большая часть, 2/3 выехала на территорию Украины, контролируемую, и в самом Энергодаре тоже осталось 1/3 жителей примерно. Вот. Но я считаю еще, что нужно, чтобы персонал оставшийся не обвинили в коллаборационизме, нужно внести изменения в закон для того, чтобы сделать для них исключение, потому что они обеспечивают ядерную радиационную безопасность, ЗАЭС и Украины, и Европы, да, и, соответственно, сохранность станции, чтобы она была работоспособна потом.
So, according to Olga, now on site of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant are 3,800 individuals working. Before the war, the permanent staff included 11,000 people. So 2/3 of the personnel had to leave to the areas that are controlled by Ukraine. And just for the reference, now in Enerhodar city, there's probably only 1/3 of the initial citizens that have been living there for as long as they have. So Olga's personal opinion, once again, she believes that in Ukrainian legislations should be some amendments and exceptions for the personnel of the nuclear power plant specifically. So Ukrainians need to make sure that the people who are right now working diligently at nuclear power plant, regardless of what documents they're gonna sign, won't be accused of the collaborationism or treason or whatever, because they are securing the safety of Ukraine, Europe, and the energetic efficiency and safety of the nuclear power plant. So Olga believes that it's really important to add this amendment to the legislation.
Ну, собственно, я закончила, я теперь могу вопросы отвечать.
Спасибо большое, Olga. So Olga right now has finished her brief intro of the CTRAP that's happening on the ground, and she is willing to answer the questions. Please go ahead.
Earlier today, Rafael Grossi, the head of the IAEA, suggested that we're moving closer to the establishment of a protection zone for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Is there any understanding what this might entail, or what the possibilities are of this actually being implemented properly?
Ольга, вопрос от Домана. Сегодня в целом поступило сообщение от Рафаэля Гросси, главы МАГАТЭ, что они приближаются уже к моменту такого, скажем так, создания зоны, защитной зоны вокруг ЗАЭС. И вот Доман спрашивает, есть ли какое-то понимание, что он имеет в виду, какие есть возможности, учитывая все наши обстоятельства, и как будет выглядеть вот эта вот имплементация, если такое слово может подойти. То есть, что, на ваше мнение, он имел в виду?
Поскольку МАГАТЭ не имеет мандата на введение миротворческих сил, и то, что называется, чтобы влиять на то, чтобы Россия вывела военных с самой промышленной площадки из Энергодара, он поэтому говорит не демилитаризация, не деоккупация, а он говорит зона ядерной безопасности вокруг АЭС. Но я считаю, что у МАГАТЭ таких инструментов нет. И то, что он встречался с Зеленским и с Путиным, и вчера он вернулся в Киев, встречался с нашим министром иностранных дел и сказал, что есть прогресс, я очень сильно сомневаюсь, что Путин согласен вывести военных с Запорожской станции в связи с тем, что он 5 октября издал указ. И Россия говорит, что наши военные охраняют станцию, понимаете, от украинских войск. Поэтому я не вижу инструментов для реализации вот этой зоны при текущей ситуации.
Sorry, Domin, thank you for the question. Yeah, sorry. Here's this thing. As far as the IAEA doesn't have the mandate for the so-called peace-keeping, peace-building, peace-saving missions and so on and so forth, and they can't make Russians withdraw their forces from the actual site of the nuclear power plant. They are not calling it the demilitarization or deoccupation, but they have chosen the wording of this establishment of the nuclear safety zone, or whatever you call it. So he had met Zelensky, he had met Putin, and yesterday Olga also states that he had a meeting with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I believe it's Dmitry, and after that he started to explain that there is a progress. Olga personally doubts, she's doubtful that Putin is eager to withdraw the forces, the Russian troops from the site, because as you know, he just barely signed the decree on the 5th of October. And from a Russian wicked perspective, and wicked was my remark, interpreters, if you if you forgive me, but it's what Russia is saying. So Russians deem that Russian troops are safeguarding and securing the safety of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant from Ukrainians. So according to Olga, she doesn't see any kind of tools or approaches to this specific case and this so-called zone or area in the current circumstances.
Вот. Единственный инструмент, который есть, это Совет Безопасности ООН, но там постоянным членом является Российская Федерация, которая на предложение там ввести миротворческие силы на площадку ЗАЭС и вокруг обязательно вето наложит. То есть ее, чтобы ее исключить из Совета Безопасности ООН, но я тоже не вижу этих инструментов.
So, from Olga's perspective, the only tool or approach that can be used is the UN Security Council and their resolution. But you have to, I would like to remind you that Russia is actually a permanent member of the Security Council with the veto right. So whatever suggestion or proposal we have into actually using the Peace Corps or having like peacekeeping mission sent to the site, there's going to be veto of the Russian Federation right away. You don't have to, you don't have to think twice about it. It's a given that they're going to use veto. And Olga doesn't understand what kind of tools might be used to remove Russia from the UN Security Council. She doesn't see tools to do that right now as well.
Ну, собственно, вот мой ответ полный.
That's Olga's full answer. Спасибо большое, Ольга.
Да, и вам спасибо. Мучаю вас.
Нет, что вы абсолютно не мучите. Русня мучает, а вы так нет. Очень приятно вас слышать.
Olga, what is the current security situation within the power plant perimeter? Are there currently Russian rocket launchers, Grads, within the perimeter? Has it been mined, as some reports have suggested as well? What is the most that we know about that?
Ольга, вопрос по поводу нынешнего состояния безопасности ЗАЭС. Что известно из отчетов на данный момент? Есть ли на площадке заминированные зоны, есть ли там установки, такие как грады и так дальше? Что известно по ситуации с точки зрения соблюдения безопасности и норм? Что вы могли бы рассказать? Может, МАГАТЭ в своем отчете рассказала, что происходит с точки зрения, скажем так, существования Руси там?
Да, ну, МАГАТЭ в отчете указала, что они увидели грузовики с непонятными грузами в машинных залах первого и второго блока, энергоблоков, что вполне там может находиться, как это называется, боекомплекты, да, боекомплекты. Они увидели вот эти броневые машины военные на территории станции и военных. Вокруг станции заминировано все. И, значит, рядом с промышленной площадкой они каждый вечер ставят грады, вот эти ракетные установки, и обстреливают практически каждую ночь противоположный берег контролируемой Украины. Это Никополь и, соответственно, Марганец. То есть они понимают, что наши артиллеристы не будут в ответ стрелять, потому что это опасная близость ЗАЭС. Вот. Поэтому они перемещают эти свои ракетные установки по берегу туда, ну, рядом с промышленной площадкой, и стреляют оттуда по мирным жителям.
Thank you, Domin, for your question. So, as to the IAEA report, so once again, International Atomic Energy Agency's report, they had stated that they have witnessed the trucks with the unidentified, like identified boxes within all of them. Those vehicles have been placed in the first and second confinement within the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. They presume that those might being used as a storage for the ammo, like an ammo depot or something. They have also witnessed like it's in vicinity of the nuclear power plant, so like right inside the facilities. They also saw the armored vehicles like on territory of the station. The perimeter right outside the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is mined indeed. So all around is mined. If you imagine a nuclear power plant, everything outside is mined, like approaches are mined basically. I'm close, so they install close to the industrial site, the industrial area. They place their broad MLRS systems and all of that. So they basically keep using Russian artillery systems to shell the other bank of the river. So it's Nikopol city and Marhanets city. They do basically, they are terrorizing civilians there. They do realize once again that Ukrainian artillery troops won't fire back at the nuclear power plant, and they keep on moving the MLRS systems like basically along the coastline, along the side, the riverbank, close to that industrial site of the industrial area of the nuclear power plant. Once again, terrorizing civilians and doing it every day.
Да, таким образом, вот они добровольно не выведут свои войска с Запорожской станции из Энергодара, потому что они используют Энергодар и станцию как военный плацдарм для терроризма против мирных жителей.
So Olga believes that taking everything aforementioned, Russians probably, most likely actually, won't willfully withdraw forces from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and Enerhodar city as well, because they've been utilizing the whole site of the nuclear power plant and the cities close to it, as well as Platzdam, for their nuclear terrorism, for what it's called. It's nuclear terrorism, since they're torturing civilians and inflicting terror for everyone.
Спасибо. Следующий вопрос.
Thank you. Next question.
Olga,
Right.
how much diesel? May I just go with this one, Axel? How much diesel is there left in Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant for how many days of being not connected to the Ukrainian grid?
Ольга, есть ли у вас информация по поводу какое количество, какой литраж дизеля остался на ЗАЭС? То есть сколько дней гипотетически ЗАЭС может существовать только на дизеле без подключения к украинской системе?
Ну, сейчас она уже подсоединена опять к украинской энергосистеме, а дизеля там, вот по последним сведениям, что я утром получила, хватит на 10 дней. Там дизель-генераторов 20 штук больших, станционных таких. То есть хватит запас на 10 дней, и еще где-то на подходе еще там дополнительное количество дизельного топлива для этих генераторов. Но станция сейчас уже к сети присоединена к украинской.
So answering your question, Domen, as of now, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is being connected to the Ukrainian grid, and as to the last reports on the data, which Olga received early in the morning, the diesel that can be used and is on site of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. I can help it blast without this connection with the Ukrainian power grid for 10 days. Since they have 20 really like enormous, gigantic generators, diesel generators. So as of now, it's 10 days without the connection to the Ukrainian power grid, and the resupply of the diesel is on the way. They're expecting some resupplying. So yeah, now the plant is connected and everything is running smoothly in terms of the power supply to the nuclear power plant.
Следующий вопрос. Спасибо за вопрос. Следующий, пожалуйста.
Thank you so much for your question. Next one.
Sure, of course. Olga, yeah, thank you very much yet again for being with us. It's much appreciated. Very briefly, earlier today, the General Staff, apologies, the General Staff informed that the troop concentrations have yet again been increased. How do you see the spirit of the local staff and their families in the region, given that kind of military setup?
Axel, was it the troop concentration of Ukrainians or Russians? Can you elaborate? Russians, okay, thank you. Ольга, спасибо вам большое. Аксель сейчас вопрос задает. Спасибо вам большое за то, что вы опять нашли время, присоединились к нашей панельной дискуссии. Очень ценим ваше время и ваши инсайты. Так вкратце, сегодня Генштаб проинформировал общество, что наблюдается увеличение концентрации русни, то есть русских военных на территории ЗАЭС и близлежащих районах. Как вы думаете, какое сейчас, грубо говоря, состояние, какой сейчас дух, как персонала станции, так и в их родных, то есть что у них сейчас по морально-психологическому состоянию?
Ну, да, Генштаб прав. Это мне сообщают и жители Энергодара, что увеличилось количество военных в городе и на самой станции. Но их количество оценить трудно. Конечно, жители Энергодара, находясь вот под пытками фактически, и то, что любого человека могут схватить, жителя простого, по самому ничтожному поводу за переписку на украинском языке и пытать, поэтому тяжелое очень состояние. Плюс очень плохая гуманитарная ситуация с продуктами, с лекарствами, вот со всем этим. Периодически отключался свет, по 3 суток не было света в городе. Поэтому гуманитарная ситуация очень тяжелая. И я в выступлениях своих на телевидении украинском и для зарубежных СМИ говорю о том, что необходимы международные гуманитарные миссии, которые должны привезти продукты первой необходимости, лекарства, а также иметь доступ к местам задержания жителей Энергодара и персонал там, где их содержат ФСБ.
Какой кошмар. Okay, guys, so thank you, Axel, for your question. Yes, the general staff is indeed right. The citizens of Energodar that are still on site and the personnel indeed have witnessed and observed the increase of the Russian troops both in the city and at the power plant. It's really hard to estimate how many of them have come right now because no one is doing this evaluation. It's really hard to see how many have had come. Plus, you have to understand that the Energodar citizens have been tortured for a while by the Russians. they literally can detain in their reports. The Russian troops can detain whoever can pass by on the street for whatever reason, even for like checking their phones and seeing that they are texting in Ukrainian. So those people are being abducted and sent to prison and then torture. The humanitarian conditions, the situation right now is really bad, according to Olga, because there is a deficiency of the products, essentials, and medical supplies. They sometimes don't have electricity for 3 days in a row, so the humanitarian situation close to Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is very complicated and very dire and grim. So from Olga's perspective, whenever she gives an interview for Ukrainian television or like foreign media as well, likewise, she keeps on insisting that there must be immediate humanitarian missions, international humanitarian missions being deployed to the site to release these conditions, to help civilians survive. They do need to bring essentials, medical supplies, and they do need to have access to the sites where FSB have been basically detaining all the abducted citizens of Enerhodar and close settlements.
Да, спасибо. Следующий вопрос.
That's all. Thank you so much. Next question, if you have any now.
Yeah, it's a follow-up on this. Now, humanitarian missions in Russian occupied territory, when they occurred in whatever form, when they were tried in whatever form, have always failed to actually reach their destination. For example, right at the beginning of the invasion, and when corridors were pursued, the humanitarian aid ended up with Russian soldiers. What, if anything, can you say as to what is being discussed in regard to providing humanitarian aid to the people who currently still have that burden in Enerhodar? How would you see that becoming a positive outcome? How should it be done? And are you aware of any plans in that regard?
Окей. Так, Ольга, от Акселя вопрос, который, в принципе, будет логическим следствием его предыдущего вопроса. Вот эти гуманитарные миссии, которые вы обозначили.
Не слышу вас. Не слышу.
Helene?
Я не слышу переводчика.
Одну минутку. Helene?
I think she got a call.
Yeah, we'll drop her and bring her back up right away. 1 second.
There was a glitch. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, perfect.
Yes, we can.
Ольга, вы меня можете слышать сейчас? Так глюк был какой-то технический.
Ну да.
Хорошо.
Значит,
А что вы не слышали?
Я не слышала вопроса, но логическое продолжение предыдущего по гуманитарным
Сейчас,
миссиям.
секундочку. Я совершенно сбилась с ним. Раз, два, три. Окей. Да, как уже у нас был такой усвоенный урок, когда международные организации пытались доставить гумку в начале войны на оккупированной ручной территории, гуманитарная помощь попросту не доходила к пункту назначения, потому что вот эти вот все гуманитарные коридоры так или иначе были очень так по-зверски, просто русня их разворовала полностью, да, и очень редко что-то доходило к пункту назначения. Все русские солдаты забирали себе преимущественно, да. То есть, что бы мы могли сказать, на ваше мнение? Были ли какие-то дискуссии, разговоры, каким образом должна быть предоставлена вот эта гуманитарная помощь, чтобы она действительно дошла к жителям Энергодара, чтобы снять вот это ярмо безысходности, отсутствия самых основных медикаментов и продуктов, и лекарств и так дальше, продуктов первой помощи. То есть каким образом вы бы видели вот это предоставление гуманитарной помощи, учитывая все, что мы уже знаем о россияне? То есть есть ли у вас осведомлены ли вы о каких-то разговорах, как это может пройти?
Ну, начнем с того, что Международный Красный Крест, представительство которого есть в Украине, показал, что он абсолютно беспомощен. Вот, например, ситуация с пленными, когда они до сих пор не были среди военнопленных, наших военнопленных на территории России, в том числе и Оленивка. Но в чем Энергодар отличается? В Энергодаре есть 4 эксперта МАГАТЭ, а это структура ООН. То есть это не их основная деятельность, но они точно сообщат Гросси, что происходит с гуманитарной помощью, если она придет в город.
Спасибо большое. So, as you probably have witnessed what happened in Ukraine, the International Red Cross, the committee had absolutely proven how helpless they are and useless, that's my comment, in these situations which they unfold in front of us for nearly 8 months. You can be reminded of the situation with the Ukrainian POWs. They still haven't been on the site where the Ukrainian POWs are being kept both on Russian territories and in Olenivka prison. So yeah, we remember that. Still, Energodar's case is different since we have 4 IAEA experts on site, and IAEA is under the umbrella of the United Nations. So obviously that's not their main function. Still, if those 4 experts witness that soldiers are looting from the humanitarian aid, or the humanitarian aid isn't being received by the citizens, they will definitely make sure that Grossi and the UN are aware that it's happening there.
Да, вот это мой ответ. Да, спасибо.
Yeah, that's basically my answer. Thank you.
I think we can go to Hans, Verlaine, if you don't mind. We have questions from our audience, and I can also see that Victoria Wojtyska has come up. Who probably will have a view as well. Let's go to Nina first.
Yeah, thank you, Axel. Before we go to Nina, I'm gonna ask Olga how much time does she have, so we're gonna be respectful. Ольга, скажите, пожалуйста, больше сколько у вас времени, чтобы мы могли рассчитывать, потому что у нас есть пара вопросов, и также у нас включаются еще спикеры.
Да, у меня есть время, я отвечу на все вопросы. У меня есть время.
Хорошо. Okay, so Olga says she has the time and she's gonna answer all the questions that are being raised. So Nina, please go ahead.
Thank you, Olga, for being here, and also Fairlane for your work. I have been listening to the discussion, and as I just heard and know that the IAEA, sorry. I know what it means. It's under the United Nations, and I know this leader of the Grossi. And how much can they communicate out to the world, like the facts about what is happening, and how dangerous is it to the Ukrainians who are working there if they would send some like real information from like pictures or something like that? Is it possible at all? Thank you.
Thank you, Нина. Ольга, сейчас вопрос от Нины. Во-первых, она благодарит вас за дискуссию, за наш разговор, за перевод и так дальше. Она знает, что такое МАГАТЭ, она знает, что МАГАТЭ под протекцией ООН, грубо говоря, структура ООН, и также, что Гросси там заведует МАГАТЭ как основной. Ее интересует, сколько, по вашему мнению, могут коммуницировать с миром о ситуации на ЗС по факту, как она там происходит, то есть не скрывая ничего, персонала, а также эксперты и, грубо говоря, само МАГАТЭ, то есть насколько опасно для украинцев, ну, скажем так, предоставлять реальную фактаж информацию для всеуслышания, ну, там, скажем, фото или какие-то материалы другие. То есть, как вы думаете, влияет ли вся эта обстановка на то, какое количество информации, скажем так, предоставляется обществу в целом?
А вот там, можно вопрос уточнять, там прозвучала фамилия Войцицкая, где-то была, у ведущего или у кого-то до этого.
Пані Ольга, я вас слухаю дуже уважно.
Понятно. Спасибо, Виктория. Вы там еще?
Да, я в Вашингтоне.
Да. Значит, ситуация такая. Понятно, что сотрудники ЗАЭС, которые находятся там на станции, никакой информации с фамилиями, с фотографиями предоставлять обществу не будут, потому что они находятся в опасности. Информацию я получаю от активистов Энергодара, которые общаются, ну, можно сказать, партизан, которые общаются с сотрудниками станции. Вот. Что касается Энергоатома, какую информацию он получает, я не знаю, сказать не могу. Думаю, что получают также наши спецслужбы. Вот. Но для общества реальные люди, да, даже которые уже переехали на нашу территорию, контролируемую Украиной, они даже здесь боятся, потому что у них семьи там. Поэтому интервью, которые берут журналисты у людей из Энергодара, как правило, без фамилий и без имен, только рассказы. Это я знаю вот по своему опыту. Это опасно для людей, что там происходит реально, это можно узнать только вот из инсайдерских источников, от людей, которые там, вот, ну, такие мужественных людей, скажем, потому что некоторые из них уже были в застенках. Вот из моих знакомых, которые я получаю информацию.
Okay, so Nina, answering your question. So the thing is, I'm probably and most likely neither the personnel nor their families will provide any information or fact or pics for the audience or for the community because it's really dangerous. And Olga got her information from the activists who are from Energodar and are there on site, so basically partisans. Who are still being in touch, so they are communicating with the staff and personnel of the nuclear power plant. And the information from Energoatom is being received by Ukrainian special structures and services, and they are providing the information that is obviously not classified for the community, for the Ukrainian audience, and so on and so forth. And yet, still, it's still very dangerous, and everyone is really worried and concerned not to, because the families are still there, so not to inflict harm on the families which are there, the people who are in Enerhodar and who are working in the nuclear power plant. So yes, even if you see some interviews or if you read some articles and reports, you will never see surnames, photos, names, or it can be just completely swapped because it's really dangerous to reveal your activities in terms of the information and data sharing. It's really, really dangerous, more than dangerous than terrifying. So the information that's being received is either this official information that is received with the approval of the Ukrainian security structures, or the insiders' information and their sources that they've been using, and those are credible. Those insider sources, the brave and courageous men and women, and Olga knows them personally. That's your acquaintances. They've been detained. They had time in those jails with being detained by Russians. So yeah, they know how hard it is to what kind of consequences may lead that data release.
Thank you, Verlaine and Olga. And I understand this completely. It's such a big threat just for this person and maybe his or her family. So I understand that it's really difficult. Yeah, but I could discuss this like for a long time, but I will just now thank you for that. Thank you.
Да, спасибо большое, Ольга, за ваш ответ. Нина понимает, насколько опасно в целом, скажем так, размещение такой информации, и насколько сложно потом с этим всем справиться, особенно зная, что это может повлиять на, скажем так, семьи, целые семьи жизни. Спасибо большое.
Дякую.
Следующий вопрос. Спасибо.
Victoria, if you have questions, thoughts for Olga, feel free to go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Domin. But we have direct communications with Olga, so I will let others ask questions.
No problem. That's much appreciated. In recent days, many people have discussed the future, the prospect of the Ukrainian power supplies and exports after a war has been won and settled and Russia has vacated Ukraine in full. How do you see the future of nuclear power in Ukraine during reconstruction? What can it contribute? How can it develop? Because obviously Ukraine has one of the largest nuclear power plants currently worldwide. It has long-standing experience. How do you see Ukraine developing nuclear power?
Ольга, вопрос от Акселя по поводу, скажем так, будущего. Что ждет ядерную отрасль в Украине? Вот давайте представим, что война закончилась, Украина победила, Россию отбросили назад, где она и должна была быть, полностью все репарации и так дальше, процессы запущены, мы начинаем восстановление. Каким вы видите будущее украинской ядерки? То есть у нас одни из самых больших атомных энергостанций, в принципе, в Европе и в мире, и у нас, скажем так, опыт, который уже был не только усвоен, но и, грубо говоря, закреплен годами. То есть очень много, да, опыта у нас достаточно. Каким вы видите развитие украинской, скажем так, ядерной сферы, отрасли в будущем, учитывая, что ну, как бы мы победим, и нужно двигаться дальше?
Я оптимистично смотрю, потому что у нас, но я вижу будущее украинской ядерной энергетики в развитии малых и средних модульных реакторов. Проекты эти сейчас в активном мире разрабатываются. У нас есть все-таки уран, у нас есть предприятия, которые изготавливают автоматические системы управления реакторами. Это 2 предприятия, которые эвакуировались, вот Северодонецкий радий. У нас есть машиностроение, Турбоатом. И я вижу, что будущее в малых и средних ядерных реакторах в Украине, развитие. Не в больших, вот не в больших. Я вижу будущее украинской ядерной энергетики.
Okay, Axel, thank you for your question. Olga is very optimistic in terms of the future prospects of Ukrainian nuclear, let's say, area field. She sees the future in the development and improvement of the small and medium modular and development of small and medium modular reactors. So we have enough of automated systems, automatic and control systems. We have 2 enterprises who have evacuated themselves at the beginning of war and during the war from the eastern part of Ukraine. We also have the machine building and enterprises, for instance, like Turboatom. And from her perspective, the future prospects of Ukrainian nuclear research is development is in this small and medium reactor cores and development and so on and so forth, and improvement, not in the bigger ones, but yeah, small and average.
Спасибо. Следующий вопрос.
Thank you. Next question.
Let's go to Nina.
Thank you, Axel. I'm just trying to visualize the different options that might lead to that the whole thing would be too like dangerous also for the Russians. What are there such options, like what could or should happen in the nuclear plant? I'm thinking of it would be in the interest of Russians also to not make such danger for themselves. But how do you see, like, Olga, the different options that the Russians could not stay there? Thank you.
Так, Ольга, у меня слегка был поток сознания, я попытаюсь это сформулировать.
Да.
Хорошо. На ваше мнение, учитывая всю эту ситуацию на атомной энергостанции, на ЗАЭС, учитывая интересы как украинцев, так и русских, принимая во внимание, что, скажем так, давайте представим, что им тоже не очень приятно учитывать вот эту опасность, которую извлекает от себя атомная энергостанция. Какие варианты есть или какие варианты Россия может использовать для того, чтобы не оставаться? Что должно случиться, чтобы они оттуда ушли и не остались?
Я получаю иногда информацию о том, что фронт в Запорожской области двигается в сторону Энергодара. Поэтому я считаю, что они уйдут, когда будет создан такой котел, как был под Балаклеей или Изюмом. А котел там можно сделать по естественным причинам, потому что Энергодар находится в таком треугольнике. С двух сторон окружает вода, а третья сухопутная сторона, если там будут вооруженные силы, то они сами выйдут. Они сами выйдут из этого котла. Это первое. Вот так я смотрю на разрешение этой ситуации, что реальную деоккупацию может сделать только вооруженные силы Украины. И природные причины расположения Энергодара этому могут способствовать.
So answering your question, Nina, Olga has been receiving reports that the front has been moving towards Zaporizhia Oblast, so Zaporizhia region, and is moving towards Enerhodar city. So she says that if Ukrainian army is able to basically get Russians into the cauldron and seize their forces like it was in Balaklia and Izum, have this situation of nowhere to go, basically using the terrain features that the area has, because Enerhodar, if you look at the map, the angular, so it's surrounded by water from two sides, so both sides are surrounded by water, and if Ukrainian army is able to keep moving forward and basically make Russians feel these forces surrounding them from all the sides, and there are nowhere to go. So it's a quadron like was in Balaklia and Zoom and so on and so forth. This is the option for them to not to stay there. This is one of the solutions. The real deoccupation of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant can only be done right now. The option which Olga can come with with Ukrainian army advance and the quadron, that they can basically use the terrain features as an advantage in this case.
Thank you both.
Спасибо большое, Ольга. Domen, do you want to add something?
I have a question regarding the IAEA inspection team. How many members stayed for how long after most of them left? And which are the members that stayed on later on? From which countries?
Are you asking the initial ones or the ones that swapped? Because they were swapped.
Both. So which countries'
Okay,
delegates were there for the longest period of time?
The initial one and this one. Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much. Ольга, у Домина вопрос по поводу миссии МАГАТЭ. Если у вас такая информация, то есть по поводу экспертов МАГАТЭ, которые сначала приехали с миссией, сколько они там Рассчитывали остаться, с каких стран эти люди, и насколько приехали приблизительно эксперты, которые их поменяли, и какие страны они тоже представляют. Есть ли у вас такая информация, хотя бы приблизительно?
Да, у меня была такая информация, ну, прошло уже почти 1,5 месяца, да, и из России точно не было. Была заместитель Гросси, женщина из Франции, был итальянец, который тоже заместитель Гросси по гарантиям, да, и не было...
Is it just me, guys?
Nope, everyone. That's a phone call.
Okay, so while Olga is on the phone call, oh Lord, give me a second. I had another brain wave, so I was thinking about something else. Give me a second to give it back. Okay, so Olga was saying that she got the data on the duration and the countries of origin at the beginning of the mission, so it was like a month and a half ago. So she doesn't remember the precisely, but what she does remember is that there were definitely no representatives and experts from Russia. That's point one. Point two, there was a deputy female, Grossi's deputy female from France. There was another deputy male, Italian, also Grossi's deputy. And there wasn't someone, I don't know who, but Olga, вы снова здесь с нами?
Да, здесь.
Вот вы сказали о том, что был итальянец заместитель Гросси, и не было России, а еще кого не было?
Не, ну там у них было, значит, был пресс-секретарь Дэл, который в патронатной службе Гросси. Вот. Массимо Апара, это вот итальянец был. Ну, 4 эксперта было из разных стран, из Сербии тоже был. Вот, ну, я тут нашла их, но тут страны у меня не перечислены, но это русских точно нет. А вот как они отбирались, по какому принципу, это определял, наверное, Гросси. Но было, наверное, пожелание украинской страны, чтобы российских представителей не было в миссии.
И вот эти 4, которые поменялись,
Я не
тоже
знаю.
с этих стран?
Да,
Знаете?
там точно нет из России, а кто, из каких стран эти 4, я не знаю. Это новые персонажи.
Спасибо большое. So, as Olga had mentioned, there was Massimo Appara, who was the Italian deputy Grossi I mentioned. There was also an expert from Serbia. As to how the expert was selected and whether the country of origin made a difference, Olga doesn't know. Probably they were selected only with the approval of Grossi himself, and obviously taking into account the let's say the requirements of Ukrainian armed forces, of Ukrainian state. There were no representatives from Russia. And as to the new experts who have come for let's call it a new shift, who are now on a new shift at the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia, there is no data into the country of their origin as of now. So situation, no data.
Да. Да, спасибо. Следующий вопрос.
So yeah, thank you. Next question.
It seems we've exhausted the questions from our audience, unless, Doman, do you still have anything left?
No, nothing.
Yet again, Olga, you have managed to completely address everyone and clarify the picture. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Ольга, еще раз который раз вы настолько все четко и ясно по полочкам разложили, что ни у кого не осталось.
Да, спасибо за
никаких
внимание.
вопросов. Все
Переводчика не слышу
Спасибо
опять.
большое.
Ну ладно.
Вы не слышите меня? Ой. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Perfectly fine.
She can't hear me. Give me a second. I need to then just leave and come back. Ольга, теперь слышите меня?
We got you, Verlaine.
The main important thing is for Olga to hear me. Ольга, вы меня слышите? Ольга.
Yeah, it seems to be a microphone issue.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it's a connection. It's
Yeah,
a connection
it is what
issue.
it is. Not a problem.
Ah.
Then we'll do the following. If you can cycle her down, and Victoria can have a word with her as well.
Yeah.
Thanking her yet again for absolute magnificent contribution, and I mean it, because it couldn't be any clearer, and it is of great help, I think, to the precise description as to what to expect, what dangers exist, what risks there are, and what can and cannot be done at this point in time. And she has laid it out very clearly. I thank her for that.
Okay, where's that noise coming from?
I have no idea.
I think it's a host account.
That's impossible.
But it's the only one who has the mic.
But it always has it kind of looking like it's on.
Do
But
we
there were no blue bars.
Do we have a poltergeist?
We have a ghost.
No, we don't.
Then maybe
Well-
maybe someone is stuck in limbo and we just doesn't like we don't know who is stuck in limbo. Who are we missing?
Nobody. Doesn't look like it. Let's go to Captain Botfly, and we'll move on from there. Captain Botfly, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My check.
Crystal clear.
Okay, so I didn't want to step on your topic of the nuclear stuff, so that's why I dropped off for a sec. I actually have a question. So I went to Ukraine. I was originally a combat engineer with the Marine Corps, and I went and helped do unexploded, basically UXO back in April. I was there for the whole month of April. When I went over there, I was able to bring like my Kevlar vest, my Kevlar helmet, a bunch of gear. I had no problems. I'm returning next month, and I was planning on bringing a plate carrier, level 4 ceramic. And now there's kind of information out there that as of July, Poland is not allowing that stuff through customs because apparently some idiots were stashing ammunition between the helmets and the plate carriers or something. I don't know if this is the space or if you guys could direct me somewhere. I look on the internet and everything basically is dated back in March or last year, and I can't find anything on how I could actually get that in there. I've heard, you have to get a letter, saying what it's for. Does anybody here have any idea about that?
If you send us a DM, we can direct you accordingly.
Perfect. Thank you.
And you can go through a different country like Hungary.
Okay, yeah, I did already.
I would suggest not Hungary.
Yeah, right. I already have my ticket actually.
Romania.
To Krakow. Last time I went through Romania, actually, last time I flew to Bucharest and then went to Krakow, and then obviously did the train across the border, and I had no problems. I had a couple steel helmets, a couple Kevlar vests, but I heard now the issue with the level 4 plate carriers is different. I don't know if it matters whether it's ceramic or steel. I've got ceramic, but anyways, I'll hit you in the DM. I just obviously I don't want to bring. I have some friends there up with the Castus Kalinowski, and I don't want. I just don't know if I should say it's for personal use or if it's for a friend. I don't know the best way to handle.
Let's discuss this offline. There's
Yep.
various ways to deal with this.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Excellent. Thank you. Nina.
Domen, yes, it was good to have Olga here, and thank you, Fellain. And I just wanted to comment because I listened to this. I feel like if somebody wants to go and as swiftly as possible to go and help in Ukraine, it felt like really bad to hear the suggestion to go to Romania or Hungary or what. Yeah, so maybe this was just me who had this uncomfortable feeling, but yeah, sorry.
Oh, it was just, because if Polish customs are being a problem, then the easiest thing to do is to go take a train down to Slovakia and then go from Slovakia to Ukraine.
Yeah, okay.
It's just a practical thing.
Okay, I understand.
Uzhgorod.
Nina, just for your
Yeah,
understanding.
Uzhgorod's an excellent place.
Nina, just 2 weeks ago, I was standing in line for 10 hours just to cross the line with Poland, Ukraine, Poland. So with Polish people, we have now major problems with their customs. They are slow. They're 4 times slower than they were processing cars prior to February 24th. So it's not that easy anymore with Poland either.
Thank you, Victoria, for spelling that out to me. And it's always good to have the facts. And I have had no idea that was the situation in Poland. So, of course, whatever makes it easier than instead of waiting many days or something like that, or not even getting through with that stuff. So, yeah, thank you. And yeah.
Sheer pragmatism drove these comments,
Yes.
nothing else.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, but as you know, I'm a sensitive person, even if I'm like I'm not. Even if I'm sensitive, I'm not weak. Let's say it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Nina, you have a strong sense of what's right and what's wrong, and of course, it feels wrong. But for there to be any restrictions that make it any more difficult at all to cross the border there, Victoria. Well, what we have you here. There have been some comments, Victoria, recently coming out of Russia. I know. Not a good topic.
Before you start asking me questions, I need to run for a meeting in Washington. So sorry, I wouldn't be able to.
No. Then go and run for a meeting.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you about the grain corridor, but
Yeah.
you have your meetings.
Later.
That's very important. We'll talk. We'll talk another time when you can.
Thank you.
No worries. Sorry, I wasn't aware that you have to run for a meeting. Sorry about that. Go and break a leg. Not your own or any of the others, just the proverbial one. People don't like it if you go break their legs. Nina.
Domen, do you have is there like a such silent moment here when I could talk about something and you can immediately shoot me down if it's not right?
I think now is this moment.
Oh, it's
such a moment is now.
It's exactly right now. Okay, thank you. I have actually been obviously looking around what is happening in the world, not like outside Ukraine also, because now when the eyes of the world are pretty much on Ukraine and what is happening in Ukraine, this makes like it might make it easier that in some other countries they are doing something that we are not seeing. And what happens in Iran is something that is to me very interesting and also seems like a really it's a big need. And I just wish that they can do it. But also I know that what Iran and Russia has been doing, deals, what deals they have done. So I'm trying to look at the bigger picture, what is happening everywhere because of Russia. And we know we have had Olla here to tell about his own country, Africa. And yeah, so it's of course I'm here because of Ukraine, and Russia is involved. So I will also look what is happening elsewhere. Thank you.
Russia is very willing, not just willing. Russia is very wanting of using various approaches of cyber and information warfare in countries around the world, in both a time of war and peace. They specifically specify that they are to use these information warfare and cyber warfare approaches in a time of peace specifically. The only approaches that they will, from a military perspective, take all the time. They've made as much clear, right? I think that's important to bear in mind. They think it's normal, it's sensible, it's appropriate and correct for them to do so. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that they're attempting to do so in various places around the world as suits their convenience. I mean, yes, they are, and there has to be recognition of that on the one hand, then action to follow, appropriate action to follow. The Russian state's goal is to introduce as much division. It is to maximize polarizations within countries. It is to sow distrust in institutions. It is likewise designed to sow distrust between people from one set of countries and people from another set of countries, because they very much follow the rule of divide and rule. Right? That is why. So it comes as no surprise that we have to be cognizant of this. Our governments have to be cognizant of these approaches that Russia is very willfully and very willingly taking. Nina, did that help at all?
Yes, it helped. And isn't it actually divide and conquer? I don't know. But anyway.
Either way, yeah.
Either way, but yeah, but we have seen it from at the root level in Finland for many years, but we have been not awake. So now, at least I think more people are awake. Not everybody, of course. And as I see it, Ukraine will be the solution, because when Russia is defeated in Ukraine, it will not have a lot capacity to. So that's, you can tell that this is wrong, but I hope that it will not have so much capacity to like divide and conquer after that in other countries, because it will be going down as I see it, and probably it's like that's what I want. Thank you.
I will note that this is the one set of tools, weapons that is, that they will retain regardless of just how devastated Russia is after its inevitable defeat in Ukraine. Because this doesn't require tanks or planes or guns or anything really of the sort. And the only way that this will soften or go away is with, thorough exposition of everything that Russia has done in Ukraine, anything from the destruction of infrastructure to mass graves to accounts of torture, rape, mass murder, etc. This is really what will be the only bits that take it down a little bit, but in many places not even all that much. I will also note that Finland, of all places, is one of the least vulnerable to these techniques and tactics, together with a few other countries, but Finland is definitely among the least vulnerable to them. It's just worthwhile noting as well. I shall pass the mic off to Katig, then to C. Scott, and then to Mika. Katig.
now that we're between topics, I have a question for Nina. Okay, so let me just start off that I love Finnish people, but Gorbis with risgrynsgröt and äggsmör. Why? I don't understand why. This is my question.
I don't think anybody understands.
Kattig.
For very different reasons.
Jag talar svenska nu så att du inte förstår. Det är många saker som du säkert inte förstår om finsk, våra underliga maträtter. Så jag kan inte förstå i Sverige, är det nu saltfisk eller vad är det för den här? Det är något fruktansvärt.
May I please suggest you two to connect because I think you're going to have lots of fun together.
It's about I'm talking shit about
I know it's about the fish.
No.
Yeah.
She's talking shit about our fish, but I'm asking about a very special food they have that I was very excited to try when I heard pierogies, but was very traumatized by when I tried it.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. It really shut you up, right?
It really did. I was.
Yes.
I have PTSD.
Kattig, memma.
I have not tried that.
Oh my, very good. Ladies, I will move on from the Bosnian disputes before we start a war and go to Scott.
Again.
Yes,
before we colonize
lost
Finland
Scott.
again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, nobody wants another war in Europe. Not least Finland or Sweden. I guess it's last chance.
Kattig, I think Finland and Sweden, we have had such a love-hate relationship for so many years, and the worst part is that this ice hockey thing. It's like a life and death situation.
It really is.
All right. Anybody who wants to stop listening about Finnish and Swedish delicacies, feel free to request and jump up, like Martin is doing right now. Good job, Martin. There's only so much Nordic cooking than anyone can take, and not least the bulk of our listeners. Very good, Martin. Good morning.
Good morning, Domen, and the rest of the world. And since it's sort of a conversational free-for-all, by the way, Slava Ukraini. And
Slava.
Yes, for sure. Thank you for that response. I just wanted to say to Nina and the other woman who was speaking just about ice hockey, which I could talk 24/7 about, being Canada's national sport. I have had the great pleasure and privilege to see both Finnish and Swedish hockey players play here in North America, in particular the Winnipeg Jets in our team in the National Hockey League, #1 league in the world. And I have to say that the players from Sweden and Finland are absolutely, by and large, superb. Their skills, their hockey smarts. So we've known this for many, many years, of course, but I just wanted to say that the Finnish and Swedish players have enhanced the game of ice hockey. So if I may add that bit of irrelevancy to our space this morning, I have other things I wanted to say about the ongoing war of aggression, but I just wanted to sort of lighten the space a little bit and mention that, and I'll just sign off and keep up the great work.
No.
Keep up the great work.
Martin, I request of you to please darken the mood now with some.
Oh,
notes. Yes.
Well, yeah, I've just been following things on Twitter, of course, and I just noticed a couple of things. One is, and maybe it was mentioned yesterday. I didn't hear it mentioned on the Maria Report that in the Kherson region, and there's a photograph to accompany it. There's a tweet by someone named Giuseppe Menefrego that newly mobilized Russian soldiers shot their commander, took all the weapons, and surrendered. Great example to follow for those who don't want to come back home in a black plastic bag, says the tweet. And there's a photograph of these illegal invaders on their knees, hands behind their heads, surrendering to
How many people are in the picture?
Okay, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I see at least 10 soldiers on their knees with their hands behind their back. And then I see one, must be, I'm sure it's a Ukrainian soldier. You only see part of his back.
Okay, but basically many fewer than 300 is what I was driving at.
Yeah, well, this is just one unit, I guess. But anyways, I wanted to mention that.
So I'm concerned that this might not be entirely true.
Oh, okay. Tell me why.
Well, because I've not seen any evidence of it beyond the allegation that's always phrased exactly the same way.
Oh, okay.
And whenever, and that usually suggests it's only coming from one source, right?
Mhm.
Because if you have a statement phrased different ways, then it's much more likely to be coming from different initial primary sources.
Okay.
And that just makes me worried that there's a chance that it isn't true.
Oh, you mean
now it's very plausible it is true.
Yeah.
It just makes me worried that because when you capture 300 people, it will usually leak from more than one place, because you need a whole lot of people managing the 300 newly captured, right?
Good point. Very good point. I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah. Yeah, I just saw it and I thought, wow, okay.
Now I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I haven't seen the phrase more than one way. But maybe someone like Axel would be more aware of it. I saw it yesterday at some point, and I thought, well, that's interesting. But then I just kept seeing it phrased exactly the same way every time, and that made me a little bit suspicious. Because
All right. Fair enough. And I also wanted to mention, and thank you for allowing me to ramble on, Domin. I appreciate that. Maddie Kaprov earlier this morning, as he usually does, tweeted some really useful information about the Holodomor in Kazakhstan, the dates of the man-made famine in Kazakhstan perpetrated by Moscow. As he writes, depend on the source. Some say 1931-33, aligning with the Holodomor in Ukraine. However, most Kazakh sources suggest 1928-34. And then he goes on, let me be clear, it was a genocide, and it's a thread. He's got a number of following tweets to support that. So I just thought that might be interesting as well if people haven't seen that.
I think it's a good thing to note, right? Because it just illustrates the totality of the Soviet policy in the 1930s. It wasn't accidental. It certainly wasn't limited. It was a quite a wide-ranging policy that decidedly wanted to, repress non-Russian populations, especially in the 1930 Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union was doing something very interesting. Now, when the Soviet Union was emerged out of the bloodshed of the various sets of wars that encompassed the former Russian Empire, the area that was previously controlled by the Russian Empire, the communists in charge looked at the society and thought, we need to go through lots of stages to get to communism. Right. So first of all, they went and embarked on this program of national identity providing, right, in various parts of the Soviet Union. So in the 1920s, they actually went away from the centuries-old policy of Russification that was in force across the Russian Empire, and initially went and taught everyone in local languages effectively. And then after 10 years of that, they said, okay, now it's time for massive repression and to get rid of nations that might be causing trouble going forward. And at that point, they went and pursued these policies of basically starving out and killing millions of people through starvation, both in Ukraine but also in Kazakhstan. And this is something that at the time was heavily underreported.
Very interesting. Thank you for that background, Domen. Yeah, I'm familiar, of course, with the Holodomor. I've read a couple of books about it, and I've talked to scholars on Ukrainian history who have educated me about that. But I appreciate what you just said, of course. And just one more thing, Sergei Sergei. Yes, he posted something earlier today as well. And I don't know if it's been mentioned. Well, I think it has been in various forms, but this will be my final comment. And thank you again, Domen. He said, if this Ukrainian stats is true, RU have missiles for only 6-7 attacks like on Monday, 80 plus missiles, and they need to save some reserve for any case. Without any chance for RU front bombers to use free fall bombs, Russians will have only artillery, and then parentheses 20 to 40 kilometers deep in their arsenal. So I just wanted to mention.
Yep, and that's a graphic that was posted by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, basically saying they only have 100-something. Yep, the Ministry of Defense himself.
Okay.
Or at least it is Nikol Vanichny. Yep.
Well,
so
I'll drop
100-something Iskandars left, and then just over 200 of each of the air-launched and ship-launched base cruise missiles. And that indeed is very significant. If that is entirely true, and it's difficult to get exact numbers, that is indeed very significant, because what does it mean? It means that a combination of a better set of air defenses within Ukraine is being provided and being installed, and Russians simply starting to run out of them, will make it very difficult for Russia to do nearly as much damage as they've done thus far with these missiles. And that is very significant indeed. Thank you, Martin, for highlighting that.
Okay, well, I've got some other things to say, but I'll stop there. I don't want to monopolize the space. And thank you for, as always, Domen, allowing me to ramble on like this. And keep up the great work, everyone. Slava Ukraini. And this site, as I've said many times before, is an indispensable source of news on Russia's illegal war of aggression against democratic Ukraine. And thank you very much. I'll drop down to listener.
Thank you very much, Martin. Hello, Slava. Nina.
Very shortly, I need to this, and I'll get me coat, I promise, after this. I am going to be naughty. Martin, you know that Finland won the ice hockey world championships. I will take myself down as a listener.
Nina, you are correct. I have previously had to check on this, and you're absolutely correct. I would also like to note the Finland currently leads the IIHF men's rankings. Joanna.
Yes, hello. I just wanted to say that the interview was fascinating, and ask when will be a military update, just to know how to make my schedule. And I also have some subjects to talk about, but I see there are a lot of hands, so maybe I'll wait. Thank you.
Joanna, if I knew, I would tell you, but I don't know, so I won't.
Oh, okay, so I have to stick with you.
Yeah, it's like me. It's I have no idea. We're in the same boat, rowing or possibly upstream at this point. I think we have a Vojta, a Leonard, a Soldier, and an Edvard. Vojta.
Hi, my check.
Yeah, good enough. Good enough.
Okay, maybe now it will be better. Well, I have a couple of topics. you know, I'm from Czech Republic, and there were some discussion regarding the leopards, which should be like sold to the Czech Republic, and that there should be some P-72s released from Czech Republic. And you know, I think there is not such a huge consequence. You know, the delivery of the Leopard 2. I think it was a long time needed purchase from the Czech military, and my cousin, he's in the active reserves, so already in the summer he told me about this purchase. So it's like blind purchase, so it's not like the how it's called, the backfilling, or how was the word for the releasing of the Soviet hardware for the German.
Are you thinking about the Ringtausch?
Delivery. Yeah, exactly, that one. So I just wanted to make this clear that, you know, the Czechs have provided nearly all of the P-72s which we have available, and that Germany has almost nothing to do with it. And also I'm wondering a couple of weeks about the question, since the Ukraine is in the deep need of the IFVs, and since Germany has the posture they have, so everybody is bashing on the closed doors and there's nothing happening. I'm wondering, you know, the Sweden, they have the, how it's called, CV 90, or what's the name of the IFVs?
Yep, CV 90.
They have them. I think on this space somebody told that
That's
they have
me.
quite a lot of them on the stock, and you know what is holding us back, you know, to purchase those infantry fighting vehicles, you know, since I don't suppose that Germany will be donating their Marders or Leopards to, and that it has to be like purchased anyway. So maybe, you know, this might be another way how to get the hardware Ukrainians need, you know, from the Swedish from the Swedish companies. So that was my question, whether this is the
So
way.
your question is, what needs to happen?
Yeah,
the Swedish
yeah.
government
Maybe,
has
you know,
to say so, basically. So they're new. So the Sweden has a new government as of effectively today. Technically next week, there was a press conference. I don't know, 8 hours ago, 6 hours ago, saying as much. There was an election in Sweden a couple weeks ago, and now they seem to form a coalition government of Moderaterna, Liberalerna, and someone, a Christian Democrat or something, with confidence in supply, kind of, from Sverige Demokraterna, but it's not entirely clear what exact arrangements. Well, it's not clear to me. I'm sure it's clear to some of them what exact arrangements are going to be there, because some people don't like other people. Doesn't really matter. But it seems that the government will be even more supportive of Ukraine than the previous one, and it seems very likely that at the very least that they'll be sending some archers. I would hope very much for them to say, yeah, we want to send some CV-90s as well, because that would kind of possibly eliminate the previous concerns, let's say the Germans had about sending the Marders, because CV-90s are definitely much better than the Marders. So there you go. That's all I know. But I'm sure that we're going to turn to Sweden sooner rather than later, because there should be some interesting things coming out as well. Right, let's go to Leonard, followed by Sojo. Leonard.
Good morning, Doman. It's great to hear your pleasant voice again this morning. And I was stirred to come up by my friend Martin and his shameless promotion of the Swedes in Winnipeg. And I just had to weigh in on behalf of my great Finnish friends in Edmonton. Edmonton, Alberta, and the home of the Edmonton Oilers, and the great Finnish Stanley Cup winning teammates of Wayne Gretzky and Paul Coffey and the Edmonton Oilers, and specifically the great Finns, Esa Tikkanen, Risto Siltanen, and Jari Kurri, famous personages throughout all of Alberta, and great Finns who helped the Edmonton Oilers win 5 Stanley Cups. So not to detract from Martin, Martin is well on track promoting his Swedes. I assume Anders Hedberg, Lars Nilsson, and assorted others. But I can't let that pass without a strong promotional note for the mighty Finns. And I hope that Athena, A.K. Naughty, appreciates that rendition. And I do have a little bit more somber note in terms of the Holodomor discussion, but I'll just I'll postpone that momentarily because I don't want to bring the note down too far. So you can let me know when that would be appropriate, Doman. Thank you.
Leonard, I'm going to go to Sojourn, Edward, and then we'll turn to you and your whatever you have. Okay, is that right?
Perfect, Doman. Thank you.
Okay, Sojourn, shoot.
Thank you, Don. I just want to allay any fears or confusion in the space. May I ask you, would you repeat after me, pogrom?
Pogrom?
Pogrom. Now, program.
Program.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't want anyone in the space. You say program as though it sounds very much like pogrom, but just with an R at the beginning.
Well, pogrom doesn't have an R at the beginning. Well, and the R is Russian. No, I think we're talking about Holodomor, not pogroms. Did we talk about pogroms? Not intentionally, right?
No.
That's a me issue then. Okay, got it. I see what's happening. Okay, I get it.
It's okay. It was a little bit of humor that fell short of being funny, obviously.
That's because it was about pogroms, and they're not funny. I think that's where you went wrong. I'm sorry.
That's true.
I will admit. I'll be the first to admit that I am but an intermediate English language student, and therefore you'll have to just deal with my inability to speak English sometimes. There you go. Thank you, Sojo. Edvard.
You're very welcome, and you're not an intermediate speaker of English. You know that. So yeah. Anyway, I'll disappear now and stop wasting everyone's time.
No problem. Shall I go, Dama? Is it okay?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. I have one question, but first I noticed let's all hope that Sweden sends both the Archer and the Robot 70 systems, right? Because the new government has promised that before the elections. So we keep our fingers crossed for that. That's the first thing I want to say. And I the second, which is a question to whoever can answer. I read the tweets from AFP, where it seems like Putin is eating the crow, so to speak, and admitting that he doesn't have that many missiles left or something. What is your take on that, Doman, and the other guys in this forum? That's my question.
Take on them not having so many missiles left. Edward, is it the take about them not having? Okay, so my take is they shot a lot on Monday to try to overwhelm Ukrainian air defenses, which somewhat they managed to succeed because the shoot down rate was lower on Monday, say, than typical, right? Which would indicate that. I think it's probably right, whatever the numbers they have. I don't think they're exactly correct, but they're close enough. They're not complete. There are certain types that they weren't actually using. But hey,
it is what it is, and I think that's reasonably it's reasonable enough to not include everything in the infographic. But note that is not a complete infographic that includes all standoff weapons at Russians' disposal. It very much follows, though, something that we've been talking about for quite a while. Russia does not have a way to replace a lot of these systems because they rely on imports of parts to be able to produce them. Right? Even if they had the parts, they wouldn't have enough people to produce a whole lot of them, or enough know-how, or enough, capacity, factory capacity, whatever else. There's something actually interesting that I've been thinking about, and this will be a slight digression, but I think at least one or two people up among the speakers are going to appreciate this. In the Russian military, the pile of nonsense that constitutes the Russian military doctrine, one of the things that they say is, when you're pursuing a war, you have to basically make a war economy. I know, not a very high level thing, but it's something that they call it transition of economy to military lines. Basically, war economy, right? That's something that the Russians didn't actually manage to do in the slightest. And I think that is, to a great degree, even though this is a war of choice for them, a consequence of them planning wrong and thinking, oh yeah, it's going to take 3 days, maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks. We don't need to do anything to the economy. And by then, the sanctions already bit hard enough that it was impossible for them to transition properly. That's my hypothesis. I don't have anything like adequate proof for it. Don't ask me to produce it because nobody has enough adequate proof for it, I don't think. But that is my kind of working assumption that that's what happened.
Doman?
Yes.
But I get the feeling that Putin tries to soften up the landscape somehow in these discussions. I get the feeling that he's showing some kind of he shows more desperate. If you understand what I mean, he shows himself as more desperate now. Do you agree with that?
With what? With the massive launches on Monday specifically?
No. By this I read from the AFP about. I get the feeling that he's trying to soften up the discussion. He really wants to negotiate. I get the feeling that he's desperate.
Oh, right. You're talking about the suggestion coming from Russia that they would give back Kherson and Zaporizhia, kind of, but keep Donetsk and Luhansk and Crimea, kind of idea, right? Yeah, that's something that Russia has done many times before. Russia really likes to say, we're going to take, we're going to take over somebody else's land, and then we're going to negotiate and give half of what we took back, and then keep the rest, right? And we come out ahead. It's kind of their strategy of negotiating. So yes, that was not unexpected in the slightest. That was actually kind of pretty expected from my perspective, that they would want to pull something along those lines. So what it does is it says that maybe it's not a position of weakness as much as a realization that they have peaked, right? That their territorial control definitely has peaked. Therefore, now it's time for negotiations before Ukraine gets even stronger, even better equipped, even more capable. You're absolutely right about that. I have no compulsions to disagree about that in the slightest.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Excellent.
I will put myself down.
Thank you, Edward. Mika, I trust you have thoughts on this. As usually, I have thoughts on military matters, and this is very much military matter.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have been discussing about this strategic airplane build-up in the Kuala Peninsula. You remember that, Doman, right?
Certainly.
Okay, so the Finnish military chief of defense says that this is typical at this time of the year. And we are now only looking at if there are unusual amount of planes gathered there. And he was pretty sure that he said, if there are unusual movements of nuclear weapon, we would know. And if you look now at Novaya Zemlya, you know Novaya Zemlya, right?
It's the really long island to
Exactly.
the east of the Kola Peninsula.
Now it's kind of in no-go zone. It has
There's
been
an
already.
there's an aviation exclusion zone kind of thing, right? The NOTAM has been issued.
Exactly. And what's happening now is Russia has been a little bit boasting about the Poseidon. It's a big nuclear torpedo stuff. They said it can create like tsunami wave, and they even demonstrated how the islands of the Ireland and UK could be actually washed out with that torpedo. And that kind of demonstration is kind of being set now. But my understanding is that there will be aircraft dropped tactical nuclear weapon in Novaya Zemlya in coming weeks. And that is supposed to scare us off, but we don't scare. And that's like the full point of the game is that they will show this nuclear capability at Novaya Zemlya. They will say it's a Poseidon launch, but they actually will do it airdrop. So as a Western nations, everybody here, don't scare off. Just another demonstration, but we are on top of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mika. See, this is what's important, and this is where I wish there were more Finns in charge of things. Nuclear weapons are what kind of weapons? Psychological weapons. Okay, so it's really important to understand, right? What Mika was describing right now, and he's exactly right, and obviously the Finnish military establishment says much the same thing. They're gonna do stuff to try to scare the West into submission. They're going to present themselves as willing to go extra steps. They're gonna do possibly a test or threaten to do a test, right? That's probably where it's gonna end, honestly, as far as I'm concerned. It's gonna be in threats. And they will they will try to scare people in the West into being like no, let's give Russia everything they want, whatever. So that's really important, and that's really important to note. Thank you, Mika. We have to be prepared that they might do something like that. There's very little you can do about it, and you just have to go and say, okay, whatever, moving on. Right? Not care too much about any of this. Let's go to Leonard, whom I paused earlier, and then we go to Aaron and Peter after that. Leonard, shoot.
Thank you, Doman. I was just going to add just a brief follow-up to the earlier discussion on Holodomor and the sort of the nefarious intent and almost the schooled and planned intent that lies behind everything Russia has done in Ukraine, not just in the last 7 months, but in the last 7 years. But just to reference a point that it's become fairly clear in academic circles now in the West that the actual operations manual, if you will, the playbook, which is in fact a detailed written rendition that has been reduced to black and white and sort of to almost what would have been KGB operational handbook style, has actually been these doctrines, if you will, from the Holodomor on forward, have actually been reduced to a written format and circulated in Putin's era to the FSB, GRU, the operatives, if you will, all of the various bureaus of the FSB, it's an active training manual that puts these doctrines down in black and white, and it literally hails out of the darkest pages, the darkest days of the Stalinist Soviet dystopian era, and it sort of embodies some of the you call them not academic writings, just sheer nonsensical writings of people like Ivan Ilyin, who are just pure dystopian progenitors of this all of this, the Holodomor with its genocidal activities and everything surrounding that, all of the torture and the intimidation and the psychological warfare, and just ad nauseum, all of the nefarious antics, the whole bag of tricks that is deployed in Ukraine today by these same descendants of those dark